Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Our hero, Shin Yu-sung, was the only one who brought back even the hopeless from the dead, the hands of God, the pinnacle of modern surgery. His motivation wasn't fame or money, but the joy of saving his patients. But his skill became a curse when patients poured in an endless stream, followed by the thugs, with whom he became a mere tool to be used whenever convenient. Colleagues gradually faded away, leaving him alone in this hell. And then he realized his life had finally gone downhill. But fate decided to finish him off. He was hit by a car, and in his final seconds, all the crap he'd been through flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, he abruptly woke up and saw his smiling parents, holding him in their arms, and at that moment it dawned on him, he had reincarnated in a new world, bringing with him all his experience and knowledge into this body. When his mother touched his hand and the scratch disappeared, without a scalpel, without anything, he realized magic was real, and his new world turned out to be a true fantasy, where the chosen few slaughter monsters, and people here are just fodder for the mobs. With these thoughts, the hero simply collapsed onto the bed. But that night, in his sleep, a stream of energy surged through him. Mana flowed through his body, and he tried to subdue it, to make it obey. Years later, he finally mastered this thing. A fire spell flared in his palm, burning his fingers, and he began searching for new spells to level up further. He is puzzled that the magic textbook's descriptions of mana manipulation do not fully make sense. The book says to store mana in the body and use it as needed, but he questions why when it can be drawn from the surroundings. He concludes that storing mana internally limits what can be done and seems inefficient. Ray proposes a new idea to simply let mana flow naturally instead of containing it. He reasons that directly drawing ambient mana would be easier, improve quality control, and remove the need for mana circles. Acknowledging that this unrecorded method might be dangerous, he nonetheless decides it is worth trying. After testing it, he is surprised that the results exceed expectations and resolves to keep experimenting. His mother happily tells his father how proud she is that Ray seizes every chance to read. She insists Ray is destined to be a magician, while his father argues that with his build he should become a swordsman. She retorts that training with his father would turn Ray into a meathead, and he defensively claims at least he would be a handsome one. Hearing their argument from the library, Ray wryly wonders why they are hiding if they are going to be so loud. His mother confides that, although proud, she worries Ray is too absorbed in books, puzzling his father. She points out that children his age usually play with friends and fears Ray only ever wants to read. His father reassures her that most parents wish their children liked reading and reminds her she wanted Ray to be a great magician. She falls silent, still troubled. Meanwhile, Ray decides that what he knows is insufficient. He resolves to design an almost perfectly efficient pathway for mana to travel through his body. A new day begins at their home, setting up the next development. Ray's energetic mother bursts in, calling out for her cute son. She finds him reading again and is both amused and exasperated. She admits she is proud of his diligence but wishes he could also make friends and play. Overhearing her thoughts, Ray realizes she feels guilty for not playing with him more. A close-up shows her anxiety as she steels herself. She cheerfully asks Ray if he would like to play with her today, surprising him. Ray immediately interprets this as an opportunity to learn more magic from her. Excited, he enthusiastically agrees to play. His mother softly calls his name, touched by his eagerness. Hugging him tightly, she thinks she should have invited him to play much sooner, while he is left confused by the affection. He nervously addresses her as Mom, unsure what she intends. As she leads him to the door instead of the library, he wonders where the books are and why they are going outside. He protests that he ought to study more, thinking to himself that practice is more important than playing. She smothers him proudly, marveling at how studious he is. She insists that, just for today, it is fine to take a break and asks if he wants to see the outside world. She encourages him to go out and have some fun. Ray reflects that since reincarnating he has actually never gone outdoors and has no idea what this world truly looks like. He finally concedes that taking one day off is acceptable and agrees to go outside and play. His mother happily seizes the chance and urges that they leave immediately. Ray steps out and his eyes widen at the sight before him. He sees a sprawling, sunlit town and open road, taking in his new world for the first time. He thinks back on the 3 years he spent only reading at home. He admits he had never even considered going outside during that time. Now, feeling the open sky, he realizes he had been trapping himself in a self-made cage. His mother calls to him as he stands outside, still awed. She gently suggests he go explore on his own. Ray takes his first determined step into the grass. He breaks into an excited run. Joyfully sprinting under the blue sky, he revels in the freedom. The image shows Ray running across the bright landscape, finally embracing life in this new world. His face shines with pure happiness as he experiences true play and freedom for the first time. A young boy gazes over a vast forested canyon and sparkling lake, taking in the beautiful world. The boy and his mother look around outside, and he is awed by what he sees. Narration reveals that before reincarnation he never cared for himself and lived constantly under heavy pressure as a doctor. He remembers that merely surviving that past life among fellow doctors was all he could manage, making his current freedom feel completely new. Now as a child in this world, he feels sincere gratitude for having been born here. He happily calls to his mother, drawing her attention. He turns back to her with a gentle, thankful smile. He expresses heartfelt thanks to his mother for bringing him outdoors. He recalls the chaos of his old job, constantly dealing with incoming emergency patients. His memories continue of endlessly treating patients and operating in surgery after surgery. Exhausted, he remembers collapsing between operations while others urged him to continue despite reaching his limits. He suddenly wakes from this nightmare as a frightened child, calling out medical terms in his sleep. Resting on his mother's lap, he realizes it was only a bad dream and laments that such memories followed a pleasant day. Still lying down, he slowly regains his composure. The scene shifts to a peaceful medieval-style city where he now lives. He reminds himself that he was reincarnated into this world and vows not to repeat his previous life. The view narrows to the exterior of one particular building in the city. That building is shown as a cozy, well-kept house surrounded by greenery. Returning home with his mother, he greets his father, who welcomes them and asks if they had fun. The boy happily says they did. Remembering his resolve, the boy decides it is time to act on it. He tugs his mother's sleeve and calls to her. Brightly, he asks his mother to teach him magic. His mother is stunned and moved by his request. She mentally gushes over how adorable he is while his father supports her. Composing herself, she confirms he already wants to start training and cheerfully agrees to teach him. The boy laughs awkwardly, thinking he still is not used to his parents' overjoyed reactions. Since it is his request, his mother proposes that they begin magic lessons immediately. She demonstrates fire magic in front of him, conjuring a blazing flame in her hand. He watches the spell in genuine amazement. His unexpectedly calm reaction surprises his mother. She tries again, prompting him enthusiastically to see how interesting the fire is while he forces a more exaggerated response. Wondering if her spell lacked impact, she does not realize he has seen similar magic several times before. She suggests they sit down together to continue the lesson, and he eagerly agrees. She begins explaining the basic principles of magic. She tells him that imagined magic is converted into mana. She further explains that spells are invoked using a trigger word and action, making the process simple. The boy, now her eager student, raises his hand and says he has a question. He asks whether mana could be transformed using a different method, puzzling his mother. Clarifying, he uses fire as an example to explain what he means. He describes burning mana, gathering the mana to combust. Then he proposes adding friction to ignite it. He argues that transforming mana once instead of 3 times would be simpler, though he notes it might disperse faster. His mother is startled that he has asked such an advanced question. After thinking, she admits his idea is theoretically possible. She explains that if the 3 transformation steps are grouped and stabilized together, it might work. She adds that this combined process is currently only theoretical, and they both laugh. Later, the boy silently thinks more about stabilizing mana while looking around the room. He ponders what stabilization truly means. He reasons that once magic is in a complete state, additional attributes might be attached to it. He experimentally channels mana into his hand, which begins to sparkle. The mana bursts out in a powerful beam, shocking both him and his mother. Overjoyed, he exclaims that he successfully did it. His father runs in, demanding to know what just happened, while his mother admits she has no idea. She reflects that she had not even sensed mana flow before he released the spell. She recalls that magic always produces a detectable mana flow, making his unnoticed casting very strange. Comparing it to her repetitive old work with patience, she wonders how even she failed to sense it. Meanwhile, Ray analyzes mana like atoms and compounds, thinking such a model makes magic easier to understand. Watching her son deep in thought, his mother internally wonders what kind of extraordinary child he is. Realizing she has been staring, she snaps out of it while Ray notices her distraction. He asks if something is wrong, and she covers by saying she is simply proud he can already use magic. They laugh together, joking that he might be a genius and agreeing that their son is amazing. That night falls over the starry sky. Lying awake, Ray reflects that his situation has become serious. From the next room, his parents worry aloud that his talent might cause the academy to take him away while resolving to protect him. Hearing them, Ray suspects they are talking about him and realizes avoiding the academy will not be easy. His mother confides that Ray is an extremely rare genius who appears only once in centuries. She fears that if the academy notices him, they will claim him. Ray admits he does not know what the academy is like but understands he could be forced there. He decides that to avoid such a fate he will need real power, not just casual magic practice. He resolves to pursue overwhelming power instead of studying magic merely for fun. Morning arrives with birds chirping in the trees. Light streams through his window, signaling a new day. His desk, covered with notes and a magic book, shows he has been studying late into the night. Now older with white hair, he wakes up yawning. Seeing the daylight, he remarks that it is already morning. He notes that staying in bed like a hermit makes it hard to feel time passing. Revealed as 15-year-old Ray, he wonders aloud if it is finally time to go outside. Narration explains that his growing experiments and research into magic have steadily advanced. His exceptional grasp of mana deepens as he meditates and trains. This understanding becomes the foundation for his rapid magical development. Due to absorbing huge amounts of mana over the years, his hair has turned completely white, and he prepares to go out. He grabs a signboard, unsure how useful his former medical knowledge will be but intending to employ it. The sign reads that he can treat the sick, and he decides to give this idea a try. Before leaving, he thinks about using his abilities one more time. He unleashes an enormous blast of fire magic as part of his preparations. He then conjures wind and ice as well, testing multiple elemental spells. A huge magical construct forms at his fingertip, demonstrating his precise control. Satisfied that his magic is in perfect condition, he decides it is time to head out. The scene shifts to a sunlit street in the city. Ray sets down the signpost on the pavement. He picks a spot in the street, announcing it as a good place and putting up his sign offering to cure the ill. Standing there, he feels embarrassed by his own display. He loudly calls out to passers-by, promising to heal anyone who is unwell. Nearby townsfolk comment that he seems like a good young man. However, they laugh and tell him to stop pretending to be a saint and not tease sick people. Offended, Ray wonders how they can underestimate him so much. He calms himself, admitting he expected skepticism and deciding to wait patiently. As the sun sets, he is still waiting alone, unspeaking. When evening comes with no customers, he collapses in disbelief that nobody approached him. Resigned, he prepares to go home for the day. A girl suddenly asks if he can truly heal anyone who is sick, catching his attention. She asks if he means any patient at all, and he thinks this might be his first case. Excitedly she presses him, and he explains he must examine the patient first. She scrutinizes him in silence with a serious expression. Ray, frustrated, mutters that of course someone like him being able to heal anyone must sound unbelievable. Annoyed, he calls her short, provoking her outrage. She spins around, indignant at being called short. Ray insists that while he may look like a useless 15-year-old, that appearance is deceiving. He declares confidently that there is no patient in the world he cannot treat, and tells her not to judge by looks. Hearing this, she concedes he may be annoying but feels an odd sense of trust in him. She wonders why the seemingly obnoxious boy gives off such reliability. She steps closer and apologizes, acknowledging he is right. She formally introduces herself as Gade von Alicia, the Viscount's only daughter. She corrects him that her name is not Shorty, while he awkwardly introduces himself as Ray and realizes she is a noble. She tells him not to use stiff formal speech and to speak as casually as before. She explains that the patient she mentioned is her father, the Viscount. Alicia recounts that some time ago a red lump formed on her father's chest and swelled like a balloon. Ray suspects it may be a malignant tumor and says they should hurry to examine him. Internally he worries that if the tumor is really that large, it might already be too late. He rushes toward the Viscount's estate with Alicia, fearing they may be arriving after the critical moment. She hurries alongside him, her footsteps pounding. They reach the Grand Noble mansion, and she urges him inside while he notes its impressive size. Inside, the butler joyfully greets Alicia as she returns. Grabbing the butler, she urgently asks about her father's condition. The butler tearfully informs her that the Viscount's health suddenly worsened and he has just died, which she refuses to believe. Overwhelmed, she bolts away while the butler calls after her. She runs toward her father's room, crying out in denial. Bursting through the doors, she screams for her father. Inside, the Viscount lies motionless on the bed with a huge dark mass on his chest, while her mother grieves at his side. From above, we see the devastated family as Alicia begs her father not to die. Ray steps forward and gently asks if he may examine the body. He uncovers the corpse's chest to inspect the large black growth. A close view shows the grotesque tumor in vivid detail. Placing his glowing hand above it, Ray notes that the life force is faint but still detectable. He announces that the Viscount can still be saved, astonishing Alicia. The others in the room look on in confusion and surprise. Alicia clutches Ray's cloak, repeating that this is her father. Crying desperately, she begs Ray to save him. Ray smiles slightly, accepting the plea. With a confident grin, he tells her not to worry. Observers whisper, wondering who this mysterious boy is and how a commoner gained entry to the Viscount's estate. Some servants suspect he is a fraud, possibly planning to steal valuables while claiming he can revive the dead noble. The Viscount's wife says none of that matters right now and admits she just wants a shred of hope. She decides to cling to the possibility that this strange child might perform a miracle. Examining the decayed mass, Ray is stunned that the tumor has grown so large and necrotic. He resolves to focus his mana into the shape of a scalpel as the first step of treatment. The knight and butler react in shock when they see him manifesting this glowing blade. The knight yells at Ray, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Ray replies that he is trying to fix the Viscount, while the knight protests that such treatment is outrageous. Ray coolly says that if they do not trust him he can simply stop, implying he is willing to walk away despite the knight's anger. A servant cries out to the captain in alarm. The lady of the house orders the captain to trust the boy for now, and he reluctantly agrees. The captain, annoyed, tells the servant to stop yelling and leave, thinking the boy is arrogant. Ray observes that pus instead of blood comes from the mass he probed. Examining the wound, he realizes it is no longer just a tumor. He concludes the skin has died due to poison. Ray stands over the unconscious Viscount as magic circles light up. He steadies himself and prepares to act. Surrounded by glowing sigils, Ray decides to begin the operation. He thinks he must first cut away the necrotic tissue. Others watch in shock as Ray channels magic into the patient. He then makes an incision in the man's chest. Ray reacts with unease at what he sees inside. Noting the lungs are rotting as well, he wonders how long the condition has been neglected. Still operating, he reflects that the patient is oddly fortunate in one respect. Ray judges the damaged lung area small enough that removing it entirely will still allow recovery. He uses magic thread to begin suturing the cut area. He finishes closing the wound with a spell called Mana Stitch. The onlookers stand speechless at the scene. Someone remarks in awe about the mysterious child the young miss brought. The butler admits he is utterly astonished. Watching Ray's composure and dexterity, the butler notes the boy's unique charisma and skilled hands. Ray's glowing hands continue their precise work over the patient. He completes the sutures by magically tying them off. Observing Ray, the butler compares him to a master puppeteer controlling a doll. Upgrading his assessment, the butler feels the boy seems almost godlike. A maid whispers that the boy might actually perform a miracle. The maid can only stare silently, overwhelmed. She agrees with the butler's hopeful judgment of Ray. Ray, breathing hard, says the procedure is nearly finished. He notes that only restoring circulation remains on the now-stitched torso. Ray starts chest compressions, planning to use mana like an AED. He channels magical energy as he massages the man's heart. The heart is shown being shocked by Ray's mana. The heart surges back to life with a powerful beat. Ray happily announces that the patient is alive. He states that the surgery was successful. The onlookers, however, react with horror instead of relief. Ray wonders why everyone is responding so strangely. He realizes the sudden return of blood circulation is causing the corpse-like body to bleed. The captain, enraged, screams at Ray. Pointing at Ray, the captain accuses him of being a fraud. Ray nervously tries to explain, but the captain insists he is lying again. Ray points out the man is alive, while the captain keeps railing at him. The captain shouts that the bleeding body proves the Viscount cannot truly be alive. Ray insists it is fine and that the Viscount lives, but the captain condemns him for cutting open a noble and questions his humanity. Ray, exasperated, tries to get a word in. The young miss, distraught, reminds Ray that he promised he could definitely save her father. She cries that she trusted him, even as Ray protests that the Viscount truly is not dead. Looking at the still bloody patient, she says his condition looks like a corpse. In tears, she blames herself for bringing Ray and causing her father's supposed death. Ray assures her that her father is fully cured and asks everyone to wait and observe, internally baffled at their ignorance of surgery. The captain draws his sword and insults Ray as a lowly commoner. He further accuses Ray of both harming the Viscount and coveting the young lady. Brandishing his weapon, he rants that Ray has already disgraced the Viscount's body. Ray stares at the approaching blade in grim silence. He sighs that despite all his efforts to save the Viscount, this is how he is repaid. He notes that instead of thanks, he is being threatened at sword point. Turning serious, Ray asks the captain to repeat the accusation that he is a murderous con artist. Ray declares that they have picked the wrong person to antagonize. He pauses, reconsidering, and admits to himself their anger is understandable in this world's context. Accepting that perspective, he calmly reflects while surrounded by armed men. Ray reiterates firmly that the treatment succeeded. He says he will leave and asks them to wait for the Viscount's eventual improvement. Ray warns them not to obstruct him as he departs. The captain trembles in fear at Ray's intimidating aura. Nevertheless, the captain screams that Ray is arrogant and swings his sword. Ray's expression hardens as he prepares to retaliate. He casts a spell that binds the captain in glowing chains mid-attack. The restrained captain panics, wondering how Ray can use a powerful mana hold spell. The knights shout to their commander and are ordered to capture Ray quickly. The captain urges his men on, assuming Ray cannot maintain multiple spells at once. Ray coolly casts another hold spell. The armored knights are also chained and immobilized. The captain, stunned, realizes Ray is using dual magic. Watching Ray wreathed in mana, the captain is shocked that someone so young can already wield dual magic. He wonders in disbelief what sort of person this boy really is. Ray issues a final warning, telling everyone not to block him again. Night falls over the town. Walking under the stars, Ray complains that the medical gap between worlds is one thing, but this treatment is exhausting. He mutters that their reaction to him was too much. Feeling wrong, he grumbles about being treated like a clueless scammer. Remembering the Viscount as his first patient here, he opens his door deep in thought. Returning home, Ray remarks that his medical skills seemingly have no place in this world, while his sister notes, he is late. He realizes he was so lost in thought that he forgot the time. His sister sternly asks what time their mother told him to be home, and he sheepishly answers. She scolds him for being out late among dangerous people and grounds him for 2 days. Ray silently accepts his punishment. Looking at the house, he laments that he is treated like a child wherever he goes. Meanwhile, at the Viscount's mansion that night, events continue to unfold. Confused relatives and staff murmur about what just happened and who the mysterious boy was as the young miss calls for her father. The Viscount suddenly stirs and cries out from his bed. His daughter and wife gasp in shock at his movement. The captain exclaims that the Viscount is alive and struggles to comprehend it. Still holding his sword, he anxiously asks if the Viscount truly lives. The young miss recalls how Ray had begged her to trust him. She also remembers the captain's earlier insult toward Ray as a lowly commoner. The captain, ashamed, hesitates. Realizing they misjudged their savior, the lady admits she made a grave mistake. She orders the captain to take responsibility and find Ray at once, since their family's honor depends on it. The captain panics when he is personally tasked with locating the boy. He suddenly remembers the restraints and magic Ray used on him. The lady further commands him to apologize directly to Ray for his rudeness. He agrees reluctantly. The butler muses in amazement at how such a young boy accomplished something so incredible. He wonders aloud if Ray might actually be a saint. Another voice notes that saints usually cannot use magic, making Ray's abilities unprecedented. They point to the Viscount's calm, living expression and recall that everyone witnessed his death earlier. One person argues that only a saint who raises the dead could have made this happen. The narration explains that a saint is a being chosen by God and endowed with vast divine power. Saints are said to be selected by God, full of divine energy, and able to hear God's voice. They are loved by God and considered God's proxy and incarnation. The lady doubts that such a saint would be in their kingdom, but others suggest Rei might be an unknown saint. They remind each other that even the high priest failed to cure this disease, so only a saint could have done it. The staff rebuke the commander for having treated a potential saint so badly, and he apologizes for causing trouble through ignorance. The lady says everyone shares the blame for standing by, and proposes that they all seek out Rei, now calling him the saint, to beg forgiveness. The young miss, startled, questions what her mother is saying. The Viscount, now on his feet, asks if they are talking about a saint and demands to know what happened while he was unconscious. They explain awkwardly that a saint was the one who cured him. The Viscount quietly realizes he owes his life to this mysterious saint. Angrily, he scolds everyone for boasting about how rude they were to their benefactor. Cutting the lecture short, someone urges the Viscount to calm down. The Viscount instead orders that all available staff be mobilized to find Rei by any means. His emphatic command to locate Rei immediately echoes through the room. Elsewhere, Rei studies at home and wonders if someone is gossiping about him. The scene shifts to a peaceful forest path where he will train. His sister cheerfully sends him off, wishing him luck in practice. In the forest, Rei attempts the heal spell with a wand but nothing happens. His hand remains unchanged, confirming the spell failed again. A joking aside imagines someone teasing that his failure looks cute, leaving Rei confused. He tries a fire spell instead and is surprised when flames appear easily. He also succeeds in casting light, to his sister's amused enjoyment. A contrasting image shows a powerful heal being used elsewhere as Rei fails once more. Again his practice on a twig fizzles, confusing him. His sister laughs at his frustration and tells him to listen as she explains properly. She teaches that heal channels mana to boost the target's vitality, though Rei thinks this explanation is overly simple. She advises him to picture his mana forming a layer around the target. Demonstrating, she lightly touches the twig and casts heal correctly. Encouraging him, she tells Rei to try again, insisting it is not too difficult. Suddenly she hears a rustling noise nearby. They spot a deer emerging from the bushes. Noticing its badly injured leg, they comment on its misfortune. Seeing a perfect opportunity, his sister tells Rei to try healing the deer. She urges him to treat it as practice since the animal needs help anyway, and he agrees it beats using a twig. She suggests he approach the deer slowly so he does not startle it, while Rei suspects she is enjoying this too much. Rei cautiously edges toward the deer as his sister watches expectantly. He missteps, startling the deer. The frightened animal bolts, and his sister cries out that it is escaping. She excitedly urges Rei to chase after it. Rei runs after the deer, wondering why he has to go this far. Panting as he sprints, Rei grumbles inwardly about whether someone called the Hand of God really needs to work this hard just to learn healing magic. The protagonist, while chasing a deer, resolves to do everything possible to save lives. He begins casting magic, reflecting on past events that led him here. He recalls how the people around him reacted nervously to his unusual abilities. He realizes the townspeople fear his knowledge of modern medicine instead of understanding it. He snares the running deer with glowing chains, catching it. Watching the captured animal, he notes how well it runs despite its injured leg. He gently restrains the deer, promising to treat its injury. Determined to match locals' expectations, he decides to make his magic-based treatment succeed. A woman senses an overwhelming surge of mana and gasps. She wonders in shock how such incredible mana is even possible. The boy unleashes a powerful spell, swearing on his honor as a doctor. He casts heal with full resolve, vowing to move forward. The deer screams in agony as the magic overwhelms it. The boy ends up kneeling by the now dead deer as the woman approaches. Both stare in stunned silence at the unexpected result. They shout in horror as they realize the healing attempt has killed the deer. They panic, questioning how the animal died instantly when it should have been healed. The boy laments that, as a doctor, he has just failed to save a life. He reviews the healing mage's explanation about using mana to bolster vitality, and wonders what he misunderstood. The woman, doubting herself, wonders why she alone cannot grasp healing magic when other magicians can. The boy suspects his unique mana road may be the source of the problem. He imagines casting heal on a person, optimistically agreeing to treat an old man. In his scenario, the old man initially thanks him, then suddenly coughs blood. He envisions the outcome ending at a grave, reinforcing his fear. Concluding he is too dangerous, he decides to avoid using healing magic on others for now. Time passes peacefully in the forest after this resolution. Night falls on his family's house as life goes on. At dinner, he excitedly reacts to a special steak meal and wonders what occasion it celebrates. His mother laughs, about to explain the reason. His parents teasingly repeat how their supposedly genius son cannot even heal, finding it amusing. Irritated, he fumes internally while they keep joking about it. In frustration, he vows never again to study healing magic. Far away in the Holy Empire Gaia, a grand cathedral stands as the church's center. Before a statue of the goddess Aya, a divine voice calls out her name. The Pope kneels, confused as he hears his deity speak to him. He trembles, wondering if his lord is truly calling, and he is identified as the Pope of the Holy Empire. The goddess commands him to find a particular person. She describes this target as a newly risen white-haired constellation. As a holy procession marches, knights discuss rumors that a new male saint has appeared. They mention the new saint is quite young but note that age is irrelevant to someone chosen by God. The knights agree that having an additional saint is unprecedented and beneficial. The narrative jumps to 10 hours before this unit was dispatched. Back in Gaia, attendants anxiously wonder what their lady, the goddess, has finally done. The Pope thanks the goddess fervently for this revelation. The divine message instructs him to search in the country of Cilia for a white-haired saint. He falls silent before the statue, absorbing the gravity of the task. He hesitantly asks if that is truly all the information they will receive. He complains there are many white-haired people in Cilia and begs for more clues. The goddess clarifies that the new saint is 15 years old and must be brought to the Holy Empire. The Pope hastily agrees to search for him at once. He rushes out, shouting for his subordinate Iron. Iron arrives and asks what the Pope needs. The Pope orders him to prepare a delegation to be sent immediately to Cilia. Alone, the Pope reflects in awe that a new saint has appeared. Later, the boy is asked if he wants to learn swordsmanship. His father explains that learning to fight will help Ray protect himself. Ray considers it and admits the idea makes sense. Comparing this dangerous world to his previous easy life, he notes he must risk his life even for basic things like an apple. He decides he wants to try learning swordsmanship, and his father offers to start right away. Off-panel they banter about Ray wearing glasses, which he says is merely a habit. Wooden swords clash as their training begins. His father praises him for being surprisingly good for a beginner. Ray, relying on prior kendo experience, protests that his father is being too harsh. He sees that simple sparring will not be enough and anticipates trading only minor blows at this rate. Determined to escalate, he decides to change tactics. He grips his wooden sword more seriously, preparing to use mana. His father notices the change and watches curiously. Wondering if Ray is giving up already, his father questions him. Ray refuses to yield and channels power into the sword. He announces he is just changing strategy, imbuing his blade with sword aura that stuns his father. A powerful slash is unleashed with explosive force. Ray believes this enhanced attack will finally work. The violent exchange of aura blades convinces his father he will lose if it continues like this. Cornered, the father decides he has no choice but to respond in kind. He resolves to use his own aura as he powers up his weapon. Ray looks on in surprise as his father's sword ignites with golden energy. The father delivers a massive aura strike downward. The force knocks Ray's sword from his grasp, hurting his hand. Ray is sent flying and disarmed by the overwhelming blow. He crashes to the ground, crying out. His father pants nervously after accidentally going too far. The scene cuts to a quiet market, signaling time has passed. In town, bystanders notice agents from an intelligence guild frequently scouting the area. A hooded man silently observes the situation. He turns away, cloaked, moving through the streets. Inside a building, guild members admit they have found nothing despite searching by age and hair color. One complains about the stress of being pressed for daily updates. Another points out the same hooded man has been visiting repeatedly. The hooded knight asks these guild men if they discovered anything. They grumble that looking for a 15-year-old white-haired boy with so little information is like searching for a needle in a desert. The knight curses them inwardly as useless. Losing his temper, he shouts at them for still not finding the boy. The intimidated guild member apologizes to the Viscount for the failure. The Viscount reminds him that the boy is a saint and that mistreating such a figure would be disastrous. He panics that the Holy Empire might wage war if they mishandle the saint, and orders them to find him immediately. The knight pleads with the guild to try their best and offers to pay any price, thinking he must find the boy. Other guild workers overhear the promise of unlimited payment. A sly man volunteers to take over the search himself. Smiling, he clearly plans to profit from the job. Back at home, Ray examines the cut on his hand from training and notes how much it hurts. His father apologizes for the bad injury, but Ray brushes it off. His mother runs over in alarm, demanding to know what happened to his hand. She panics that his bones may be badly damaged, while Ray half jokes about fixing it with magic. When she offers to heal him, Ray insists on trying to heal himself instead. He places his hand on his own wound and casts heal again. A green healing aura whirls around all three of them. His mother watches in shock as the magic surges. They confirm the hand is now completely and perfectly healed. His parents, recalling his previous failure, wonder how he managed it this time. His father sheepishly admits the deer died in one blow, and even remembers that its meat was delicious. Ray prepares to explain the true nature of his powers to them. He tells his parents there is something important about himself they need to hear. They prompt him to continue as he steels himself. He blurts out that he is fundamentally different from ordinary humans. A comical sketch shows how a messenger bird spread news about him to various people. His parents instead focus on reassuring him, hinting at another interpretation of his uniqueness. They tell Ray they will support him no matter what he chooses. His mother even says that, as long as he is happy, they would accept any partner he brings home, which Ray thinks is going too far. Off-screen they reveal they had assumed the issue was his special mana vessels. Ray then explains how his mana vessels let him draw endless natural pure mana instead of storing purified mana in a circle. His mother realizes pure mana is far stronger, which explains why his spells are overwhelming. Ray concludes that if he casts heal on someone who cannot withstand pure mana, it can kill them. All three think uneasily of the deer reduced to cooked meat by his heal. His father remarks that Ray used their family's secret techniques just to roast venison, and notes, such power cannot be used on normal people. Ray accepts that he cannot use magic to save ordinary people and must think carefully about how to help others as a doctor. His parents agree he needs to grow in other ways as well. Ray resolves to gain more hands-on surgical experience. He announces he is stepping out for a bit. When his father asks where he is going, Ray casually claims he is only going for a walk, hiding his surgical intentions. His parents remind him not to follow strangers and encourage him to enjoy himself like a normal boy. Ray says goodbye and heads out. Meanwhile, two adventurers arrive in Barlow Village, surprised by its size. As they walk, someone calls out to them with a question. The sly fixer shows them a paper and asks if they have seen a boy matching the image. He describes the target as a good-looking youth with white hair and blue eyes, showing a crude drawing. The adventurers eye the picture skeptically, saying the drawing looks terrible. The fixer snaps back that he only needs to know if they have seen the boy, while they protest his anger. Elsewhere, Ray arrives in town for his own purposes and notices the commotion seems worse than before. He senses the crowd has grown and overhears talk about the Viscounty's intense search. Realizing the Viscounty is involved, he wonders if the search might actually be for him. At the same time, the fixer grumbles that nobles are paying heavily to find this unknown kid. He admits he has no idea who the boy is, only that he must be important. Suddenly he spots Ray and freezes in recognition. Ray, hearing that the Viscounty is looking for someone, begins to suspect he might be the target. The fixer strides straight up to Ray in the street. Staring at him closely, the man compares Ray's face to the description, unnerving him. Confirming the white hair and blue eyes, he becomes certain he has located the boy and orders the guild to be informed. Putting on a friendly smile, he tells Ray he works with the Information Guild and invites him along. Ray hesitates as the man looms expectantly over him. Remembering his parents' warning, Ray questions whether he should really follow this stranger, while the man anxiously insists he is trustworthy. Ray hears the Viscounty has been looking for him and agrees to go check on the patient, while a carriage is prepared. During the ride, someone asks if they can question Ray about something. In the carriage, Ray is asked what he meant by calling someone a patient, and whether someone at the Viscounty is sick. Ray awkwardly answers that someone there had been ill. Remembering the cured family, Ray grins darkly and wonders how they are doing now. The escort, unsettled, wonders if Ray has been insane the whole time. Arriving at the estate, the flustered escort urges Ray to get out, and Ray reacts in confusion. A servant enthusiastically greets them at the entrance. The gathered staff excitedly shout welcome to the saint. Ray panics as everyone insists that he is the saint they were expecting. Later, Ray struggles to explain himself, starting to say what he really means. Sitting before an extravagant meal, Ray tries to claim he is not the saint they want. The Viscount slams his hand down, outraged that Ray speaks so lowly of himself. The Viscount emotionally thanks Ray for saving not only his life but his whole family. He insists that anyone who could bless someone as cursed as him must undeniably be a saint. Ray mutters that it was just medicine and despairs over how to correct the misunderstanding as the Viscount calls to him. The Viscountess says they cannot deny Ray revived their dying household. She prompts her daughter Alicia to go offer thanks. Alicia shyly thanks Ray for saving her father. Hearing her name, Ray is shocked to recognize Alicia. Ray teases Alicia, reminding her she was the one who doubted bringing him there, leaving her flustered. Her parents react in alarm at something Alicia has done. The Viscount scolds Alicia and implies she should know better, making her shrink back. He reminds her she must apologize whenever she does something wrong, while Ray watches, surprised. The Viscount urges Alicia to quickly beg Ray's forgiveness, while Ray tries to brush it off as a joke. Ray wonders internally why everyone keeps acting this way even after he insisted he is not a saint. He then realizes he has forgotten something important. Ray asks a maid where his escort went, and she replies that the man seemed to be in a hurry and already left. That escort runs through the forest, thinking what he has learned is amazing. While sprinting, he wonders if Ray really is a genuine saint. He decides this information might be extremely valuable. He resolves to hurry and report Ray's existence to the guild. Back at the manor, Ray convinces himself that probably nothing bad will come of the escort's sudden departure. Over tea, the Viscount asks if the food suited Ray, who answers politely that he enjoyed everything. The Viscount says they went to great effort to please him and is relieved that Ray liked the meal. Ray laughs and says he could not ask for anything better while drinking his tea. The Viscount adds that at the Holy Empire Ray will eat such meals every day, confirming plans for Ray to live there. In another scene, someone else drinking tea reacts in mild confusion. Ray asks what the Viscount means, and the Viscount wonders if Ray has not yet been told. The Viscount explains he has been informed that a delegation from the Holy Empire has arrived to take Ray back with them. Ray panics, demanding to know who is taking him and how they even know he is there, while the Viscount says rumors claim the Pope has been receiving divine messages. Ray asks what kind of messages would make the Pope seek him, and the Viscount begins to explain. A narration describes the Holy Empire as a kingdom uniquely blessed by God, who sends messages there when needed. It is clarified that God does not speak directly but leaves marks or appears in dreams to communicate. The Viscount recounts stories of suspected saints who were followed everywhere by rays of light, which makes Ray panic at the strange light around him. Ray anxiously asks what will happen to him now, and the Viscount answers that Ray will go to the Holy Empire. The Viscount cheerfully congratulates Lord Ray, while Ray looks horrified. That night at Ray's house, someone asks what will happen with Ray. Ray's adoptive parents assume he is just tired and decide to let him rest in his room. Ray lies on his bed in despair, repeating the words message and Holy Empire in disbelief. He remains sprawled motionless on the bed, overwhelmed. Under the moonlight, he laments that he had only wished for a quiet, relaxing second life in this fantasy world. Time skips to Cilia Castle, indicating a new setting. Inside the castle, servants gossip about the identity of a person staying in a secluded house. They say the guest is a saint from the Gaia Holy Empire and marvel that such a figure has come to their kingdom. They speculate about what she is like, saying she supposedly received her blessings when she was young. Rumors describe her as having very long hair down to her hips and eyes shining like pink diamonds. The maids add that she is said to be so beautiful that she always seems bathed in a ray of light. They hope they might be lucky enough to meet her one day. A nervous attendant knocks at a window and asks a woman inside if he may enter. From within, the woman allows him to come in. As she steps forward, he tells her it is almost time for the feast. The woman, wearing a large star-shaped pendant, sighs that they really never let her rest. The attendant asks her to get ready, and she agrees she will be out shortly. She adds that she also has something else on her mind. Revealed fully, Saint Iriel of the Holy Empire Gaia asks what happened to the information she requested about the newly found saint. The attendant exclaims that he has good news. He whispers in her ear, conveying what he has learned. Iriel smiles subtly as she listens. She beams, thinking that the person she has been waiting for has finally appeared. She is overjoyed that there is finally someone who will understand her situation. The next morning at Ray's house, the day begins peacefully. Ray appears exhausted and gloomy, clearly not rested. He sits in his room clutching his head, thinking he cannot find any solution and that if he is caught by the Holy Empire his life will effectively be over. He imagines how his supposedly peaceful second life would become harder than his first, spent forever worshipping a god he has never even seen. Panicking, he shouts that such a fate cannot happen, alarming his parents outside his door. Ray wonders if he should tell his parents everything and flee with them. He decides even if they ran there is nowhere safe to escape to. He concludes the Holy Empire would pursue him relentlessly no matter how far he runs. His parents confront him about his odd behavior since last night and ask what is wrong. Ray stays silent, conflicted and sweating. Abruptly he dashes out, shouting that he will be back shortly, while his mother calls after him. His parents watch him leave, certain that something serious is troubling him. Elsewhere near the city, someone asks whether the information they received about the saint is reliable. On a castle wall, the guild man is told that the boy in question is the Holy Empire's long-sought saint. The informer points at the document and emphasizes the word saint. The paper shows a crude sketch of Ray's face with blue eyes, which the guild man scrutinizes. The informer assures him he brought this information to him first, and that it can be trusted. The guild man replies that he already sold the same information to the Holy Empire, and now only needs the boy's exact location. He says he has people searching the town's outskirts since the saint likely belongs to a lower-class family living there. He boasts to the informer that unlike others who search randomly, their good intel lets them save time. The informer agrees to return once the Holy Empire pays them, confirming their arrangement. Later, the informer looks out over the fields, pondering something. His partner asks what he is thinking. The man points toward a distant forest and wonders aloud if the boy might be hiding in that area. The partner repeats the question in surprise, asking if he has been investigating that forest too. The informer explains that is exactly why he mentioned it, suggesting the forest would be an ideal hiding place for the saint. The partner objects, recalling that dangerous residents of the forest would kill any saint who tried hiding there. He reminds the informer that the forest dwellers despise outsiders. The informer concedes that his companion has a point. They decide that the boy likely is not there after all. Meanwhile, the quiet forest is shown, peaceful and full of life. Ray walks through the woods, hoping a stroll will help him think of a good solution. He admits that no matter how much he thinks, he cannot find any way to avoid the Holy Empire. He wonders if running away is truly his only option. He realizes that would condemn him to a life of constant flight, something he absolutely does not want. Tired, he sits on a large stone and decides to cool his head for a while. Suddenly a strange green light catches his attention. He stands tensely, sensing something and looking around in alarm. The forest rustles, and Ray feels that something is approaching. He worries that the Holy Empire's people might have already reached him. The sound fades, and the forest falls silent again. Ray concludes he can no longer sense any presence nearby. A glowing ring of light appears above him, prompting his confused reaction. Mystical green lights float through the trees around where Ray stands. From within a tree, an unseen voice realizes that a human has entered its domain. Ray reacts with startled silence, eyes widening. The voice asks what a little human is doing there in that forbidden place. Thinking it might be a forest spirit, Ray nervously says he only came to take a short rest. The voice commands him to leave immediately, declaring the forest as its people's territory. Ray casually answers that he will go soon but wants to sit a bit longer, prompting the voice to repeat the order more forcefully. The entity erupts in anger, shouting for Ray to leave now. Ray falls silent, clearly annoyed and not intimidated. He complains that first the Holy Empire and now even this forest spirit refused to leave him alone. He agrees to leave as asked but demands to at least see the entity's face before going. He begins to stroll away lazily through the trees. Then he changes his mind and flops back onto the rock, deciding that staying put works fine too. The enraged spirit roars again for him to leave right now, flooding the tree with power. Ignoring it, Ray lies on the rock and shouts that he does not care. The spirit coldly warns him not to say he was not warned, calling him human child. Ray retorts that the spirit has no right to kick him out without even showing itself face to face. He lazily kicks at a tree while continuing to lounge on the rock. Suddenly a powerful, shadowy figure lunges at him with purple energy, launching a surprise magical attack. Ray's eyes widen in shock as the attack closes in. He instinctively counters with a burst of blue mana, clashing with the assailant's magic. He lands firmly, having just dodged or deflected the strike. Ray thinks to himself that he had not expected the spirit to attack so abruptly. He notes that if his mana had not already been active, the blow might have been dangerous. Still rattled, he reacts to something unexpected. A glowing hand moves, revealing the attacker's slender form in light. Golden hair and long ears become visible, hinting at a non-human nature. The attacker is revealed as an elf warrior standing before him, and Ray mentally exclaims in disbelief that it is an elf. Ray stares at her, astonished that an elf would appear in a place like this. The elf, hand crackling with blue magic, remarks on the strength needed to block her attack. She concludes that Ray cannot be an ordinary human. Ray sheepishly admits he is not exactly normal. The elf forms another spell with her fingers, preparing to attack again. She declares that precisely because he is unusual, he absolutely cannot remain in their forest, and fires another blast. Ray hurriedly raises his mana-clad arms, exclaiming in dismay as he braces for the incoming attack. Their clashing powers explode in a massive blast that rocks the forest. The elf girl collapses against a tree, groaning in pain. She notices the human boy standing unharmed nearby and is shocked that he is fine. Realizing his strength, she wonders if he belongs to a powerful greater race. The confused boy asks what she means by calling him great. Changing her attitude, the elf decides to let the human stay and tells him to follow her into the forest. He politely declines, saying he was planning to leave. She explains that the Grand Elf Forest elves respect the strong, and invites him formally to their village. Hearing there is an elven village hidden in the forest, he is surprised. He thinks she attacked him first but decides she does not seem like a bad elf and considers going. He agrees to go on the condition that she promises not to attack him again. Time passes peacefully in the forest as they travel. While walking the path together, she suddenly asks him for his name. She introduces herself as Fia of the Grand Elf Forest tribe. He comments that Fia is a pretty name, thinking aloud. Fia explodes in embarrassment and anger at his remark. He awkwardly backpedals, claiming it is not really a pretty name, leaving her confused. He introduces himself as Ray just as Fia announces they have arrived at the village. They enter the elven village together, Ray slightly nervous. Ray is awestruck by what he sees. He looks around at the elaborate tree houses, realizing he is truly in an elven village. Ray marvels that such a village was hidden inside the forest, noting he has never been here before. As they walk in, nearby elves notice Ray and murmur about a human entering the village. The elves whisper among themselves, surprised that Fia has brought a human with her. Sensing the wary atmosphere, Ray notes internally that the elves are on guard against him. Another elf girl, Seely, happily greets Fia's return. Seely asks who the human child is, and Fia answers that she brought him because he seemed suitable as an assistant. Other elves curiously surround Ray, examining him. Seely doubts Ray's capability, saying he does not look able to protect himself despite being called an assistant. Fia remembers trying to drive him out with attacks that all failed and admits to herself that he is stronger than she thought. She tells Seely that she checked whether he was of a greater race but concluded that was not the reason his defenses worked. Hearing this, Seely looks again at Ray with mixed suspicion and curiosity. Fia suddenly asks Seely how their leader, Miss Era, is doing. They look up toward a tall tree where Era's residence sits high above. The scene shows Era's grand treehouse perched atop the massive trunk. Seely reports that Era still has not awakened from her condition, which Fia somberly acknowledges. Seely remembers that the village elder has been looking for Fia, and Fia decides to go meet her immediately. Fia calls to Ray and tells him to come along. As they walk, Ray comments that he expected elves to be hostile toward an outsider but notes that does not seem entirely true. Fia replies that of course he is accepted to some degree, reminding him that she is the one who brought him here. Ray infers that means Fia is highly trusted in the village. They approach a large building on a wooden platform where the elder resides. Ray knocks on the elder's door. Fia announces herself outside the room with Ray waiting beside her. The elven elder warmly welcomes Fia inside. She remarks that it has been a while and invites Fia and Ray to come in. Fia responds politely and asks if the elder has been well. The elder notices Ray and is momentarily taken aback. She asks Fia to confirm that the child with her is human, and Fia explains she brought him as a potential assistant. Ray hurriedly objects, saying he never agreed to be anyone's assistant. Tea is poured, and Ray reaches for his cup. Over tea, Fia explains to Ray that becoming an assistant of the elves has many benefits, including being recognized as a friend and moving in and out of the village freely. Ray tries to explain that he does not really need those benefits. The elder then turns serious, saying she called Fia because she has something important to tell her, and asks Fia to keep it secret from the other elves. Fia is startled and listens closely. She agrees earnestly to the elder's request. The elder asks Ray, whom she calls human child, to leave them alone for a while. Ray steps outside, leaving the two elves to talk privately. Leaning on the balcony, he grumbles that they treat him like he can be summoned and dismissed at their convenience. He reflects that his choices now are between becoming the Holy Empire's saint or an elf's assistant, both heavy roles. He concludes wryly that his life is full of dramatic ups and downs. Far away at a seaside holy city, church officials discuss news about the missing saint. 2 priests admit they have found no trace of the saint yet, though they insist that locating him is God's will. Their superior, a stern woman in ornate church garb, coldly asks if their lack of results means they are lazy. The priests protest that they are doing their best. She retorts that effort without results is useless and calls them ineffective. Terrified, the priests beg for more time, promising they will definitely find the saint. The woman silently regards them, unimpressed. At last she says she will trust them once more. She warns that her patience is not as great as God's and hopes they keep their promise. Back in the forest, Fie shouts in disbelief as she learns from the elder that the revered Lord Era's condition is caused by mana and could lead to death. The elder explains that Era's breathing has changed and that she is either cured or near death, but since she still does not wake, the latter seems likely. Fie is left speechless and distressed by this grim prognosis. The door to the elder's house creaks open after their talk. Fie steps out looking exhausted, where Ray is waiting for her. She gazes sadly up toward Era's treehouse. The treehouse is shown again, emphasizing Era's isolation above the village. Inside another building, Fie confirms to Ray that the person living there is very sick. She realizes Ray overheard the conversation and asks if he heard everything. He apologizes for unintentionally eavesdropping. Ray responds with mild confusion, not understanding why she is flustered. Fie questions why he is worried about them at all when they are of different species. Ray agrees that they are different but notes that people often fail to understand even their own kind, so differences should not prevent concern. He tenses, gripping the railing as he prepares to say more. Ray declares that being different species does not stop him from worrying about someone. Whom he chooses to care about is his own decision. Fie is quietly moved, left without words. Time passes and the scene shifts back to the house, suggesting she continues to think about his words. Inside, she watches Ray drink tea, still contemplative. Ray drinks in a refined, almost princely manner, which impresses her. Fie blushes slightly, unexpectedly charmed. Realizing her reaction, she panics internally, wondering what is wrong with her. While she frets, Ray says he has a question for her. Startled, Fie asks what it is, and Ray brings up the elf Era whom she had said was effectively dead. Ray asks straightforwardly if he can try to heal Era. Fie is stunned by his proposal. He explains that he simply wants to help the sick, regardless of species. Fie challenges him, asking if he truly believes he has the ability to do such a thing. Ray admits he cannot guarantee success but insists he is still their best chance at helping Era. Fie says his argument is meaningless unless the elder approves. Ray falls silent, realizing the obstacle. Determined, he quietly decides on another approach. He manifests a bright blade of mana from his hand, shocking Fie. Fie reacts instinctively, drawing her sword in alarm. Ray firmly grips the glowing blade. He then thrusts the mana blade into his own thigh, deliberately wounding himself. Gritting his teeth in pain, he calls out the healing spell Gana as blood spurts. Fie yells at him, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. She panics as she sees the serious wound in his leg, unsure how to respond. Ray casts a powerful healing spell on himself, glowing energy surrounding the injury. The healing magic surges through the room, forming a vortex of mana around Ray and Fie. Elsewhere, a blue-haired elf lying unconscious suddenly reacts, sensing the mana. Ray channels a different colored energy into his wound, focusing intensely. He grimaces with effort as he maintains the spell. Outside, other elves feel the mana disturbance, and wonder aloud what is happening. Streams of blue mana swirl around the elder's house, visible to the entire village. When the light fades, Ray sits with his leg healed, sighing in relief. Fie discovers that the grievous wound has completely closed. She exclaims in disbelief that the wound is gone. Standing, Ray tells her that if anyone can help Era, it is probably him. He confidently affirms that he is most likely the one capable of saving her. The elder, however, flatly states she cannot allow his attempt. Fie asks why, and the elder explains that tampering with Era would be seen as disrespectful to the revered lord's name. The elder describes how Lord Era is universally admired and implies that experimental methods, even with good intentions, are unacceptable. She repeats that she cannot let such a thing be done to Era, despite Fie's protest that Ray might truly save her, and ends the discussion. The elder dismisses them, ordering Ray to leave and go back. Fie falls silent, clearly struggling with the order. Ray silently questions the value of admiration if it means letting Era die. The scene shifts to Era's secluded treehouse at sunset, underscoring the unresolved situation. Later, Ray and Fie walk outside, and he remarks that his attempt failed, calling it unfortunate. Fie admits she had hoped it would work. Ray tells her not to worry, suggesting that the situation might somehow resolve on its own. She gives a small, conflicted smile, saying nothing. Ray cheerfully asks if it is alright for him to keep visiting the village. Fie agrees, saying he may stay and that the other elves already seem to accept him. Ray thanks her with a smile. He then says he will be heading out for now, surprising Fie that he is leaving so soon. Ray explains that he has something he needs to do elsewhere. He reassures her that he will return tomorrow and tells her not to be too disappointed. Fie, flustered, denies being disappointed and orders him to go before she changes her mind. Ray agrees to see her the next day. After he leaves, Fie softly agrees to his plan, clearly looking forward to his return. Ray walks alone along the forest path beneath the setting sun. Fia watches him go with a thoughtful, emotional expression. She turns away as he disappears into the forest, still thinking about him. Ray begins running through the woods with renewed determination. His boot strikes the ground as he sprints. He reaches the area overlooking Era's lofty treehouse, gazing up at it. Leaning against a tree, Ray resolves himself. The camera lingers on Era's bright treehouse, the place he intends to reach. Ray vows that he cannot abandon a patient without trying everything possible. He secretly opens a door, slipping back inside Era's residence. Entering, he is amazed by the vast, flower-filled interior of the magically expanded space. Looking around in wonder, Ray notes that he expected an ordinary treehouse inside, not this magnificent space. Ray enters the grand building through its large doors. He peeks inside nervously, eyes wide. He sees a sunlit hall with a flower-covered stone bed holding a body. Realizing the beautiful elf lying there is Era, he is stunned. His gaze lingers on her peacefully folded hands and white dress. He notices her slender legs beneath the draped cloth. He takes in the full sight of Era's seemingly sleeping form among flowers. Ray is left speechless by her beauty. Flustered, he reminds himself not to be swayed by her looks and to stay professional. He begins a physical examination by feeling her wrist. Ray leans close, scrutinizing her condition. He concludes her pulse and breathing are normal but decides he must look for other issues. He adjusts his grip on her hand to continue the check. He decides to use mana to inspect her body internally. His mana flares, forming a glowing network as he scans her. Finding no physical abnormalities, he wonders if she is simply nearing the end of her life. Frustrated at his helplessness, he blames his lack of knowledge about this world's illnesses. A sinister purple aura begins to spread overhead. Sensing something, Ray suddenly pauses and focuses. He smells something strange near Era as purple energy gathers around her. Lifting her leg, he realizes something is wrong and reacts in alarm. He discovers severe pressure ulcers on her side, recognizing the damage from prolonged immobility. Outraged, Ray thinks the elves neglected Era's body for far too long and rejects their so-called admiration. Looking at the wounds, he sighs that he has no proper disinfectants to treat them. He gently shifts her body, preparing to act despite his limitations. He steps outside and spots a nearby pond that could provide water. He fashions a large bowl out of leaves. Ray fills the improvised bowl with pond water. He purifies the water with healing magic, reasoning that direct healing on her might be risky. He sterilizes his own hands with magic and resolves to proceed slowly. He dips his clean hands into the enchanted water. Remembering the elves' reverence for Era, he hesitates, aware of their fears about unfamiliar methods. He recalls their worry that unknown techniques, even used with good intent, might defile their revered Era, yet he feels he must act. Ray hopes the elves will not condemn him for touching their holy figure. He looks again at the ulcerated area, determined to help. He decides that those who abandoned her forfeited the right to criticize his attempts to save her. He begins carefully cleansing and treating the damaged skin with the healed water. From above, he tirelessly repeats the treatment over her whole side. Time passes until the sun sinks toward the horizon. As dusk falls, he notes how late it is while tidying the cloths he used. He resolves that, until he understands the root cause, this basic care is all he can do for her. Concerned but persistent, he decides to re-examine her condition the next day. Elsewhere at the Elven stronghold, someone anxiously calls out for their missing lord. Elven attendants say a search squad is scouring the kingdom and should find Era soon. A high-ranking woman, impatient, says she is tired of hearing that reassurance. She warns them she has little patience and asks if they are testing it. The attendants panic, deny any disrespect, and beg forgiveness. She dismisses them curtly. She declares she no longer trusts their promises. Deciding to act personally, she orders preparations to move out. On another day, Ray arrives back at Era's resting place, exhausted but committed. Inspecting her wounds, he notes they have improved significantly and should heal within a week. Narration explains that over time he repeatedly snuck into Era's sanctuary to care for her. He would first wash her entire body with the cleansed water and stretch her stiff muscles. In his remaining time he read through Era's library, studying to improve his medical knowledge. Relaxing against a stack of books, he jokes aloud about one of her amateurish drawings. Though Era never responds, he continues speaking to her, treating her like a conversation partner. He tells her about his walks, his interactions with Fia, and every small thought that crosses his mind. Narration states that in this way, a month quietly passes. One evening he returns cheerfully, calling out that he has come back. Walking in, he chatters about having tea with Fia during her day off. Suddenly Era's body is engulfed in surging purple energy as her condition changes. Ray notices something wrong and reacts in confusion. Seeing the ominous aura over her, he dashes toward Era in panic. He realizes her breathing has become labored and irregular. He observes that each breath is getting shallower and fears she is dying. Panicking, he wonders what he should do and laments that he never anticipated this crisis. He looks around as if for hospital equipment, asking himself where a respirator might be. Remembering there is no hospital here, he clenches her sheet in frustration. He despairs that in this place the only thing he can do is effectively nothing. As Era's body convulses within the dark aura, Ray watches in horror. He screams that Era must not die and desperately begs her to wake up. Frantically he reviews her state in his mind, noting again that her organs and poisoning status should not be fatal. Unable to reconcile this with her collapse, he demands to know why this is happening. He concludes that he needs a single decisive method to cure her all at once. The idea of a one-shot solution echoes in his mind. He debates whether to risk using his full heal spell directly on her. Worried, he wonders if Era's body can endure the force of his mana. Half laughing, half crying, he realizes how ironic it is that all his hard study leaves him only a desperate gamble. He recalls that he became a doctor to save lives, yet now his only option is this risky bet. Steeling himself, he clenches his fist and makes up his mind. He gathers every bit of mana he can, thinking he has to try everything. He releases a massive burst of healing energy that surges skyward from Era's resting place. The blast radiates outward, surrounding the house in blinding blue light. Nearby elves feel the surge of mana and recall a similar phenomenon from before. Ray channels the spell directly into Era's body as she lies motionless. He urges her to hold on, saying he believes in her. Shouting the heal spell, he unleashes an overwhelming wave of blue magic. Era's fingers twitch as the healing energy courses through her. Her body lifts into the air, surrounded by crackling blue light as Ray sustains the spell. The torrent of energy swallows her silhouette completely. Outside, the elves rush toward the house, shouting in alarm and confusion. Fia sees the magic spiraling around the treehouse. Shocked, she wonders if Ray is responsible. Realizing it must be him, Fia sprints toward the house calling his name. Running in the rain of mana, she wonders when Ray decided he would never give up on Era. Overcome, Fia thinks that even this human is doing everything he can while the elves themselves have done nothing. The house doors rattle violently from the magical shockwave. Fia bursts in and sees Ray standing beneath a raging cyclone of blue energy. Ray strains upward, continuing to pour mana into the spell. Close up, he grimaces in pain as the effort takes its toll. He urges himself to hold on just a little longer. When the vortex finally stabilizes, he gasps and asks if the treatment is finished. He and Fia watch the glowing cocoon around Era, both silently pleading for her to return. Inside the light, Era's body is lifted higher as the healing reaches its climax. A shockwave of mana knocks Fia back and slams into Ray as well. Ray screams as the backlash from the spell hurls him into a wall. He crashes to the floor, drained and barely conscious. With effort he forces one eye open, groaning. He then sees Era standing, fully restored and floating serenely in radiant light. Era opens her clear blue eyes, now awake at last. Collapsed on the ground, Ray weakly calls her name in relief. A close view shows his exhausted eyes slowly closing. In a dark void, Ray's consciousness drifts as he wonders where he is and feels as though he is submerged in water. The sensation is warm and comfortable, and he thinks he just wants to rest a little longer. From outside that darkness, Era declares that from now on Ray will be under her jurisdiction. Another elf protests that he is human, and even accuses Ray of having done improper things with Era's body. Hearing her voice in the void, Ray recognizes it as Era's and strains to listen. Era says she cannot keep listening to their complaints, pointing out that while everyone else abandoned her for over 20 years, only that human fought for her. She notes bitterly that the ones who truly saved her were not the worshipful elves but Ray, who pitied and helped her. Ray reflects that her voice in this darkness sounds truly beautiful. Floating in the void, he repeats to himself how beautiful that voice is. He suddenly jolts awake, shouting Era's name. Sitting up on the bed at sunset, he looks around in confusion. Seeing his own unharmed hand, he wonders if everything was just a dream. Then he hears Era, now fully awake behind him, asking if he called for her. He turns to see Era sitting beside him in a new dress, smiling. She reassures him gently that she is right there. Ray, eyes wet with relief, tentatively says her name again. Era shifts closer to him, her dress rustling. She suddenly embraces him, saying it was her drawing he had mocked in the book. Still hugging him, she explains that picture was just something she had drawn out of boredom, and asks him not to be so surprised. Blushing, Ray asks if she heard everything he said while she was unconscious. She smiles and confirms that she heard all of it. Stroking his cheek, she softly laughs. Era looks at him fondly and asks why he is crying. Thanking him, she says he was the only one who stayed by her until the very end and that without his persistence they would not be together now. She then realizes she does not even know his name and asks him for it. Ray introduces himself as Ray. Era thoughtfully repeats his name, tasting the sound. She beams and tells him she thinks it is a wonderful name. Outside, the restored treehouse glows warmly in the evening light. Ray stands at the window, momentarily speechless as he thinks about everything that has happened. He calls out to Era, suggesting they go outside since she is awake and pointing out that the elves are worried about her. Era replies that for 20 years the elves did little more than occasionally check on her, and that none truly cared for her. With lingering anger, she asks if they really expect that resentment to vanish in a single day. Ray hesitates, unsure how to answer. He instead asks her when she first regained consciousness. Puzzled, Era asks what he means by regaining consciousness. Ray clarifies his question, wanting to know at what point, while lying there, she actually became aware. Era calmly reveals that she was actually conscious the entire time she seemed unconscious. Ray reacts in shock to Era's revelation. Ray confirms in disbelief that Era stayed conscious ever since she first collapsed. Imagining her chained and immobile, Ray realizes she lay there fully aware, simply waiting. Starting to speak, Ray struggles to express his feelings. Ray tells Era she fought hard in her ordeal and ultimately prevailed. Flustered, Era tries to respond. Becoming emotional, Era hesitates as she prepares to explain herself. Era narrates that she once harbored hatred toward humans. She reflects that, from her perspective, humans always caused trouble and never regretted it. Because of that history, she says, she despised humanity. Yet the memory of a warm hand taking hers begins to change that feeling. Ray recalls examining her and noting her body was healthy, puzzled why she died early. Era remembers how the human who claimed he would heal her touched her, angering her at first, but notes that Ray was different. She explains that Ray expected nothing in return and gave her more care and affection than anyone ever had. Ray once casually chatted about having tea with FIA, remarking that elven tea always tastes bland. Era remembers listening, amused, to Ray's opinion that elven tea is bland. She recalls Ray asking about a flower named Dare in his book, wondering if it matched the one in the yard. Thinking of that flower, Era muses that Ray resembles it, since Dare symbolizes smiling self-sacrifice. Ray once bluntly criticized one of her drawings as awful. Era remembers feeling awkwardly hurt hearing out loud that her drawing skills were bad. She pictures Ray's surprised face from that moment. She cherishes the idea that she might someday answer Ray directly. Era concludes that being able to respond to him is now the only thing she truly desires. Overwhelmed, Era bursts into tears. She silently thanks Ray for everything as she cries beside him. Era leaps into Ray's arms, thanking him specifically for never giving up on her. Elsewhere, under the night sky, someone asks about the missing saint's whereabouts. A village representative apologetically insists they truly do not know where the saint is. The priestess decides to withdraw for now and apologizes for the abrupt nighttime visit. She begins to add a serious condition before leaving. She warns that if the villagers are lying and hiding the saint, the entire temple will interrogate them. Later, she examines a document, or map, and thinks. Studying the map, she reasons that if the kingdom-wide search fails, another step is needed. She points to the last unexplored area on the map, identifying it as their remaining lead. She orders her forces to depart for the forest immediately. Back at the elven village, night falls peacefully over the surrounding lake and mountains. Ray sits outside and wonders what his future in this village will be. Era reassures him that as the elves' savior he has nothing to fear. She reminds him that he saved her life. Era vows that if anyone disrespects Ray, she will intervene. With cold resolve, she says she will personally speak with anyone who mistreats him. The next day, Ray notices he still has not met any elves other than Era and finds that suspicious. He realizes that the massive flow of mana around Era's treehouse is likely scaring the elves away. Ray concludes the elves may be afraid of either his power or Era's, just as she calls to him. Era recalls how, during the mana infusion, he placed his hand on hers. Smiling, she now reenacts that moment by gently holding his hand. She admits she was shocked to meet someone whose mana could actually affect her body. Feeling his mana then, she realized there are genuinely kind humans in the world. She tells Ray not to worry, saying he can simply live here as himself. Ray closes his eyes and smiles softly at her reassurance. Curious, he suddenly asks Era how old she is. Embarrassed, Era dodges the question, calling her age a secret. Ray jokes that with an elf's long lifespan she might be around 200 years old. Era falls silent, clearly uncomfortable. He pushes further, guessing 500 years, and she continues to wordlessly sweat. When he wonders if she could be 1,000, Era yells that she is nowhere near that old. She scolds him for his wild guesses while he laughs and insists he was joking. Her irritation fades into a quiet laugh. Looking at the moon, Era thinks the whole exchange is amusing. She confides she has never felt this warm, unfamiliar emotion before and wonders if it is happiness. Ray teases that it is odd to feel happy while being made fun of, but she insists she truly is. Era reflects that she never knew happiness because she had never bothered to care about anything. Ray then asks if she thinks she can finally be happy from now on. She answers that she can, as long as Ray stays by her side. Ray remembers, when healing her, feeling deeply dissatisfied with his own limitations. He realized his overwhelming feeling back then was frustration at his lack of ability. Though once the best doctor in his previous life, he now feels helpless and reliant on luck. Determined, he decides that gaining medical experience in this world is essential. Knowing the Holy Empire is medically advanced and already seeking him, he resolves on a course of action. Ray sets his goal to become a saint and obtain all of the Holy Empire's medical knowledge. He regrets he may not be able to spend much time with Era but accepts it as necessary. Era remarks that the commotion outside suggests something is happening in the village. Down below, elves clamor around the elder, asking him to address their grievances, as the noise grows. Watching from above, Ray wonders if they should intervene. The gathered elves angrily demand to know why the elder hid how close to death Era had been and their potential danger from humans. The elder humbly apologizes, taking responsibility for the secrecy. Ray notes the crowd's accusations are becoming harsher and suggests they wait. Era scoffs, recalling that none of these elves visited her while she lay bedridden. Calling their behavior disgusting, she strides away while Ray calls after her. She rises into the air on a surge of wind and mana, heading toward the assembly. Surrounded by swirling light, Era descends majestically before the crowd. The elder is stunned to see Era suddenly appear among the arguing elves. With a stern expression, she orders everyone to stop. The assembled elves cry out her name in relief and awe. She declares she will hear no more complaints and asks whether any of them had visited her before. The elves look away in guilty silence. Era scoffs again at their lack of response. She rebukes them for having done nothing for her yet daring to question the elder. Some elves kneel and begin to stammer an apology. Era presses them to justify themselves. One elf argues that if the elder had told them, they would have gone to her, and suggests Era herself ordered the secrecy. The elder is shocked and protests this accusation. From the sidelines, Ray worries that the argument is only becoming more complex. Era's eyes blaze with anger as she mentally condemns the elf for saying something so outrageous. Mana storms around her as she demands how he dares voice such an atrocious claim. The unleashed magic surges, overwhelming the crowd as they face her wrath. Elves are blasted back by her power, screaming in pain. The outspoken elf convulses, shocked by crackling energy. He collapses unconscious at Era's feet as the magical assault ends. Era coldly calls the villagers ungrateful brats. She declares that if they insist on blaming her, she will simply leave the forest. The elder desperately shouts her name, trying to stop her. Terrified villagers fall to their knees, begging Era to forgive them and blaming the unconscious elf for provoking her. Later, Ray watches Era return to the treehouse and worries about her emotional state. He realizes that without a high elf protecting this place, the village would be defenseless. Thinking of that, he anxiously calls Era's name. From outside, Era quietly asks Ray if he truly meant to leave for the Holy Empire. Inside, Ray grumbles about her attitude as the high elf, clearly frustrated. Era fumes that the authority of a high elf has fallen shockingly low. Ray gently asks if she really intends to abandon the village. She sighs that leaving might be better than watching her people fight among themselves. Looking down, Era admits nobody had ever sought her out before all this. Ray asks where she intends to go if she does leave. She says there is somewhere she has always wanted to visit. Reflecting on the chaos after just 20 years without her guidance, she laments how unruly the elves have become. Ray jokes that for her to call 20 years brief she really must be 1,000 years old, prompting an indignant denial. From outside, the villagers cry for Era to come out and forgive them. Inside, Ray watches Era sigh heavily at their pleas. He suggests that her vow to leave was said in anger rather than as a real intention. Era insists that elves do not lie and that she genuinely meant what she said. Ray acknowledges they treated her badly but reminds her that they still rely on her protection. She quietly agrees, accepting that they do need her. Ray's words help her reaffirm that responsibility. Seeing this, Ray smiles and says he is glad she realizes it. Era begins to say that if Ray is willing. She then asks him if he would like to stay in the village with her. Ray blushes in surprise as she suggests it would be joyful for them to remain together. He thanks her for the offer but says he cannot accept. Ray explains that he must go to the Holy Empire. Era, alarmed, repeats the destination and hears that the Holy Empire is actively searching for him. Ray elaborates that they believe he is a saint according to some prophecy. Era is stunned that a prophecy claims he is a saint even though he uses mana instead of divine power. Ray shrugs that the temple told him his lack of divine power is due to not being baptized, which he does not fully understand either. Era is shaken by the idea of a saint without divine power, noting that such power normally distinguishes saints from normal humans. She confirms that Ray used magic rather than holy power to heal her because the situation was urgent. Era recalls that her mysterious illness prevented her from using mana yet left her mind intact, making it feel like a curse. She realizes Ray cured that curse with only the basic first circle healing spell heal, defying all known magical theory. She also grasps that he is supposedly a saint despite lacking divine powers at all. Era wonders if Ray might become the most extraordinary saint in history. Amused, she lets out a quiet laugh. She then says she feels silly for agonizing over whether to stay or leave the village. Resolving herself, Era tells Ray they should set out. Outside, the elves kneel in rows as Era and Ray approach them together. Standing before them with Ray and the elder, Era demands to hear what the villagers have to say for themselves. The elves admit they were arrogant and apologize for taking her protection for granted. They collectively beg her forgiveness and ask her not to remain angry. Hearing their remorse, Era declares she will retract her statement about leaving the village. She tells them she understands their anger toward the elder but explains he only acted to protect them. Ray adds that if news spread that Era could die, it might invite human aggression, so the elder's secrecy was meant to keep them all safe. Era reprimands the elves, saying they share blame for not seeking the truth themselves. She declares both sides at fault but insists the elder must remain to supervise the village. The kneeling elf, Fia, respectfully accepts Era's decision. Era smiles, seeming satisfied with the response. She calms down and, no longer angry, reaches out in a gentle gesture. Era proposes holding a banquet to thank the village's savior, surprising Ray. Ray reacts nervously, questioning the sudden idea of a banquet. A distant scream pierces the night in a dark forest. Knights battle a hulking rock monster, cursing it as they struggle. The knight leader orders his troops to stop conserving strength and focus on forcing a path. The priestess powers up with holy light, declaring they will break through the monster-filled area today. A voice calls out to Lord Iriel from within the forest. A priest reports they should reach the elven village by the end of the day. Their commander, Iriel, sipping tea, comments that progress feels slow despite the small dispatch force. She asks her subordinates' opinion on their pace. He explains that heavy monster presence slows them, though he believes their rate is acceptable. Iriel remarks that traveling alone would be much faster. The subordinate apologizes tearfully for being a burden. Iriel abruptly sets down her teacup. She ends the break and orders everyone to resume marching. Decorations signal the elven village preparing for the banquet. Ray, awkward, tries to speak as the festivities begin. The whole village is lavishly decorated with banners and balloons. Looking over the village square, Ray wonders what all the preparations are for. Elves gather cheerfully under the great tree, the festival in full swing. Someone calls out to Ray, drawing his attention. Fia runs up happily, saying everyone has been waiting for him. She urges Ray to join the festivities, while he notes he expected a small party. Fia reminds him he is the village's savior, implying such celebration is natural. She says she has errands and cannot accompany him, but trusts he can attend alone. Ray asks Fia where she is going. Fia grips her weapon, saying festivals lower the village's guard and she must work. She tells Ray to enjoy the festival and promises to see him later. Watching her leave, Ray hopes everything goes well. Ray suddenly shouts Fia's name to stop her. He calls after her, suggesting they meet that night to eat together. Fia explodes in flustered shock at his casual invite. Grabbing his collar, she demands to know if he is serious. Blushing, she admits no one has ever invited her like that before. Realizing she got carried away, she hurriedly excuses herself and runs off. As she dashes away, Fia makes Ray promise to come get her later. Ray, lying on the ground from her tackle, thinks he is fine as long as Fia is happy. Ray then decides he should head into the main festivities as well. Nearby elves dance and socialize as the banquet continues. Female elves excitedly pull Ray into their group and invite him to join them. Male elves crowd around Ray at the food table, urging him to try various dishes. Though grateful, Ray privately finds the constant attention exhausting. Elsewhere, Era's house stands high in the great tree, away from the celebration. The door to Era's residence opens. Inside, beside a teacup, someone wonders aloud what is going on outside. Era, drinking tea, asks why the center of attention, Ray, is hiding with her. Ray says he is tired and that her place is the only quiet spot to relax. Era gently tells him to rest if he wishes. As they sit, Ray notices and comments on a strange scent in the room. He recognizes it as the fragrance of dirt flowers. Era confirms and says the scent is her way of celebrating this special day for him. Ray samples the tea thoughtfully. He then asks Era why she herself stays inside instead of joining the festival. Era notes he brought up a heavy subject over tea, and Ray tells her she need not answer if it is difficult. Deciding to be honest, Era considers where to begin her explanation. She starts by saying that long ago an incident occurred between an elf and a high elf. Era explains that high elves are born into privileged status and revered above normal elves. She says one elf clashed with a young high elf, prompting that high elf to leave the village. Era implies Ray now understands why she isolates herself. Ray realizes she stays inside to prevent similar conflict from arising again. As she continues, she is suddenly interrupted. A close-up shows an arrow streaking toward Era's head. Era dodges in shock, reacting to the sudden attack. Ray anxiously asks her what is wrong. Era senses trouble on the village outskirts. She grimly states that unwanted visitors have arrived. Ray repeats the phrase in confusion, realizing intruders are present. He panics at the implication, suspecting the worst. The scene shifts to the forest's edge, bathed in ominous light. There, Fia confronts armed humans, demanding to know why they are in elven territory. She notices they have brought a full armed force with them. The human knights line up as their leader insists they are not here to fight. The commander smiles, saying they only wish to meet the saint. Fia eyes them suspiciously, remaining silent. Hidden observers wonder what has happened with these humans. Fia recognizes among them an elf she had only heard of in rumors. That elf leader begins answering Fia's earlier question about why they came. She states that their purpose is to find the saint. Fia coldly replies that no such person exists here and orders them to leave. The elf commander asks to speak further and inquires whether Fia has seen a white-haired boy. A cut shows Ray's distinctive white hair, connecting him to the question. Fia repeats the description in alarm, clearly thinking of Ray. The commander smirks, saying this reaction confirms her suspicion. She states that Fia has already seen the saint. Fia denies knowing who the saint is, while the commander presses, asking if she at least knows the white-haired person. Fia's silence betrays her concern. The commander reiterates they do not wish for battle, only to escort the saint. She promises to withdraw once their business is done and even offers repayment if Fia cooperates. Fia, injured but stubborn, prepares to stand again. Alarmed knights draw their swords as tensions spike. The commander laments that bloodshed is now inevitable unless they hand over that one person. Fia declares that the boy already saved their village once and that everyone will gladly fight to protect him. The commander pauses, then darkly offers an alternative. She warns that opposing them will trigger a holy war. She asks Fia if she is willing to accept that consequence. Fia reels at the threat of a holy war. She realizes the invaders are agents of the Holy Empire. A stone is kicked or tossed, signaling the start of combat. Fia unleashes a glowing aura blade, charging into battle. The commander asks if Fia is truly choosing war. Fia retorts that war is what humans always seem to desire. A commanding finger points forward, giving an order. The commander orders her knights to open a path, and they roar their assent. Knights advance with blades drawn toward Fia. Fia rushes forward at blinding speed. The knights panic as she vanishes from sight. She reappears within their ranks, slashing one knight's neck. Fia continues her assault, cutting through the formation with deadly strikes. Watching, the commander judges Fia's power weaker than she had expected. She concludes Fia's aura blade is only at a beginner level. Priests in the rear cast buffing and protection spells on their allies. They also heal wounded knights, rapidly restoring their strength. FIA cuts down one of the supporting priests. A knight shouts that the enemy is faster than anticipated and orders a defensive formation. Another knight swings his sword with a battle cry as the melee intensifies. A cleric frantically casts healing magic on the injured. Even after being slashed, the priest continues to heal comrades through the pain. FIA notes that their numbers and healing magic prevent them from falling, meaning the line will eventually break. She steels herself, realizing the situation is turning dire. She then identifies the commander as the key threat. FIA vaults over a knight, aiming a kick and strike deeper into the enemy line. As a knight cries out to protect Ariel, FIA lunges directly at the commander. The clash sends shockwaves across the forest. Wincing, FIA grits her teeth from the impact. Ariel easily blocks and counters, revealing their vast difference in strength. Smirking, she declares that the power gap between them is overwhelming. She channels bright energy into her fist. Ariel drives the glowing punch toward FIA. The blow explodes against FIA's torso, sending her flying with a scream. FIA is launched high into the air before crashing back down. She tumbles violently across the ground. Standing over her, Ariel casually asks if FIA still wants to continue fighting. From FIA's viewpoint, Ariel looms unconcerned as FIA struggles to move. Clutching her wound, FIA insists she cannot let them pass. Ariel calls her persistence pointless, and says they only need the saint handed over. She repeats that there is no reason for FIA to keep resisting if she just surrenders the boy. Bleeding, FIA's hand tightens around her sword as she whispers refusal. She reforges her aura, the blade glowing with renewed blue light. With fierce determination, FIA vows she will never hand Ray over. Meanwhile, in the forest, someone asks how much farther they must run. Era, racing with Ray, says she can already sense the battle ahead. She tells him they are almost there. Ray worries aloud about how many invaders have come, fearing they might have brought an entire army. They both react in shock as they finally glimpse the battlefield. The last image shows blood-soaked flowers and pooled blood, foreshadowing the carnage they are about to witness. In a bloody clearing, the wounded elf FIA stands alone against surrounding knights while someone screams her name. FIA's back is shown riddled with wounds, barely standing and drenched in blood. The white-haired boy shouts at FIA to move and frantically asks if she can hear him. FIA, dazed, notices the white-haired boy and fixates on him. The knights realize the white-haired boy is the prophesied saint. The kneeling knights declare they have come to serve the saint. A blood-stained armored figure approaches and politely greets the saint. The newcomer introduces herself as Saint Ariel Belize and apologizes for her bloody appearance. The boy silently glares, taking in the situation. Era appears before him, and he calls out her name. Era orders him not to approach the saint, and blocks his path. Era coldly warns the knights that they will die if they stand in her way. The knights falter, unnerved by Era's killing intent. Ray and Era rush to support the collapsing FIA and check if she is alright. FIA, half-conscious, insists they must stop the saint from coming. FIA repeats her plea to stop the saint, and then collapses as Ray screams her name. Ray notes FIA is covered in blood with a dislocated shoulder, and wonders how she held off all the enemies alone. Ray painfully forces FIA's dislocated shoulder back into place to treat her. Ariel cheerfully urges the saint to return with her to the castle. Ray, tightening his torn shirt, replies that the people are waiting for the saint's appearance. Ray clutches FIA's hand tightly, worried for her condition. Ariel explains that since Ray was chosen by God for a great purpose, it is time for him to fulfill his role. Ray reacts in shock to this talk of a divine accomplishment. He questions Ariel, repeating the word, accomplishment, in disbelief. Ariel insists that being chosen by God means being capable of performing miracles. Ray murmurs, causing miracles, and starts to process what that implies. Looking at the unconscious FIA, he asks if Ariel thinks such violence is justified by her grand goal. Ariel defends herself, saying she only politely asked FIA, tried peaceful means, warned her of force, and claims FIA chose to resist. Ray points out that Ariel trespassed into elf territory, and used force just to obtain him, questioning her justification. Ariel answers that everything she did was necessary. Ray retorts that she should not expect him to simply go along with her after all this. Ariel, eyes glowing, says she would prefer not to use force against another saint. Era, furious, condemns Ariel for invading their land, causing trouble, and threatening her savior with force. Era challenges Ariel, saying they should test what the Holy Empire is really capable of. Ariel laments that it is cruel to pit a mere elf against the might of the Holy Empire. Era, eyes darkened, tells Ariel to find out whether she is bluffing or serious. Knights charge at Era, vowing to make her pay for threatening the saint. A flash of power shatters their weapons in midair. A knight stares at his broken blade, stunned at how this happened. Era, unfazed, invites them to keep trying to attack. The knights begin to panic, realizing they are hopelessly outmatched. They drop to their knees before Era, begging for their lives and asking forgiveness. Era mocks Ariel's vaunted force, doubting such weak followers could accomplish anything. Ariel concludes that her man's failure stems from a lack of faith in the Lord. Era pities Ariel, saying she is unfortunate to think God only granted her power, and that she is trapped in her rigid view of divine will. Ariel's fist glows with holy power as she prepares to strike. She lunges and punches Era, snapping that Era talks too much. Era activates a spell named Hold, Chains of light bind Ariel's body, stopping her attack. Era taunts Ariel, asking how it feels for the Holy Empire's power to be halted by a mere elf. Ariel, straining against the chains, insists this is not the full might of the Holy Empire. She screams that she will do anything to bring the saint back, even if it means cutting him into pieces. The forest trembles as tension peaks. Era furiously tells Ariel not to defile Rei with her foul words. Era declares that while Rei may be just meat, in Ariel's eyes, he is more precious to her than Ariel can imagine. Ariel, shaken, listens as Era continues speaking. Era threatens that she could wipe the entire Holy Empire from the map with a snap of her fingers, when Rei suddenly commands her to stop. Rei tells them he is willing to go to the Holy Empire after all. Ariel lights up with hope, but Rei says he still has a caveat. Rei states that he will go under one condition. He repeats that he will go to the Holy Empire, but only if certain conditions are met. Ariel nervously asks what conditions he wants. Rei's first condition is that he will not be a saint for God. He clarifies that he will become a saint only by his own choice and must be free to quit whenever he wishes. Ariel is horrified that he would even think of resigning from being a saint. Rei raises 2 fingers and moves on to his second condition. He warns that if anything like this attack happens again, he does not know how he will react. Ariel anxiously asks what will happen if they repeat their actions. Rei threatens that in such a case he might simply leave the Holy Empire and become a saint for one of its enemies. Ariel reassures herself that even if he betrayed God he would lose his holy powers, trying to rationalize the threat. Rei asks if there is anything else to discuss. Ariel says yes. His third condition is that he be granted authority to access every library within the Holy Empire. Ariel, relieved by this reasonable demand, says that part will be easy to grant. Rei announces a fourth condition, astonishing Ariel that there is more. He demands proper compensation for his work as saint, including food, clothing, and housing. Ariel, still reeling, asks what specific compensation he wants. Rei answers that of course he means money. Ariel is left speechless and mentally overwhelmed. A priest urges Ariel to abandon this recruitment, saying the saint's position should not accept such conditions. Another priest agrees and questions a saint who wants to be paid, suspecting God made a mistake. Ariel glares at them for implying God erred and then apologizes, saying they can accept all conditions except the first. She formally states that every condition but Rei's freedom from divine obligation is acceptable. Rei sighs and says the first condition is actually the most important to him. Ariel despairs and calls on God, overwhelmed by the negotiation. Rei introduces a fifth condition. He demands that Ariel apologize to the gravely injured FI. He specifies that the apology must be heartfelt and sincere. Rei then tells Era to release Ariel and let her go. Ariel staggers free, shocked by the demand. She says she cannot apologize. Ariel pleads that as a saintess who carries out God's will, her position makes apologizing difficult. Rei counters that she never considered the elves' position when threatening them, questioning her appeal for understanding. Ariel insists she had no choice because she had to bring him out after he refused all their requests. Rei calmly interprets this as her saying she simply cannot apologize. Ariel admits that is true. She explains she could apologize only on her own behalf, but as a representative of them, her words may incur God's wrath. Rei accepts her explanation with a clipped "Alright." He then declares the negotiation over and tells her to ask her God for another saint instead. Ariel is stunned, unable to believe he is turning them down. Rei tells Era they should leave to tend to FI, and he agrees to head back. Ariel watches them move FI and calls out for them to wait. She runs after Rei, asking him to hold on. Ariel begs him to reconsider, saying she cannot apologize but can offer other arrangements. Rei firmly says he does not need alternatives and repeats that all he wants is an apology. Ariel is left trembling in silence, torn between duty and conscience. Rei hoists FI on his back and tells Era they should go home. As they walk under a fiery sky, Era asks Rei if he is sure he should have refused the offer. She says it is still not too late to return and that the Holy Empire would gladly welcome him if he agreed. Rei answers that he has no regrets and that if they cannot apologize after what they did, he would rather not follow them. Era wonders why he went so far for elves of another race. Rei smiles and says he simply wants to do what he wants to do. When Era asks what he ultimately wants, Rei answers that he wants a happy life. Era replies that wanting happiness is all the more reason he should become a saint. Rei muses that living as a saint who grumbles over trivial things while healing the sick and injured might not be such a bad life. He concludes that he would be content just being happy in a small place. Era smiles warmly at his simple wish. Watching the sunset, she tells him he is truly unique. The sun sets over the forest, closing this turbulent day. Ariel stands alone in the bloody clearing, silently replaying Rei's rejection in her mind. Rei's words about the matter being over if she refuses to apologize echo in her thoughts. She broods, speechless and conflicted. A priest nervously asks if perhaps God made a mistake in choosing this saint. Ariel repeats the word mistake, clearly troubled by the idea. She drops her blood-stained armor and cloak to the ground, startling the priest. Ariel tells her entourage to return to the Holy Empire without her. She announces that she herself is going to the elf village. Elsewhere, 2 elves worry about FIA's condition, noting how badly hurt she was. They are startled when Ariel appears alone on the forest path. They aim weapons at her and order the human to stop and not approach. Ariel raises her hands, saying she did not come to fight but to visit the saint in their village. The elves are shocked to hear there is supposedly a saint living among them. They insist that no human can enter the village and warn her to leave or be treated as an enemy. Ariel then politely asks them to at least inform the saint that she is waiting nearby. The lead elf refuses and orders her to go back where she came from. Ariel instead asks permission to simply remain outside the village. She promises she will not cause them any harm. The elves begrudgingly tell her she may stay far away but warn that any sudden movement will be met with retaliation. Ariel bows deeply, thanking them and assuring them she will not approach at all. The elves lower their weapons slightly, watching her warily. One elf wonders if the saint she mentioned is really Ray. Ariel sets down her pack near the forest edge to camp there. She kneels on the ground, preparing to pray. Ariel begins a solemn prayer, surrounded by golden light. She resolves, at least for now, to wait patiently. The elves decide they should report this situation to Ray. Evening falls over the elf village as festivities and lights flicker. Fia lies bandaged in bed, murmuring, for now, in her sleep. Ray, exhausted, notes that they have managed to extinguish most of the fires in the village. Later he knocks on a door, calling out to Ray, revealing this is his own name being summoned by someone else. An elf informs Ray that someone is waiting for him just outside the village, looking specifically for him. Ray realizes the people he was expecting have finally arrived. He anxiously asks how many enemies are coming and is surprised to hear it is only one person. Ray, confused, confirms that they really said only one person is approaching. Night falls over the forest as something approaches through the trees. An elf announces his arrival, and Ray happily greets him as Ray. Ray's elf friend jokes that Ray has been the festival's center of attention and says it looked like they did not need his help. Ray asks who has been looking for him, prompting his friend to start to explain. The elf points out that the person looking for Ray is a girl standing nearby. Ray sees the saintly girl praying alone in a glowing aura and wonders why she is out there. Ray walks up to the praying girl, surrounded by holy light. Ray addresses the girl as Saint and says he heard she was looking for him, but she remains silently praying. An elf tells Ray to forget it because she has remained like that in prayer since sunset, for about 3 hours. Ray silently studies her, concerned. Deciding to wait, Ray says he is sure she will wake soon and settles in nearby. Time passes to the next morning as the forest brightens. At dawn the girl finally exhales as her long prayer ends. She stretches awake from her praying posture, and Ray internally wonders what kind of prayer lasts all day. Ray is stunned that her prayer took an entire day to complete. A flashback shows Ray finding the saint gravely wounded out in the forest, and questioning what she is doing there. The wounded saint says there is something she must tell him. Ray bluntly asks if she has come to apologize. She says she cannot apologize directly but wants to show respect for the elves' forest through her actions. Ray paraphrases her reasoning, accusing her of thinking her mere presence should satisfy them. She panics and insists that is not what she meant, so Ray demands she clarify. She explains that, due to her circumstances, she cannot verbally apologize but intends to repent through prayer until the elves accept it. Ray warns her that if she leaves her official position, the Holy Empire will come searching for her. He continues that her disappearance would provoke the Holy Empire into another conflict with the elves. She replies that this is exactly why she is praying, claiming her talks with her god will keep the Holy Empire from acting rashly. Ray doubts her and asks how he can believe her, so she says his elf friend who detects lies can verify her sincerity. Era, the high elf, is shown as the one capable of checking the saint's words and protecting her. Ray weighs whether to trust the saint. The saint accepts his tentative decision with a simple acknowledgement. Ray tells her she can continue as she wishes for now but warns he will not protect her if the elves reject her. Overjoyed, she thanks him enthusiastically. As Ray turns away, she calls out to him again. Annoyed, he asks what she wants now. She hesitates nervously, thinking of a request. Shyly, she asks where she can go to freshen up, clearly self-conscious about her dirty state. Ray, irritated, thinks to himself that she is getting on his nerves. Time passes again, shown by a calm sky through the forest canopy. Later, the saint resumes long hours of glowing prayer in another clearing. 2 elves watch from a distance, humming thoughtfully as they observe her. They comment that, like yesterday, she has been praying non-stop all day and wonder why she is not exhausted. Ray arrives and is asked if he is heading home, agreeing that standing guard must be tiring. One elf asks Ray if it is really okay to leave the human girl like this. Ray falls silent, considering the question. He reflects on the saint's intense devotion and wonders about the god she serves. A gruesome memory flashes of the saint once undergoing brutal torture while still holding to her faith. Evening falls over Ray's home village. Ray returns home and calls out that he is back. His parents, caught hugging on the stairs, awkwardly greet their son. Ray, deadpan, tells them they can resume what they were doing. They protest as he slams the door, and his father calls after him. Ray drops his bag and heads straight for his room. Collapsing onto his bed, he mutters that the day was exhausting. Lying there, he exhales and grows thoughtful. He remembers Era telling him that it would help if he went to the Holy Empire. The memory continues with Ray asking what she means while sitting beside an unconscious elf. Era explains she knows he wants to go to the Holy Empire and encourages him to seize the opportunity. Ray reflects that Era is right, recalling his vow to study medicine in the Holy Empire so there will be no illness he cannot heal. Resolute, he sits up from bed. He begins packing books into his bag, confirming to himself that this is the right decision. With determination, he decides he cannot let this chance go to waste. A sudden exclamation from someone else interrupts, reacting to his decision. Cutlery clatters as his parents, shocked, ask what he just said. At the table, they repeat back his revelation that he is a saint who must go to the Holy Empire. Ray silently braces himself for their reaction. His parents, distressed, ask if he is serious and whether he will ever return. Ray says he plans to leave tomorrow, admits he does not know what will happen in the coming years, but vows to come home eventually. His mother breaks down crying, while his father laments that saints are supposed to remain in the Holy Empire for life. Ray gently reassures them that he will return and promises it. His mother hugs him tightly, wailing over the news that he must leave as a saint. His father scolds her for making it harder on Ray by crying so much. Through his own tears, Ray's father promises to keep Ray's mother and himself safe until Ray returns and urges him to stay safe. Ray and his parents share a choked, emotional moment together. Ray smiles and promises he will take care of himself. That night, from outside the house, his mother marvels that her boy is grown up and not even crying, while Ray protests faintly from inside. A new day dawns over the forest. The saint, exhausted from her ordeal, sighs while resting on the grass. She clutches her stomach in discomfort, feeling the effects of her Spartan lifestyle. She looks queasy as ominous sounds echo from her belly. Ray leads her into a field and tells her everything growing there is edible, inviting her to eat. Walking away, he tells her she can do whatever she wants now, which she finds off-putting. She stares at a gnarly plant and wonders how she is supposed to eat it. Grimacing, she picks up some slimy, bitter herbs. Forcing herself, she steels her nerves while holding the awful-looking plant. A chibi image shows her trying not to gag as she prepares to eat it. Her eyes widen in shock once she tastes it. She screams that it is incredibly bitter and spicy, while the elves stare in disbelief. Her stomach clenches painfully. She doubles over with cramps, panicking as the pain intensifies. The elves whisper to each other, wondering if she really just ate the plant raw and if this strange behavior is how humans enjoy change. Desperate, she cries out for water. A sparkling river is shown as her salvation. She sprints toward the water, frantic. She dives in headfirst, splashing loudly. She keeps her face submerged, guzzling water to soothe her mouth. From the riverbank, Ray calls out to the saint and internally wonders how he will live with the memory of this ridiculous scene. Time shifts again to another bright day. The saint collapses on the grass, sighing after all her trials. Lying there, she thinks maybe she should give up and return home. She stares up at the sky, sighing again. She resolves that this hardship is another trial she must endure. Ray appears above her and tells the saint to get up. He tells her to prepare herself because they are heading to the Holy Empire. She sits up, surprised, and asks for confirmation. Ray repeats that they are departing for the Holy Empire, and she timidly asks if that means he forgives her. He answers that he does not forgive her, which she admits she expected. Ray says she should simply get ready while he goes to say his goodbyes before they leave. Outside, another elf greets Ray and asks how FIA is doing. The elf says they have been waiting for him and tells him that FIA has just woken up. Ray rushes to FIA's house, calling her name. He bursts inside, happily shouting for FIA. FIA, bandaged and sitting up in bed, is stunned but glad to see him. Ray smiles and tells her he is relieved she is finally awake. He asks if she is okay and if everything feels alright, and she replies thankfully. Era arrives, observing that FIA is recovering faster than expected. Ray teases Era about being worried, but she insists she is just doing her duty as a high elf caring for her people. FIA tries to sit up to apologize to Era, but Era tells her not to move because she is not fully healed yet. Ray's packed bag catches Era's eye, signaling his imminent departure. Era remarks that his readiness shows he has made up his mind. Ray confirms he is going to the Holy Empire and wants to make the most of this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Era smiles, saying he made the right decision and will be leaving soon. FIA, alarmed, cries out in shock at the news. She apologizes for yelling in front of Era, but Era tells her not to worry. Ray jokingly addresses FIA as a child and offers to answer any questions she has. Era, annoyed, asks if he was just mimicking her way of speaking, and he sheepishly apologizes. FIA, still confused, asks where he is going and thought he planned to stay with the elves. She presses him, asking if he is really going to follow the humans back to the Holy Empire. Ray explains he already intended to go there anyway and admits she is right that he will be heading to the Holy Empire. When she asks how long he will be gone, he guesses it will be at least a few years. They both fall silent, staring at each other with mixed feelings. FIA forces a cheerful smile and tells him not to worry and to travel safely, while he replies that he will come back. Ray laughs to himself, remembering that elves perceive time very differently from humans. As he leaves FIA's room, Era asks if that is all he wanted to say and requests to talk with him a bit more before he departs. He agrees. Ray bids FIA a casual goodbye, saying he will see her soon, and she waves from her bed. The scene shifts to Era's house, bathed in warm sunlight. Inside, Era tells Ray there is something she wants to give him, and asks him to accept it. Curious, Ray asks what the gift is, and she tells him to give her his hand. He places his hand in hers, following her instruction. Era channels magic into his hand, explaining that she is placing her personal seal on him. She says the seal will serve as proof that she is always with him. Her glowing magic fully imprints the seal as their hands remain clasped. Ray stares at his now glowing hand in astonishment. He sees a shining symbol appear on the back of his hand and asks if that is what she meant. Era answers that the mark is essentially her. Ray silently processes this, looking puzzled at her. Panicking internally, he wonders if it is a slave-like contract seal that binds humans to elves, but Era hurriedly assures him it is nothing like that. She explains from off-panel that it is simply her seal and nothing to worry about, while Ray repeats the word uncertainly. Era clarifies that the mark is magic she placed on him, joking that she has basically given him herself as a present, like humans saying they called dibs on someone. The elf woman promises to always stay by his side and hopes her gift will protect him on his travels. The young man looks at his glowing hand, surprised by her magic. He smirks slightly, accepting the situation. Smiling brightly, he thanks her and says they will meet again soon. Time passes as the two companions walk through the forest. The female companion beams with happiness. She cheerfully follows while he walks ahead, a bit exasperated. He turns and asks if she is really that happy. She explains she is overjoyed to finally be going back to her lord, and he thinks life in the wild must have worn her out. They agree to set off together, with him addressing her as Saint. He gazes at the glowing sky as they leave. The sun sets over the forest as their journey begins. Watching the light, he grows thoughtful. She asks if he has any regrets about leaving. He says he will be back here anyway, so he has none. He confirms the Saintess will still honor the conditions he requested. She says they may need to renegotiate the first condition, but the others should stand. He glares, clearly displeased by her hedging. Grumbling, he urges her to get going while she laughs. Narration notes that their long journey has just begun. The scene shifts to a town at sunset, marking their arrival. Looking at a map in town, he recalls Iriel mentioning a place to visit before the Holy Empire. She clarifies they must first head along the Royal Road, not directly to the Holy Empire. A map explains they will travel from Celia to Cilia along the Royal Road, meet a dispatch squad there, then proceed to the Holy Empire. She says they should start moving in earnest, while he wonders why she is so excited. He calculates that the Royal Road is 4 days away but wonders if man-enhanced running could shorten it to 1 day, though he dislikes detours. Preparing to sprint all day, he stretches, prompting her to ask what he is doing. She appears with a horse, shocked that he intended to run the entire way. He innocently insists running would be faster, confusing her. She explains that even with her holy power the distance is extreme, so with only his mana he would never make it by running alone. He thinks he could manage with his mana vessels and would be faster than riding, but feels it rude to refuse her effort in securing a horse. Relenting, he agrees to travel by horse instead of exhausting himself. She admits she bought only one horse to save money and warns riding together may be cramped, but he says he cannot ride anyway so it is fine. She spurs the horse into a gallop. They ride off enthusiastically towards Cilia. That night, they decide to rest in the forest, and he volunteers to cook. He ignites their campfire with a simple fire spell. The flames burst up, impressing his companion. She marvels that he can cast magic with only a trigger word and estimates his skill near a 2-circle mage. He downplays his ability while tending the pot. He conjures water into the pot with another spell. With the container and water ready, he thinks all he needs now are ingredients. When he tries to add a strange plant, she panics and yells for him not to put it in. He insists the spicy, bitter plant tastes good and reminds her she has eaten it before, which horrifies her. He realizes she previously ate the raw leaves instead of the edible roots. Chiding her gently, he explains only the roots should be eaten, though the more nutritious leaves are extremely bitter. She is disturbed that he never told her this earlier. To apologize, he offers her a freshly cooked bowl, saying it will taste completely different. She shyly accepts the bowl. She examines the creamy stew with bits of ingredients mixed in. Smelling and seeing how appetizing it is, she is surprised. She scoops up a spoonful. She tastes the dish. Overwhelmed, she exclaims that it is delicious. He watches in disbelief as she devours the food, wondering if the Holy Empire starves its people. Concluding she is stranger than he thought, he tells her to slow down while she keeps eating by the fire. The next day they finally see Cilia, and she points out the massive castle dominating the city. Riding through the bustling marketplace, she notes its size and asks if he is glad he came with her. Arriving at Cilia Castle, she says the dispatch squad should be there as well. He thinks to himself that it is his first time there, and hopes nothing goes wrong. They ride up to the castle gate guarded by soldiers. A guard bows and warmly welcomes the Saintess back. The guard then asks who the young man riding behind her is. She introduces him as a saint. She teasingly presses him to confirm his new title, making him uncomfortable. Playing along, he formally introduces himself as Saint Ray. They are then escorted through the ornate halls toward the audience chamber. Senior clergy greet the Saintess, saying it is good to see her again. She reports she has completed her mission in Cilia and asks that word be sent that they will return to the Holy Empire tomorrow with the saint. The cleric agrees and promises to inform the Empire and prepare for their departure. She tells Ray he can rest now and offers to show him his lodging for the night. A door opens to reveal his quarters. He is stunned by the luxurious room prepared for him. Comparing it to a 5-star hotel he never had time to visit back on Earth, he marvels that he can stay somewhere so nice. She asks if the room suits him, and he comments that it must have been very expensive. She says she will leave so he can rest, confirming they will head to the Holy Empire in the morning. With a slightly ominous smile, she tells him she will see him tomorrow morning. As she walks away, he feels unsettled and confused by her tone. He wonders what she is plotting, sensing she has some hidden agenda. Relaxing in his robe, he sighs in relief. Lying on the bed, he muses that he will finally go to the Holy Empire tomorrow. As he drifts to sleep, he wonders what the Holy Empire will be like. Morning arrives over Cilia Castle. Ray knocks on the saintess's door, asking if the saint is awake. Drowsy but ready, he tells the saintess he is prepared to depart. She smiles and says if he is ready, they should head out. Dressed formally, she cheerfully announces they are going to see His Majesty. Ray repeats that they are going to see His Majesty, then suddenly realizes what that implies. Alarmed, he asks what she just said and who exactly they are meeting. She explains they are going to meet the king of the Sicilian Empire, which he inwardly questions. He complains that she should have told him this plan yesterday. She breezily says there is no need to be nervous since they are only giving their report and saying goodbye before leaving. He retorts that he needed to learn proper customs before meeting a king. She admits she kept it secret so he would not lose sleep and asks if that is a problem. Ray thinks she has cleverly outmaneuvered him and that her excessive kindness is suspicious. In the throne room, a voice invites them in and praises their hard work. The king asks if Ray is the newly chosen saint, and Ray answers yes. Ray realizes this dignified man is the king of Sicilia. The king welcomes them warmly, noting they must be tired from traveling, and Ariel thanks him for letting them rest first. They both stand before the throne, with Ariel bowing properly while Ray awkwardly mimics her. She has to prompt Ray to respond as he forgets to bow at first. He hastily bows, matching her. Ray whispers accusingly, asking if she withheld etiquette lessons just to embarrass him. The king tells them to raise their heads and thanks them. He notes he has heard they plan to return to the Holy Empire that day, and Ariel confirms it. She explains that their ability to return is thanks to his support, and expresses the Holy Empire's gratitude. The king laughs modestly, saying he did little and wishes them divine protection on their journey. Ariel adds that because he let them stay in Sicilia, they were able to find and retrieve the saint safely, and promises to repay the debt. The king muses about this promised debt, and says he will remember it for when he needs a favor. He again verifies that Ray is the new saint, and Ray introduces himself. Observing Ray, the king notes internally that he cannot sense any mana and that Ray's body looks more like a swordsman's than a mage's. Relieved, the king thinks another saint has not really appeared and concludes Ray is nothing to worry about. He says it is an honor to meet both a saint and a saintess together, and Ray thanks him. Ray quietly asks Ariel if they should be leaving soon. As the audience seems about to end, the king calls out to Saintess Ariel again. He reminds her of her promise to repay his favor. Startled, she confirms and asks if there is something he needs help with. He hesitates and begins to explain his situation. The king reveals that his cousin, the Archduke's daughter, is suffering from an unknown illness that no clergy have been able to diagnose or heal. He requests that they visit and see the sick girl, prompting Ray to internally protest. Ray, thinking they already have a long trip ahead, wants her to decline, but she instead agrees. Ray shouts in shock as she says there is no way she could refuse a personal request from the king. The king happily thanks her, trusting that with a saint present they will be able to handle everything. Ariel forces a smile, thinking this outcome is not what she wanted. Later in the castle courtyard, Ray grumbles in frustration about the detour. He complains that the journey to the Holy Empire keeps being delayed, while she nervously begins to explain. She says the delay is because he is now part of the Holy Empire, and should see how to use his divine powers for the good of the world by accompanying her. Ray points out that detouring to the Archduke's territory before the Holy Empire will only lengthen their trip, and she reluctantly admits it will. He reluctantly gives in, accepting the plan. Ray reasons that since someone is sick, they should help as soon as possible, as a doctor's duty is to go wherever patients need him. Narration reflects his belief that helping patients wherever they are is the true duty of a doctor. Meanwhile, a knight apologizes to the saintess as preparations for departure are underway. A senior priest says they already reported to the Holy Empire that they were returning, so he cannot easily approve a visit to the Archduke. Ariel explains it is a direct request from Sicilia's king and asks forgiveness, saying she could not refuse. She asks what the king offered in return, and is told there is no reward. The visit is simply repayment for their stay. Conceding the king has every right to ask, the priest agrees to inform the Holy Empire that their return will be delayed. Ariel thanks him, and she and Ray prepare to depart immediately to save time. Ray reflects that he has already seen how people react dramatically to his medicine, and recalls how his first patient caused a big scene. Curious, he wonders how his second patient in this world will react as their wagon convoy travels through the forest. At sunset the group stops to make camp. Clergy and knights set up tents and invite the saintess and saint to a prepared area. From another tent, onlookers whisper and point out Ray by the campfire as the saint. They comment that he looks better than rumors suggested and decide to approach him. One of the sisters shyly addresses Ray, asking for his attention. She offers to help him with anything, but he politely declines. The two sisters ask if they can sit beside him because they are curious about what he is doing. Ray warmly invites them to sit wherever they like. The sisters blush and react excitedly to his kindness. As they chat, the girls thank him for a plant he shared, and he explains it is a herb from the elven forest. The sun sets over the camp, closing this chapter of their journey. The young man leaves some energetic kids behind, thinking about the new saint. Hiding behind a tree, he overhears priests question whether they should follow such a young saint. The priest criticized the saint as a selfish child who makes demands and recalled the saintess once being slapped by an elf. Listening, the boy is irritated that they are gossiping behind people's backs. The priests conclude that once they reach the Holy Empire, everyone will see the young saint is only a figurehead. Someone sharply asks what was just said about them and the saint. The saintess appears before the gossiping priests and demands they repeat what they said. Smiling ominously, she echoes their insult about the saint being a mere figurehead. She asks if she misheard their disparaging remarks. Still smiling, she presses them on why they were talking about her and the saint and urges them to continue. When they fall silent, she warns that their silence means they stand by what she heard. She says she will assume their insulting words are true and that she is free to act accordingly. A nervous priest stammers that they were only reminding people of all she has done. She angrily asks who gave them the right to complain to others on her behalf when she never requested it. An older priest rushes in, calling out to the saintess. He pleads that the young ones simply made a mistake and asks her to forgive them. He orders the juniors to apologize, but the saintess questions whether an apology is enough. She condemns them for secretly insulting a saint as a foolish figurehead and wonders how they can expect forgiveness. She reminds everyone that saints are chosen by God, so disrespecting them is equivalent to disrespecting God. She declares that their behavior counts as desecration. The boy hidden nearby hears her say that a mere apology cannot fix this unless they can justify themselves. An ominous thought follows that if they cannot justify themselves, something unpredictable might happen. The boy repeats that if their reasoning fails, he has no idea what might occur. One of the gossiping priests breaks down crying and begs Lord Iriel for forgiveness for saying such things. The saintess yells that he is apologizing to the wrong person and scolds him for failing to apologize properly to a God-chosen saint. Quietly, she reflects that some people cannot apologize at all even if they want to. The boy wonders if he heard her mutter something about herself. He recalls how heavy the title of saint must be for someone her age, and how seriously she takes the weight of her words. He relates, remembering how in his past life he was called a genius surgeon and knew similar pressure. Deciding it is time to step in, he prepares to reveal himself and asks if the conversation is over. Stepping from behind the tree, he says listening any longer was difficult, and the priests react to the saint's appearance. He notes aloud that everyone seems to see him as just a child and nominal saint. The gossipers insist they did not mean it that way and try to explain themselves. He admits they are not entirely wrong, since if he did nothing he would indeed become a figurehead saint, which shocks the saintess. He explains that without divine powers, had he simply arrived at the Holy Empire he would have been an ideal puppet, even if chosen by God. He points out that this is likely what many people are thinking as the onlookers avert their eyes. The saintess vehemently denies that anyone thinks that and insists God must have a reason for selecting him. He clarifies that he only means many in the Empire probably see him that way and that even if not, he could do little about it. He then asks if, since these people slandered him, he may judge them himself and wonders what would happen if he desired their punishment. Others explain fearfully that heretic inquisitors could seize and even kill them in the worst case, which horrifies the culprits. Terrified, the priests beg the saint for forgiveness and mercy. The boy pauses thoughtfully as everyone watches him. He says there are likely many more who mocked him as a figurehead, arrogant child, or someone with no right to be saint. Addressing the crowd, he admits their criticism is not wrong. He is young, without power, trust, connections, or proven ability among them. He explains that is why he plans to spend several years in the Holy Empire to prove himself to everyone. Knights and priests ask what exactly he is trying to prove. He vows that all who talked behind his back will regret it, and that everyone who disrespected him will remember this moment as his promise. As proof of that promise, he announces that he will not punish the people here, stunning the guilty pair. The priests tearfully admit they were wrong to speak about him, promising to repent and learn from their mistake. He calmly says he hopes they come to regret their decision even more in the future, and that he will strive to restore honor to the Holy Empire. Under the moon, he reflects that fulfilling this resolve may take many years. Yet he is determined to do everything he can. He resolves to make sure everyone regrets the choices they made about him today. The onlookers watch in awe as glowing sigils appear above them, marking the gravity of his vow. The entire camp kneels before him under the night sky, fully recognizing his presence. Later by the campfire, someone approaches and remarks that his speech was impressive, addressing him as Iriel. The saintess teases him by quoting his dramatic line about making them regret today's decisions, and he tells her to go ahead and tease him. She notices he is reheating leftover stew from before, and he says the priest even ate his share back then. He says the ordeal has made him hungry and offers her some stew while it is still warm. Smiling brightly, she gladly accepts the offer. They then spot a shooting star streaking across the night sky. The saintess happily says she has not watched the night sky in a long time and thinks seeing a shooting star is good luck. The boy muses that in his past life his name meant shooting star, connecting it to what they see. He reflects that he has become used to the name Ray, recalls that in his old world wishes on shooting stars were said to come true, and the saintess reacts excitedly. She clasps her hands as if praying, leading him to wonder why a saintess is believing such myths. She remembers a local tale that seeing a shooting star with someone means you can one day die happily with them. Ray questions the idea of a happy death, saying he does not believe any death can be happy. She agrees she does not really believe it either but still wonders what a happy death would look like as they watch the sky full of falling stars. The next morning dawns bright over the forested road. Their carriage approaches the Silos Duchy, and a rider announces its sighting to the saintess and saint. Inside the coach, Iriel notes they will soon enter Silos territory. When asked their first destination, she replies they must hurry to meet the Duke as soon as they arrive. She considers the limited time they have there. She decides they will treat the Duke's family quickly and then depart immediately for the Holy Empire so they are not late for the baptism. At the duchy, the Duke greets them warmly, saying he has been eagerly waiting since he heard of their visit. Introducing himself as the Duke of Silos, he expresses deep gratitude that they came so far for his daughter. Ariel humbly says their role as saints is to give God's blessings to those in pain, so he should rest easy. The Duke, worried, asks if they can quickly examine his daughter, saying he cannot bear the thought of losing her after seeing her suffer so long. Ariel agrees to check the girl's condition immediately, and the Duke vows he will do anything if they can help. Watching this trust, Ray thinks the duchy must hold Ariel in extremely high regard both as saint and as a person. A maid leads them down the corridor toward the sick girl's room. At the door, the maid addresses Lord Layla, announcing the saintess's arrival. When Ray and Ariel see the girl, they are shocked by her appearance. Ray mentally reacts again in disbelief at what he is seeing. He notes that half of Layla's body is covered in red spots. The girl sits sadly on her bed, her skin blotched with lesions. Ray clinically identifies the lesions as erythematous papules and speculates it might be severe dermatitis herpetiformis. He inwardly berates whoever treated her earlier for letting her condition progress so far. Layla hides behind a sheet, saying her appearance is hideous. Ariel gently calls her name and asks for her hand. Layla reluctantly extends her spot-covered hand, which Ariel takes. Ariel comforts her, saying she has had a hard time but that everything will be fine from now on as divine light gathers. Sacred light engulfs them as Ariel channels her healing power into Layla. Layla feels the energy and watches her skin begin to change. The Duke and Ray marvel at the overwhelming divine power filling the room. Ariel continues to pour golden light through their joined hands. Layla looks down, stunned to see her skin improving. Examining her hands, she exclaims that they are better. Crying with relief, she says her hand has healed, and Ariel declares the treatment complete. Ariel tells the Duke his worries can finally end, while he gasps and calls out joyfully to his daughter. Layla hugs her father, and he thanks God that she is now healthy. Weeping, the Duke thanks Ariel for healing his daughter after 8 years of suffering and swears never to forget this favor. Ariel modestly says there is no need to thank her personally, crediting the cure as an act of God. Ray observes that what looked like a chronic skin disease has been healed instantly just by Ariel's touch. Troubled, he wonders whether medicine has any meaning in a world where such miracles exist. Night falls over the Grand Silos castle. The Duke hosts a lavish feast and urges them to enjoy all the food he has prepared in gratitude. Ariel politely says the banquet is more than enough and thanks him for the meal, while Ray sits quietly. The Duke's son, Lord Hopel, praises Ariel, saying the rumors did not do her kindness justice, and thanks her for saving his little sister. Ariel replies humbly that the honor is hers and that she will pass their thanks on to their god, which further impresses Hopel. Ray, however, broods silently at the table. The Duke notices Ray's silence and asks if the food does not suit his taste. Ray smiles awkwardly, saying the food is fine and he was simply lost in thought, apologizing for causing concern. Ariel covers for him, saying he has many worries on his mind and the Duke should not be troubled by it. Later, Ariel privately asks Ray if something is wrong, but he brushes it off as simple fatigue. The Duke accepts this, telling Ray to rest since they will stay at the castle overnight. Alone, Ray questions why he struggled so hard to become a doctor in his previous life. He remembers his past self, a weary medical student studying late into the night. He reflects bitterly that although he reincarnated with all his medical knowledge, in this world that expertise seems useless. In his mind he stands across from his former self, wondering if he must abandon the identity of Baek Sung and live only as Ray. Later, as he lies awake, someone knocks and asks if the saint is sleeping. Ray lies in bed silently, not responding. Outside the door, Ariel speaks through it, asking him not to lose faith in himself. She says everyone sometimes doubts themselves and hopes whatever troubles him will not destroy what he has built so far. She adds that his usual prickly yet humorous self suits him far better than this restless, exhausted version. Her words make Ray think. Sitting up, he repeats her advice about not losing faith in himself. He reaffirms that even though he is now Ray, he is also still the former Dr. Baek Sung. Determined, he concludes he just has to find something that only he can do. Nervously, Ariel practices what she wants to say, fidgeting with her hands. She gathers courage and says she simply wanted to tell him not to give up. Ray smiles gently and thanks her, saying her encouragement helped a lot, which relieves her. The next day he calls her name, and she answers brightly. He then teasingly asks if this was her first time trying to comfort someone, eliciting a flustered reaction. Soon afterward, a shout echoes through the castle demanding to know what is happening. The Duke is distraught that his daughter, who seemed fine yesterday, appears to have relapsed and demands an explanation. Cradling Layla, he orders that the saintess be summoned immediately. Someone outside the tower wonders what is going on. The Duke, close to tears, reports that Layla's symptoms have returned and asks if the treatment failed. Ariel, confused, says the cure should have been complete but agrees to attempt treating Layla again. The Duke authorizes her to proceed as Layla lies before them once more covered in spots. Ray stops Ariel, asking her to wait. She calls to him in surprise as he steps forward. Layla, ashamed of her reappearing lesions, tells him not to look at her. Ray responds gently, asking Layla to give him her hand instead. The Duke doubts that a newly appointed saint can cure what even the saintess failed to fully heal. Ray admits that if his suspicions are correct, only he can truly heal her condition. The Duke questions what he means by being the only one. Ray explains that more healing from Ariel will only cause temporary improvement, and asks what the Duke will do when the symptoms inevitably return after they leave. He asserts that what Layla needs now is not another miracle from the saintess but a different kind of treatment that only he can provide. The young man declares that the sick girl needs to be treated by him, the saint. The Duke doubts him, pointing out that the boy supposedly has no divine powers and asking what he plans to do. The boy explains that his treatment does not rely on divine power but on using his knowledge to cure her illness. Layla, covered in skin lesions, agrees that trusting the saint is their only remaining option. She says they have tried everything else and wants to believe in the saint if he can fix her condition. Moved by her resolve, the Duke reluctantly grants permission for the saint to treat her. The Duke then pleads earnestly with the saint to save his daughter. The saint promises confidently that he will heal the young lady. The next day he begins investigating the cause of Layla's skin disease. He first examines hygiene, but since the linens and clothes are cleaned daily, he rules poor hygiene out. Because the castle is protected by a magical barrier, he also dismisses outside parasites as a cause. He turns to her diet and notices a common element present in every meal. He identifies that common element as flour, noting how prevalent bread is in this world. He observes that even meat dishes are often coated with or accompanied by flour-based sides. Seeing her symptoms worsen after eating, he forms a specific suspicion about the illness. He recalls that flour contains the insoluble protein gluten. He concludes that Layla suffers from gluten sensitivity dermatitis, an allergy-based skin condition that is straightforward to treat. However, he laments that this world lacks developed medicines that could easily address such reactions. Since he cannot safely make unfamiliar medicines, he decides that changing her diet is the only practical treatment. He orders the staff to remove all foods he listed from Layla's diet. Time passes quietly in her room. A maid calls to the resting Layla, who sleepily responds. Ray asks permission to enter Layla's room. Layla hastily sits up and welcomes the saint inside, while he apologizes for intruding. Ray greets her and says he has come to check her condition. Observing that her rash has worsened, he confirms internally that her diet is the cause. He tells her there are important precautions he needs to explain. He instructs her to avoid all flour foods such as bread and to refrain from scratching even if she feels itchy. Surprised at being told to avoid bread, she hears him say that this is all he can do for her now. Layla, who loves bread, struggles with the idea of giving it up and briefly wonders if he is deceiving her. She asks if he will not use magic or anything else to heal her. Ray replies that dietary control is itself treatment, and that more must be done to stop the rash spreading. He adds that he will personally lance and clean her blisters once a day while monitoring her condition. He ends the visit by telling her to rest, emphasizing that good sleep is also important. Alone, Layla doubts that avoiding bread could really cure her and thinks it sounds unreasonable. Outside, Ariel asks about Layla's condition, and Ray reports that it has worsened. Ariel proposes simply treating Layla again with her usual holy power. Ray points out that Ariel's prior treatment only gave temporary relief and that the symptoms returned. Ariel marvels that merely changing Layla's diet could cure the disease and wonders why no one tried it earlier. She says she believes in him but warns that the king does not and that they cannot stay in this duchy much longer. Ray acknowledges privately that her concerns about time are valid. Ariel insists she cannot change the political circumstances no matter how pitifully he looks at her. Ray clenches his fist, thinking that this case will shape how he treats future patients, not just whether he can save Layla. He asks Ariel for exactly 1 week to prove his method. He vows that within that week he will completely heal Layla. Ariel silently considers his determination. Layla screams her refusal from her room. Ray forcefully makes her drink more water, scolding her for not meeting the required daily intake. He sets a regimen of 3 liters a day, totaling 21 liters per week, as her needed water consumption. Layla cries that she does not want to drink so much ordinary water and questions how it could help. Ray explains that during allergic reactions the body releases histamine and urges her to trust him and drink. He further explains that excess histamine can harm allergic people even though it is meant to protect the body. He says that sufficient water lets the body's cells function properly and reduces allergic reactions, then offers the drink again. He continues to pour water into Layla's mouth, reminding her she still has another cup to finish. While being force-fed, Layla mentally complains that this supposed saint is really just a handsome maniac. 4 days pass at the castle. During that time, Layla resents him as she eats flour-free meals and is forced to drink large amounts of water. With no other choice, she decides to trust him and follow the regimen. As a result, her skin clears rapidly, and she is astonished to see herself healed in the mirror. She happily tells Ray that the rash truly improved once she stopped eating bread and drank enough water, saying she can hardly believe it. Ray reminds her they must remain cautious and consistently follow the treatment. Layla cheerfully agrees to continue. Ray notes that despite his initial worry that people of this world might react differently from those in his original world, that concern now seems unnecessary. He believes Layla's full recovery is now only a matter of time, though he hints that a problem arises on the 6th day. A dish crashes to the floor, signaling trouble. Layla suddenly has an intense craving for bread and begins showing withdrawal-like symptoms. The narration explains that in this world flour is a dietary staple, so her withdrawal was inevitable when she stopped eating it. Ray worries that if she eats flour before treatment is complete all his efforts will be wasted and shouts in protest. He decides they must distract her and find something to help manage her cravings while warning her not to cry herself dehydrated. Ray begins carving a small figurine while someone calls to him. He tells Ariel he is making pieces for a game. She is puzzled about the sudden game idea, and he asks her to inspect the piece he made. Holding up the carved piece, he asks what it makes her think of. Ariel says it resembles a castle or possibly a crown, prompting Ray to confirm that crown-like image. Satisfied that the association works, Ray excitedly tells Ariel to follow him. Left behind briefly, Ariel mutters in annoyance at being abandoned mid-conversation. Elsewhere in the castle, someone arrives in response to being summoned by the saint. Ray has gathered Duke Hopel and Layla and asks if he can request their help. He explains that he needs the Duke's assistance, and that what he will show them is meant to ease Layla's withdrawal symptoms. The Duke, eyeing the piece in Ray's hand, asks what it is. Ray presents a full board and introduces chess to them. He explains that each player commands an army and tries to capture the opposing king, making it a test of leadership. He notes there are specific movement rules for each piece. Holding up the king piece, he describes its limited movement and contrasts it with the much freer moving queen. He states that every piece has its own rules, promising to explain each one. After learning, the Duke and Layla find the game intellectually interesting and militarily applicable, thinking even their father would enjoy it. Ray suggests they try playing, proposing a match between Layla and Ariel. Layla and Ariel sit across the board, ready to start. Ariel, excited, invites them to begin the game. Layla accepts the challenge, promising not to go easy on the saintess. Ray observes that Layla quickly becomes engrossed in chess, which should distract her from cravings. On the board, Layla tentatively announces a checking move with a knight. Ariel counters with confidence, boasting of the might of the Holy Empire's forces as she tightens her position. She taunts Layla to surrender and submit to her in-game rule, while Layla struggles. Layla admits defeat while Ariel gleefully exclaims how fun the game is. Duke Hopel challenges Ariel next, saying he wants a match to avenge his sister. Ariel arrogantly welcomes all challengers, insisting everyone will bow before the Holy Empire's power even if they move first. Watching their enthusiasm, Ray is surprised at how much they enjoy chess. During the Duke's match, he manages to check Ariel's king, making her groan. Ariel acknowledges the Duke's skill, and he proudly declares that their dukedom will not lose so easily. He urges Ariel to make her next move so he can demonstrate the strength of his house. Ray, seeing the competitive frenzy, reminds everyone not to get too carried away and notes that this was supposed to be just a distraction for Layla. Soon the Duke excitedly calls his father over to show him the new game. Hopel enthusiastically presents chess to the Duke, explaining that the saint invented it. Hopel praises chess as a sophisticated tool for evaluating military commanders. The Duke, impressed, concludes that Ray must truly be a child chosen by God and imagines many uses for the game. Ray narrates that once the Duke became obsessed with chess, strange things began happening around the castle. As the promised week ends with no word from the Duke, Ray grows uneasy and notices unusual activity in the courtyard. He sees servants on a bench playing chess and wonders why everyone is suddenly involved. He spots other servants crafting more chess pieces and questions what is going on. Looking around, he realizes practically everyone is either playing or waiting to play chess, far beyond his original intent. Bewildered, Ray admits he never expected chess to take over the entire Silos castle. Ray and Ariel are then summoned to the audience hall, where the Duke sits on his throne. They present themselves before him, and he greets them formally. The Duke reflects that Ray cured Layla in a short time and created an amazing game, marveling at his capabilities. He sincerely thanks Ray, saying he can clearly see how much Layla's condition has improved. The Duke, speaking as a relieved father, expresses deep gratitude for freeing his daughter from her suffering. Ariel deflects the praise onto Ray, saying the success is entirely due to the saint's treatment. The Duke insists she also helped but admits he is especially grateful to Ray. As both apology and thanks for earlier mistrust, he offers Ray an ornate box containing a gift. Ray opens it in surprise. Inside he finds a hereditary ring once given to the family by a dwarf they saved. Shocked that they would part with a family treasure, Ray hears the Duke insist he accept it as an apology. Outwardly protesting that it is too precious, Ray inwardly rejoices at receiving such a rare item, while the Duke assures him it is fine. The Duke urges him to wear it, and Ray eagerly slips the ring onto his finger, thanking him. Ray notes that it feels a bit large for constant wear. To his amazement, the ring magically shrinks to fit perfectly, and the Duke hints that dwarven craftsmanship grants it further powers. Ray sincerely thanks the Duke again, saying even the dwarf who forged it would be glad a saint now wears it. The Duke remembers they are departing for the Holy Empire tomorrow and confirms this plan. He offers to sponsor their journey to make it as comfortable as possible and advises them to rest beforehand. He reiterates his gratitude for all their efforts. Night falls over the castle. Relaxing together, Ariel comments that everything turned out well and calls the Duke a nice person, while Ray suggests the generosity might also be political. Ray wonders why she immediately suspects ulterior motives just as someone knocks on their door. Both are surprised by the late visitor, unable to think of anyone they are expecting. As the door slowly opens, Ray wonders who could be coming at this hour. Duke Hopel and Layla enter, apologizing for the late call after hearing of the saint's impending departure. Hopel says it is incredible to meet the famed saint and saintess, have Layla cured, and gain chess, and he wants to personally convey his gratitude. Ray modestly says it was nothing, while Ariel says she also enjoyed getting to know them despite having more work ahead. Hopel then invites them to a nighttime picnic in the castle's back garden to admire the stars together. Ray and Ariel think it sounds wonderful and accept the invitation. Hopel and Layla are delighted and hurry off to prepare. They promise they will be waiting for the saints at the garden. After they leave, Ray asks Ariel why she is laughing to herself. She says it feels like a cute farewell party for them, something she finds charming. Ray reflects that because he is usually busy with imperial duties and feared by many, he rarely has chances to build relationships like this. Ariel muses that perhaps the world has changed while she was too focused on her mission. She savors a new, unfamiliar warm feeling that this experience has given her. Ray wonders to himself, recalling that when he first met Ariel, he remembers that she was once cold and single-minded about her goals, contrasting with how she is now. The narrator recalls that Irie used to be extremely violent, shown beating a bloodied opponent. He notes that the former Irie no longer exists, implying she has fundamentally changed. Snapped out of her daze by a companion urging her to move, he concludes that the person who changed was Irie herself. At night in the garden, someone calls the saints over to a specific spot. They are led to a modest outdoor tea party, and the host says the food is unimportant compared to them all being together. Ray reminds the blonde girl she must avoid flour after he departs, or her illness will return. He explains she is not fully cured because her body treats flour's components like poison, making complete healing difficult. Jokingly, he tells her that if she endures avoiding flour for about 5 years, her condition may improve, which horrifies her. The Duke, while the girl cries for bread, says he prepared something else for Ray and Irie. The Duke casts a light spell to illuminate the area. Fireworks burst across the night sky. Ray watches the display with a happy, odd expression. As they all sit by the fountain watching, Ray praises the beauty of the fireworks, and the Duke is glad he likes them. Ray comments that the show must have cost much mana, and the Duke replies he wanted to do everything possible since this might be their last meeting. Ray smiles, touched. Ray offers to return the favor for the Duke's efforts. He begins casting his own combined magic, invoking light and explosion. A massive surge of blue energy gathers. Ray's spell creates an even grander multicolored fireworks display in the sky. People inside the cathedral watch the fireworks through the huge stained glass windows. The old Duke watches the spectacle from his library window, clearly pleased. The blonde girl exclaims that Ray's magical flames are amazingly beautiful. The Duke marvels at Ray's extraordinary understanding of magic and says he will never forget this night. Ray says he is glad to have made such good memories with everyone, while narrating that he once felt shaken. Reflecting as they lie on the picnic blanket, Ray admits he once denied his own aspirations for the convenience of magic but has now confirmed his medicine truly works. He adds that he formed new relationships, created beautiful memories, and will continue traveling to save as many people as he can, after which they finally depart for the Holy Empire. Narration states that Ray and the Holy Empire dispatch squad set out for the Holy Empire Gaia. Despite the long distance, the journey goes smoothly thanks to the Duke's financial support. The dispatch squad knows this support is due to Ray and gratefully enjoys good meals. Over time, his status within the group rises. After many days of camping, Ray thinks he has grown used to it when someone calls out to him. Ray turns, surprised by the greeting. A nun explains they were inspired by the chess game he invented and formed a group to study and strategize about it. She and a large group of priests and nuns ask if he would teach them some chess moves, and Ray is surprised at how many are interested. Ray agrees, saying he was bored anyway, and they enthusiastically thank him. However, he inwardly decides he will not go easy on any of them even if they are beginners. The nervous group agrees to start, thinking it may be a bad idea, and narration says this begins the dispatch squad chess tournament. Ray swiftly checkmates one nun in only 4 moves, shocking her. He then checkmates a knight just as quickly, leaving him exclaiming how it was done in 4 turns. Narration reveals the squad does not know Ray once played in world chess tournaments, and everyone loses to him within 7 turns, some in only 4. Ray goes undefeated in the tournament, and leaves a strong impression on everyone. The squad members are stunned by his perfect record, and their opinion of him improves even further. Narration notes that another day passes at the camp. The next day dawns peacefully as hoofbeats sound through the forest. Ray complains that it feels like they are making no progress, wondering if the path is too rough. Irie reassures him the road will improve soon and that the Holy Empire is not much farther, which relieves him. Suddenly the carriage jolts violently, throwing Ray forward onto Irie as he shouts in alarm. A knight notices the disturbance and begins to react. Scouts report that a horde of ogres has appeared and order everyone to prepare for battle. Ray, hearing monsters outside, asks if they should help, but Irie believes the knights can handle it. A knight proposes helping so the group can resume traveling quickly, assuming there are only a few ogres. Irie explains that if they moved, the knights would have to rearrange their formation to protect them, causing confusion and more problems. She tells Ray to trust the Holy Empire knights. Ray concedes she has a point but still feels uneasy. An ogre hefts a huge boulder, preparing a powerful attack. The ogre hurls the boulder at the knights, who rush to meet it. A veteran knight slashes with a powerful sword strike. He remarks that this ogre is far tougher than expected and that they still have a long way to go. The knight commander Hario orders the middle unit to readjust formation to better protect the priests and priestesses, including the saint and saintess. He instructs his men to prevent any ogres from approaching the holy pair, just as someone warns him to look out for an incoming attack. Hario realizes the danger too late, shocked. An ogre's massive fist hurtles toward him. Ray intervenes, blocking the blow with a large magical shield bearing a cross before the ogre can crush Hario. Smiling, Ray says he knew stepping out to help was a good idea and scolds Haruo for nearly getting himself killed. Haruo panics at the saint's presence on the battlefield, saying it is too dangerous. Ray insists his intervention is sufficient, noting that the ogre is actually stronger than Haruo. He then gathers a powerful spell as the enraged ogres charge him. Ray's eyes focus sharply as he prepares a complex multi-element incantation. He unleashes a chain spell combining Entangle, Earth Spear, and Fire, engulfing the ogres in flames. Haruo, stunned, checks if Ray is hurt after witnessing the attack. Ray brushes off the thanks, saying they are there to help each other, and that Haruo protected him as well. Haruo silently marvels that the supposedly 15-year-old saint can wield magic of such magnitude. Ray casually wonders if roasted ogre might taste good, while Haruo internally analyzes that Ray cast a high circle earth spear with only an activation phrase and stacked other spells simultaneously. Haruo concludes that Ray's power rivals 5th circle mages and may already have reached the legendary 6th circle, beyond normal human ability. Later, Irie addresses Ray as Lord Saint, and he responds to her. She asks him to stop spreading rumors that he is a magic genius, and he is disappointed that is all she has to say. Ray instead says something feels wrong, that ogre should not have been so strong. He tells Irie he has a bad feeling and suggests they move before more monsters gather, but she thinks it is already too late. More monsters appear from the bushes, and Ray realizes goblins are now surrounding them. Haruo is surprised that mere goblins would dare obstruct their journey to the Holy Empire. He orders his knights to eliminate the goblins quickly so they do not lose time. A knight charges a goblin, intent on killing it. To his surprise, the goblin agilely dodges his attack. The knight is shocked that a goblin could evade him. The goblin counters with a ferocious blow, badly injuring the knight. Bleeding, the knight wonders how the goblin can possess such strength. They then see a goblin forming a magical energy sphere in its hand, an impossible level of power for such a creature. Ray and Irie observe that this goblin is far stronger than normal ones. Irie reluctantly prepares to intervene. She decides they themselves must now handle the situation from here. Irie steps forward decisively onto the battlefield. She charges into the goblins in a blur of golden light, physically overwhelming them. Ray admits to himself that in physical combat Irie might even surpass him, as someone warns that another goblin is headed his way. A goblin leaps toward Ray to attack. Ray calmly uses a spell called Wind Cutter to slice the attacking goblin apart. Fighting back to back, Ray and Irie note that goblins keep appearing endlessly and agree that letting the battle drag on will overwhelm them. Ray says it would be ideal to finish all the goblins at once and offers to try doing exactly that. He calls out to the goblins to get their attention, confusing them. Using a skill he calls aggravation, he taunts them with faces and gestures to draw all their ire. The goblins become enraged by his provocation. All the goblins roar and chase after Ray as he leads them away from the convoy. Irie, watching, wonders if such a magic skill even exists. Ray runs deeper into the forest, leaving tracks as the goblins pursue him. He positions himself by a tree, preparing his next move. Surrounded by a large horde, Ray notes there are more goblins than he expected. He checks that he is now far enough away from the dispatch squad to unleash powerful magic safely. He conjures a fireball spell in his hand before the goblin mob. The goblins mock him, thinking the spell is weak and calling him a funny human. Ray smiles and asks if they truly think it is funny, implying he is about to escalate. Multiple fireballs rain down on the goblins, making them scream in terror. Ray asks if they now understand their situation, saying he has prepared a fireball for each of them. The goblins suddenly fall silent in fear. A massive fiery explosion engulfs the forest where the goblins stood. The shockwave hits Haruo and his knights, knocking them back. Haruo realizes the blast came from the direction where the saint ran off. Worried, he rushes toward the scene, shouting to check whether the saint is all right. He arrives to find a huge smoking crater and is stunned, asking what happened. Ray calmly walks back out of the smoke, telling everyone not to stand idle since they still have a long journey ahead. Smiling, Ray urges the group to hurry out of the forest, hoping they will not encounter any more monsters, and the others agree to prepare right away. That night, Ray tells Irie there is something he is curious about. He asks whether monsters are normally as strong as those they fought, and she says they usually are not, which is why the squad struggled so much today. Irie then cautiously brings up a concern about Ray's mana. She explains that undergoing the Holy Empire's baptism will cause all of his mana to disappear, shocking Ray, who asks if it would vanish completely. Irie clarifies that during baptism God grants holy power, but since a human body can store only one type of mana and holy power functions as mana, the existing mana must be removed. She warns that if holy power enters a body still containing mana, the conflict would cause the body to explode. Therefore, before being filled with holy power, a person's mana is gradually removed and replaced through the process. Ray asks what happens to people born without mana, and Irie says holy power can enter them without any issues. Ray reasons that mages have circles to store power but ordinary people do not. Irie calls it a good question. She explains that for those without circles, God creates mana vessels in their bodies during baptism so they can use holy power. Once those vessels exist, a system they call taboos manages all mana circulating through the body. When Ray asks about taboos, Irie says it is a term other saints use. She explains that, like divine commandments, taboos forbid saying or doing anything that violates their faith. Irie bitterly notes that it is strange they cannot even speak their minds, and Ray presses her to elaborate. Ray asks what happens if someone commits an act against these taboos or their faith. Irie answers that because taboos govern a person's mana, breaking them will cause all mana in the body to vanish. She adds that the person themselves will disappear along with their mana. Smiling ominously, Irie says such a person would vanish from the world forever. Ray summarizes that a single wrong word could erase someone from existence, seeing it as a warning against speaking out. Irie says she has heard of many who disappeared for that reason and therefore must keep herself in line. She concludes that these rules will not really affect Ray, but he should know his existing mana will disappear. Ray then asks if, once filled with holy power, his mana could ever return, and worries it may be gone forever. Irie confirms that he could neither regenerate mana nor use his mage circle afterward, meaning the loss would be permanent. She adds that holy power still has benefits, such as letting him support others with buffs even if he can no longer cast magic. She notes, he would still be able to contribute in battle that way. Ray inwardly thinks he would love to use holy power if it did not cost him his mana and resolves to search for another solution. The next day a knight announces they are finally approaching the Holy Empire as its grand capital comes into view. Ray looks out the carriage window, relieved that they have finally arrived after such a long journey. Irie instructs the priest driver to head straight for the capital city Salonia, and he acknowledges the order. Ray, surprised they are going directly to the capital, worries he will have to undergo the baptism without rest, but Irie says the ritual will not be held immediately. She explains that the baptism ceremony is a major celebration and that, since Ray knows nothing about the Holy Empire, he must first learn as much as possible. Ray agrees that learning about the Empire is important and asks who will be teaching him. Irie answers that she will. She says she will instruct him in everything from the baptism itself to etiquette, regulations, and the natural order of the Empire. With a confident smile, Irie promises Ray that she will make sure to teach him absolutely everything. The narrator arrives at an enormous, awe-inspiring estate and already finds it impressive from the outside. Entering, he marvels that the mansion's interior is even grander than anything in Silos. He is stunned to learn that the entire vast estate is now his. A guide explains this sacred estate houses all saints and is so exclusive that even the Pope needs permission to enter, with only elite staff allowed inside. Iriel cheerfully tells him he will review all the instructions she mentioned earlier and personally be his teacher, to his dismay. Walking alone inside, he wonders why the estate head who was supposed to brief him is suddenly too busy. A stern maid greets him formally as Saint. She states she will lead him to the room where he will be staying. Overwhelmed by her commanding presence, he nervously agrees to follow her, inwardly impressed by her charisma. Observing her, he recalls Iriel's words and concludes this maid must be a person of considerable status. She calls him and directs him toward his room, and he hurriedly responds. She shows him a luxurious chamber as his quarters, and he is amazed by how extravagant it is. The maid urges him to rest and departs, while he thanks her for all her help. Left alone, he finally starts to feel the reality of receiving such special treatment. Looking over the estate at night, he realizes he truly is on the path to becoming a saint. The next day, lessons continue as Iriel urges the saint to focus since there is still much to learn. She stresses the limited time and the large amount of material he must master, tapping a pointer like a strict instructor. Enthusiastically, she suggests reviewing the handouts, while he grumbles internally about how overzealous she is. When she begins explaining from the first page, he casually says he has already memorized it, surprising her, and summarizes that the baptism will span 4 days in 3 stages. He flawlessly recites the 3 parts of the ceremony, including greeting God, a pilgrimage to announce the saint, and finally receiving holy power alone in a sacred place, along with specific posture rules during baptism. He further lists the 3 main table manners he must follow at meals, such as staying silent while eating and never lowering his head. Iriel, shocked he remembered everything verbatim, asks if she left anything out and wonders how he is even human. He asks what he must actually do in the mysterious 3rd part of the baptism, since the handouts only said to show sincerity to God. Curious, he asks Iriel what she herself had done in that stage, just to use her experience as reference, and she answers that she did nothing. When he doubts her answer, she insists she is serious and explains that she literally just ate and slept for a week. She adds that after doing nothing, mana vessels formed in her body, and she felt holy power begin to flow through her. Ray silently questions how holy power and mana vessels could appear without her noticing, thinking maybe that is just why he is called God. Iriel admits his knowledge is perfect but says his manners are still problematic and must be corrected. She lectures that memorizing customs and internalizing them are very different, insisting he cannot rely on memory alone. Noting it is mealtime, she proposes using dinner to test how well he has actually practiced etiquette. She cheerfully suggests they check his practical skills, while he wearily agrees. At dinner, Ray carefully eats using proper utensils, demonstrating the table manners he memorized. Watching him, Iriel concedes that he is surprisingly competent, and he smugly answers that of course he is. She immediately declares there is still much more to cover and excitedly vows to continue training, while he wonders what on earth he is supposed to be waiting for. When he complains she is too strict, she scolds him to cover his mouth while talking with food in it, leaving him confused but obedient. She explains that picky nobles will scrutinize his every move, so she must drill these habits into him until they become second nature. Exhausted, he urges her to take a break, but she insists she cannot rest while such an important task remains and even considers staying with him. Euclid interrupts politely, apologizing but asking to speak, and Iriel invites her to say what is on her mind. Euclid points out that having the saint stay at the new saint's estate would draw too much attention and invite scandalous rumors about them. She acknowledges that her remarks may seem rude but says she only wants to prevent unnecessary trouble. Iriel silently mulls this over, clearly re-evaluating the situation. She then asks Euclid for her name, prompting the maid to answer. Euclid introduces herself by full noble title, revealing that she belongs to the Bella Croatia family. Iriel is stunned to realize Euclid is from one of the famed 3 noble families. The narration explains that within the Holy Empire 3 exalted noble houses serve the saints, and several other Sia families are renowned for their achievements. Iriel wonders why someone as important as Euclid is serving as a simple maid in the saint's estate, yet outwardly agrees there is a need for discretion. Concluding the visit is over, Iriel says it is time for her to return, and Ray hurriedly agrees. As Euclid leaves, Iriel pointedly adds that she will remember her, implying future interest. Ray politely repeats Euclid's full title, thanks her for her advice, and she replies that it is an honor. After hearing the Bella Croix name, Ray is puzzled and files it away, sensing it is significant. Euclid internally notes that anyone with a Sia title must be a noble and is surprised nobles even work as servants here. Ray reflects that if nobles serve him, the role of saint must be even more important than he first thought. That night, the narration shifts as the estate lies under the stars. Someone's door quietly opens in the dark hallway, hinting at a secret visit. Ray sleeps soundly in his bed, unaware of the movement nearby. Euclid looms over him with eerie red eyes, repeatedly calling to the sleeping saint. She touches his face as he sleeps, her hand resting on his cheek and neck. Ray continues sleeping through her prodding, not waking at all. Euclid falls silent, observing him with an unreadable expression. She then turns and leaves his room without explanation. The next morning Ray drinks tea and enjoys its aroma with a satisfied hum. He praises Euclid's tea making, and she modestly explains it uses petals of Ceylon flowers. A narrator reveals that the previous night Euclid entered Ray's room so quietly that even he failed to notice. However, she ultimately did nothing to him and left, and the following day proceeds peacefully, as if nothing at all happened. Watching her from afar, Iriel still finds Euclid suspicious, while Ray happily sips tea and nearby maids whisper about them. Euclid informs Ray that preparations for the ritual are complete and asks him to follow her, though he thought it would not start until afternoon. Iriel's voice in his mind reminds him that there is still much to prepare before the ritual, puzzling him. She tells him he will need to leave a strong impression on many people today. Seeing him in his ceremonial garments, she gushes that the outfit suits him so well that people cannot take their eyes off him. As they walk, someone apologizes for earlier mistakes and vows to retrain their staff, while another voice asks if they have reached the proper place. Euclid confirms they are at the hall where the Pope and high nobles are waiting, and Ray nervously steels himself. Standing before the doors, he resolves that he has no choice but to go through with it. When he steps out into view with Euclid behind him, an announcer proclaims the entrance of the saint and saintess, drawing murmurs from the crowd. Watching nobles react in surprise, some remark that the young newcomer is actually the new saint. One noble sees opportunity in the situation and thinks this is his big chance to advance. He and another noble hurriedly approach Ray, eager to introduce themselves and express the honor of meeting him. As one extends a hand toward Ray, ready to ingratiate himself, Ray looks on. Iriel intervenes, chiding the nobles that rushing the saint before the ceremony is improper etiquette, and promising they can greet him afterward. Intimidated, the nobles hastily agree that she is right. Euclid firmly adds that they should treat the saint courteously and avoid rude behavior, and whispers spread that she is the Bella Croix family's young lady. Embarrassed, the nobles apologize and privately wonder why someone of her status is dressed as a maid. Euclid then guides Ray away, saying she will lead him out, while he jokes that they are already outside. She mentions that once they reach the next destination he should share a few words as he becomes a saint, and Ray panics because no one told him he had to give a speech. Iriel casually advises him to say something pleasant since people will interpret his words however they like, prompting him to think nobles all think alike. Resigned, Ray agrees and frets over what to say as Iriel calls out encouragement. Smiling brightly, Iriel wishes him good luck with the speech. Encouraged, Ray smiles back and says he is ready. Facing a vast crowd gathered below the balcony, he feels slightly calmer but still overwhelmed by the sheer number of spectators. Seeing the multitude, he wonders if the entire country has gathered and Euclid hands him an item, asking him to take it. She explains it is a magic tool that will project his voice farther when he holds it, though he wonders what it is. Ray declines the tool, saying he does not need it as blue energy begins to glow around his hand, while Euclid worries the people might not hear him. He instead unleashes his own powerful magic, sending a brilliant blast of blue light over the city. Euclid is stunned by this display of magic as Ray begins speaking, greeting the people through magically amplified voice. He introduces himself as Ray, the newly chosen saint, and humbly admits he is young and unsure what to say. He tells the crowd he grew up as an ordinary countryside boy yet was still selected to be the saint. He reminds them that he previously made a promise to a few individuals and now plans to uphold it publicly. The promise, he declares, is to ensure the Holy Empire rises to the very pinnacle of power on the continent. He proclaims this vow as a pledge to all the people listening. Ray announces that he will make the Holy Empire Gaia the strongest power on the continent. Acknowledging that such bold words from someone so young might sound ridiculous, he continues his speech regardless. With a dramatic gesture and surging magic, he shouts that despite that, he will prove those words true. The people below react emotionally, awed and moved by his presence. He concludes that as long as they believe in and support him, his promise can be fulfilled. To show his resolve, he calls down a towering meteor-like spell far above the city, astounding everyone with magic said to be possible only for grand magicians. The crowd erupts in cheers, shouting praises and hailing the saint as Ray smiles calmly. With a snap, he cancels the meteor spell before it can cause harm. As the cheers continue, Ray casually asks Yuklawood where he must go next, and she hurriedly offers to guide him. She then gently suggests that next time he speak a little more quietly, since his magically amplified voice was almost too loud. The scene shifts to a majestic ancient-looking temple where the next stage of the ritual will occur. Yuklawood indicates a flower-ringed stone platform and instructs him to lie down in its center. She tells him that once he feels spiritually prepared he should request an audience with God, which Ray repeats uncertainly. Standing on the platform, Ray admits he does not even know what he is supposed to say. Closing his eyes, he wonders if simply saying hello would be enough to reach God. In the dark void of his mind he repeatedly calls out, asking if God can hear him and politely trying to get a response. Suddenly he thinks he hears the words Lord God and his eyes fly open in surprise. Instead he finds that time has passed and he simply fell asleep on the platform, horrified at his own lapse. He grumbles that God never appeared, his back aches from the hard stone, and he regrets leaving his comfortable bed. Wondering about Yuklawood, he looks around for her. To his shock, he realizes she has been standing rigidly in the same respectful posture the entire time, and assumes she must be exhausted. Feeling guilty, he decides to get up for Yuklawood's sake rather than because of his aching back, and she asks whether God has answered his call. Ray, thinking fondly of God's silent presence, gushes that he can still clearly remember his voice. Yuklawood remarks that his quick return is impressive, noting that even Lord Iriel once spent an entire day in this stage, surprising Ray. She then tells him he truly is a saint, while he internally debates whether to confess that he literally did nothing. Elsewhere in a torch-lit underground corridor, shadowy figures discuss how the emergence of a new saint forces them to alter their plans. They acknowledge that opposing the Holy Empire requires caution but resolve to strike when the time is right. Their hooded leader states that when that moment comes, they must ensure the Holy Empire collapses, by any means necessary. Word quickly spreads that Ray has already finished the ritual much faster than expected. In a grand hall people comment on how impressive that speed is and note that it means the subsequent ceremony can begin right away, reportedly urged on by Marquis Harold. Harold summons his son Birith, confirming he has heard about the new saint. Harold, thinking of Ray as an archmage saint capable of summoning meteors, decides they must secure his favor. Birith sees this as an opportunity and signals that the time to act has come. Walking with his father, he notes they lost their chance with the strict saintess but believes gaining the saint's favor could still benefit them. Birith, introduced as Harold's eldest son, reasons that befriending the saint will strengthen their family's influence, and Harold tells him to cultivate that relationship during the banquet. Harold warns Birith to treat the saint with absolute respect regardless of apparent age and to avoid angering him. Birith agrees. Once alone, Birith scoffs that his father worries too much, having heard the saint is just an unsophisticated country boy. Looking at the night sky over the estate, Birith wonders mischievously how he should toy with this new saint. At the banquet hall nobles gossip about the new saint, and rumors spread that he is actually a commoner. Some nobles comment that Ray is lucky to have risen in rank and debate whether they should use the occasion to teach him proper manners. Count Grain's family hears this and one member suddenly notices someone entering. He recognizes the newcomer and points him out, startling Birith. Birith panics internally, realizing that the man, who has never attended previous banquets, has unexpectedly come to this one. The announcer introduces the newcomer as Zeke of the Trade Duchy. Birith greets Zeke with forced politeness, welcoming him. Trying to be sociable, Birith says he did not expect anyone from the powerful Trey family to appear here. Zeke curtly laughs, clearly unimpressed. Lady Sereth of Marquis Krelian's family interjects that Zeke did not come just to see Birith, and teasingly asks whom he is actually seeking. Zeke asks if the saint has arrived yet, and Sereth realizes he has not met Ray either. Birith nervously claims the saint will be there soon and suggests they wait together, but Zeke abruptly turns and walks off. Forced to improvise, Birith laughs that Zeke must have urgent business and pretends everything is fine. Once Zeke is gone, Birith inwardly curses him as a shameless bastard for walking away and undermining his plans. Someone wonders if the ornate room has been specially prepared for them. The new outfit feels perfectly tailored, and the wearer is delighted. The attendant explains she estimated his measurements on arrival, astonishing him with her accuracy. She calmly says practice makes estimating easy while he praises her as even more amazing than he thought. She thanks him and offers to guide him to the banquet hall. She tells him to follow, and he notes inwardly that she reacts like a machine. The scene shifts to the grand, bustling banquet hall. Guests remark that the saint is late and start gossiping about what happened during the ritual. They say they heard the new saint gave a very impressive speech. A noble scoffs that the saint is just a commoner, then calls for everyone's attention. The saint's arrival is announced to the eagerly waiting guests. Ray enters in full regalia, and onlookers are surprised that this is the saint. The crowd thinks he is completely different from expectations, admiring his confidence and composure. Birith Harold introduces himself to Ray, who politely acknowledges meeting a member of the Herald family. Birith seethes internally that Ray seems flawless as Ray greets other nobles. Worried his schemes will fail, Birith decides he must act first. He confirms aloud that Ray used to be a commoner while thinking he needs to seize the upper hand. Ray answers that he is from a small village, and Birith insinuates it must be his first noble banquet, since commoners are normally excluded. Ray inwardly mocks Birith's attitude but calmly agrees this is his first banquet where commoners are barred. Another noblewoman defends Ray, saying he is no longer a commoner, and that ignoramuses do not belong at such events. Ray reflects that people like this always exist. He muses that such people cannot compete on merit yet meddle in politics from the sidelines. He concludes that people like that are worse than trash. Ray points out that Birith equates status with worth and decides to let him talk himself into trouble. Pretending naivety, Ray says he does not understand that worldview, prompting Birith to backpedal nervously. Ray braces himself, signaling that he is ready to proceed. Birith, sweating, presses the point that Ray was once a commoner. Someone suddenly seizes Birith's sword arm as he moves to draw a blade. Ray is shocked as he notices the attempted attack. A blur of movement streaks overhead in the banquet hall. Zeke appears behind Birith, having halted the drawn sword with magic at Birith's neck. Birith screams in terror. Ray scolds Zeke for the dangerous move but is relieved his mana stopped the blade, while another voice apologizes in shame. Zeke drops to one knee, apologizing profusely for such a first impression, surprising Ray. Zeke insists he could not tolerate Birith insulting the saint and admits he acted rudely. He begs Ray's forgiveness, leaving Ray confused about what Zeke is doing. Yahello asks to speak, calling Birith's words blasphemous and suggesting severe punishment for him and his family. She and Zeke say Birith must be made an example, horrifying him. Ray agrees they are not wrong and orders Yahello to summon Marquis Harold. Marquis Harold arrives, having watched from the second floor, and is furious at his son. Birith panics and stammers as he faces his enraged father. Marquis Harold strikes and yells at Birith for his stupidity. He continues to beat Birith, cursing him for disrespecting the saint and calling him trash. Ray and the others watch in alarm, wondering if they should intervene. Marquis Harold throws himself to the floor before Ray, blaming his own failed parenting and begging forgiveness for his son. He orders Birith to apologize as well, and the terrified son does so. Yahello and Zeke offer to deal with the offenders, but Ray tells them to calm down. Ray ponders how best to handle the situation, while his two protectors still seethe behind him. Ray asks Marquis Harold what punishment he considers appropriate for his own actions. Struggling, Harold begins to speak of his son Birith. He reflects that Birith lost his mother young and that he has always felt guilty as a father. He recalls vowing to give his son a comfortable life lacking nothing, though he has failed that promise. Kneeling, Harold offers to renounce his title and donate his fortune to the temple if Ray will forgive his son. Ray and Yahello debate whether punishing only Birith would suffice, while Harold insists parents share blame for their children's sins. Ray thinks it remarkable that Harold would give up his title for his child and recalls the saying that clean water must come from a pure source. Ray calls Birith forward, startling him. Ray asks if Birith understands his wrongdoing, thinking that Harold's sincerity means he himself need not punish the Marquis. Ray adds that Birith's greatest sin is forcing his father to kneel for him. He tells Birith he intended to punish him but, moved by his father's love, has decided to overlook it. Ray declares that he forgives them, leaving Yahello and Zeke awestruck by his mercy. Father and son, in tears, confirm that Ray is truly letting them go, while Ray wonders if doing nothing is too lenient. Ray suggests they simply make a generous donation as Harold proposed, which Harold eagerly agrees to. Harold's wife also promises to donate any amount asked, marveling at such a mild sentence for blasphemy. She thinks to herself that Ray resolved the matter just as she expected. Later, outside the manor at night, Zeke apologizes to Ray and asks if he is truly okay with the outcome. Zeke offers again to eliminate the offenders if Ray wishes, but Ray declines and tells him to sheath his sword. Ray realizes Zeke has been naturally following him everywhere and only now finds it odd. Zeke nervously admits he has never asked Ray's name. When Ray asks, Zeke falls to the ground in exaggerated repentance and introduces himself as Trey Sia Zeke of Trey Duchy. Ray notices that Zeke, like Yahello, has Sia in his name and asks what it means, learning that it is a title. Yahello explains that only 3 families bearing the title Sia may serve the saint and saintess as a sign of absolute loyalty. Ray wonders if so many attendants are necessary, saying he would be fine with only one family. Yahello objects that the arrangement of 3 families is an ancient tradition. She urges him not to feel burdened and Zeke immediately volunteers to be the sole family if Ray insists on having only one. Yahello looks alarmed as Ray hurriedly says he will not force anyone to quit and tells them not to fight. Ray asks why only 2 Sia families are present, and Yahello answers that the 3rd family secretly protects him from the shadows. She adds that even the Holy Empire does not know that family's identity, only that they remain close enough to protect the saint instantly. Ray suddenly senses something and looks up at the night sky. He realizes someone nearby was just watching him from the trees. Activating his mana perception, he confirms that hidden agents are close by. He counts 6 distinct mana presences around him. Confused, Ray shouts that there are actually 7 hidden people. Yahello asks Zeke if he senses anything, but both feel nothing. A hidden observer behind a tree mutters that they suspected as much. The cloaked watcher sitting in a tree comments that even so young, Ray is a truly impressive archmage. The scene shifts to the grand building of the Holy Empire by day. Inside, someone greets Yuklawood with a good morning exchange. Yuklawood walks and comes to a halt. She stops before a wall bearing crossed swords, lost in thought. A memory surfaces of her stern father berating her as a Belle Croix for failing at sword training. As a child, Yuklawood apologizes, and her father insists the saint's servants cannot be weak. Bleeding, she is ordered to pick up her sword again. She recalls that with an existing saintess, another saint was never supposed to appear in this generation. She bitterly remembers enduring harsh training for a saint who did not even exist and questioning why she had to suffer. She says she questioned her purpose constantly until, a few years later, news came that a new saint had been chosen. In the present, someone calls Yuklawood's name, snapping her from her thoughts. Elsewhere, in an earlier time, Ray protests that Ariel is suddenly leading him to the next ritual stage, while she jokes that the prettiest person should guide the saint. Yuklawood internally calls Ray her saint and asks to explain the situation. She clarifies that only saints may normally enter the ritual site, and that this has nothing to do with appearance. Ray, annoyed, asks if Ariel finds the misunderstanding funny. Walking through a forest behind the castle, Ray comments on how pleasant it is outside as Ariel leads him. She says they are almost there, surprising him with how close it is. Ray notices holy knights guarding the area and infers the place must be very important. When Ariel points out the entrance, Ray is confused. He sees a long staircase and is told he simply has to climb all the way up, which he finds daunting. Ariel adds that, to show respect to God, he must not use mana during this climb. After a long ascent under a vivid sky, Ray yells for Ariel to wait. Exhausted, he begs her for a break. She teases that he cannot be tired already and needs better stamina. Ray insists he is worn out from traveling the Empire the previous day and thinks climbing would be easy if he could use mana. Ariel refuses and reminds him he cannot use mana here or at the ritual site. She then tells him that from this point he must go alone, again stressing that he must not use mana, and says she will see him afterward. Ray resigns himself and continues climbing, thinking it should not take much longer. At last he reaches the top, collapsing and panting that he has finally arrived. He lies on the ground wondering how climbing took so long. Spotting a cabin instead of an empty clearing, he is relieved there is at least a house where he will stay. Entering, he confirms that he only needs to spend 1 week there. He notes that Ariel said she did nothing but stay there for a week and wonders what showing respect to God actually entails. Concluding there is no special task, he cheerfully treats the week as a vacation. He decides to rest as much as possible in the cabin, assuming the week will pass quickly. The narration reveals he is unaware of the harsh trials and reality awaiting him during this stay. The next day he casually picks fresh apples from trees, pleased with their quality. At first he enjoys eating the fresh apples. After many days, he grows utterly sick of eating nothing but apples. Frustrated, he angrily bats an apple away, calling the situation cruel. He complains that he has obeyed the no mana rule and done all the survival work by hand. While catching fish and living off the land, he protests that no one explained what he was actually supposed to do and asks if this effort is not enough. As the days drag on, he repeats bitterly that they promised it would only be a week. After a whole month alone, he yells at the sky demanding some sign and information. He laments that he came to train as a saint, not to learn jungle survival, and in anger renounces sainthood. Suddenly he senses something unusual and wonders what is happening. Holy light begins to swirl around him, and he asks if God is finally responding because he got mad. He is lifted into the air by an enormous surge of golden power and thinks the long-awaited moment has arrived. Radiant energy floods his body, and he exults that he has finally gained holy power, but the light quickly dissipates, leaving him drifting down in confusion. Realizing the holy power has left him again, he panics about what to do. The light flares once more and he hopes it was just a joke and that this is the real awakening. When the glow fizzles out yet again, he angrily demands to know what is going on. Another huge column of light envelopes him, and he asks if this time it is real. The scene cuts to him standing alone in the quiet woods after the light vanishes. He wonders if God is messing with him, completely baffled by the inconsistent manifestations. The clear sky offers no answer. A massive divine light suddenly descends from above once more. Later, Ray trudges back down the mountain, dejected that a month of hardship has still yielded no stable holy power. As holy power keeps leaking out of him on its own, he begs it to stop since it is useless if it just escapes. He complains that the ambient air improves thanks to the holy power while he gains nothing and wonders who will help him now. Ariel arrives, shocked by what she senses and exclaiming his name. Ray, moved to see another person after a month alone, is grateful even if it is just Ariel. From Ariel's perspective, she recalls seeing his silhouette blazing with holy light on the staircase and being startled when he asked what was wrong. Back in the forest, Yuklawood confirms that Ray currently cannot properly use either holy power or mana, and Ariel suggests he try using mana again now that the ritual is over. Ray asks why Irie's clothes are so dirty, and she explains she rushed over after sensing holy power. Ray uses a spell to magically clean Irie's clothes. Seeing the spell work, Ray is relieved he can still use mana. Ray notes he can use ambient mana and wonders why he has lost access to holy power. Irie tells him it is unfortunate he cannot use holy power but says he is still a chosen, amazing mage who can silence critics with magic. Irie comments that Ray's holy power makes the air around him feel pleasant and smell nice, which confuses him. She describes the scent as warmly attractive, so Ray decides to keep some distance until he can control his holy power. 2 church members arrive to congratulate Ray on completing the ritual and call him their saint. Ray greets them by name, thanking them for coming. They say they came as soon as they heard and begin praising his work as the area glows with holy power. The 2 eagerly offer to carry Ray's bag and help with anything, while he panics and tells them not to come any closer. Overwhelmed, Ray yells for everyone to get away and says he wants to go back. Suspicious of Zeke tailing him, Ray asks why he is following, and Zeke answers that as a member of a noble family he must always be ready to serve the saint. Later that night at the estate, Ray sighs that his tasks seem endless. Looking over towering stacks of documents, Ray recalls vowing as a new saint to make the Holy Empire the greatest. He resolves to honor that promise by first studying every aspect of the empire, from history to industries, and says he must read extensively. After his research, he concludes that making the empire great requires introducing a new system. The next day, Ray convenes all the nobles of the Holy Empire at the palace under bright sunlight. The nobles discuss and criticize the empire's past inefficiencies. In response, Ray presents detailed reform proposals for agriculture, commerce, and trade. Among these, he introduces the Milpa-style solar agricultural system as a key change. This farming proposal receives overwhelming noble support and becomes the first reform officially adopted. Count Grain then asks Ray about a proposal mentioning priests being used as mercenaries. Ray cheerfully clarifies that the idea is to allow priests to work as hired mercenaries. Another noble questions if Ray really intends to send priests into battle, and Ray answers yes. Count Grain argues that many priests would die, weakening the nation and discouraging future vocations. Ray explains the priests would stay at the rear, healing frontline soldiers brought to them, thus minimizing casualties. The nobles object that a battlefield is dangerous regardless, worrying about flank attacks. Ray acknowledges the risk but says ideally all priests should return safely from battle. He adds that he will not send priests without a plan and intends to dispatch paladins to guard them. Ray argues that paladin escorts should keep the priests safe, though a noble nervously raises further concerns. Ray explains that mercenary priests are merely another strategic option and that even in used, their availability is valuable. He adds that first-hand experience healing battlefield injuries would be valuable training for priests. When Grain worries about using priests just for money and honor, Ray answers that those are only side benefits, and that the plan has deeper aims. Ray reveals the real objective is gaining support from other nations in exchange for lending priestly aid. He reasons that countries needing the Holy Empire's help will avoid endangering them, and can compensate the Empire if there are casualties. Grain admits that lending forces would increase the Empire's influence, but still fears the danger. A new voice calls the idea of using priests' lives as collateral good, supporting the plan. Irie, now dressed as a saintess, openly agrees with Ray's proposal, stunning the nobles. She privately reflects that Ray's ideas are excellent but predicts backlash against mercenary priests. Ray asks if there is a way to win over the nobles, and Irie confidently offers her help. She then says they do not need noble favor at all. Irie insists they can simply push through the opposition. She teases Ray that all he needs to do is beg the greatest beauty of the holy nation, Lady Irie, for help. Ray internally notes how extraordinary Irie's influence is and that almost all central nobles support her. He decides that with Irie backing him, objections will be hard to maintain, even if relying on her feels a bit cheesy. At the end of the session, Ray wraps up the meeting and invites nobles to share any further ideas for improving the empire later. The nobles murmur that his ideas are impressive and begin expressing agreement with the saint's reforms. The narrative explains that the Holy Empire gradually implemented Ray's plans, starting with small agricultural trials in one territory. Public opinion proves less hostile to mercenary priests than expected, especially after positive reports from participating priests. Many nations begin requesting mercenary priests, providing funds that are reinvested in agriculture and commerce, fueling the empire's growth. Looking ahead, Ray realizes he needs experts in each field to make the reforms self-sustaining and worries about recruiting suitable people. The scene shifts to the large imperial library, quiet and filled with books. Inside, a bespectacled librarian yawns as someone remarks that he looks tired. Recognizing the newcomer as Lord Eclay, the librarian jumps up excitedly while Eclay casually returns the greeting. Eclay notes it has been about 3 months since their last meeting, and the librarian agrees. Eclay finds it strange that the usually quiet library is now full of visitors. The librarian explains that the new saint has been coming to the library frequently in recent days, surprising Eclay. Eclay spots Ray reading amid stacks of books and guesses that everyone has been charmed by his good looks. Approaching, Eclay startles Ray at his desk. Eclay confirms Ray is the saint, and Ray cautiously asks if there is a problem while wondering who this odd person is. Eclay notices that Ray's book pile focuses on medicine and asks if he has been studying those volumes. When Ray says he understands them to some extent, Eclay assumes he has read them all and questions him further. Eclay then tests Ray by asking how to treat a wound from a rusty sword. Ray answers that he would prevent poisoning with holy cure before healing. Eclay agrees that is correct in theory but asks if Ray personally accepts that approach. Eclay explains he would cut out the poisoned flesh, and Ray asks why he would do that. Ray clarifies that a rusty blade wound is not simple poisoning. The infection spreads through the tissue itself. He explains that the danger comes from infected tissue around the wound rather than poison from the rust. Therefore, he reasons, holy magic alone cannot fully restore such tissue. Ray concludes it is better to excise the infected area and then apply healing magic. Iclay, intrigued, asks what these cells are that Ray mentions, and Ray realizes that concept does not exist in this world. Iclay points out that if those cells cannot be healed by holy cure, cutting them out sounds brutal, but Ray says it is still the best method. Iclay shrugs that as long as the patient survives, the exact method is unimportant, leaving Ray protesting that this is not what he meant. Suddenly enthusiastic, Iclay declares he understands Ray perfectly and slams a foot on the table in excitement. Iclay invites Ray to visit his private library so they can discuss medicine in more depth. He apologizes for not introducing himself earlier. Iclay gives his name and says he manages the most stubborn priests, which makes Ray wonder if this is the famed chief priest Iclay. Ray, recalling that reputation, mentally confirms that this eccentric must indeed be Chief Priest Iclay. At Iclay's castle, Iclay says this is their first actual meeting despite him having heard many stories about the saint. In Iclay's personal library, he offers to answer any medical questions Ray has but remarks that it is odd for a saint to study such an inefficient field. Ray notices the shelves stacked with medical texts and replies that, despite Iclay's words, it looks like Iclay is studying medicine too. From Iclay's perspective, Ray asks why he also seems to be studying medicine when he just called it inefficient. Iclay smiles and admits he was hoping medicine might fix his own long-standing condition. Ray asks if Iclay's strange eye is congenital. Iclay, surprised that Ray shows no shock at his eye, confirms it has been that way since birth. Ray questions Iclay about his vision and pain, learning that the eye barely sees but does not hurt. Ray asks permission to inspect the eye more closely, and Iclay agrees. Examining it, Ray recognizes the condition as cataracts. Iclay, unfamiliar with the term, asks what cataracts are, and Ray begins questioning his night vision. When Iclay says he sees slightly better in the evenings, Ray becomes confident it is cataracts and prepares to explain. Using a diagram of the eye, Ray teaches Iclay about the pupil, the lens, and how cataracts cloud the lens. He explains that lenses focus light for clear vision and that in Iclay's case the clouded lens is what the disease cataracts refers to. Iclay wonders why such a disease cannot be healed with holy magic. Ray theorizes that, because Iclay was born with cataracts, his body does not recognize the cloudy lens as an abnormality. He explains that holy magic corrects bodily irregularities, so if the body does not treat a defect as irregular, heal will not affect it. Iclay points out that being unable to see is clearly irregular, but Ray says that is only from others' perspectives. Ray repeats that Iclay's body may not sense the defect and says the only cure is to clear the lens physically. Iclay asks how. Ray bluntly answers that they must carve into the lens. Horrified, Iclay yells about cutting his eye, and Ray assures him it is only one step in the treatment. Ray outlines that they must remove the cloudy lens and replace it with some other lens. Internally, Ray worries because this world lacks artificial lenses, making the plan difficult. He thinks that even if he removes the cataract, without a replacement lens Iclay still will not see. Iclay shrugs off the issue, saying there is no need to fret over an incurable disease and that he trusts he will solve it eventually. Ray is shaken that even in another world he cannot yet cure cataracts. Regaining resolve, Ray vows aloud that he will definitely fix Iclay's eye. Iclay silently smiles at Ray's determination. Then he bursts out laughing, calling Ray funny. Composing himself, Iclay tells Ray to proceed with his research and invites him to follow to another place he wants to show him. He brings Ray to his expansive lab and announces it as his own workspace. Iclay explains the Holy Empire built the lab for his medical studies and offers Ray free use of it. Ray happily accepts, saying he was lonely working alone and wants to help others in the field. Narration notes that Ray begins conducting research at Iclay's estate. A month later in the lab, Ray surveys ingredients and equipment, preparing his next experiment. He picks up a tube of green liquid, identifying it as troll blood. Ray notes that once troll blood is exposed to air it soon becomes soft and malleable. Testing it, he finds it has solidified to a jelly-like firmness. He reasons that other monsters' blood has distinct properties and that combining them might yield progress. Discussing this with Iclay, Ray says mixing different species' blood is normally lethal due to incompatible body compositions. Iclay mentions a special case, orc blood, which is said to adapt well and tolerate mixtures with other blood. Ray muses about this high adaptability and wonders how he can verify it. Later, Ray travels into the forest, tired after collecting materials. He decides he has gathered enough for the day and prepares to leave. Ray notices something odd nearby and turns to investigate. He finds an unconscious orc and troll together, guessing they knocked each other out in battle. Approaching the orc, he discovers it is still alive despite a huge gash in its chest. Observing the grievous wound, Ray concludes the orc is in shock from blood loss and that surviving a fight with a larger troll is miraculous. He then checks the troll's body, pondering his earlier conversation about orc adaptability. He recalls Iclay's statement that orc blood can safely mix with other species' blood because of its adaptability. Excited, Ray realizes this is a perfect opportunity to test his theory and resolve to save the orc. The injured orc begins to stir. Slowly waking, the orc reacts in panic to its wound. As it panics against a tree, Ray remarks that it has already regained consciousness. The orc screams and struggles, and Ray yells for it not to move. Ray restrains the orc with magic, invoking a spell to hold it still. He calms it, saying he is trying to save it by transfusing the troll's blood to replace what it lost. Noting the rush treatment, Ray sees something strange happening at the wound. He notices that the mixed blood on his hand has turned clear rather than green or red. Realizing the significance, Ray exclaims that this perfect result should let him carry out his plan. Later, at sunset, Ray arrives at the forest site Clay had directed him to. He reflects that the trollwork transfusion made the blood clear and pliable, proving that mixing those two species' blood works. Ray concludes that with more research he can fashion an artificial lens from this material, and thereby cure Clay's cataracts. Determined, he decides he must now gather more troll and orc blood. Back in the lab, Ray asks where he should go to study orcs and trolls. Clay suggests an abandoned village named Jihel near the castle, in forests where both monsters frequently appear. The scene shifts to the ruined village of Jihel at night. Walking among the ruins, Ray confirms that Jihel is truly deserted as Clay described. He suddenly spots something and looks closer. Ray sees two shivering children huddled together in the abandoned town. Wondering if they too have been abandoned, Ray focuses on the boy's wary face. Two starving siblings cower together until a stranger greets them. The white-haired man kindly offers them some food. He reassures the wary boy that the food is safe and not poisoned. Seeing them accept it, he thinks to himself that at least they trust him. He reflects that all he can do to help right now is provide them with food. The boy shares the given food with his exhausted little sister. The boy is shocked to find a bag full of coins handed to him. The man tells them to take the money, go to Salonia, and use it for lodging and food, prompting the boy to ask why he helps strangers. Smiling, the man answers that he is helping them for no particular reason. The boy realizes the man truly has no ulterior motive. Walking away, the man muses that this crisis started just after he left the capital and that current laws cannot address it, so he must investigate. He vows to one day restore glory to this place and build the best version of the Holy Empire. Time passes, and the scene shifts to peaceful mountains and forests. The man arrives before a cave in the mountains. Inside, he wonders if he has found a troll's lair. Seeing the sleeping troll, he thinks he must be careful not to wake it. He approaches the slumbering creature from behind. He pulls a syringe from his bag, apologizing inwardly for barging in. Grinning, he announces that he is just going to borrow some of the troll's blood. Later, a peaceful orc camp stands among the trees. Two orcs turn at a shout of hey. The man approaches and says he has come to ask them for a favor. The orcs glare and growl angrily at him. They charge at him, ignoring his attempt to talk. He casts a spell that binds them with chains and orders them to stop. He reminds one orc that he once saved its life and asks if it remembers. He explains he needs a favor and will pay for their work if they help him. Sometime later, the city of the Holy Empire is shown in daylight. Returning home, he thanks the orcs in his thoughts for letting him successfully test his ideas and plans to organize his findings. As he walks, another set of footsteps comes up behind him. He turns and recognizes the boy he had once helped. The younger sister, crying, tugs his clothes and asks if something bad is happening nearby. The boy is thrown to the ground after being beaten. A thug holding a club taunts him for not handing something over earlier, while the boy weakly demands it back. The boy yells for his stolen money to be returned. Surrounded and seething with dark emotion, he repeats his demand, angering the thugs. The leader, enraged, raises his weapon to punish the boy for talking back. The man intervenes, grabbing the attacker's arm and asking what he thinks he is doing. The thug yells back, demanding to know who the man is. The man silently studies the situation. He notices the pouch in the thug's hand and wonders if it is the boy's stolen money. The thugs, seeing his appearance, assume he is a rich kid alone and threaten to teach him a lesson. Their scarred leader orders everyone to attack him. One thug tries to punch him from behind. The man calmly knocks the attacker out with a single punch. The leader is stunned that his subordinate was defeated so easily. The man asks if they still think things will go their way and suggests continuing. The leader rallies the others and they all rush him with weapons drawn. After a brief clash, the thugs lie unconscious on the ground while smoke and dust clear. The boy hugs his sister and asks if she is okay as the man watches. The man apologizes that such an incident occurred and says he knows a safe place for them to stay. At the Grand Church estate, a voice refuses his request to house the children. A nun explains that this holy residence is reserved for previous saints and their staff and that children of unknown origin cannot live there. He argues that surely such a large estate can accommodate 2 children if the current saint agrees, but she still insists it is impossible. Surprised, he remarks that he never knew such a strict rule existed. He reassures the children not to worry and promises to find them another place to live. He leads them to a neighborhood and asks if the place he is showing them will be acceptable. Revealing a freshly bought house, he tells them this will be their new home and asks their names. Outside the house, they admit they have never had names, surprising him. He thinks about giving them good names. Remembering his own world, he proposes calling the boy Mary and the girl Chris. Words, he says, hold great meaning where he comes from. The siblings are speechless, and he nervously wonders if they dislike the names. The girl says that is not the case. The boy explains he is simply overwhelmed with gratitude for everything the man has done. The man looks at them warmly as they bow their heads. Together with a nun, they thank him sincerely in front of their new home. Time shifts to the imposing palace of the Holy Empire. In a laboratory, he carefully molds a glowing blue ring-like object while someone calls his name. His assistant Eckley asks if he is still working on that project. Surrounded by books and equipment, Eckley asks what he is trying to do, and the man says to wait because he is doing all this for Eckley. He finally completes the glowing implant and declares it finished. Eckley realizes the project is meant to fix his damaged eye and is surprised the man is still pursuing that idea. the man confirms that he is. The man proudly says he has finally found a way to help Ekli and asks him to take a look. He explains that the vial contains ingredients to cure Ekli's eye, which shocks Ekli. When asked what it is and where he acquired it, the man reveals it is troll's blood. He goes on that the blood was clarified by mixing it with orc's blood. He explains that orcs can adapt to foreign blood, so when troll blood is transfused into them it becomes clear while retaining special properties. Showing the vial again, he says this process yields transparent, easily shaped blood for use as a material. Ekli asks if that substance can really fix his eye, and the man replies yes but says he must trust him. The man describes that they will place this artificial lens into Ekli's eye to repair it. Ekli reacts in alarm at the idea. The man clarifies they will remove the cataract-damaged parts of the lens and insert the modified blood lens as a replacement. Ekli is stunned, thinking such a procedure could not even exist and needing time to process it. The man looks at him seriously, waiting for his answer. He bows deeply before Ekli. Ekli panics that a saint is bowing, while the man says he understands Ekli's doubts. The man admits the plan sounds impossible but asks Ekli to trust him just this once, promising to take full responsibility for the eye. Ekli is moved speechless. Watching the saint bow, Ekli feels the sincerity and determination behind his words. Clutching his arm, Ekli admits he knows the idea is crazy yet feels the man's conviction deep in his heart. Ekli finally agrees to try, saying his damaged eye is useless anyway and any hope is worth taking. In a magically enhanced operating room, the man begins the surgery, cleansing the area with magic. He uses mana to hold the eyelids open and prepares to work directly on the eye. He narrates how he will cut the lens, break up the cloudy parts, and remove the affected tissue. He plans to insert the artificial lens, noting that although the technique itself is simple, it is delicate. He reflects that without modern equipment everything must be done by hand, making precision difficult. He steels himself, affirming that as Baekhyusung, the hand of God, he can do it. Later, in darkness, someone calls Ekli's name and asks if he is awake. Ekli slowly opens his restored eye. Realizing his sight has returned, he exclaims about his eye. His vision fills with bright light as he truly sees again. He marvels at the vivid landscape outside the window. Overwhelmed, he lets out a soft sound of amazement. The man enters, asking how Ekli feels and whether his vision is clear. Ekli answers that he can see perfectly and begs to know if this is real. The man smiles quietly, confirming the success with his expression. From outside the window, the two are seen together in the bright recovery room. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps echo through a corridor. A messenger rushes to the saintess with urgent news. He reports that a large force has gathered on the border and is marching toward the Holy Empire. The saintess, alarmed, asks where this armed force comes from and how close they are. The messenger says details are scarce but the army does not belong to any known nation. He further explains that the force is led by a necromancer commanding undead troops. A dark purple cloud looms menacingly beyond the city. In a distant forest, a single flower stands before the advancing corruption. The enormous undead army's vanguard crushes the flower as foul energy spreads. Purple mist engulfs the woods. The necromancer and his diverse undead horde march forward through the forest. At the border encampment, a commander announces that tomorrow is the day of the holy war and asks if all preparations are complete. He orders paladins to form the vanguard and knights to guard the rear, reminding them many lives hang in the balance. Two armored soldiers nervously joke about facing undead in battle. One notices his comrade looking at something and asks what it is. The other shows a locket with his family's picture, admitting he thinks of them more than of God. They both regret not visiting their families before coming to this dangerous front. One says he heard from officers that the new saint, famous for using meteor-like magic, will join them in the fight. They note it will still take 4 days of marching from Salonia for the saint to arrive, so their task is to hold the line until then. Looking up anxiously, they pray that God will be with them. Meanwhile, the sun sets over the imperial palace. The saintess broods anxiously in her office as evening falls. She is told that the Pope has formally ordered the saint to be dispatched to the border. She reflects that the danger must be dire if the Pope is sending the saint into battle. She asks about reinforcements from neighboring nations and hears they will take 4 or 5 days to arrive. She then asks who will be accompanying the saint on the march. The answer is that the 3rd Paladin Order, the Holy Altar's warriors, and the royal guards are already on their way with him. Realizing those are nearly all available forces, she asks if that is truly the full strength they can muster. The official's silence confirms her fears. Outraged, she shouts that the Pope must be mad to send the saint against a necromancer from the ancient age of sorcery when such forces are insufficient. A narration recalls that long ago magic research flourished across the continent during the age of sorcery. It explains that the age ended when dark mages, led by the king of the dead, the necromancer, plunged the world into ruin. She realizes with horror that this legendary necromancer has been revived. The official adds that on top of this external threat, internal rebellions are brewing, so they cannot spare more troops. He implies the border has effectively been written off as lost, which is why the Pope acts this way. Furious, the saintess thinks that the Pope is treating God's representative as a disposable pawn. Another messenger bursts in, panicking as he calls to the saintess. He reports that the enemy is advancing faster than predicted through the southern mountains. Hearing this, the saintess grimly acknowledges that the holy war has truly begun. She suddenly runs out, thinking she cannot waste any more time. At night on the ramparts, a war horn sounds above the battlefield. A commander shouts that the enemy is coming and orders everyone to ready their weapons. Archers loose a massive volley of arrows into the dark toward the approaching undead army. Skeleton soldiers are shattered by incoming attacks. A paladin shouts and powerfully smashes a skeleton with his shield. The priestess prays for divine protection that hardens their bodies and grants strength to fight. Her blessing spell envelopes the paladins, who feel themselves become stronger. A paladin, empowered by the blessing, believes they can finish the battle before more enemies arrive. Their commander warns the troops not to relax because they have only faced the weakest foes so far. An older man grimly notes that the strongest enemies have not yet appeared. Wraith-like banshees and a flaming death knight arrive, shocking the soldiers. The commander panics and orders everyone to retreat and regroup. He looks up in terror as something approaches. A towering banshee materializes right before him. Soldiers are gruesomely cut down, and survivors scream for everyone to flee. A knight is impaled through the torso while trying to shield someone. A priest is mortally struck from behind by a banshee. Amid the massacre, a hooded necromancer laughs as soldiers beg for help. The necromancer revels in watching humans being torn apart. He commands his undead to annihilate every last enemy. As purple power surges into the undead, a knight realizes they are getting stronger and is ordered to retreat. A desperate knight questions whether their god has abandoned them. Another knight shouts a warning as a huge death knight raises a spiked mace behind the captain. The death knight grips its massive weapon, ready to strike. A sudden green flash interrupts the attack, startling the captain. He turns and wonders in disbelief why this many powerful foes are present. The silver-haired saint appears, calmly gathering blue magic in his hand. Looking at the vast undead army, the saint remarks that there are an overwhelming number of enemies. His first projectile of light streaks toward the battlefield. As he runs, he recalls being ordered to the border despite the danger. He remembers that the Pope had no choice but to send him because of the crisis. Clerics discuss that the border mission sounds suicidal and that facing a necromancer will cause internal conflict. The saint decides that even if they hold the border, internal collapse would ruin everything, so he tells them to inform the Pope. In the present, he declares that he will personally protect the border. Shocked soldiers ask how the saint arrived on the battlefield. The saint orders the wounded paladins separated and healed while royal guards defend the holy troops, and they thank him. Officers worry that treating the injured will weaken their front lines, and the saint asks if they really think the situation is bad. They notice that nearby undead have melted away and attribute it to the saint's holy power. The saint confirms that this is indeed his doing but internally curses being a saint if it means being sent to die. As more undead rush, he calmly turns toward them. He bathes the battlefield in golden holy light as his power surges. Seeing that many undead still advance, he decides he must wipe out the remaining horde himself. The saint casts a devastating fireball spell. The fireball explodes, engulfing the undead army in a massive blast. The necromancer survives by sheltering under a purple hexagonal barrier. The saint confronts him and identifies him as the necromancer. The necromancer is stunned that a saint can use such magic. Regaining his focus, the necromancer begins a powerful resurrection ritual. He completes the spell Death Revive, calling back multiple death knights. Watching the revived armor rise, the saint notes that there are now many death knights. He prepares another spell, speaking softly. Casting Heal, he turns the necromancer's own magic against him, causing the undead constructs to crumble. The necromancer, wounded and restrained by his backlash, yells at the saint not to interfere. Desperate, he unleashes a barrage of bone spear attacks. The saint simply cancels the incoming magic with a blue barrier. He then casts Hold, his glowing eyes focusing. Blue chains of light bind the necromancer, who cries out in pain. Terrified, the necromancer marvels at the saint's overwhelming power. The saint's radiant aura leads onlookers to think he might be more than a mere saint, possibly an angel, or even godlike. Still bound, the necromancer is pierced by an attack from afar. A grieving priest, blaming the necromancer for Jarenia's death, attacks him in rage. The saint declares that the paladin's honor has been sullied and that the necromancer will face divine punishment. Looking over the burning battlefield, the saint realizes even fallen soldiers have been turned into undead. He reflects sorrowfully that these undead were once beloved family and friends. Determined, he gathers blue holy light in his hand to let them finally rest. He announces he will give them a final send-off and cast extensive cure. Blue healing light rains down on the undead corpses. The reanimated bodies dissolve peacefully under the purifying light. The flames die down as rain begins to fall over the devastated field. In the pouring rain, the saint maintains a barrier while the battlefield quiets. Survivors mourn the dead, comforted by comrades as the rain falls. The saint wonders if arriving sooner could have saved more people but forces himself to stay focused. He resolves that before dwelling on regrets, he must finish dealing with the necromancer. He tells the bound necromancer he talks too much and asks if he fears joining the dead he commands. The necromancer laughs madly, insisting he is not afraid and that the border battle is only the beginning. The saint urges him to surrender while instructing Heer to escort the prisoner back to the Holy Empire as he returns alone. He reflects that, as expected, internal uprisings are likely underway. Saying he must hurry, he dashes away through the rain. Elsewhere, screams ring out over a town under attack. A terrified boy begs for help as skeletons corner him. A brilliant arc of sword energy slices through the skeletons. A pink-haired knight praises Zeke's swordsmanship, while he tells her to stop joking. Laughing, she wonders aloud where the saintess currently is. The scene shifts to the besieged city skyline under a gloomy sky. Dozens of undead flood the city streets. A city knight sees a new enemy force advancing and shouts that the enemies are coming. A golden glowing hand orders everyone to retreat. The saintess unleashes a massive golden slash that obliterates hordes of undead. Even as she cuts them down, she notes the undead keep coming without end. Knights realize that alongside the undead an unknown living army has joined the attack. The saintess worries they are running out of options. Zeke roars as he charges into battle. He releases a powerful blast of sword energy. The golden explosion annihilates a cluster of skeletons before him. The saintess senses the distinct sword aura and is surprised. Fia and Lord Zeke arrive, cheerfully greeting the saintess and telling her she need not worry now. The saintess anxiously asks why Zeke left the saint and what has happened to him, while Fia clings to her. Alarmed, the saintess demands to know what Zeke means when he cites the saint's orders. Zeke hesitates silently, troubled. He remembers being struck on the forehead by the saint during their earlier conversation. In that memory, the saint tells him to stay in Salonia because he would only be a burden if he came along, while Zeke insists on following. Later, the saint sighs under a clear sky, resigned to Zeke's stubbornness. Zeke replies firmly that the saint must then face him in combat. The saint challenges Zeke to prove he is strong enough not to be a burden. Zeke narrows his eyes, accepting the test. He answers that he understands and steels himself. Apologizing in advance, Zeke lunges at the saint with his sword. Their clash sends a shockwave across the courtyard. The saint blocks Zeke's aura-imbued sword with a small blade, astonished to see an aura weapon. Smiling, the saint asks if Zeke now understands his point. Zeke thinks there is no way the saint should be this strong, even with an aura sword. The saint explains Zeke is more needed elsewhere and internally notes how impressive it is that Zeke's blade was blocked so easily. Back in the present, Zeke admits he would have been useless at the border and was instead worried about assisting Lady Ariel. Ariel realizes the saint knowingly faced a necromancer alone and questions his judgment. Frustrated, she calls the saint an idiot for not understanding the danger he is in. An unknown figure steps forward, remarking that it is unfortunate. Meanwhile, the saint reaches a blood-soaked village and fears for Mary and Chris. Hearing someone call out to him, he turns quickly. He finds Chris crying over the bloody body of his sister Mary. Mary weakly addresses the saint while clinging to Chris. The saint runs over, frantically asking if Mary is alright and what happened to Chris. After checking Mary, he realizes she has no pulse or breath and appears to have already died. Chris explains that his frail sister has always been weak since childhood. Overcome with guilt, he shouts that as her older sister he should have protected her. The saint tells Mary he was wrong to bring them to this place. He apologizes for causing Chris even more pain, but Chris rejects the blame. Chris insists it is not the saint's fault because he was only trying to give them a better life. Still, Chris wonders tearfully if he could have saved his sister had he been stronger. He declares that he wants to become stronger. The saint sighs heavily, reflecting on the tragedy. He notices the dead knight behind Mary and concludes the killer was not from the Holy Empire. Analyzing the scene, he deduces that Mary herself killed the knight, revealing hidden talent. Addressing the surroundings, he orders everyone hiding to come out. The devastated town remains silent in response. The saint, realizing he is being watched, taunts the hidden observers for ignoring him. Scouts quietly report 2 hidden figures on a rooftop. They also report 3 more hiding beneath a tree. Another is identified near the fountain. The saint calls out the stalker trailing him and demands that all of them reveal themselves. A masked red-haired figure steps forward without speaking. The masked group introduces themselves collectively as the 7 messengers of the Dane family and formally greets the saint. One of them, Hong Yong, individually introduces himself as one of these 7 messengers. The red-haired leader continues speaking. He points out 3 of his comrades by name as Hyuk-yong, Chong-yong, and Sai-yong. He then names the remaining 3 messengers as Jik-yong, So-yong, and Hail-yong. The saint rightly wonders if someone was lazy when naming this similarly named group. He explains that he summoned them here for a particular reason. The saint asks the Dane messengers to take care of Chris. When they clarify if he means the grieving child, the saint replies that Chris has the potential to become an assassin. The red-haired assassin agrees that he can already sense that potential. They note that surviving in this slaughtered area proves Chris's remarkable aptitude. The assassin says that even if Chris ends up trained as an assassin, the saint only wants to give the child a chance to grow stronger. Another messenger confirms that the saint wants them to teach Chris their techniques, and he praises her for understanding his request. The masked guard refuses to train anyone, explaining they must focus entirely on protecting their charge. Another guard adds that some of their identities must remain secret to prevent information leaks that could endanger their lord. The silver-haired boy realizes convincing them will be difficult and notes how stubborn they are. He nervously asks if they would still refuse even if he issued a direct command. Noticing their startled reaction to the word command, he wonders if it triggered something. He thinks that if command affects them, he might be able to exploit that. He formally commands the assassins to take Mary and train her in assassination skills. Bound by the order, the assassins reluctantly agree to obey and listen for more instructions. Someone quietly asks that the fallen child be given a proper funeral. The boy tells Mary to trust the assassins, follow them, and learn from them, while Mary anxiously asks what will happen to him. He says he must go help others before it is too late, reassuring Mary that things will be alright. Determined, he insists his next task will not take long. He casts a powerful holy spell called Blessing. The knights exclaim that they have received the blessing and pray for divine support. The saintess rallies the troops to march forward and win the battle. A companion worries she overused holy energy, asking if she is alright. The Saintess insists she can still fight and sends Fia to guard the army's left flank. The Saintess privately admits she is only pretending to be weak. She reasons that instead of repeatedly buffing allies without a plan, she should use her power to crush enemy morale and force a retreat. Worrying about the enemy Grand Archmagician, she vows to hurry to the front. Suddenly a huge attack slams into the Saintess. She looks up in shock at the unexpected strike. The blow sends her crashing to the ground. An imposing man greets her mockingly as the Saintess. She recognizes him as Duke Zahard, a famed sword master, while he jokes that she disliked his greeting. Zeke rushes to the Saintess's side and checks on her condition. Zahard taunts Zeke as the little Duke of Trey, while Zeke accuses him of betraying God. Laughing, Zahard says the Holy Empire is doomed and too small to control superhumans like them. The Saintess admits Zahard infuriates her but forces herself to stay calm. She sees no opening in Zahard's stance and respects his strength as a sword master. She judges that even at full strength she might not defeat him, especially now that she is drained of holy power. Zahard unexpectedly suggests that both sides withdraw from the fight, making her wonder about his true intentions. She suspects he is either overestimating them or hiding something important. Narration explains that despite Iriel's worries, her heavy use of holy energy has actually put the church's side ahead. The blessing has boosted allied morale and shattered that of the enemy. Zahard observes grimly that his troops are being pushed back. Zeke concludes that in his current state it will be hard to handle both Zahard and the Saintess, so retreating is wiser. Narration notes that this retreat plan is what Zahard himself is thinking. The Saintess considers Zahard's proposal advantageous, planning to wait for reinforcements. She agrees aloud that both sides should back off. Zahard calls her decision wise and prepares to depart. A new voice challenges him, asking where he thinks he is going. Zahard reacts sharply, realizing someone unexpected has arrived. The Saintess and Zeke recognize the voice with surprise and dread. The boy saint appears wreathed in blue energy, demanding that the invaders pay for the havoc they caused. Power surges around him as he calls out multiple spells like Rockstorm, Psychokinesis, and Fire. He reflects that because this fight is serious, he cannot afford to lose concentration for even a moment. He forms a massive flaming meteor overhead and warns that Zahard's safety is no longer guaranteed. Narration explains that normal humans can hold only one kind of magic and that saints usually have all their magic converted into holy energy, losing access to other spells. Zahard panics, realizing this saint somehow wields both holy energy and conventional magic, breaking the usual rules. With the meteor poised above, the saint casually offers Zahard a chance to say final words. Zahard stares at the fiery sphere and gasps in disbelief. He suggests settling things with a duel between representatives instead of annihilating everyone. The saint is puzzled by the idea of representatives. Zahard argues that killing everyone here would cause long-term political headaches for the saint, so a duel benefits him. Zeke urges the saint not to trust Zahard, but the saint admits it would be ideal to wipe them all out while still considering the offer. Impressed by Zahard's courage, the saint disperses the meteor. Zahard assumes the boy foolishly accepted and internally mocks him. In response, the saint flips him off. He invites Zahard to come at him, clearly unafraid. Zahard thinks the boy is naive and underestimates him. The saint, seeing numerous flaws in Zahard's stance, believes he has a real chance. Zahard reasons that even a meteor-summoning archmage is helpless if he cannot chant spells and plans to exploit that. Deciding on a quick finish, Zahard charges in. He leaps to strike, declaring he will end things swiftly. The saint calmly gathers blue energy in his hand. Their weapons clash violently as the saint's aura blade meets Zahard's giant sword. Zahard is stunned to realize the saint can form an aura sword like a sword master. The saint's slashes drive Zahard back, carving up the battlefield. Zahard checks his weapon in shock as the saint remarks that the blade is still intact. The saint coolly asks what Zahard plans to do next, boasting about using meteors, holy energy, and now an aura sword. Zahard, overwhelmed, wonders where this monstrous opponent came from. They close again, blades colliding with intense force. Zahard strains to block the saint's relentless aura strikes. As they exchange flashing blows, Zahard realizes the boy's swordsmanship matches his own style. The saint says he finally understands Zahard's technique. He then demonstrates a perfected version of Zahard's style, astonishing Zahard with how completely he has copied it. Realizing his miscalculation, Zahard knows even a one-on-one duel against this opponent is hopeless. The saint asks if Zahard understands now why he accepted the duel. He explains that for villains who toy with human lives, he makes sure their deaths are anything but peaceful. Zahard sees that the boy not only imitated his technique but is improving it mid-battle, recognizing true genius. Bleeding heavily, Zahard fully acknowledges the saint's overwhelming talent. Wounded and on the ground, Zahard groans as the saint tells him the fight should end here. Zahard begs for mercy and offers to surrender, but the saint doubts a proud sword master like him could ever accept taking orders and questions his role in the rebellion. Zahard begins to justify himself, saying all he wanted was something more. He claims he only wished to prove to hidden nobles that drastic methods could change the world. The saint strikes decisively, cutting off Zahard's final attack. The saint presses his glowing blade down, pitting Zahard's huge sword. Power flares as the saint's energy envelopes Zahard's weapon. Zahard realizes in horror that the blade has vanished. We see Zahard's silhouette collapsing in the distance as the saint turns away with his glowing sword. Elsewhere, Zeke witnesses the Saint's technique and calls his attack an unblockable blade. At a fortress, commanders react to reports about the new Saint's feats. Two knight commanders, Gaiman and Klein, describe how the Saint hurled thousands of fireballs and routed an undead army. They add that he even captured the necromancer alive. Mage Commander Philia confirms the bound prisoner radiates demonic energy, and is indeed the necromancer, while saying the situation is under control. A messenger rushes in with urgent news from the Saint, prompting concern. They hear that the Saint's group has nearly crushed the rebel forces already. One of them asks Ariel for permission to leave early to handle another task, and she agrees. Back on the battlefield, Ariel notes they have mostly cleared the area, and her comrades praise her efforts. Fia wonders aloud what the Saint was in his previous life, prompting Zeke to scold her for being disrespectful. Ariel tells them to calm down and offers to explain more about the Saint. A sudden surge of purple energy erupts nearby. Fia panics and asks what is happening as Zeke senses grave danger. He recognizes the sinister power as demonic energy and worries about its source. The air grows freezing, and Zeke warns the Saintess to be careful. The purple energy expands ominously over the town. Ariel stares upward in disbelief at the phenomenon. A massive skeletal dragon wreathed in purple flames appears, identified as a bone dragon. Lightning flashes above the city as the crisis escalates. Inside the palace, the maid tells the Saint she felt the ominous disturbance, and he agrees he should head out again. He asks her to manage things in his absence, especially watching over Mary, assuring her the messengers will also protect the child. She does not recognize who these messengers are but tells him to be careful. Alone, she wonders if he means the secretive Dane family. The bone dragon roars, unleashing more dark energy. A vortex of icy power scatters knights who are fighting nearby. The ground and corpses writhe with purple energy as more undead stir. Ariel gathers holy power, praying intensely. She unleashes massive holy spells, healing and shielding her allies. Even so, she laments that there are too many undead for her holy magic to fully contain. The dragon's colossal skeletal hand crashes down. The creature looms over Ariel, preparing a devastating attack. She realizes the aura she feels is dragon fear, a terror that shakes her to the core. Overwhelmed, she feels her consciousness slipping under the crushing fear. Someone's armored step interrupts as help arrives. Zeke appears beside her, moving despite the dragon's oppressive aura. Ariel notices that the fear effect around her has weakened. Zeke and Fia explain that the dragon's fear has been partially transferred onto them instead. Grateful, Ariel thanks them while Fia admits even a skeletal dragon is terrifying. Fia hears a sound behind her and dreads what it might be. A skeleton warrior suddenly swings at her from behind. Zeke intercepts and destroys the attacker with a fiery slash. Fia is shocked that Zeke can still move under dragon fear, and he says he can manage to a limited degree. He explains he can move but not fight at full strength while under such fear. Knowing his limits, Zeke resolves to simply buy time. He steels himself to do his best while holding off the skeleton horde. Zeke narrows his eyes, focusing his resolve. He fully opens them, determination burning. Swearing to serve the Saintess with everything he has, Zeke charges and cuts down undead. He carves through multiple skeletons with sweeping attacks. A grotesque multi-eyed monster lunges at him from the shadows. Zeke slashes through that creature as well. Momentarily catching his breath, he senses that the situation is still dire. A new wave of skeletons surges toward him as he cries out in pain. Fia panics, begging God to help as she fears Zeke will die if nothing changes. Ariel tries to muster holy energy but finds her body paralyzed and unable to support Zeke. Nearby, a mound of bones begins to stir ominously. A huge explosion of light obliterates another cluster of skeletons. Bloodied and exhausted, Zeke staggers but stays standing. Fia rushes toward him in tears, asking if he is alright, while he insists she stop overreacting and claims he is fine. Zeke, the young sword master, feels true exhaustion for the first time. He analyzes the bone dragon and realizes it only projects overwhelming fear. While attacking, Zeke doubts his training despite being hailed as a sword prodigy. A powerful force suddenly strikes his hand. Pushing himself, Zeke wonders if this is all he is capable of. He regrets that someone stronger than him was not chosen for this fight. He wishes he were as strong as Zahard while being overwhelmed by skeletons. Bleeding, Zeke believes he is unworthy to serve his lord. Collapsing in blood, he weakly calls out to the Saint. He apologizes in his thoughts for not being able to stay by the Saint's side. The Saint, Ray, arrives, praises Zeke for holding out, and begins casting magic. Ray unleashes an extensive healing spell that wipes out the surrounding undead. Seeing the bone dragon, Ray identifies it as the root cause of the calamity. Ray gathers a dense orb of blue mana in his hand. He confronts the airborne bone dragon, preparing to attack. Ray recalls reading about dark magic and a great weapon that nullifies most magic and creates an undead even aura blades cannot cut. He reasons that a demon of this level implies another necromancer is nearby. Ray cannot locate the necromancer because of the bone dragon's interference. He promises to search for the necromancer later, and casts a heal spell offensively. The healing magic engulfs and crushes the bone dragon. Onlookers are shocked that Ray destroyed the bone dragon with a single healing spell and feel the oppressive fear vanish. The bone dragon's skull glows as it is overwhelmed by holy power. The dragon's core flares again, surprising everyone. Zeke warns the others that the bone dragon is about to unleash its breath. The dragon fires a devastating purple beam toward the town. Ray's mana shield cracks under the blast, and he acknowledges the weapon's power. He resolves not to let the town suffer further damage. Ray casts Heal again, flooding the dragon's heart with holy energy. The unleashed power expands outward, covering the town. As the afterglow fades, Ray realizes the necromancer has already escaped his detection. Zeke lies mortally wounded while a restoration spell desperately works on him. Ray's companions see that Zeke's demonic contamination is rejecting holy magic. Ray concludes that continuous holy energy might heal Zeke but is unsure how long he can survive like this. Observing Zeke's condition, Ray notes how dangerous his state is. Examining the injuries, Ray judges Zeke's lower abdomen and intestines to be shredded, with only his lungs relatively intact. Ray vows to do everything he can to save Zeke despite the severity of the wounds. He cleans the area and prepares an extensive healing procedure despite the poor environment. Ray knows he must operate within the critical golden hour to save Zeke. He orders Ariel to block any miasma or demonic energy from reaching him during the operation. Fia panics at Ray's intentions while he calmly calls her name. Ariel steels herself, clearly anxious about what Ray is about to do. Fia, in tears, can only watch silently. Ray decides he must quickly reconnect Zeke's torn organs despite lacking equipment or donor parts. He identifies the demonic energy as the main obstacle and considers how to deal with it. Ray resolves to absorb the demonic energy himself and places his hand on Zeke's corrupted abdomen. The demonic miasma surges into Ray's arm, causing him pain. He realizes demonic power is still a form of mana that can be manipulated. Ray plans to exploit mana's tendency toward low-density areas by clearing the mana pathways in his left hand. He begins absorbing the demonic energy from Zeke's body, shocked by how much corruption there is. After extracting it all, Ray cleanses himself and immediately proceeds to the main surgery. He magically reconnects the aorta and other arteries so Zeke's heart and blood flow will function again. He continues, enduring pain while repairing the abdominal damage. Ray grimaces from shared pain and apologizes to the unconscious Zeke as he works. He checks Zeke's lungs, notes their improved color, and believes the sword master can now hold on. Ray sterilizes himself again and prepares to operate on the abdomen next. He inspects the ruined ileum, relieved there are no infections, and believes he can still save Zeke. Ariel watches Ray operating from a distance, murmuring his title. She admits she had doubted him at first, even while restraining Fia. Despite disagreeing with Ray's risky methods, she can sense Zeke's life force returning. Yet she worries about Ray's left hand, now darkened by residual demonic energy. Ray finishes suturing Zeke's abdomen with magic. Exhausted, he announces that the operation is over. Ray collapses, prompting Ariel to scream his title in alarm. She begins purifying the demonic taint spreading through Ray's arm. Ariel senses that the demonic energy has already sunk into Ray's bones and will require extremely precise holy control to cleanse. Realizing she cannot cure this alone, she runs off wishing she had a specialist for such treatment. Suddenly she notices the arrival of masked, covert protectors. She recognizes the masked figures who silently appear before her. Their leader orders Ji Kyung to secure the unconscious saint. Ariel asks if they are the saint's protectors as they lift Ray to carry him away, and they confirm it. They inform Ariel that they will take Ray to Salonia and ask her to accompany them later to continue his treatment, which she agrees to despite feeling as if she is talking to ghosts. The masked leader thanks her and instructs Fia to handle the remaining situation. Fia promises to finish up and later return with Zeke. Watching them depart, Ariel anxiously whispers the saint's title. Still shaken, she repeats his title as she worries. Ray lies unconscious in a bed, wrapped in sheets. In a modern hospital memory, a colleague tells Dr. Jean Yu-sung that they must head into surgery. The team confirms a heart surgery patient and prepares the operating room. Jean Yu-sung feels something is off as they stand over the anesthetized patient. He notices the patient looks strangely familiar. Dismissing the thought as impossible, he focuses, calls for a scalpel, and begins the procedure. Another doctor casually suggests using magic instead of tools, startling him. Ray jolts awake from this vivid past life memory with a scream. He finds himself in an ornate bedroom in Salonia and recognizes Euclid and Mary. The maids happily inform him he has finally awakened. Ray thanks Mary and gently scolds her for her reckless worry over him. He teases Euclid for being concerned, while she dryly claims she only feared losing her job. Ray thinks she has no cute side at all. Remembering Zeke, Ray urgently asks where he is, while Euclid hesitates. She explains that Zeke failed to protect him and is now in a deep sleep, but Ray asks her not to blame Zeke. Ray wonders why Euclid and Zeke are always at odds, noticing the demonic mark still on his darkened hand. Surprised that he can move so freely despite the injury, Ray learns that the saintess and chief priest treated him. He is shocked that the famed healer Iclay personally helped, and the maids praise Iclay's unmatched healing magic. Iclay then tells Ray there is something in the basement he wants him to see. In the underground hall, Iclay shows Ray an ominous object that was recovered alongside him. Ray identifies the object as a bone dragon's heart still radiating demonic energy, collected from the battle site and only partially sealed. Iclay says the reason for showing it is that Ray must bring the heart to a lecture hall meeting. Ray realizes the nobles want him to explain how he slew the bone dragon, since many of them doubt his story. Ray mentally complains that after all he did, he is now being forced to act as the Holy Empire's diplomatic representative. Resigned, he orders Euclid to carry the heart and thinks he is tired of being a saint. In the lecture hall, gathered nobles gossip that Ray's solo victory over the necromancer must be fabricated. Iclay is quietly briefed by an aide and acknowledges the situation. Iclay addresses the hall, promising that their questions will be answered. Count Slain of Veyborn questions whether it is even possible for a saint to use mana and defeat undead alone. Iclay replies that only God knows the full truth but implies it is the Holy Empire's duty to explain matters to the other kingdoms. He then announces that everyone is surely curious and signals Ray's entrance. Ray appears in ceremonial robes and invites the nobles to ask anything. Marquis Philia politely asks if it is true he defeated the necromancer alone using magic. Ray simply confirms that he did. The nobles are stunned by his straightforward answer, while Iclay notes they want proof. Representatives Gregory and Selena of the Resian Empire introduce themselves and hint that they require solid evidence. Ray repeats the word proof, and they explain they came as backup and must know the exact threat level for the continent. Gregory argues that the recent events endangered all nations and that proper evidence is needed, though he believes the captured necromancer helps. A Resian advisor insists the necromancer alone is not enough to prove Ray captured him single-handedly. Iclay realizes powerful figures like the famed Resian sword and young mage princess see Ray as a potential threat. He understands the nobles fear a man who beat a necromancer alone and are debating whether to eliminate Ray. Iclay wonders what choice Ray will make now. Ray counters by asking why his methods matter to their countries at all. Gregory answers that precise information is vital for all kingdoms and that they cannot rely solely on the Holy Empire's word. Ray steps forward, repeating their demand for proof. He instantly draws an aura sword to Gregory's neck, asking if that satisfies them. Selena nervously asks if such aggression represents the Holy Empire's official stance toward Regia. Ray dismisses the concern and has Eucla would bring him the prepared item. He dramatically whips off the cloth covering it. Revealing the pulsing bone dragon heart, he offers it as tangible evidence of his feat. He invites them to examine it themselves if they still doubt him. Selena reluctantly takes the heart, overwhelmed by its weight and sinister aura. The heart pulses ominously in her hands. A surge of demonic energy erupts from it, engulfing Selena, Gregory, and Ray. Choking on the miasma, Selena panics while Ray calmly reminds her that they already have full rights to question the captured necromancer. Ray states that regardless of who landed the final blow, the Holy Empire has the power to defeat a bone dragon. He then pointedly asks whether Regia's earlier accusations were an official imperial position. Terrified, Gregory and Selena are left speechless. Iclay inwardly notes that the Regians clearly jumped to conclusions. Gregory and Selena formally apologize for disrespecting the Holy Nation, acknowledging how dangerous careless words between nations can be. Ray replies that while he does not care about their personal titles, they must remember they represent their entire kingdoms when confronting him. Finished, Ray asks if his demonstration was sufficient and requests to leave, which Iclay gratefully permits. Smiling, Iclay turns back to the hall and asks if anyone else has questions. Time passes peacefully over the Holy Empire's capital. Outside under a clear sky, Ray considers going to visit the recovering Zeke. Euclid calls out to him, stopping him. She formally explains that while she cannot oppose his kindness, nobles must keep proper distance, hinting that Ray has been favoring Zeke too much, while Ray insists he is only checking on a patient. Euclid adds that many people now wish to meet him because of what happened at the hearing. The nobles gossip afterward about Ray capturing a necromancer and slaying a bone dragon with magic. Selena timidly asks Iclay what Ray's magic circle level currently is. Iclay admits even the Holy Empire does not know Ray's exact level. He speculates publicly that Ray is at least an 8th circle mage or higher. Narration clarifies his estimate was only speculation based on Ray's baptism magic, but it deeply impressed those present. Further narration compares this to known standards. Most top mages are only 5th or 6th circle, making Ray's supposed level extraordinary. Selena, stunned, thinks there is no way the saint is merely 5th or 6th circle and struggles to comprehend the possibility that he might truly be 8th circle. Representatives of the Resian Empire request to stay in the Holy Empire and verify the High Priest's statement. Delegates from the Glayman Kingdom and the Veyborn Kingdom also ask permission to remain in the Holy Empire. Ray allows any nation that wishes to stay in the Holy Empire to do so, foreseeing that this will create much work for him. Ray laments how quickly foreign envoys came, while Euclid informs him that the Resian Empire has requested an audience. Ray orders all other plans cancelled and immediately prepares to depart for Duke Trey's estate. On the way, Euclid teases that Ray favors Zeke too much, which Ray loudly denies. A carriage travels through a forested road toward Trey's estate. Riding the carriage, Ray notes how deep the estate lies and compares it to entering an elven village, then asks Euclid if she has visited one. Ray reveals he once lived in an elven village before coming here and begins reminiscing. Ray wonders how the elves he once lived with are doing now. The coachman announces their arrival at Duke Trey's estate, and Euclid tells Ray it is time to go out. The carriage door opens for them to disembark. Seeing the grand mansion that Zeke designed, Ray comments on its size while Euclid explains that only the exterior is his work. A maid greets them and says Zeke is in his bedroom, inviting them to follow her inside. As they walk through the hall, Ray asks why Zeke was moved here instead of recovering at Solonian Castle. Euclid tells him Zeke personally looked after the unconscious Ray with the last of his strength. She recalls how Zeke furiously protected Ray, threatening anyone who tried to touch the saint. Euclid adds that Zeke then insisted he could not serve properly while half dead and returned home, which Ray interprets as hatred toward him. Ray reflects that the three great families all revolve around him, causing rivalry, while Euclid claims she neither hates nor likes Zeke. Ray steels himself, thinking he can no longer delay this and must hurry into Zeke's room. Ray enters cheerfully calling for Zeke. Startled, Zeke urges the saint to lie down, convinced Ray's body cannot have fully healed. Zeke refuses to rest in Ray's presence, while Ray explains he came to check Zeke's condition and needs him lying down. Misunderstanding, Zeke dramatically bares his scarred chest and tells Ray to inspect his injuries as closely as needed. Ray is momentarily speechless at Zeke's eagerness. Ray is amazed to find Zeke almost fully healed and attributes it to Sword Master resilience, while Zeke credits Ray's treatment and Euclid scolds him to cover up. Zeke grumbles that Euclid need not have come, and she replies she only followed the saint, prompting Ray to beg them to stop fighting. Ray chastises both for arguing at such an important time, leading them to apologize and denounce fighting. Ray says he came not only to examine Zeke but because there is a more important matter, then calls for the messengers to appear. Zeke uneasily warns that continually summoning the messengers could cause trouble. Masked messengers suddenly materialize near Ray, startling him. Zeke, shocked he never sensed them, calls them assassins and demands to know why such people are here. One messenger calmly grasps his sword to stop him drawing it. Another masked figure appears before Zeke, telling him they are not enemies and to lower his weapon, which makes him think yet another has arrived. Euclid, realizing even an injured Sword Master could not react to them, suspects their identity and moves to protect Ray. A messenger restrains Euclid from behind and tells her to calm down, remarking that if they were enemies she would already be dead. Ray intercedes, grabbing their hands and telling everyone to stop, pointing out that it is Euclid and Zeke's first time meeting these people. He introduces the masked group as the messengers of the Dane family. Zeke and Euclid recognize them as members of Dane, and one messenger asks why Ray summoned them. Ray states he gathered everyone for an important reason and wants to get straight to the point. The Dane representative urges him to explain the purpose of this order. Ray declares it an official order and begins assigning future roles to all of them. He smiles confidently as he is about to announce that order. Ray proclaims that everyone present will have dinner together, leaving others repeating the word in disbelief. Elsewhere, robed conspirators complain that their recent plan failed despite heavy investment. These cloaked figures, whose identities are exposed and necromancer captured, debate attacking the Holy Empire but conclude they must first eliminate a certain monster there. They identify that monster as the magic swordsman who slew the bone dragon and despair over creating a plan against such a foe. One conspirator proposes a solution involving the saint, suggesting they send him away to another kingdom. Back at Duke Trey's estate that evening, Ray happily grills meat for the awkwardly watching nobles and Dane members. When no one starts eating, Ray worries about the taste while a messenger asks why he organized this event. Ray answers that he wants everyone to get to know each other and learn to cooperate. He explains that an organization exists to cover each other's weaknesses, and though joint work may seem inefficient now, cooperation will solve problems over time. The Dane leader agrees to follow his wish if that is what he truly wants, but Ray says he will not force cooperation and prefers they choose freely. After a pause, someone sets down a plate, signaling a decision. Zeke then firmly announces that the Trey family will cooperate with everyone. Euclid warns that this breaks Trey family tradition, but Zeke replies that their duty is to protect the saint and cooperation only furthers that role. The Dane messengers look to their leader in silence, awaiting her response. She raises her hand and declares that the Dane family will cooperate as well. She further states that obeying the saint's commands is Dane's duty and they will cooperate regardless of previous obligations. Euclid, pleasantly surprised how well things are going, decides that the Bellacroix family will also cooperate. She clarifies that Bellacroix is responsible for gathering information for the saint and vows that her family will fulfill this mission by staying at his side, which confuses Ray. Euclid bluntly explains that staying beside him ultimately implies marriage. The Dane leaders stare in shock at this revelation. Zeke is equally stunned by the implication. Ray himself is dumbfounded as the thought sinks in. The word marriage echoes dramatically over the night sky. Time passes and the story returns to the Holy Nation's palace. Someone reminds Ray he has already heard the foreign nation's pleas. Sitting beside Ariel, Ray appears troubled and brushes it off when she asks what is wrong. Euclid stands silently nearby, observing. A young Dane messenger, embarrassed, confirms that marriage is truly their family's mission, while Euclid sighs that this is why she disliked discussing it. Euclid reassures Ray that marriage is only one possible means to fulfill her mission and that she has no intention of doing anything to a 15-year-old saint. Ray remembers how she once looked down at him at night but tells himself there is no way she meant anything improper. A servant announces Lord Gregory of the Resian Empire has come to visit, and Ray and Ariel agree to let him in. Gregory apologizes for his past rudeness and offers a gift as compensation. He presents a rare earring made from a wyvern-tail crystal, explaining its origin. Ariel recognizes it as Cecil's teardrop and explains to Ray that this legendary elven artifact has a missing pair that can be located by magic. She elaborates that Cecil was an elven master craftsman, and this earring is one of her famed treasures whose twin can be tracked. Ray is shocked that the gift is a legendary treasure, but Gregory tells him to accept it as a simple token from the Empire. Ray immediately wears the earring and asks if it suits him, while Ariel notes he seems unconcerned by its value. Ray thanks Gregory for the gift and cheerfully tries to send him away, saying many people are waiting outside, but Gregory protests that he has more to discuss. Composing himself, Gregory explains that the Resian Empire wishes to improve relations and invites Ray to visit their empire. Ray reflects that Regia is the continent's most powerful nation and that forming ties with them could benefit the Holy Nation. He also thinks their liberal circulation of information means valuable medical knowledge is likely available there. Ray compares Regia's medicine to that of other kingdoms and acknowledges it is likely far superior, while Gregory notes they have heard many rumors of Ray's deeds. Gregory praises Ray for boosting agricultural output and turning surplus clergy into mercenaries, saying the empire is impressed by his influence. He suggests that if Ray came to Regia and combined his methods with their technology, they could triple their economic output as well. Gregory inwardly believes these generous terms will be hard to refuse and that winning Ray's favor is worth any technological cost. He concludes that controlling Ray, the strongest individual, is what will truly determine the world's greatest nation. Ray thanks him for the proposal. Smiling brightly, Ray nevertheless declines, explaining he has too many responsibilities in the Holy Nation. He adds that this refusal applies to all nations waiting outside and that he has no intention of moving to another country. Accepting Ray's stance, Gregory says they will welcome him anytime he chooses to visit, and Ray politely agrees. After Gregory leaves, Yuklawood asks if Ray truly refused only for the Holy Nation's sake, and he answers that borders are not yet secure, so it would be bad for him to leave. She points out he has no fixed duties, but Ray insists he does. Ray then asks Yuklawood to gather nearby nobles for a discussion. She agrees to carry out his request immediately. Ray also asks Ariel to help express his intentions politically as she did before, and she consents to listen first. Ray tells her he plans to create facilities to teach his style of medicine. He elaborates that he wants to found an academy to train doctors who can heal and save lives. Ray recalls how many people, like Zeke, could not be saved solely by holy power or magic on the battlefield. Ariel says she understands and is willing to help with such a project. Ray happily thanks her for her support. Ariel downplays her role, unsure if her help is even necessary. She reminds Ray that, whether he realizes it or not, he is viewed as a hero within the Holy Nation. Ariel suddenly remembers she forgot to make him say a flattering line about her being the greatest and prettiest saintess. She jokes about wanting that praise while Ray silently reacts. Later, in a meeting with nobles, Ray formally proposes establishing a new medical academy. Many nobles hesitate at the idea of a noble-oriented academy, prompting Ariel to step in to influence them. By making Ray's magic lectures at existing academies a condition, Ariel negotiates a compromise to create a joint academy for both magic and medicine. As a result, Ray becomes a professor at the newly formed academy. He begins his career teaching there. From his classroom, Ray greets his first audience. He introduces himself as Professor Ray, primarily a medical expert who will also deliver weekly magic lectures. He concludes his introduction, hoping the lectures will benefit everyone. Ray then nervously notes something else to mention. Seeing the packed lecture hall full of students and even other professors, Ray is startled by the huge turnout. News of a highly skilled new professor spreads through the academy, and various rumors about Ray circulate. Among these stories, students are most fascinated by tales of his handsome appearance. Narration describes Ray's striking white hair, blue eyes, smooth skin, sharp jawline, and his magical teardrop earring. In a school filled with nobles of all ranks, his looks alone captivate the young students. Ray refocuses the class and announces their first topic will be the expression of magic. He explains that magic expression is both essential and the final goal for magicians, asking students to name its components. A student correctly answers that it requires mana conversion, chanting, and proper technique, which Ray acknowledges as the 3 standard elements. Ray then proposes an alternative approach using a fire spell as an example and wonders aloud about reducing mana conversions from 3 to 1. The skeptical student insists such a change would waste mana and cause the spell to fail, but Ray says he is wrong. Ray explains that fewer conversions would make spells easier to cast, require less mana, and conceal their type until the last moment. Observing professors admit they are struggling to understand his explanation. The student apologetically says the idea seems impossible, so Ray offers to demonstrate with his right hand. Ray silently casts a fire spell in his palm without chant or visible preparation, shocking the class. Students exclaim that he cast a spell with a single mana conversion and without chanting, proving his point. Ray begins breaking down the idea using a diagram of a first circle water spell. He shows that if mana is gathered into certain arranged circles, even without chant or technique, it can still function. Ray explains that casting with mana in this new form lets it combine more efficiently, inviting anyone curious to try immediately. Professor Claris, an ice attribute magician, is stunned that Ray's idea, which he expected to be theoretical, actually works. Claris marvels at how a simple pattern of circles can reveal the spell's fundamental structure. Experimenting himself, Claris is amazed to find the method truly functions. Students also succeed in casting chantless water spells and exclaim over the results. More students replicate the technique, proving the method broadly effective. Ray reflects that he never imagined teaching others but feels proud seeing their reactions. He hopes his upcoming medical lectures will yield similar success when someone calls out to him. The Academy's senior professors enthusiastically praise his lecture and insist the theory must be submitted to the association. They ask Ray to name his new magic theory, prompting him to think. Ray casually names it atomic theory. That night the Academy erupts in excitement over the lecture's implications. Students witness a strange surge of blue magical power, and wonder what is happening. It turns out Professor Claris has broken through to become a fifth circle magician after internalizing Ray's lecture. The next morning, Ray wakes up annoyed by the noise outside his room. Someone urgently pounds on his door, shouting for Professor Ray. Ray groggily opens the door, complaining it is too early, and is met by someone exclaiming that he is finally awake. Ray's students swarm him, begging for repeated magic theory lectures and for his lessons to become a regular course. Ray, exhausted, reacts wearily to the students' non-stop enthusiasm. He hurriedly seals his room door with strengthening, locking, and silencing magic while students shout for him. Narration explains that, to escape being hounded in his quarters, Ray agrees to the students' pleas and doubles his weekly magic lectures. Ray slumps in his room, frustrated that his life at the academy is nothing like he had planned. Scene shifts to a treehouse home in a forest, indicating another location important to Ray. An elf attendant asks Lord Aira how to respond to an elven village that wants to relocate. Aira casually agrees to let the elven village move in. Aira adds that the relocation must be completed within a week, surprising her attendant. Aira mentions she has to leave afterward, implying another destination. The attendant assumes Aira is going to the Holy Empire and asks her to tell Ray she is doing well, which Aira denies. Teasingly asked if she is not going to the Holy Empire, Aira finally agrees to pass on greetings to Ray. Aira reflects that although half a year should be trivial to an elf, thinking of Ray makes the time feel unbearably long. Back at the academy, Ray notes that many students have gathered for his next lecture. In class, Ray introduces Professor Claris, an ice magic professor, as his assistant. Students whisper in amazement that Claris is helping Ray after becoming captivated by Ray's lecture. Claris glares menacingly at gossiping students, scaring them into silence. Ray tells the class to stop chatting and focus. He announces the start of the second magic theory lecture. Ray explains that mana in the atmosphere is uniform, so all magicians draw on the same quality of mana, making the caster less important than how the mana is used. To demonstrate, Ray asks Claris to cast the wind spell Wind Cutter on him. Students fret that such a spell is too dangerous, wondering if Ray is crazy. Ray reassures Claris to aim at the board near him if he is worried, and Claris agrees. Claris forms a sphere of wind, preparing it to become a sword-like wind cutter. He unleashes the wind cutter spell powerfully down the classroom. Ray immediately casts Cancel, erasing the spell before it hits. Ray explains that by judging where the magic is and forcing mana to clash there, anyone can cancel another spell, then ends the lecture and tells students to pair up to practice cancellation. The stunned students protest that canceling magic like Ray did seems impossible for them. Ray challenges their defeatism by asking if they have forgotten what it means to be magicians. He passionately declares that magic defies logic and that magicians must never stop accepting new ideas or lose sight of their ultimate goals. Ray's fervor moves the students, who call out to him in admiration. Everyone vows to practice cancel, and narration states that this concludes the second lecture. Time passes to another day at the academy's grand campus. Ray, tired from staying up preparing his separate medical lectures, notes that only recruiting students remains. He worries that medicine is less popular than swordsmanship or magic and wonders how to attract participants. Nearby, a male student corners a girl named Greya, insisting on talking to her after 276 days. The boy Minus loudly demands Greya's answer to his feelings while onlookers gawk, including Ray. Greya nervously hesitates, making Ray think she might be in trouble. Ray intervenes, scolding the three boys for surrounding a frightened girl. Shocked, Minus insists he did not mean to scare Greya, while she apologizes to him. Greya bluntly rejects Minus, saying muscular men like him are not her type and she cannot date him. Minus suddenly suspects Greya's rejection is because of Ray's interference. Furious, Minus compares Ray's slender looks to his own and accuses Greya of preferring that supposed weakling. Greya tries to clarify but only worsens Minus's anger, while Ray protests that she is adding fuel to the fire. In tears, Minus challenges Ray to a duel as payback for the rejection. Ray reluctantly prepares to accept, putting on his glove while Minus taunts him for being scared. Minus boasts of his ranking and swordsmanship level, vowing to knock Ray out. Ray instantly floors Minus with a mere tree branch strike to the head. Annoyed at being called weak, Ray complains as Minus and his friends flee. A bystander marvels at his feat and asks if he is a freshman. Ray looks over, surprised by the attention. Students excitedly celebrate that Ray defeated Minus using only a branch. Ray thinks he has inadvertently become a hero of justice, while Greya shyly thanks him for helping. Smelling alcohol-like potion fumes, Ray politely hopes he did not intrude on something she could handle. He asks about the unusual scent, and Greya explains she had been brewing potions, surprising him. Ray infers she is interested in medicine and tells her about upcoming free medical lectures, which excite her as a swordsman course student. Introducing himself simply as Ray, he's delighted when Greya, who likes the new professor's name, gives her own name and nickname. He cheerfully says goodbye, telling Greya he will see her at the lecture, and she agrees enthusiastically. Ray senses that recruiting students for medicine might be easier than he expected. Greya's friend asks what she was talking about with Professor Ray, and Greya only then realizes he was the professor in question. Greya panics, worrying she might have offended him by not recognizing him earlier. Her friend teases that she might have fallen for the professor, leaving Greya silent. Greya smiles warmly to herself, hinting at budding affection. Her friend reacts in confused surprise to Greya's unexpected expression. A loud exclamation from the academy buildings underlines everyone's shock at the situation. Later, Ray flops onto his bed, lamenting that he never gets a peaceful day. He frets over what exactly to cover in his upcoming medicine lectures for different year levels. Overwhelmed by mounting problems, he internally calls out for Saint Iriel. Iriel suddenly appears from under his bed, complaining that his wandering outside made it hard for her to hide. Startled, Ray asks why she is here instead of in the Holy Empire, and she boasts that she settled matters before coming. Ray asks if something is wrong, but Iriel says she only came to check on his academy life. Ray wonders if she is doing too much for him, and she admits he has a point. She confesses that she came specifically to see him, no longer just as a saint but as Ray. Leaning close, she directly addresses him as Ray, hinting at personal feelings. The holy mark on Ray's darkened hand begins to glow in response. A vast magic circle activates above them, startling both Ray and Iriel. Era is teleported from her forest home into Ray's room via the magic circle. Ray, shocked, shouts Era's name and demands to know what is happening. He wonders aloud if some big event is taking place as Era calmly stands amidst the fading teleportation light. Soon the three, now cloaked, share a tense meal while Era and Iriel glare at each other over Ray. Back at their first meeting, Ray and FIA had been stunned to realize Era is a high elf, and Ray questions what she is doing here. In the present, FIA marvels that Era teleported here, while Era scolds that such a spell is all Ray can say after so long. Era insists she came simply because she wanted to see Ray. She confronts FIA, calling her just a human woman, but FIA retorts that there is no rule barring her from Ray's side and tries to hand Era a robe so she can travel incognito. FIA is surprised to be given a robe, and Era explains it is for when they leave the academy. Ray agrees that they must leave campus, fearing the commotion if he is seen escorting both a saint and a high elf. The two women, now in robes, still radiate so much presence that Ray worries they will attract attention anyway. From outside, Ray's inner monologue again wishes for just one calm day. At a city restaurant, robed Era remarks that human towns have changed a lot in the short time since she last visited, though Ray doubts her sense of short. A group of mercenary-looking men politely ask if they may share Ray's table. Ray and his companions agree to share, and the staff lead the four newcomers to sit with them. The leader thanks them, and Ray, sensing mana flow, deduces they are a mage and three swordsman adventurers. The men clarify that they are actually mercenaries rather than adventurers. Their armored companion adds that they belong to the up-and-coming Billicle mercenary corps. Ray recalls Billicle's reputation as a rapidly growing, highly skilled mercenary company and asks what such a group is doing in this village. They explain that the Holy Empire directly commissioned them to suppress resistance forces and nearby monsters. Ray and FIA exchange uneasy looks at this revelation. Outwardly, FIA praises the mercenaries for receiving a direct imperial request, while inwardly Ray realizes the church shifted dangerous work to them. Era, intrigued by the tale after living so long in the forest, leans in and urges them to keep talking. The mercenaries, captivated by her beauty, eagerly agree to tell her more. Narration says their stories give Ray useful information. Ever since Ray came to the academy, resistance activity and monster numbers dropped sharply. However, mid-rank monsters remain numerous and now fight in organized, tactical ways as if controlled by someone. Ray deduces Iriel hired mercenaries because using church forces alone against such enemies would be too risky. Outside, a sign swings in the wind, foreshadowing coming trouble in the streets. Inside the restaurant, a waiter suddenly stumbles in shock. Someone screams that monsters are attacking. FIA tells Ray they must go, and he agrees. Outside, the mercenaries look up in horror at something incoming. A wyvern swoops down over the town, shocking everyone. The mercenaries find themselves paralyzed by an overwhelming fear aura and realize the wyvern is using some kind of fear magic. Ray finds it fascinating that a wyvern can deploy fear in this way. Era, stepping forward, says such fear is only meant to toy with the weak, dismissing the wyvern's tactic. The wyvern dives toward them, jaws open. Era gestures. The charging wyvern is smashed into a wagon, wrecking it in a single impact. She coldly chastises the beast for daring to use fear against a stronger opponent. The wyvern retaliates with elemental attacks as icy projectiles counter it. Ray adds his own magic, canceling the wyvern's spell and binding it with hold. He notes that the creature managed to cast a spell after feeling Era's fear effect, and Era points out it seems to lack its own will, hinting at external control. FIA spots more monsters elsewhere and goes to handle them while Ray thanks her. Ray realizes the threat is part of a larger scheme and decides he must confront the necromancer orchestrating everything. That night, captors in a dungeon torture a black magician but decide to use a mental spell to extract their faction's secrets. Their mage begins a powerful mind-reading spell on the prisoner, but the old necromancer laughs that their magic will not work on him. He mocks the low-rank mage and demands to see the saint herself instead. The necromancer reveals he already knows about the saint's presence at the academy, and taunts them for underestimating his awareness. He explains that he used black magic to learn the saint's movements and prepared countermeasures in advance. He boasts that with a monster tamer, he can strike targets beyond the saint's reach, using monsters to wreak havoc where she cannot respond. His plan is to further destabilize the Holy Empire by later leveraging merchant unions to damage its economy, ultimately bringing the empire down. As he demands to meet the saint, a robed figure calmly enters, announcing that the saint is already here. The newcomer tells him that regardless of his schemes, they will not amount to anything. He leans in and tells the necromancer that his grand plans are nothing more than dreams. The necromancer, unfazed, invites them to do whatever they wish with him. His crazed laughter echoes down the corridor as he vows that the outcome will be decided at twilight. Back at the city, Ray surveys the battlefield at sunset, relieved they defeated most monsters but puzzled about why they attacked. FIA and Ray decide they must strengthen the academy's defenses and figure out the monster's motive, leaving cleanup to reinforcements who can make armor from the corpses. Era senses something amiss and Ray asks what is wrong. She says she needs to speak to Ray privately, to his surprise. Casting a silence spell around them, she blocks out external sound to talk freely. Era, admitting her limited worldly knowledge, offers to share what she has sensed. She reveals that large magic circles, including one around the academy, have been set up across multiple regions. She explains that the whole academy area lies within a vast magic circles domain. Ray, shocked, asks about the circle, and Era replies that it is huge and its mana surged when the monsters entered it. She questions what type of magic circle it is, concluding Ray does not yet know. She can only feel its faint power. Ray hears that dismantling a circle of this scale would require erasing at least 30% of it, and without knowing the medium used to draw it, that's nearly impossible. Era elaborates that because they do not know how the circle was inscribed, undoing it is virtually impossible, something that would normally have been erased if made of chalk or bone dust. Ray realizes that since the circle persists it is being constantly maintained, and given his own limits he probably cannot cancel it, so he decides their priority must be evacuating everyone. Narration states that Ray immediately begins preparing an evacuation order. FIA, on hearing this, calmly studies maps to plan evacuation routes. She identifies the Academy's north and south divisions and suggests sending the north toward Geralt and the south toward Sulien, though noting the northern path is mountainous. Narration describes how Ray assigns FIA to guide northern evacuees, relying on her knowledge of the Holy Empire's geography, and entrusts southern protection to Era. Ray considers how to alert citizens from a high vantage point when Era tells him to just stand still. A massive pillar of light erupts beneath Ray, launching him upward so he can broadcast the evacuation message to everyone. Ray thanks Era before acting. Ray casts voice amplification magic. His amplified voice orders everyone to evacuate to Geralt, confusing townspeople who recognize it. Ray pulls off his cloak in preparation. He proclaims in the Holy Empire's name that the area is dangerous and commands everyone to leave, as people recognize him as Saint Ray yet question the order. Ray worries they lack time to convince the crowd through words alone. Deciding he has no choice, Ray triggers an explosion that startles and scatters people. He unleashes repeated blasts behind him, thinking there is no time to explain, so force is his only option. Watching the burning street, Ray wonders if this is enough, then decides to leave the rest to his companions and head to the outskirts. Ray leaps away from the scene. While sprinting, Ray vows that whoever caused this must not think they will escape safely. Elsewhere, a hooded figure races through the night. The hooded saint calculates that evacuating most people will take 3 days and that before panic starts they must request supplies for the city. While running, the saint notes that the northern route is long and more exposed to danger such as monsters. He senses that something similar to the enemies following him now might threaten evacuees. Detecting at least 5 strong mana sources, he judges them to be aura users or stronger. He stops at a chosen spot, deciding it will serve well for confronting them. Facing the pursuers, he calmly asks what business they have with a saintess as onlookers whisper in awe. 5 armed men appear. As some mock her, she analyzes them as 3 youths and 2 strong middle-aged aura users comparable to Zeke, making the fight troublesome. Surrounded, she remarks she would prefer fighting a saint over a saintess and demands to know which kingdom is behind the attack if she punishes them, while they warn her not to underestimate them. One attacker lunges, saying they have silenced many arrogant priests before. She calls their behavior rude and counters with a sweeping golden attack that hurls them away. Another hooded ally tells a fallen enemy to lie there quietly and wait to be killed, making him scream for help. A middle-aged swordsman blocks a powerful yellow strike with his flaming blade. Observing his sword chi, the saint identifies him as a sword master and wonders which kingdom sent 2 of that rank. She dismisses the Lessian Empire as suspects since they have no reason to target or antagonize a saint. She concludes that instead it is a dark group employing a necromancer, bone dragon and even sword masters, but reminds herself this is no time for speculation. Realizing a single mistake could get her killed, she sheds her cloak and prepares in earnest. She advances carefully, planning each step. She decides her divine power's broader range compared to a sword lets her close in on the enemies one by one. One sword master crouches, waiting for the right moment. A sudden impact alerts him. The saint is attacked simultaneously from 2 directions and realizes they intend to exploit her blind spot while she focuses on one foe. She deduces that one sword master is ready to sacrifice his life in a suicidal strike, which shocks her. Instead, she blinds everyone with the spell Holy Flash, calling their suicidal tactic a huge miscalculation. She reflects that in battles against sword masters a single variable like blessings, holy seals and holy activation can decide the victor. Empowered by holy light, she clashes with the sword masters, shouting as she strikes. She reacts sharply to something. Her glowing hand seizes an enemy weapon, startling him. After gravely wounding a sword master who coughs blood, she criticizes him for treating his life as disposable. He responds that she is strong only because she tried to be, but asks what one should do when facing a force that renders such strength useless. He says he would normally seek peace or compromise, but the enemy they face has no concept of peace. She concludes that in that case annihilation is the only option and wonders if that is possible against a stronger foe. He says he cannot, but someone else might. Smiling, she states she knows someone capable of such a feat. The older Sword Master asks if she has anything more to say. He calmly replies that he has said all he needs and accepts his end. His life fades away. The saint senses that the remaining 3 attackers have fled in a specific direction and resolves not to lose them. The fleeing men curse how strong the saintess is. Terrified, they admit that even 2 Sword Masters failed against her and wonder how anyone could capture her, fearing punishment if they return. She catches up more quickly than expected and orders them to come to her. Facing them, she tells the ringleader to follow quietly while she is still being gentle, though she will take him by force if needed. Panicking, he thinks he would rather risk something extreme than be caught. He bites down hard on something hidden in his mouth. The saint notices and realizes he has just chewed something. She deduces they carried poison pills and notes their willingness to commit suicide to protect a secret. She immediately heals one of them, preventing his death. She coldly asks if he thought he could die so easily and tells him to obey and follow her, threatening to maim him if necessary. The terrified men ask if she will at least untie them later if they cooperate. She retorts that they are in no position to negotiate. She explains that attempting to assassinate a saintess is a capital crime punishable on the spot and that, after interrogation, they will be executed. One insists that even if they talk the Holy Empire cannot act. She answers that it is not his decision and orders him to speak truthfully. He asks her to promise to consider one request if he tells the truth, and she agrees to try if he swears to be honest. Ignoring his companion's protests, he makes a mana oath to tell nothing but the truth. The saint recalls that breaking such an oath causes one's mana to tear them apart, so she trusts what he will say. Under oath he reveals that their secret group Phryxia infiltrated the Holy Empire over 20 years ago. She links Phryxia and that time period to the infamous Great Garel Outskirt Residence Massacre, which he confirms was their starting operation. He reveals that the massacre, long blamed on monsters, was actually orchestrated by Phryxia. The narration emphasizes that the massacre was entirely Phryxia's doing. He explains that some survivors with good physiques, including them, were kidnapped during that massacre. Everyone else was simply thrown to monsters as food. The 2 Sword Masters she just fought were also kidnapped from other kingdoms and forced to obey because Phryxia held their families hostage. He adds that Phryxia even holds his younger sibling, begging the saint to promise she will destroy the organization. She agrees to his plea and tells him to go. He is shocked she is letting them go, but she says they are free to return to their families or die elsewhere as they choose. She reassures them not to worry about Phryxia, saying she cannot promise total obliteration but believes she can push them to the brink. One of the other men steps forward, politely wanting to share what he knows about Phryxia as well. The saint tells them to follow her and talk along the way. Meanwhile, on the academy's outskirts, another investigator notes there is no visible magic circle yet senses strong magical reactions. Ray realizes that unless he quickly breaks the magic circle the spell will keep activating. He deduces from the explosion marks, mana traces, bloodshed, petrified villagers and undamaged buildings that the attackers carefully protected structures while targeting people. Shocked, he realizes something crucial about the setup. He recalls Aira's earlier explanation that destroying a magic circle requires erasing at least 30% of it, which is difficult when they do not know what material it was drawn with. Realizing the circle might be huge and permanent rather than chalk-based, he triggers a powerful explosion spell. Amid the flames he senses the magic circle weakening slightly, proving his theory. He finally understands that the entire village layout itself constitutes one enormous magic circle. As structures begin collapsing and someone yells to dodge, he realizes there are still people in danger. Ray scolds remaining civilians for not evacuating while they recognize him as a saint. They insist they are not defying orders but stayed because people were being petrified and killed. They explain they feared becoming stoned during evacuation and so hid instead. They identify the culprit as a black magic monster called Ghost that was roaming the village. One of the men nervously admits they were hiding so the magic circle's activation would not be disturbed. He internally curses that someone started smashing buildings and that the destructive saint ruined their plan. Ray questions why aura users like them did not try to subdue the monsters. The fake villagers panic as he points out that the blood on their clothes cannot come from bloodless ghosts and contradicts their claim of hiding. He accuses them of killing Holy Empire soldiers who were fighting the ghosts and then lying low while the monsters escaped. Realizing they are exposed, one says they have no choice now. The men drink a substance that dissolves their bodies, and Ray shouts in alarm at the instant-acting poison. He notes he has never heard of a toxin that melts someone so quickly and wonders who would force them to die to preserve secrecy. Though frustrated by new mysteries, he decides that dismantling the magic circle must take priority. Activating mana detection, he calculates that destroying 30% of the city-wide circle requires more than explosions. Sensing no civilians nearby and that the dead traitors were the last, he resolves to draw out as much mana as possible and end it quickly. He gathers a massive sphere of blue mana in his hands. He slams the condensed mana into the ground in a devastating attack. The resulting earthquake-like shockwave shatters buildings and ruptures the ground. Elsewhere, the former assassins finish telling the saint how Phryxia kidnapped them. One says they underwent harsh training and carried out many dirty missions, While the saint notes they still provided useful intelligence despite being low-ranking. From them she learns Phroxia's approximate size, capabilities and information network. She judges this knowledge a big improvement over her previous ignorance, then is asked how her own past was. The man guesses she grew up wealthy and asks about her childhood. She begins recalling her youth. The flashback shows a rural church where a man calls for Fi. A cheerful young girl answers her father. Narration explains that on a small imperial island stands a church for orphans. Among the orphans was the beautiful girl Iriel, noted for her noble features and golden hair. She stood out among the other children for her brilliance and kindness, seeming almost angelic. One day someone asks Iriel if she wants to see the outside world. Priest George comments on her curiosity, and wonders if she wishes to leave the village. Iriel says she is curious but would be sad to leave friends. He flatters her intelligence and offers to help. He tells her she has great potential wasted in the church and promises to support her until she finds a purpose outside. Assured she can always visit her friends, Iriel excitedly agrees to go out into the world. George suggests they leave immediately, insisting it is a rare opportunity she might never get again. Though uneasy about not saying goodbye, she accepts because he promised she could return anytime. Later, riding in a carriage, she laments not bidding friends farewell. He tells her letters will suffice. She optimistically believes everything will be fine. In the carriage she notices they already passed the nearby village and asks where they are going, and he says to the port. He explains they will board a ship to the big city of Jihel. He paints Jihel as a wonderful place far more amazing than their island. Iriel eagerly anticipates what Jihel will be like. A large sailing ship is shown, indicating their voyage. Arriving, George proudly shows Iriel the city of Jihel. The harbor city of Jihel glitters under the sun. He asks whether she likes the town, and she excitedly asks where they are headed next. He says they only need to talk a little and leads her off the ship. He pours her a cup of tea, saying it is holy water tea prepared to celebrate their new life in Jihel. Smiling, he invites her to drink with him. Trusting him, Iriel drinks the tea. She immediately feels strange as disorienting patterns swirl around her vision. As she grows drowsy, she realizes her eyes are closing while he looks down at her placidly. Voices haggle over the price for selling her, agreeing on 2 white gold coins. Iriel awakens in an unfamiliar room, dimly recalling drinking the tea and calling out to the priest. George cheerfully wishes her a good life here while another man demands the payment. Horrified, she asks if this is the great place he spoke of, and he confirms it is a slave trading outpost. With a smile he bluntly tells her he has sold her. She freezes in shock as he labels her a slave. She protests that he promised an amazing future and guidance, but he laughs at her naivety and admits it was all a lie. He adds that because she is smart she should manage fine as a slave, while she despairs. As he walks out, he mockingly tells her she can still write letters whenever she misses her friends. Grinning cruelly, he vows to send her friend there as well. A slaver orders the stunned girl to follow him. Narration states that after being deceived by those adults, she spent 4 days in shock, sitting motionless and staring at the wall. Iriel clarifies that her earlier behavior was an act, and over time the guards around her grew lax. She studied the building's structure and area, memorizing the behavior and routines of everyone entering and leaving. Eventually the day arrived when she was to be sold as a slave. Remembering being given a cross, she apologizes in her thoughts to Iriel. In a flashback, her dying mother apologizes for failing to protect her and entrusts her with a cross, saying the deity will always stay with her through it. Her mother tells young Iriel she must never become weak and has to stay strong. Clutching the cross, Iriel recalls being urged to grow stronger. A slaver notes that because she is a rare regional type, many buyers will want her and announces it is time. The slave manager, pleased the priest sold her cheaply, is introduced as the man in charge of the slaves. Iriel thinks she cannot defeat or outrun him, while he wonders why she seems to be sleeping and moves closer. She reasons a girl cannot outrun an adult man, while he worries she might be dead as he inspects her. She decides her only option is to make him drop his guard. Iriel suddenly lunges and slashes his throat with the metal cross. She narrates that she killed him with the cross in order to escape. The image of the blood-stained cross symbolizes that killing blow. In the present, Iriel says that because of her past actions, she considers herself a murderer as she and her companion arrive at Jihel's gates. At Jihel, a priest kneels and greets her formally as the saintess. She calmly tells the priest of Jihel that it has been a long time since they last met. Looming over the trembling priest, she pointedly asks whether she should call him father. Soldiers shout that Iriel has gone this way through the city streets. Pursuing slavers rage that they will definitely catch her this time, as she recalls being betrayed and sold by her priestly father. She explains that the slave traders relentlessly hunted her for months after her escape. Each time they caught up, she triggered another trap or ploy while they chased her. The result is their agonized screams as her ambushes injure them. She escaped them repeatedly using the same lethal tactics she had used the first time. As she slaughtered pursuers and was drenched in blood again and again, she recalls that grim process. The bloodstains clung to her hair like an indelible mark of her crimes even as her sense of guilt faded. She came to hate the world that turned her into a killer, fixating on revenge and nursing murderous thoughts. At her lowest, a blinding light suddenly appears before her eyes. A radiant goddess descends and, for reasons unknown to her, chooses Iriel. Bathed in that gentle light, she realizes how precious life is and how empty revenge would be. Because of that revelation, she can now face the cowardly priest without being consumed by hatred. She notes with surprise that looking at this shameless man provokes no anger in her anymore. Elsewhere, magical explosions rock the city, and someone says they cannot simply destroy the entire formation. Ray sits amid blue mana, analyzing the city-wide magic circles to identify their types and purposes. He visualizes the city as glowing runes and deduces that the buildings layout themselves form several large magic circles. Estimating there are fewer than 6 such circles, he prepares to narrow down which ones matter. Suddenly a new magic circle appears overhead, startling him. Ray is engulfed in purple light as the newly triggered circle activates. He feels his body bound by the mana of an activated circle and realizes overlapping formations hid this one from his sensing. Studying the pattern, he concludes it is a curse-type sealing circle whose huge mana is amplifying the restraint. Weakened from casting Earthquake over the whole city, he finds his own mana insufficient to expel the corrupt mana invading his body. As ominous purple smoke rises, he recognizes the smell and fears it is something he has encountered before. He suspects this curse is the same type that once trapped Era. A purple vortex opens before him as the circle continues activating. From that vortex, various monsters pour into the city square. Ray judges he cannot fight in his current condition but must still do something. An orc smashes into him, knocking him brutally aside. Ray thinks that if he does not stop the monsters here, they will attack the evacuating citizens, and he strains himself to form a massive mana sword. He unleashes a sweeping slash that carves through the enemies. The effort overloads his mana circulation, and he feels intense strain. Ray senses his mana violently reversing through his veins, as if they will burst. Pain overwhelms him, leaving him open as arrows suddenly strike his back. He collapses on the ground with arrows embedded, barely conscious. Gasping and bleeding, he blames himself for underestimating the enemy's plan and walking into their trap. Surrounded by wolves and archers closing in, he wonders if this is the end for him. Outside the city, refugees and supply wagons stream toward the gate, unaware of his plight. An observing elf notes that shipments are arriving smoothly thanks to a human collaborator, and decides her escort duty is done, so she must rush to Ray. Suddenly she senses Era's and Ray's connection and worries about him. A mark on her hand glows, alerting her that something is wrong. Realizing Ray's life force is fading, she frantically wonders what is harming him. She hastily opens the teleportation gate to reach him at once. She arrives just as an orc raises its weapon over Ray's body and shouts for it to stop. Furious, she charges the monsters, calling them evil beasts. She cleaves through them with overwhelming blue power, leaving a trail of blood. Seeing Ray's condition up close shocks and horrifies her. She calls his name in panic as dark curse energy seeps from his wounded body. The elf desperately heals him and pleads with him to wake up. Smelling the familiar stench of the curse, she freezes, remembering it clearly. She recalls the sickly sweet scent that clung to her during her own 20 years under that curse. That fragrance was the sign of the spell that had kept her asleep until Ray freed her. Now she realizes Ray's body reeks of that exact same curse. Stricken, she can barely speak as she looks down at him. Sitting alone in the blood-soaked plaza, she whispers his name in despair. Ray's body lies peacefully amid white flowers as if in a saintly repose. News that the kingdom's hero Ray has fallen spreads, shocking his supporters. The kingdom organizes a grand ceremony in his honor. The Pope extols Ray's exploits and grants him the unique heroic title Abel. With the saint gone, the kingdom becomes vulnerable, and the neighboring nation Brocatia launches an invasion. War inevitably erupts between the two realms. On the battlefield, Iriel fights fiercely beside allies while trading quips about the dire situation. She notes it is the third straight day of battle and worries about everyone's mounting mental fatigue despite holy magic easing their bodies. A soldier calls to the saint as something new appears on the field. Marquis Harold arrives with reinforcements, offering aid. A mage prays for victory and prepares to strike the enemies before her. She unleashes a powerful lightning spell that devastates opposing forces. Another warrior dashes into combat with a shout. A blonde swordsman charges the enemy line, cutting down armored foes. Watching Ferris, Ceres, and Ryan fight, Iriel reflects that once immature nobles have grown into dependable soldiers, which would have pleased the saint. She says Ray must rest until the war ends and then awaken. An enemy soldier screams as he is struck by one of the holy warriors. A cloaked enemy remarks that even a low-ranking soldier can trouble a saint, revealing himself as a sinister leader. Zeke warns Iriel that these strange foes were reported attacking another city only days ago. The group of robed enemies appraise Iriel, remarking crudely on her appearance as they advance with flaming weapons. Iriel gauges their strength, concluding that only she and Zeke are sword masters on their side while at least one of the enemy wields mid-tier sword master aura. She calls out to Zeke, signaling a coordinated response. Zeke reacts tensely to her cue. One bearded enemy leaps at them, mocking their exchange looks as pathetic. Iriel blocks his fiery attack head-on, shouting his name as she clashes with him. The bearded man is surprised she stopped his blow and prepares a stronger follow-up. A tremendous slash erupts as allies shout for the saint to retreat. Zeke grimly braces himself against the shockwave of the explosion. The blast engulfs the field in blinding light and force. Injured but standing, Zeke marvels that the enemy inflicted such damage with a single strike. Assessing the foe's overwhelming aura, they conclude he is a mid to high-level sword master who vastly outclasses them. Iriel urgently orders a full retreat of their forces from the area. The enemy laughs and declares he will not allow them to withdraw. Iriel intercepts him at close range, placing her hand against him. She then releases her holy power at full strength, invoking the spell Kaya Light. The enemy staggers in the brilliant radiance, and wonders if she had been hiding such power. He reflects that in an instant her light erased his hostility altogether, and muses that she might even be borrowing divine power. Later, at camp, a commander outlines their strategy. The 7 holy knights will hold the front while Marquis Harold's cavalry hits the enemy rear. Another officer assigns saints and saints in training to coordinate the knights, specifying the coming clash will occur in the northwest forests. Ariel praises a young strategist named Greya for her excellent plan and resolves that if it works, they can reverse the war's momentum. She ends the war council and suggests they rest whenever the enemy shows no intent to fight. By the campfire, she exhales wearily. When asked if leading without the saint is difficult, she admits it is but says she now understands what Ray had been doing for them. Determined yet smiling, she says she cannot rely on Ray forever and must fulfill her own role as the kingdom's saint. Her companions agree and say it is time to repay the saint's kindness. Ferris, Ceres, and Ryan formally salute Ariel, pledging themselves to her command. Zeke jokes with Harold about abandoning a comfortable post, and Harold replies that there is no comfort while war rages. Watching her allies unite, Ariel wonders if this camaraderie is the fruit of Ray's reforms to the Holy Kingdom. She notes that once self-serving nobles now fight together for a shared purpose, and she feels an unexpected bond with them. She reflects that this newfound sense of solidarity is strange but welcome. The scene shifts back to the quiet, starry city where Ray lies. A glowing hand performs the cleansing spell to purify his curse. A nun asks about Ray's condition. Era explains that his mind is awake though his body cannot move and urges that someone stay by his side to talk so he does not feel lonely. As she departs, she entrusts Ray's care to the human maid, who agrees. The maid remarks that only Ariel could receive such affection and protection from powerful fairies. She tenderly strokes Ray's forehead, telling him many people care deeply for him. Alone by his bedside that night, she silently begs him to hurry and wake up. Ray's curse-darkened hand lies motionless on the bed. Suddenly purple mana begins to swirl around that hand. An explanation notes that Ray normally channels mana from the atmosphere rather than storing it inside his body. Now, however, 2 different mana sources coexist within him. One is bone dragon magic, the other the earth-type sealing curse that once bound Era, both manifesting within his body. The narrative recalls how Ray previously treated Era by drawing the curse mana out of her body with healing magic. A visual flashback shows that earlier purification ritual. Ray decides he must again expel the curse mana from himself, but his control is suppressed so he cannot force it out by will alone. He considers nudging his own mana slightly to trigger his dragon magic. A tiny spark touches the skull of the bone dragon mana, confusing it. The dragon mana hesitates, puzzled by the contact. The blue dragon serpent of his own magic coils powerfully. Because opposing mana types cannot coexist, they start to repel each other fiercely. Ray plans for his bone dragon magic to drive the cursed mana out of his body. He orders the 2 mana forces to clash and destroy each other if needed so that his magic will ultimately prevail. Yet he acknowledges that the cursed mana has accumulated for decades and, if the magic circle's mana erases all magic, he will be lost. Therefore he resolves to push the enemy mana back while preserving as much of his own as possible. As the internal battle of Manus rages, he feels the chaotic turbulence ravaging his body. Ray vows to find and punish whoever created the magic circle that trapped him. Someone asks if the enemy nation Proxia is already near. Maids explain that almost everyone is being drafted for war and that Yuklawood has gone to the battlefield. In the palace someone worries aloud for Miss Yuklawood's safety. On the battlefield Yuklawood orders the 8th Cavalry to pull back and commands the 5th Magic Legion to attack with spells. A training sequence shows instructions to strike an opponent with the Wind Slasher sword, followed by a painful cry. After casting, Yuklawood orders the 5th Magic Corps to retreat. She then uses a powerful snow storm spell that engulfs the area. The opposing commander recognizes the magic, orders his troops to fall back, and has everyone return to camp without chasing. Back at camp, Ray complains that the enemy never actually faced him yet still sent him out. Lorraine and Galicia praise how Yuklawood's presence boosts troop morale and say they are proud to defend Selene, while their commander congratulates them. Yuklawood thinks that if the fighting continues like this, Selene, Gariel, and Selonia will all be in danger. She considers variables, noting that most enemy forces are concentrated in Garel and concluding that they need reinforcements. Yuklawood orders Lauren Glacia to go to Garel, and Lauren agrees enthusiastically. Yuklawood exhales wearily in the camp. Suddenly she senses an impossible surge of mana. Shocked, she recognizes that the mana flow she feels should be impossible. At that moment Ray awakens in bed, sweating and startled. He realizes he has finally woken up and begins thinking further. Ray confirms that the curse entity in his left hand is gone thanks to combining 2 types of mana. He notes that the cursed dragon magic has completely vanished but laments how much it had weakened him. Though his body still cannot move well, he discovers he can manipulate ambient mana in the room. Ray decides he needs far less mana than he once used to heal Era and only needs enough to expel the curse. As blue mana surrounds his body, he concentrates on maintaining focus despite the unusually large amount. He notices his left hand, filled with magic, now feels strangely light. Ray realizes all his blood vessels and muscles are saturated with mana and is shocked by this. He concludes that the mana within his body has been fully activated, perhaps because his hand adapted to countless mana streams. He analyzes how the mana circle and his left-hand magic interact, creating a body that uses mana with maximum efficiency. Excited, Ray decides to activate this state throughout his whole body. From outside, a heal spell descends upon the building. Inside, Ray channels mana around his body and begins healing himself. He feels incredibly light, as if flying, and realizes his physical condition is the best it has ever been. Clenching his fist, he resolves to return. Empowered and free of restraints, Ray feels completely unshackled. Narration explains that enemy sword masters launched a devastating surprise attack on the holy capital of Salonia at night. The defenders recall that the assault came without warning. A holy knight commander orders a retreat, reasoning that losing more troops will make holding the area impossible. Deciding someone must delay the enemy, the saint prepares to stay behind while others urge her to leave. Knights and mages volunteer to defend the area in the saint's stead. Comrades insist she cannot hold out alone, especially with their strongest warrior absent. They warn that if she dies here, the war will effectively be lost. The saint raises her hands to invoke divine power. She casts blessings and holy protection over the knights, who feel immense divine power and recognize it as her blessing. The saint commands her forces to kill all enemies while privately begging that none of her people die. The battlefield erupts with movement as the enemy advances. A knight leader orders his men to hold their positions and block the enemy's passage. He wonders where the saint has gone and is alarmed when he realizes she is missing. Enemy conspirators watch her flight and discuss whether to pursue her, eventually agreeing to leave that choice to one of them. On the front line, a knight blocks a blow and thinks they must keep the enemy from catching the fleeing saint. He roars that he will not allow their pursuit and charges. The enemy sword master mocks him as the continent's youngest sword master and clashes blades with him. The foe vows to personally take him down. The knight realizes the duel is going badly and protests internally. Another enemy casually tells his comrade to go easy on the knight, predicting the saint will escape meanwhile. The holy sword master unleashes a huge flaming slash. He curses under his breath while pressing the attack again. Friendly wizards bombard the field with a fireball volley. Greya rushes forward, shouting that she will support Zik. Zik calls out her name as the enemy notes how many strong fighters the Holy Empire has. The enemy sword master, unharmed, admits the heat was annoying but says he can no longer ignore Zik and Greya. Zik is shocked by how unhurt the opponent is. He yells a warning that an enemy is behind Greya while the assassin dismisses the girl as an obstacle. Greya turns, terrified. She lunges and manages a stabbing attack while Zik screams her name. The enemy moves his foot and prepares another sudden strike. Terrified soldiers realize something dreadful is coming and shout for everyone to run. A blade glows ominously as it is drawn. Blazing sword strikes tear through the ranks, causing screams and carnage. Zik sees that their army is being wiped out by just 2 enemies. One sword master taunts that he wants Ray to take care of him too and attacks ferociously. Zik struggles under the overwhelming power, convinced he cannot win. As snowflakes fall, he senses Yuklawud's magic arriving. The battlefield becomes shrouded in snow, puzzling the enemies. A snowy cloak swirls as Yuklawud's magic takes form. She steps forward over frozen ground in her frost-imbued uniform. The enemy recognizes the spell as Sixth Circle magic and is alarmed. Yuklawud appears amid the blizzard and orders the invaders to surrender, while they realize someone in the Holy Empire can wield such magic. Everything momentarily turns white with magical intensity. The saint narrates that she escaped while hiding her traces, hoping it bought time. Running alone through the forest, she worries about what to do once she reaches Silonia, realizing she has no plan before hearing mocking voices. 2 pursuers catch up, remarking that if she had run straight she might have gotten farther. The saint expects enemy sword masters to arrive but is surprised they came so quickly and prepares a golden spell against one of them. She declares she will at least take one of the 2 enemies down with her, and they accept the challenge. Both sword masters leap at her, saying that will only happen if she can manage it. Blood splatters across the forest floor, signaling a grievous strike. One bearded pursuer is suddenly impaled through the chest by a blade. The saint stares in shock at the blue-lit intervention. She looks up, lit by a holy light, as hope returns to her eyes. Ray appears in his robe, glowing with blue mana as he arrives on the scene. The saint recognizes him and calls his name in relief. Ray confronts the remaining enemies, irritated that they set their plan in motion while he was trapped, and mentions the cursed circle only delayed him a month. He angrily repeats that he was sealed for an entire month and begins gathering a huge mass of mana. Ray, too busy to waste time, announces he will kill both enemies at once, while they are stunned by the immense mana flow around him. The surviving sword master and his ally nervously react to Ray's power. Ray suddenly reacts to something, startled. The saint realizes they are attempting a dangerous mana injection using the power of 2 sword masters. The enemy shouts that regardless of Ray's mana reserves, he is still human and cannot withstand mana from 2 sword masters, and they try to kill him. Ray notes they are trying to inject mana into his body and worries briefly about disrupted flow. He then concludes they chose the wrong opponent, his eyes blazing with power. Ray releases a massive blue beam of energy. One of the attackers collapses defeated as Ray remarks that they should have paid closer attention to their opponent. Turning to Iroh, Ray says he has no time and tells her to follow as quickly as she can. Meanwhile, Zik staggers on the battlefield, badly wounded yet still gripping his flaming sword. Yuklawud, still fighting, shouts to Jake asking if he can keep holding on. She blasts an enemy away with magic as he groans. Euclid regrets having to change tactics because Jake is on the verge of death and decides she cannot ignore his plight. She summons ice spears but knows she cannot maintain this level of magic for long. One enemy angrily refers to her as a witch while dodging. He acknowledges internally that she is far from ordinary. Euclid evaluates the duel, thinking that every time she dodges one spell another almost hits, and concluding her opponent is a master level 6th circle witch. She hears Zik scream in pain and is shocked. Zik is run through by the enemy's blazing sword. Covered in blood, Zik's eyes dim as he nears death. The saint screams Jake's name while the enemy says the night lasted long enough, and now it is time for the next phase. The sword master says he will now deal with the saint herself. Euclid, distressed, challenges him to show his power, resolving that there is no alternative. A knight yells for everyone to run as a new threat appears. Another armored figure exclaims that the feared enemy has arrived. A huge explosion of flames engulfs part of the battlefield. Through the smoke, Rei emerges unscathed and imposing. The sword master recognizes Rei as the terrifying opponent they had heard about. Soldiers see Rei surrounded by knights, standing like a beacon amid drawn swords. Zik's body lies motionless and bloodied on the ground. Rei kneels by him, feeling that Jake's body is already cold. He notes that Jake died only a few minutes earlier and demands answers. Rei asks Euclid who killed Jake. She blames her own lack of skill but catches herself. Consumed by rage, Rei internally decides he will cut all of Jake's killers to pieces. The surviving enemies sense that Rei is too dangerous and plan to avoid him, one offering to open a path of escape. The more cautious one suddenly tells his partner to run away. Rei slashes through, grievously wounding the sword master while analyzing that the wound's angle shows the girl was not responsible for Jake's death. Surrounded by swirling mana, Rei turns and asks the wounded man if he is the real killer. The enemy, shaken, admits to himself that Rei is a true monster. Later, the saint asks Rei to take charge of the battlefield, and he accepts, promising not to disappoint her. Rei thanks her and says he trusts her as he carries Jake's body. Euclid, puzzled, thanks Rei and wonders why he is taking the corpse. A green healing radiance spreads through the forest. Jake's body lies on a stone, illuminated by green lights as if prepared for a ritual. Rei assesses that Jake's body is severely damaged with fatal blood loss and thinks there is no normal way to help him. The saint approaches Rei quietly in the forest, calling to him. She asks in disbelief if Jake truly died after everything that happened. She consoles herself that at least he will receive a proper burial and vows that his sacrifice will never be forgotten. Divine golden light begins to shine over Jake's body. Rei watches the holy radiance in surprise. He muses that perhaps they can still accomplish something, prompting the saint to ask what he means. Rei exclaims that they can still save Jake. He reflects that divine magic cannot resurrect the dead and that he knows this limitation. Rei clarifies that it will not be divine magic saving Jake but his own power. He channels a blue line of mana directly into Jake's chest as the saint shouts his name in alarm. The saint insists she understands Rei's grief and how hard it is to accept Jake's death, especially after cherishing him so much. She recalls that unlike a previous time with Zeke, Jake is already dead and that life and death belong to God's domain, something mortals cannot normally change. Rei rejects the idea of abandoning a savable life as divine will and vows to overturn such a will. Iriel is shocked that Rei would utter such a taboo statement. She anxiously waits for a divine punishment that never comes and realizes nothing happens to Rei. Rei, strained, asks Iriel to trust him even though he cannot explain everything yet. Iriel recalls a similar situation from the past as she clenches her hand. Flashback shows a younger Rei using mysterious power while she watched. She had secretly observed him reviving someone before. Remembering, she notes that he once used that strange method to resurrect Zeke. She senses holy power from Rei despite his use of mana and notes that even his blasphemous words did not trigger the taboo. Concluding the situation is absurd yet trusting him, Iriel offers to help with anything he needs. Rei smiles and says Iriel is already doing more than enough. He assesses Zeke as brain dead but says divine magic has restored the body to a living state. Rei resolves to save Zeke within 4 minutes of cardiac arrest, calling it the golden time. He magically opens the ribs, checks that only the heart is abnormal, laments lacking a defibrillator, and plans another approach. Determined, Rei thinks of an alternate method. He recalls that the heart beats via regular electrical currents from atria and ventricles. He reasons that an AED restores rhythm by supplying current, so he will magically control body currents, send them to the heart, and apply rhythmic compressions. Rei begins magically massaging the heart directly to induce blood flow. While performing this magical CPR, he desperately prays for Zeke to live. He commands Zeke's heart to start pumping again as light flares. The heart resumes beating under the combined electric and manual stimulation. Rei and Iriel react in astonished relief as the revival works. Rei confirms the heart restarted and urges Iriel to hurry and heal Zeke. Seeing Zeke respond, Iriel exclaims that such a revival should be impossible. She notices Zeke's color improving and his breathing returning. Overwhelmed, Iriel asks who Rei really is and how he managed this, but he answers that he succeeded thanks to her help too. Rei credits their joint effort, telling Iriel they saved Zeke together. Later, when Iriel calls his methods black magic, Rei insists it is merely medical science. Rei changes the subject, telling her to move Zeke and go support Euclid and Phroxia. She asks if he will come along. Rei declines, saying he must instead meet the Pope. Iriel agrees to depart. As Rei suddenly vanishes, Iriel calls after him in surprise. She doubts whether visiting the Pope immediately is wise. Meanwhile, the city of Geralt burns in a massive conflagration. A cloaked figure watches the destruction, saying that Geralt has now been finished. This traitorous cleric gloats that allies will soon spirit him to safety and grant him a promised position if he stays hidden. His gloating is cut short when a masked warrior appears behind him and orders him not to move. Startled, the traitor asks who his attacker is as a blade flashes. His arm is severed, and the masked man coldly demands straightforward answers. Writhing and confused, the traitor wonders how his mana barriers failed and who this terrifying opponent could be. A second masked voice strikes him for trying to move again, shocking him that multiple assailants are present. Surrounded by masked interrogators, he is asked to reveal his superior and realizes there is more than one of them. Under torture, he first names High Priest Xavier but is pressed to specify who in Phryxia issues orders. The masked group notes, he will not talk easily while the traitor panics at how much they seem to know. One interrogator activates a painful divine mental magic, explaining he hates the sensation of digging into someone's mind. The traitor realizes in horror that they are using unorthodox divine interrogation magic far beyond even most high clergy. A luminous cross of power explodes into the sky as the spell is completed. Afterward, one interrogator says the information gained was mostly useless and announces he is leaving. Another yawns, passes the captive to his comrades, and assigns Jik Yong and Chong Yong to carry on. Chong Yong is instructed to tidy up the scene and then regroup with them to visit the saint. Their leader concludes that by now Ray must have reached the Vatican. In the Vatican, narration explains that Phryxia is actually an alliance of neighboring nations, not a single new state. Ray muses that if Phryxia has infiltrated the Holy Empire's leadership, the situation is beyond his personal influence. Arriving at the palace, he asks a startled official whether the Pope is inside. Ray tells the official to request an audience, thinking the Pope is his only option for help. The Vatican learns there are traitors within the Holy Empire, and that Phryxia is rooted in a broad international alliance the Empire once supported. The Pope rages at the betrayal and vows to immediately hunt down the heretics. Ray stops him, telling him to let Phryxia be for now, shocking the Pope. Ray explains they must wait and uproot the enemy carefully. Rash action would only make Phryxia more cautious, but the Pope protests. Consumed by zeal, the Pope declares he must smite the heretics himself, believing God will favor such judgment. Ray is taken aback by the Pope's extreme reaction and notes, even for a devout believer this is excessive. Sighing, Ray repeats that the Holy Father must restrain himself and let Phryxia move unopposed for now. He urges the Pope not to be ruled by emotion, but to guide the Empire wisely instead. Having said his piece, Ray prepares to depart the audience chamber. The Pope grips his throne in anger as Ray leaves. Furious, he calls Ray insolent. Elsewhere in the palace, Ray sighs that he cannot understand the Pope's thinking. He reflects that involving faith in the matter of the Empire's survival was a mistake, and that telling the Pope anything may have been unwise. Ray analyzes Phryxia's known strength of 6 sword masters and wonders if more hidden elites exist. He calculates that Phryxia's forces could annihilate smaller kingdoms and, if they redirected from the Holy Empire, might eventually become unstoppable. Realizing he must predict and preempt their moves, he decides he needs more information. Ray considers deliberately shaking someone important in Phryxia to gather intel. Time passes to sunset at a fortress. Zeke rides a horse toward the capital, deep in thought. Ray's earlier declaration removes Zeke from battlefield duty for now. Zeke objects that as a sword master his absence will weaken their forces, but Ray insists the opposite is true. Ariel explains that Phryxia treated a sword master as expendable and that future enemies could be stronger. She wants Zeke as a commander instead. She reminds Zeke he surely does not wish to rely on the Saint's direct intervention again. Pressed, Zeke agrees that he and the 3 great families will handle the war effort. Ariel then formally asks him to leave the front lines and accompany the Saint instead. Riding again, Zeke begins reflecting on his childhood. He remembers being hailed as a sword prodigy and becoming the youngest sword master. As a member of the Trays, he believed his destiny was to serve the Saint and proudly devoted himself to that role. He recalls when God chose a new Saint and his first meeting with Ray. Zeke remembers Ray casually blocking his sword with bare hands, an overwhelming feat that excited him. That encounter made him want to devote everything to Ray and live as the Saint's sword. Yet now he laments that instead of being a reliable sword, he has become a burden to Ray. He thinks of the 2 times Ray had to rescue him on the battlefield. Spurring his horse, he screams in frustration at himself. Galloping through the fiery sunset, he questions what kind of guardian he has been. Back at headquarters, Ariel worries whether removing Zeke from the war was the right decision. She acknowledges she followed Ray's request but wonders what he is truly planning. Scene shifts to a prison corridor where someone approaches. Ray appears at a cell, greeting its hooded inhabitant after a long time. The imprisoned old man comments that the Holy Empire is in shambles because of Phryxia. Ray says he came to ask questions, while the prisoner scoffs that he will not talk easily. Ray smiles and assures him he never expected free answers. Using his medical knowledge, Ray outlines the old man's many age-related ailments in excruciating detail. He continues listing degenerative conditions and hints he could fix all of them. Brandishing surgical tools, Ray implies that in exchange for rejuvenation the prisoner would gladly divulge everything. Ray ominously muses about experimenting with troll or orc physiology on humans, terrifying the prisoner into begging him to wait. Narration notes that as a modern doctor Ray knows countless ways to inflict pain, and the prisoner's screams echo through the dungeon. Broken by torment, the prisoner tearfully agrees to confess, revealing that Phraxia's true identity is the magic tower. Ray, disappointed the man cracked so early, nevertheless tells him to continue his story. The prisoner explains that 5 legendary magic towers once existed and regulated magical balance across nations. Fearing their power, the continent's armies attacked. The Black Tower answered by summoning a bone dragon and undead, devastating kingdoms and ending the age of magic. Surviving towers then united, vowing revenge and forming Phraxia, now boasting many sword masters and high circle mages including the first 7th circle archmage. The prisoner warns Ray that even he cannot stand against such a force. Ray casually asks where their headquarters lies. The prisoner smirks before answering. He finally reveals that Phraxia is based in the Grentia Mountains. Narration describes Grentia as a neutral mountain range shared by elves and dwarves, unaffiliated with any state. It is rich in resources but marred by constant dwarf-elf conflict, making it inhospitable for humans. Ray realizes Grentia is an ideal hidden mustering point where Phraxia can gather troops away from other nations' eyes. He muses that dropping a meteor there would be easier, but he cannot involve innocent elves and dwarves. He reflects on Phraxia's massive elite force and the existence of a 7th circle archmage, acknowledging the threat. Ray understands why the necromancer was so confident and admits conquering the continent could be feasible with such power, making the coming fight harder than expected. He then calls out to Hong Yong, who appears ready to receive orders. Ray instructs Hong Yong's squad to disperse to neighboring countries, monitor Phraxia's movements, and report even minor changes. Hong Yong hesitates, prompting Ray to ask if he has something on his mind. Hong Yong vows obedience but says they had hoped to fight on the battlefield as well. Ray acknowledges their point yet insists intelligence gathering is more important given the enemy's advanced forces. Hong Yong agrees that acting faster than the enemy through intel is a higher priority than simply adding strength to battles. Ray adds that they can also create their own advanced forces, hinting at another plan. That night, Zeke steals himself and goes to Ray's room despite his shame. Waiting at the door, he wonders how he can face the saint after his failures. A maid announces Zeke's arrival, and Ray invites him in. The door opens as Zeke prepares to enter. Zeke greets Ray formally, and Ray addresses him by name. Ray notes that Zeke seems deeply dispirited, which he finds understandable. Zeke braces himself as Ray approaches. Close up, Zeke struggles with his emotions. Ray unexpectedly tells him to come to the training grounds the next morning. Trembling, Zeke asks if Ray is not planning to dismiss him. Ray reacts in confusion, saying he has no intention of casting Zeke aside. Instead, Ray promises to make Zeke unbeatable over the next 10 days, telling him to focus solely on becoming stronger. Ray acknowledges how much Zeke has suffered trying to fill the void during Ray's long slumber. Zeke is told that if anyone has earned the right to stand behind Ray, it is him. Ray declares proudly that Zeke is his sword. Emotion wells up in Zeke as he hears this. Overcome, he drops to one knee before Ray. Zeke pledges obedience to Ray's command. The next morning, the palace courtyard assembles as soldiers salute the arriving saint. Ray notes Zeke's unusually early arrival. Zeke loudly introduces himself as the saint's sword, determined not to keep his lord waiting, which Ray finds a bit pressuring. Ray begins training by asking Zeke to form his usual aura blade. Once Zeke does, Ray stops him, saying they need to change his habits. Ray explains that aura blades are not just condensed mana but depend on correct habits and control. He states that aura blades are fundamentally about balance, intriguing Zeke. Using a diagram, Ray tells him to divide the sword into 3 sections and distribute mana evenly across them. Ray then takes Zeke's hands and says he will personally manipulate the mana in his body to demonstrate. As Ray does so, Zeke's aura blade transforms dramatically, radiating far greater power. Zeke feels that the aura now draws in the surrounding air, and is amazed that such harmony could so drastically enhance his blade. Zeke listens as Ray asks if he understands the technique and tells him to try again, and Zeke agrees. Concentrating on copying the exact sensation Ray used, Zeke channels aura and forms a glowing blade. The aura sword erupts powerfully, surprising the observers. Ray admits the task is difficult and explains that shaping and holding formless aura is hard but promises that mastering it will prevent Zeke's aura blade from breaking. Ray gives Zeke 3 days to master the control of his aura, and Zeke vows to do whatever it takes. Later Ray, relaxing indoors, thinks he gave Zeke 3 days but doubts he can refine aura that quickly. Ray reflects that his goal is to train Zeke until he can guard the Holy Kingdom, then Ray can depart for Grentia. Cheerful again, Ray wonders if it is now just a matter of waiting for Zeke to grow. Sensing a strange mana flow, Ray's attention is suddenly caught. Aira materializes through a glowing magic circle and appears before him. Overjoyed, Ray calls out to Aira as she fully arrives. Aira sees Ray awake and emotionally cries his name. She leaps into his arms, hugging him tightly as they reunite. Ray gently returns Aira's embrace, content at their reunion. When Ray mentions going to Grentia, Aira reacts as if she knows something and Ray asks if she does. Aira explains that Grentia is ruled by another high elf, not her, shocking Ray. Ray realizes the situation is more complicated and that any hunt for Phraxia there will inevitably cause a disturbance. He notes that elves avoid outsiders and that armed foreigners will be especially unwelcome. Ray imagines that if they become hostile to that high elf, elves from the village and surrounding forests will all join the fight. Ray asks if that high elf is as strong as Aira, and she answers that all high elves are powerful though. Aira adds that she surpasses them because she is their guardian, making Ray think angering a high elf would be a huge risk. Ray reluctantly agrees to avoid conflict with elves, and Era thanks him. Preparing a portal, Era says it is time for her to leave and thanks Ray for visiting her despite his busy schedule. Ray replies that she has also cared for him and that he is the one who should be grateful. Era tells him not to worry too much, saying Grisha is naturally careless and that if Ray stays discreet, he should be fine. After she calls Grisha careless, Ray grumbles that Proxia chose a troublesome place but decides he will understand once he goes there instead of overthinking. On another day, Ray wonders how Zeke is progressing and hopes his training does not take more than a week. 3 days later, the training ground is shown as someone shouts while practicing. Zeke stands before Ray, successfully forming a solid, blazing aura sword, leaving Ray speechless. Ray says he did not expect this result, while a flustered Zeke apologizes, unsure how it happened. Zeke explains that when Ray handled his aura before, something awakened inside him, and he tried to recreate that feeling. Ray realizes Zeke is maintaining not only the correct aura ratio, but also the sword's full shape purely with aura. Ray deduces that the prior mana activation must have sharpened Zeke's senses, and that achieving this in 3 days makes him worthy of being called the youngest sword master. Satisfied, Ray thinks Zeke is strong enough to entrust the kingdom to and then asks if Zeke wants to become even stronger, to which Zeke eagerly agrees. Ray announces it is time for them to spar around. Ray forms a blue aura sword and tells Zeke to block with all his might. Zeke readies his orange blade and accepts the challenge. Ray shifts his stance, preparing to move. Ray raises his sword, pausing as if gauging Zeke's readiness. Zeke thinks Ray is underestimating him and steals his resolve. Observing the incoming blue aura, Zeke notes that although it is refined like mana, its density seems similar to his own. Convinced he can block the strike, Zeke braces his orange aura blade against Ray's blue one. Mid-clash, Zeke suddenly senses something unexpected and reacts with alarm. Ray declares this will be Zeke's final lesson, asking how it feels to experience the technique head-on. Zeke realizes the strike is impossible for him to block as Ray's aura cleaves straight down. Afterwards, Zeke wonders if there really is no way to defend against that sword, while Ray tells him to ponder it until he returns. Ray then informs Zeke he is heading to Proxia's headquarters. Shocked, Zeke starts to insist on going with him. Ray promptly flicks Zeke on the head, cutting him off with a yelp. Ray reminds Zeke that he is the most qualified to protect the kingdom, and a chastened Zeke swears to guard it with his life, thanking Ray. Ray, noticing Zeke's condition, comments that he must have practiced a lot. Zeke earnestly admits that since receiving Ray's teachings he has done nothing but practice this aura technique. Ray is stunned that Zeke trained nonstop and anxiously asks if he has even been eating. Zeke passionately declares that with the grace of Ray's instruction, taking time off to eat is unthinkable, leaving Ray speechless. Ray decides to get him food and orders him to follow, and Zeke joyfully obeys, calling him master. At the cathedral, someone asks if preparations for Ray's discreet departure have been carried out. An aide confirms that Ray's leave is recorded as a prayer trip and that no guards are assigned, and the superior approves. The superior adds there is one more matter to discuss and prompts Eclay to listen. A messenger reports in alarm that the Inquisition has begun to move, shocking Eclay. Outraged, Eclay exclaims that they are acting without his approval and demands an explanation. He is told the Pope himself has taken action, leaving him dumbfounded. Eclay curses the Pope under his breath. Calling the Pope's interference needless trouble, Eclay orders the messenger to follow him, and the man agrees. Far away, wind howls over snowy ground. Ray now travels to a snow-covered forested mountain, bundled in winter gear. He sneezes and remarks how brutally cold these snow mountains are. Despite wearing magically warmed clothes, Ray marvels at how much colder the region has become, and how each step feels different from his past visit. With the blizzard worsening and visibility dropping, Ray wonders if he should camp where he is. He sets up camp and sits by a magical fire, trying to warm himself. Realizing he needs a stronger fire, he thinks about adding more fuel. Looking around for firewood, he searches for anything he can burn. Ray spots a strange stump-like tree with small arms and leaves, deciding it should work as firewood. As he grabs it and lifts, the tree creature speaks, telling the human to let go. Startled, Ray reacts in confusion. The creature bares its teeth, repeats that he should let go, and screeches as Ray panics. Ray wonders if it is a spirit or a monster and realizes that explains its odd appearance, while the creature is surprised to meet a human here. Ray says he did not expect to encounter a tree monster here either, and the creature corrects him, claiming to be a dryad. Imagining the traditional beautiful image of dryads, Ray accuses it of lying, and the dryad angrily promises to prove itself. The dryad hops and pulls itself free from the ground with effort. It calmly explains that as Ray just saw, being uprooted will not kill it. Ray acknowledges this revelation. The dryad silently waits for his reaction. Ray, unimpressed, thinks so what? Changing the subject, the dryad notes Ray's remarkable divine power and asks if he is a divine being, prompting Ray to introduce himself as the Saint Ray. The dryad asks powerful human Ray to share some power with it, saying it needs strength and will grant Ray what he wants in return. Ray considers that dryads enrich forests, and that if this creature truly is a dryad, the elves of the Grencia Mountains might welcome it, and perhaps help with the Proxia hunt. He asks what kind of strength the dryad means, and it replies that it meant exactly what it said. The dryad solemnly requests that Ray make it stronger. Ray apologizes that he does not know how to strengthen a dryad, thinking Zeke would be a different matter. The dryad is shocked. The dryad clarifies that it needs strength only to return to its forest, and Ray asks if this snowy place is not its home. The dryad recounts that humans once came, used dark magic to weaken the forests, and either destroyed or depowered dryads, driving them out and leaving them homeless. Hearing about dark magic, Ray suspects it relates to the Grentia forest and connects it to the people of Proxia. Clenching his fist, Ray thinks that meeting this displaced dryad is a convenient coincidence. He tells the dryad he is already on his way to punish the humans occupying its forest, and the hopeful creature asks if that is true. Ray says he cannot make it stronger but can escort it back to its forest, which excites the dryad. As Ray grumbles about needing more firewood and possibly using magic to sustain his fire, the dryad suddenly tells him to wait. The dryad tears off one of its own arms, shocking Ray. It explains that its body actually burns very well and for a long time, alarming Ray into silence. Seeing how eagerly the dryad sacrifices itself for fuel, Ray resolves to get it back to the forest as soon as possible. The next day dawns over a green mountain range, indicating their progress. Enjoying the milder climate, Ray remarks that this is how mountains should feel. Noting marked bark in his map, Ray concludes he has entered elf territory. He thinks he should first speak with the local high elves. An elf sentinel confronts him, demanding to know why a human is there, and Ray guesses this is a village guardian. Ray politely asks to meet the area's high elf, but the elf brusquely rejects the idea and scoffs at letting a stranger into the village, especially one wanting to meet someone named Chersi. Ray realizes Chersi must be the high elf's name, and explains he is asking for permission, but the guard curtly orders him to leave. Ray sighs that he did not expect a warm welcome yet finds the conversation hopeless, when another voice asks what the commotion is. Someone approaches quickly through the foliage. A white-haired elf woman, Chersi, appears. Ray notes she resembles Aira and focuses on her demeanor. Observing her easy manner, Ray thinks she seems able to converse reasonably, and she asks what business he has in their village as he begins to answer. Chersi looks over Ray with mild curiosity. Ray's earring catches the light, drawing Chersi's attention. Ray realizes with surprise that she recognizes something about his earring. Chersi is stunned, thinking his eyes resemble someone named Cecily's. Surrounded by ominous blue energy, she demands to know where Ray got those earrings, and he nervously says they were a gift. She explains that the earrings are a treasured heirloom and keepsake from her mother, and presses him again to reveal who gave them to him. Ray answers that he is a saint of Gaia and that a sword master from the Lessian Empire gifted them to him as a diplomatic token. Hearing they came from the Lessian Empire, Chersi reacts darkly. Declaring that friends of the Empire are enemies, Chersi unleashes powerful magic against Ray. Ray is aghast that things escalated this way so quickly. A huge blue explosion erupts as he screams. Ray flees through the burning forest as Chersi pursues him with magical attacks. Chersi yells that he runs fast and demands he return the earrings immediately. Ray shouts back that she will kill him even if he does, accusing her of being murderous, while she angrily denies the label. Thinking he does not want to attract attention before dealing with Proxia, Ray prepares to use more power. Chersi is shocked by the speed of his movement. She cannot believe that a human can move like that. Later, at sunset, Ray curses how savage all elves seem to be, mentally exempting Aira. Resting, Ray laments that his plan to enlist elf help against Proxia fell apart immediately and muses about the earrings' uncanny connection to their pair. He consoles himself that while the plan went off track, spending the day running around let him grasp the terrain. He mentally maps out the region's elevations, water sources, and likely best places for humans to settle. Factoring in distance from the elf village and other details, he estimates where Proxia's base is likely located. Ray decides he should investigate that spot first, but since it is late, will rest for now. He resolves to set up camp at his current location. Looking at his minimal impact campsite, Ray hopes the elves will not object since he tried to avoid harming the forest. He vows to hunt them all down once morning comes. The next day he checks his marked map and is pleased that things match his expectations. Ray thinks through the positions of the magic tower, troops, elf borders, and dwarf dwellings, believing he has them all figured out. He notes that the magic tower is protected by layered magic circles and that he must plan carefully to avoid repeating past mistakes. That night he notices figures ahead and wonders what they are. He sees injured elves and numerous dwarves together, and is dismayed by the sight. Ray realizes they are in danger and, despite having been driven away from the elf village, feels compelled to help. Declaring he cannot let them die, Ray dashes toward the battle. He blinds the attackers with a burst of divine light, causing them to cry out as their eyes burn. One dwarf, temporarily blinded, demands to know who he is. When the light fades, the dwarf looks around in confusion. Ray, now by a campfire with survivors, prepares to examine their wounds. An injured elf angrily tells him to leave, but Ray jokes that his hostility just shows how much pain he is in. Ray cheerfully assures the elf he will heal him and presses a poultice onto the wound despite the elf's screams. Moments later the elf realizes his pain has eased, and Ray explains he made the medicine from local herbs. The elves gratefully apologize for their earlier rudeness, saying he saved their lives, and Ray downplays it while asking why they were fighting the dwarves. By the campfire, the elves explain that territorial conflicts are common and that dwarves covet a newly found mine near their village. They condemn the dwarves for ruthlessly destroying nature, calling them barbaric, while Ray thinks the races have completely different values. The male elf, introducing himself as deaf, says he appreciates Ray's consideration compared to the dwarves. The female elf introduces herself as Cephia, interpreting Ray's shabby tent as proof he cherishes nature, and Ray gives his own name. Ray privately feels relieved that he set up his camp like this. Cephia asks why Ray has come, and he mentions that a human army has been stationed nearby for some time. Def confirms he knows of about 150 soldiers, which shocks Ray. Ray reasons that such a large force should not have been able to cross the distant snowy mountains and other kingdoms unless Phryxia already controls those realms. Ray reveals that this army intends to destroy the continent, leaving the elves stunned. He declares his mission is to stop the army, essentially to make it disappear. Ray reminds them their Eye of Truth can confirm he is not lying, and Def offers elven help out of gratitude for Ray saving them. When they insist on repaying him somehow, Ray asks if they can guide him to the elf village. He says he wants to speak with the high elf, but the two explain that such a decision is not theirs to make. They clarify that only the village elders can decide whether outsiders may enter, and Ray is inwardly frustrated. Accepting there is nothing to be done, Ray tells them to head back since it is late, and they apologize for being unable to help. Before parting, Ray hands Cephia an earring and asks her to deliver it to Chercy. Though surprised, Cephia agrees to pass the earring on. Watching them leave, Ray figures he has lost the chance to enter the elf village. He decides that, in that case, he must change plans. Ray relocates his observation point to a place near, but not too close to, Phryxia's camp. Over the following 3 days he meticulously records everything he can about Phryxia. He studies their daily life, culture, and environment in detail. From this research Ray conceives a clever plan. His notes include diagrams and encoded writing as he refines the scheme. Time passes peacefully in the surrounding forest. A fat rat appears, part of what Ray has been preparing. Ray traps the rat with a barrel as it squeals. Watching the captured rat, he laughs ominously to himself. Meanwhile, night falls over the distant Holy Empire capital. In the city, masked operatives gather and begin sharing the intelligence they have collected. One agent reports that 3 nearby kingdoms show Phryxia's limited political meddling, confirming the main enemy lies within the Holy Empire. Another notes unusual internal movements and large capital flows among noble families linked to merchant companies. They observe that these nobles' territories frequently experience heresy investigations controlled personally by the Pope. A blue-haired agent suggests an internal investigation, but his leader, Chong Yong, is told to hold on. A girl with glowing eyes activates a sensing ability. She reports detecting unknown mana leaving the Vatican at high speed and counts 2 presences from within +8 outside. Their commander coldly orders them to pursue and permits killing some of the targets. Elsewhere in the Holy Empire, a grand building looms at night. Inside, the chief high priest complains to himself about how childish the Pope is. Sensing something, he turns and reacts in alarm. Hooded assassins silently enter his chamber. Trying to stay calm, he questions who sent them while wondering how they bypassed the guards. One assassin tells him he does not need to know because he will die soon. The assassin demands the high priest quietly surrender his life. The high priest finds a blade suddenly poised at his face. Before the killers can strike, Chong Yong bursts in and swiftly incapacitates one of them. Chong Yong checks on the high priest to ensure he is safe. Shocked, the high priest demands to know who his masked savior is. At his own camp, Ray senses that the time has come. He proclaims that it is time for the plague to return. An explanation describes plague as a historically deadliest acute infectious disease. The narrative details Yersinia pestis, spread by rat fleas, as the causative agent. It recounts how this disease once killed half the population of Asia and Europe. Then Ray compares those conditions to unsanitary Phryxia. Scenes show Phryxia's bustling camp where people live in medieval-like conditions. Ray notes that although this world has magic, its limited science makes it similar to medieval Europe. At that point, an idea strikes him. He wonders what would happen if Yersinia pestis spread under such primitive conditions. In a world without antibiotics like penicillin, he reasons the outcome would be catastrophic. He concludes that only divine magic can counter the plague here. Based on his observations, Ray notes that priests capable of using holy power are extremely rare in Phryxia, so infecting the camp should be easy. His plan is to induce the pathogen among rats, and then let infected fleas propagate it. Ray thinks this method will quietly wipe out all of Phryxia. He resolves to begin producing medicine in advance for treatment. Later, he happily notes how well his mold culture has grown. Looking at moldy bread, Ray is pleased that a large amount developed quickly. He discards brown molds and separates the rest. He carefully stores the white and blue molds apart. He singles out the green mold as the strain needed to produce penicillin. Ray explains that by moistening and incubating this sorted mold, he can convert it into a medicinal substance. His uncontrolled divine power suddenly flares, alarming him. He grumbles that these sacred powers nearly purified all his hard-grown mold. Soon after, people in Phryxia accuse the mages of the Black Tower of casting a curse. A soldier displays dark spots and severe symptoms as others argue that something unnatural is afflicting everyone. News spreads that soldiers are dying en masse while the Black Tower denies involvement. Watching from a tree, Ray notes that the enemy leader can hardly stand and that internal strife is worsening the chaos. He muses that magic or healing alone cannot fix environmental contamination, so the plague's spread will continue regardless. Observing the town, he concludes Phryxia will collapse on its own without him needing to interfere further. However, he still worries about the future threat posed by the rumored first 7th class human mage and decides it must be eliminated early. Ray also plans to raid the Black Tower's accumulated knowledge and magical artifacts for his own benefit. Dreaming of travel magic that would spare him another mountain crossing, he eagerly anticipates learning teleportation-type spells. His gaze fixes on Phryxia's central tower. As guards shout that someone has gone up the tower and order his capture, Ray dashes upward. He taunts the staggering guards, noting that infecting them made infiltrating the tower easy. Realizing the tower is protected by Swordmaster-level warriors, he infers that something very valuable is hidden at the top. Higher up, armored knights confront Ray, shocked he has made it this far. Ray blasts through them with magic, venting his frustration at all he has endured because of Phryxia. He resolves to treat anything expensive he finds as compensation. A hidden door opens deeper in the tower. Inside, Ray discovers a vast library packed with magic tools and books radiating power. Delighted, he wonders where to start exploring first. He then notices he has stepped on an unconscious robed figure and wonders who it is. The stranger stirs, beginning to rise. A pale young man with long dark hair awakens, confused and trying to speak. Both ask each other's identity, each claiming never to have seen the other. The mage realizes Ray must be the one who unleashed rats and plague throughout Phryxia, and his mana flares ominously. Ray senses that this mana matches that of the seal that once bound him, identifying the man as a powerful foe and remarking on his unexpected appearance. Ray recognizes that this is the 7th class Archmage and Chief of Phryxia, who in turn is amazed such a young man has reached 7th class. The Archmage wonders if Ray has even reached the rank of a lord. He lists Ray's feats: slaying the bone dragon, breaking mind-warping sealing magic, and wielding knowledge to exterminate cities with plague, and questions whether Ray is really human. Ray insists he is just a normal human and counters with his own question. He asks whether revenge is truly Phryxia's only objective, unable to fathom such cruelty for simple vengeance. The Archmage answers that while some sought revenge, he personally has no interest in it. He explains that what he truly desires is knowledge and experimentation, though the tower's people used his research as a tool for revenge. Ray accuses him of causing wars and suffering merely to satisfy intellectual curiosity. Unperturbed, the Archmage agrees that in broad terms this is true, saying others requested it, and he repeatedly devised and executed the plans. He concludes that although his experiments may not have meant much, meeting a being like Ray makes it worthwhile, astonishing Ray at his madness. The Archmage then calmly moves to begin studying Ray. He activates a massive purple magic circle, declaring his intention to examine Ray closely. Ray counters by casting a binding spell that manifests glowing chains. The Archmage recognizes the spell as hold and notes it should favor his own circle. He scoffs that a non-lord using hold cannot restrain him. To his shock, he finds himself actually immobilized by Ray's magic, despite being a 7th class Archmage. Ray declares he cannot allow such a monster to live and begins charging a lethal spell. The Archmage realizes what this means about Ray's overwhelming power. Blue light fills his eyes as Ray's attack detonates. The blast obliterates Phryxia's tower and base, completely annihilating the organization. The sky over the ravine glows with the aftermath of the destruction. Ray rejoices that he can finally leave this hellish place and dreams of a future focused only on medicine. Smiling at sunset, he notes he even managed to secure some loot on his way out. He treasures a particular sealed grimoire, convinced it holds advanced magic like teleportation. Eagerly, he attempts to unlock the book with magic. The book refuses to open, leaving him puzzled. He keeps shouting the unlocking spell in frustration but gets no response. The grimoire remains stubbornly closed. Ray grows increasingly upset and desperate as he clutches the unyielding book. He cries out to the sky, demanding to know why it will not open. Elsewhere, someone explains that the slain assassins belong to Night Moon, the most elite guild in the East, which secretly serves only the most powerful and whose trail was followed from the Vatican. High Priest and Assassin Savior deduce this means the Pope was directly involved in Phryxia's infiltration. The High Priest concludes that the Pope himself ordered his assassination. In the Vatican, a subordinate informs the Pope about the Chief High Priest's moves regarding the Heresy Council. Outraged, the Pope laments the Holy Empire's corruption and rails that it now shelters Phryxia agents. The High Priest later confronts him, saying only the Pope can decide the Holy Land's fate, but questioning his choices. The Pope vows to hunt heretics more fiercely than ever as an expression of divine will and his sacred mandate. The High Priest pointedly asks whether the Pope intends to ignore the Saint's declaration that Ray is an agent of God. The Pope is left speechless by this challenge. Chong Yong asks if the assassination attempt is also tied to the Saint, and the High Priest admits Ray's rising fame and their friendship likely made him a target. Turning to the messenger Hong Yong, the High Priest acknowledges her identity. He then asks her for a personal favor. Sometime later, Ray's backpack glows golden with divine power as he walks through the forest. Ray reflects that Phryxia's base was geographically isolated, and that he must still guard against infection reaching other races. He carefully carries out large-scale purification as a preventive measure. Using his holy power, he sanctifies an area 3 kilometers around Phryxia, killing remaining fleas and pathogens. He admits that divine power can be useful after all, just as someone calls out to him. Hearing the familiar voice, Ray turns in surprise. Chersi, the elf he once met, appears exhausted but relieved to have finally found him. Ray initially tries to avoid further entanglements, but Chersi runs after him, apologizing for her previous behavior. She explains that she misjudged him, that he saved children from her village, and that her anger over her mother's death at the hands of the Lessian Empire clouded her judgment. Ray accepts her sincere apology while inwardly realizing the Empire had given him stolen elven keepsakes. He then asks why she came looking for him, suspecting it is for more than an apology, and Chersi hesitantly begins to explain. Ray hears that many village children who traveled nearby caught a strange illness that gives them black spots. He learns healing magic cannot cure it, and worries while realizing elves visited that area around the same time. An elf angrily blames humans for spreading the disease, while Ray thinks the outbreak started because of Phroxia. The elf then anxiously asks Ray if he can heal their children. Ray confidently agrees to cure them, and the elf happily thanks him. Ray arrives at the picturesque elven village. Examining a spot-covered elf patient, Ray notes the illness is less severe now and recognizes it as a deadly but antibiotic-treatable plague. An elf thanks Ray for his divine magic, but he says he will instead prepare medicine. Ray explains he can cure them without divine power because he knows how to make real medicine, which the elves compare to human potions. Ray says the medicine is similar to potions and that he first needs ingredients, when someone calls his name. Two elves eagerly ask what ingredients he needs and promise to procure anything. Ray agrees and says he will write the list for them as a favor. Later, with gathered supplies like charcoal, oil, vinegar, and lime water, Ray assures an elf that although not perfect, they can still be used to make medicine. Holding a bag, Ray declares he will turn the contents into a cure, surprising the elf. She reacts in horror when she sees it as moldy food, and Ray says he will not use it as is. He explains he will first soak the moldy food in water and filter it. Then he mixes the filtrate with canola oil, stirring it thoroughly. Ray describes how impurities dissolve in the oil while the therapeutic parts stay in the water, making the mixture look more like a proper medicine after purification. He repeats this process several times, adding sterilized charcoal to absorb remaining impurities. Using water magic, he washes the charcoal mixture through a funnel to further remove contaminants. Next he adds vinegar-based acidic water to extract alkaline impurities, baffling the elves with talk of acidity and alkalinity. Finally he pours in alkaline lime water as the last purification step. Ray says only the pure, usable medicinal components drip out now and that this liquid is the cure. He draws the finished medicine into a syringe, saying it is ready. Smiling with the syringe, Ray suggests they test the cure. Ray injects the elf patient as the narration notes the treatment begins. He administers penicillin to all patients and purifies the entire village while moving through it. The main patient's fever drops, the elves marvel at a cure without divine magic, and Ray instructs him to ingest doses for several days. Chersi gratefully thanks Ray for helping their usually isolated elves and says she learned a lot. Ray downplays the praise, thinking he is only fixing a problem he caused. The healed elves propose a celebration banquet for Ray, but he hurriedly refuses. Confused, they ask why he objects, and he hesitantly starts to explain. Ray falls silent with an awkward, troubled expression. He says he is short on time and must return to the Holy Kingdom, while narration remarks that although plague had spread, Ray still kept his conscience. The next day, in a snowy mountain region, someone sneezes. Ray trudges through the freezing pass again, grumbling about having to cross it. Complaining about unhelpful Phroxia and the lack of teleport spells, Ray continues through the snow. A familiar voice calls Ray's name, making him turn in surprise. The once weak dryad, now with grown horns, thanks Ray for enabling his return to the forest, and Ray notes how much the horns developed. The dryad says his powers are coming back and he wishes to give Ray a gift, while Ray wonders why the spirit's speech sounds duller now. The dryad breaks off something with a burst of power. He offers Ray his strongest lifetime branch, a rare gift that Ray gratefully accepts. Ray decides this special branch should be given to Zeke, though he still mentally dismisses it as just a stick. Meanwhile, a town in the Holy Empire burns, with screams amid the flames. Civilians are violently cut down as one cries for help and is killed. A fanatic priest orders his followers to kill everyone in the town, calling it a den of devils. A mother begs the priest to spare at least her child, but he denounces them as heretics who opened the town to Phroxia. She insists they never did such a thing while her child clings to her in terror. The priest accuses her of lying and declares she will pay for her sins with death. Ray arrives, seeing the burning city just after entering the Holy Empire, and wonders what is going on. He confronts the attackers, saying they are not mere bandits and asking who they are. The priest arrogantly calls Ray a bum and reminds him he is addressing a judge of the investigation council. Ray is offended that they claim he has forgotten his place. He releases intense divine power, asserting that it is actually the judge who does not understand his place. Terrified, the judge asks if Ray is the saint and what group he belongs to. He answers that he is from the investigation council, confirming Ray's suspicion. Ray realizes the council's violence stems from a senseless order given by the Pope. Townsfolk fall to their knees before Ray, calling him saint. They insist they are innocent, and that the zealots began killing them while accusing them of heresy. They plead with Ray to stop the massacre, saying they will all die if he does nothing. Desperate, they beg Ray to save them, saying he is the only one they can trust and asking him at least to protect the children. Ray reassures them and swears on his name to settle the situation, which moves the survivors to tears of gratitude. He then orders the investigation council forces to retreat, saying he is staking his name on it, but they hesitate because their orders came from the Pope. Ray acknowledges they cannot disobey the Pope. He clarifies that if they insist on following the Pope's command, he will personally kill them here and now. Intimidated by Ray's power, The judge agrees to obey and carry out Ray's orders. Ray commands him to have the council halt all activities and to withdraw everyone to Salonia, threatening to destroy them if they refuse, and the judge nervously accepts. Ray resolves internally that he must stop this madness as quickly as possible. While running through the burning city, he wonders why the Holy Kingdom always falls into chaos right after he finishes a difficult mission. The scene shifts to the imposing Vatican complex at night. Irie is told the investigation council grows more tyrannical despite her family's attempts to restrain them, and she notes the council's political independence makes it difficult to control. She admits she too is constrained, since any wrong move would make the council target her. When a guard tries to drive someone away, sensing strong divine power, she suddenly changes tone in surprise. Outside, guards realize the glowing beggar is actually Ray, and he jokes about being treated like a vagrant while they apologize. Irie happily rushes out to greet Ray, who says he was delayed cleaning up the situation. She suggests they go inside, while Ray continues to joke about being a bum as someone wails for forgiveness. Over tea, Irie asks what happened to Phryxia, and Ray says the enemy nation is finished and any remnants are insignificant. Ray shifts focus, explaining that the Pope is clearly directing the investigation council and warning that continued atrocities will politically isolate and weaken the Holy Kingdom. He says for this reason he needs another favor from Irie, prompting her to ask what he wants. Ray asks her to order the remaining investigation council judge to withdraw the entire organization, stunning her. He confirms he understands the implications and insists she relay this as his direct order despite their following the Pope. Ray slams his hand down for emphasis. Leaning over the table, he demands the council be held accountable for their wrongdoing. The story cuts to the Vatican Investigation Council's grand main building under clear skies. Inside, someone orders the whole council to assemble. Council members angrily ask who gave such an order, then recognize the interruption. Ray appears in formal vestments, identified as the saint, and asks who holds the highest rank in the council. The chief judge, Deos, steps forward to greet him. Ray states he has come to issue an order, demanding all heresy judges gather in Salonia immediately. Deos cites an earlier papal order and says he cannot comply, implying their hands are tied, but Ray presses him. Ray floods the hall with divine power, knocking Deos down, as the judge marvels at the overwhelming aura. Other council members feel as if their bodies will burst under the weight of Ray's power. Bathed in golden light, Ray calmly asks if they have reconsidered. Deos insists this will not change the Pope's decree and questions whether Ray intends to oppose his holiness, while Ray says he will call it whatever they like. Ray declares that everything he does is for the people, fulfilling the duty placed on him as saint by both God and the faithful. Fixing Deos with a glowing gaze, Ray gives them 1 week to assemble every council judge in Salonia or face consequences. To demonstrate his resolve, Ray unleashes a blast that explodes part of the ceiling. Ray warns that he will destroy the rest next if they refuse. Terrified, Deos agrees to obey Ray's demand. Narration says that with the council cowed, only one task remains. The scene shifts to the solemn interior of another grand building. The Pope is introduced, appearing stern and authoritative. A panoramic view shows the sprawling Capitol and church complex. Ray confronts the Pope, saying he has created a huge mess. The Pope smugly replies that he only punished heretics. Ray retorts that slaughtering innocent people without reason cannot be called punishing heretics. The Pope scoffs at the need for justification. He loudly proclaims that as Pope his words are both law and divine will. Ray accuses him of confidently spouting nonsense and hints there is another true motive, having investigated the massacred village. The Pope's hand tenses on his throne's armrest. He warily asks what Ray is implying. Ray says he cannot understand the Pope's so-called faith. He argues that using faith as an excuse to murder innocents proves the Pope must be hiding something. The enraged Pope shouts at Ray for daring to accuse him with such audacity. He orders his guards to force Ray to kneel before him. Ray prepares to fight, powering up with blue energy and asking if this is the route the Pope chooses. As he is about to act, the doors burst open. High Priest Eclay enters, telling Ray not to dirty his hands. Eclay presents an official decree stating that from this moment Pope Glicior is to be arrested and tried for heresy. The Pope rages at the idea of being detained and urges guards to arrest the traitors. But someone tells him resistance is futile. Eclay reveals a construction contract showing the Holy Kingdom took a large payment from Phryxia for academy buildings. He explains the document bars the Holy Kingdom from complaining about Phryxia's work later, exposing the Pope's financial motive for the massacre. The Pope panics, demanding to know how Eclay obtained this document. Eclay says skilled allies helped him and emphasizes that the paper bears the Pope's own seal, leaving no room for excuses. He orders everyone present to arrest the Pope and imprison him. The Pope protests angrily that this is absurd. He unleashes blinding golden power, claiming to be Gaia's chosen king and warning that opposing him is defying the gods. He vows to judge them all using the goddess's power. Ray dismisses his words as nonsense and punches him, as narration prepares to conclude the affair. The narration states that Pope Glicior was imprisoned, and it seemed the chaos was finally ending despite his delusional belief that this was only a divine trial. Peaceful daylight returns over the Holy Kingdom. With the papal throne now empty, high priests and nobles vie for the position. Ray proposes that Eclay become the new pope, shocking him. Ray praises Eclay as factionless, extremely powerful, and ideal as the first female pope to cleanse the office's reputation. Eclay hesitates, unsure he can handle it, but Irie and Ray encourage him. After seeing the list of corrupt candidates, Iclay is outraged that such people want the papacy. He grimaces, then suddenly agrees enthusiastically to take the role. Narration says that with strong backing from Ray and Irii, Iclay's candidacy surged. Iclay is then shown inaugurated as the Holy Kingdom's first female pope amid celebration. Ray, in ceremonial robes, smiles and gives a thumbs up during the festivities. Time passes at the academy complex under a calm sky. Irii, now busy in an office, works through towering piles of documents. Ray brings her a drink, comments on her workload, and thinks she is a workaholic for returning to duties immediately. As she drinks the hot tea, Ray reflects that he has constantly relied on Irii since coming to the Holy Kingdom. He decides he wants to repay her somehow, recognizing how often she has helped him. Using magic, he casts a cleansing, refreshing spell on her, startling her. Irii marvels that magic can relieve fatigue in ways divine power cannot, and Ray offers more if needed. She suspiciously asks why he is suddenly being so nice. Half teasing, she wonders aloud if Ray might actually like her. Ray stays expressionless while she quickly claims it was only a joke and assumes he is simply expressing gratitude for all her help. Ray jokes to himself that he is like a ghost as the woman boasts that it would be natural for him to like such a beautiful helper. Ray smiles knowingly, preparing to respond. Ray agrees with her encouragement, thanks her, and affectionately pats her head, leaving her stunned. The woman blushes, clearly flustered by his gesture. Embarrassed, she protests being treated like a child despite being older, while narration reveals Ray is actually over 50 when past lives are counted. She suddenly remembers something important, looking alarmed. Realizing what she forgot because of work, she panics that starting now will put them in trouble, confusing Ray. She scolds Ray that this is no time to be relaxed, prompting him to wonder if something big is happening today. Ray suddenly recalls what he forgot, shocked. Both remember and shout that they have the papal inauguration banquet. Night falls over the grand palace where the banquet will be held. Dressed formally, Ray notes that if they leave immediately they can still arrive on time. Ray is informed that Zeke has arrived, and he tells the messenger to let Zeke in. Zeke bursts in calling for the saint. Zeke excitedly praises Ray's appearance, and Ray thanks him while asking why he came instead of Yahello would. Zeke says he heard Ray is very busy even after the war and offers to serve him for the day, while Ray casually mentions he has a gift. Zeke is moved and surprised to be receiving a present. Ray hands him a simple wooden branch as the gift. Zeke, holding the branch, begins to ask what it is and Ray admits it may not look very grand. Zeke is deeply touched, declaring he will treasure the branch as his family heirloom, while Ray thinks he did not even need to lie that it was a dryad's branch. Ray asks if Zeke found a way to stop his unstoppable sword strike, and Zeke enthusiastically replies that he did. Ray is shocked that Zeke claims to have found a counter. A flashback shows Zeke facing Ray's legendary sword beam attack. He believes he can block the beam as his own power collides with it. The memory shows Zeke realizing Ray's sword technique is truly unstoppable. Back in the present, Ray confirms Zeke actually found a counter, and Zeke insists that, based on seeing the move in person, he is sure he can do it, prompting Ray's admiring inner thought. Zeke promises he will definitely demonstrate it soon, while Ray wonders why his gaze is so distant. The scene shifts to the lavish hall prepared for the papal inauguration banquet. Dressed in white, the woman notes that as expected the entire prominent family has gathered for the banquet. She notices unfamiliar guests, and is told they are diplomats from the Herhan kingdom. She recalls that Herhan ignored their call for reinforcements during the war and suspects the diplomats now have another agenda. Watching them approach, she concludes they probably aim to restart trade relations. Ray and Zeke arrive at the banquet and are greeted by her, who comments on their early arrival. A woman from Greya Teeps respectfully greets Ray as a saint who accomplished much in the war. Zeke explains that this woman from Greya has decided to assist his future work in the Holy Kingdom, and Ray asks if that means she will not return to the academy. She says she probably cannot go back for a while, making Ray think of her earlier aspiration to study medicine. She cheerfully adds that if Ray opens a medical academy she will make time to attend his classes, which greatly excites him. She looks forward to that day, calling him Professor Ray, when the Herhan diplomats formally address the saints. The Herhan envoy Eloin introduces himself and offers respectful greetings to the saints. Ray inwardly criticizes Herhan for never helping when the Holy Kingdom was in danger yet now approaching them shamelessly, though he politely returns the greeting aloud. Eloin flatters the heroes who defended the continent against Phryxia, but someone curtly tells him to drop the pleasantries and state his business. The female saint coldly says that those who only watch the war from afar are unwelcome, though they will hear the envoys out in recognition of their long journey. Eloin explains that trade between Herhan and the Holy Kingdom stopped due to the war. He reminds them that, under the Friendship Trade Agreement, Herhan is supposed to be the exclusive importer of the Holy Kingdom's grain. He moves to formally request resumption of that trade when a furious voice cuts him off. The voice denounces his request as nonsense, and orders the envoys to leave immediately. The saint reiterates that this harsh response represents the Holy Kingdom's stance and politely suggests they head back after their long trip. Eloin pushes back, warning that canceling the agreement would damage the Holy Kingdom's diplomatic image and insisting agreements cannot be broken unilaterally. Ray steps in, acknowledging that trade-dependent Herhan is struggling financially, and saying the goddess would want them to aid their neighbor. Eloin happily praises Ray as a perceptive savior of the continent. Ray then proposes that they will resume grain exports, but Herhan must import at double the previous price, stunning Eloin. Elin protests that such terms are unreasonable and tantamount to breaking the agreement. Smiling, Ray says it would be impolite for a supposedly friendly nation to object to those terms. He calmly warns them not to make the Holy Kingdom their enemy, laughing in a way that frightens them into backing down. The newly inaugurated Pope happily remarks that both nations have vented their grievances and the day could not be better. The Pope ends the political talk for now and tells everyone to enjoy the rest of the banquet amid cheering, while Ray looks on. The scene shifts to various guests relaxing and mingling in the banquet hall. Other nobles chat and toast, enjoying the luxurious surroundings. Later, Ray and the saint stand together outside on a balcony as evening falls. She reflects that the war felt endless yet somehow concluded, and Ray agrees. Ray asks if she is really okay with him returning to the academy, and she assures him she can handle Holy Kingdom work alone. She notes all the trouble he endured after abruptly coming to the Holy Kingdom, and tells him to follow his own wishes now. Ray jokes that it would still be nice if he could occasionally visit to help with paperwork. She accepts that and says that if this much freedom satisfies him, she is fine with it as they gaze up at the starry sky. The narrative cuts to the destroyed Phroxia headquarters. A single eye opens, showing someone abruptly awakening. That person realizes they should be dead. The Lich, badly wounded, sits among the ruins and marvels that a human's mana surpassed his own and pierced his heart in an instant. A flashback shows Ray unleashing overwhelming blue mana. The Lich recalls that Ray's mana was vast, pure, and beautiful, like the very source of all magic. He resolves from now on to seek that power out. Alone in a shattered library, the Lich calls out to his lord in awed devotion. Time passes. After the war, the academy summons students to return. Many seats remain empty, as several students do not come back, perhaps due to the war's aftermath. Once news spreads that the saint hero Ray has returned and will give medical freedom lectures, students from everywhere begin returning. In a classroom, Ray finishes writing on the board and prepares to start. Wearing glasses and a professor's robe, he announces the start of his medical freedom lecture. He says today's lecture will be about practically usable first aid and the basic understanding of microorganisms. Using scenes from the war, he explains that while priests wield healing miracles, others can also save people from the brink of death. He tells the class that, as they might know from the battlefield, even saints cannot cure every disease. A student infers that such untreatable patients are essentially doomed. Ray counters passionately that with proper medical knowledge from the academy they too can save such people. He declares that the new Academy of Medicine will accept students and focus on curing diseases and external wounds that priests cannot heal, shocking his listeners. Narration invites anyone interested to join the academy. Back in class, Ray defines all outward injuries as external wounds. Before proceeding, he asks why soldiers who had only minor external wounds still died during the war. A student suggests there were too few priests to treat minor injuries. Ray says that's only partly right and asks why non-serious wounds could still prove fatal. He explains that many died due to external wound sepsis. Ray tells them countless unseen microorganisms live around them, such as on the answering student's palm. Another student asks if microbes really live on all things everywhere, and Ray confirms it. Ray says microbes are too small to see or sense with mana, hence they go unnoticed. Skeptical students demand evidence for microorganisms and ask how he knows about them. Ray ponders how to demonstrate proof. He uses the example of bread molding at room temperature and explains that the mold is also a type of microbe. He continues that microbes have various forms and names such as algae, bacteria, protozoa, fungi, and yeast, and even corpses decompose because of them. Ray defines sepsis as a severe inflammatory reaction when an external wound is infected by microorganisms. He says this explains deaths from seemingly minor wounds in war, though one should not surrender a life or amputate flesh for such cuts. The worried students ask how they can prevent such outcomes. Ray answers that properly disinfecting the external wound, killing microorganisms to stop infection, makes it safe. He also notes that everyone has experienced the illness called plague, which can be fatal in severe cases. Asked if microbes cause plague, Ray says they play a role but the real cause is a virus, a topic for another lecture. He explains that plague can likewise be prevented through disinfection and that the method is very simple, using water. Ray reveals that consistently washing hands with water prevents the disease. He adds that washing minor wounds thoroughly with clean water also helps prevent infection, surprising the students with the simplicity. He points out village laundresses as proof, since their constant contact with water makes them less likely to catch plague. After class, a student calls out to Ray with a question. The student asks how dark mage's disease-inducing magic fits into this theory if it does not obviously use microbes. Ray says it is a good question. Ray explains that such dark magic does not conjure illness from nothing but instead creates conditions where microbes can thrive and cause disease. Realizing he has digressed, Ray is about to move to the next topic. The bell rings, and Ray laments that class ended just as he was getting started. He worries he failed to capture the students' interest with this first lecture. To his surprise, the class applauds enthusiastically and praises Professor Ray and his lecture. Narration says that alongside a campus craze for hand-washing, the popularity of the medical freedom lectures gradually increased. Eventually, the Academy of Medicine is officially established. Its fame grows and a record number of students enroll, delighting Ray. One day, Ray walks across campus in a white coat as the academy looms behind him. Excited, he says this is the true beginning of his new path. The story briefly shifts to the bright blue sky overhead. Someone's footsteps approach as a voice remarks that he can clearly sense Rei's presence here. The Lich, cloaked, thinks he followed faint traces of Rei's mana all the way to this place. Seeing the academy, he is surprised Rei is in the Holy Kingdom rather than with the powerful Lessian Empire. He wants to meet Rei immediately but worries suddenly appearing before someone who thought he killed you might be rude, revealing that even this Lich considers Rei's feelings. He wonders how to naturally meet Rei again without offending him. Noticing many humans wearing matching outfits, he deduces that the white coat and green vest combination is the academy uniform. He muses to himself, then decides what to do. He steps forward with a plan in mind. Dressed in a white coat uniform, he decides this disguise is sufficient, ignoring any idea of being considerate. Narration explains that academy students are divided into 3 types: sword bearers, robed mages, and another category. The third group is those who wear white medical gowns. The Lich, now in a gown, finds the outfit surprisingly impressive and is mistaken for a new student by others. He awkwardly confirms he is a student while nearby classmates quietly marvel at how striking he is. They ask if he knows the way to class, then invite him to follow them to the lecture hall when he says he does not. As they walk, the girls mention that today is a practical session in groups of 3 involving dissecting a pig, which scares one of them and makes the Lich wonder if dissection is some form of dark magic. They correct him, saying it is simply to learn organ structures important in medicine, making him ponder medicine itself. He recalls that medicine was once a trend in the age of sorcery but faded because it seemed less effective than magic, and he thinks the Holy Kingdom is teaching useless things. Meanwhile, a noble swordsman rudely scolds a medicine student she bumped into, and she apologizes fearfully. The Lich and another student note that the noble actually bumped into her, and is just being territorial. The noble's friend explains that the medicine faculty is new and filled mostly with commoners, while sword and magic faculties are dominated by nobles who resent sharing status. Calling their behavior crass, the Lich suggests they leave before being late to their practical, prompting an exclamation from the nobles. One noble angrily blocks his path, demanding where he is going after such an apology, while the girl protests that she already said sorry. He insists her apology is insufficient, and says she should kneel. The Lich smiles darkly, ready to act. He trips or throws the bully to the ground, sarcastically asking if that humiliation is what the noble wanted. He internally condemns the noble's arrogance born solely from unearned status. Using magic, he curses the bully, declaring that from now on he is an orc. The spell continues as the Lich commands him to build a village in the woods and wallow in mud. Later, the cursed student runs away squealing while a girl screams, and the Lich laughs that Rei is finally starting to act like his true ruthless self. The Lich casually tells his new companions to show him to the laboratory, and they nervously agree. Surgical instruments are laid out in the lab for the upcoming dissection. Smiling at the equipment, the Lich thinks that once this lab session ends he will search the academy for his new lord, Rei. The white-haired instructor asks the class if everyone is ready, surprised by something. A long-haired man internally panics because he unexpectedly encounters someone he knows and feels unprepared. The instructor recognizes the long-haired man and begins to speak to him. The long-haired man grips the instructor's shoulder and presses him, implying the instructor should know who he is. As blue magic glows between them, the long-haired man demands that the instructor admit he knows him, while the instructor is confused. The long-haired man hesitates, starting to respond. He nervously insists aloud that he does not know the instructor. Enraged, the instructor attacks him for pretending not to know him. A glowing silhouette of the instructor vows to completely destroy this person for somehow surviving. The long-haired man panics at the threat of being shattered and begs the instructor to hear him out. The instructor gives him 3 seconds while the man hurriedly protests that he does not want to fight and only wants to help. The instructor doubts his sincerity, so the man claims lower-ranked mages must naturally serve stronger ones and insists on his loyalty. Onlookers dismiss his excuse while he dramatically pleads that he is telling the truth. The instructor reasons that since the enemy Phrixia has fallen, this man likely is not here to fight and might truly mean no harm. The instructor reaches out with a spell. Chains of magic bind the long-haired man as the instructor orders him to hold still. The instructor commands him to stay within sight and motionless for the rest of the lab, and the bound man eagerly agrees. The instructor tells the rest of the class to ignore him and begin the practical exercise. Later, still chained, the long-haired man grumbles about the situation. Watching the students clumsily work on a corpse, he judges their skills as pitiful. He mocks the other groups for mangling the meat and suggests they may as well use a hammer. The instructor asks if he can dissect properly, and the long-haired man confidently says that dissection is his specialty. The instructor releases him partially and lets him try, warning him against doing anything foolish. The man promises to show loyalty through his skills. Eyeing the others, the long-haired man prepares to show these incompetents how it is done. He performs an overwhelmingly fast and precise dissection, shocking the room. Posing flamboyantly, he declares that this is the proper way to dissect. He then smugly enjoys the stunned silence that follows. The instructor admits the dissection was excellent, and that the man is skilled enough to teach others, making the man squeal with delight. The instructor confirms that the man truly wants to assist him, and the man humbly begs for a chance. Smiling slyly, the instructor says he has a perfect task for him. Later, at the academy corridor, someone calls out asking if Professor Rei is inside. Rei opens the door, is handed a sealed scroll, and learns it is from his homeland. He reads the letter and realizes it is news from home. At a distant palace, an unseen voice laments being unable to continue enduring the situation. A brown-haired woman, exhausted, has collapsed asleep on her paperwork. Her blonde assistant urges the overworked saintess to let her finish the tasks and get some rest, though the saintess protests. The saintess reflects that she boasted about finishing everything before Ray returned, yet what she has actually done is superhuman already. She realizes something important about the situation. Meanwhile, Ray reads the letter and learns that his homeland only requested the presence of the Holy Saint. He summons fire in his hand, contemplating what this summons implies. A narration explains that the mighty empire of Lishan's iron-blooded emperor, George de Lishan, is gravely ill and the empire has requested the Holy Kingdom to heal him. Common knowledge of the world is stated that a god-chosen saint can heal all diseases through divine power. Ray considers that if they fail to cure the emperor, the empire will view it as refusal and a serious diplomatic rift will form between the two nations. He thinks that actually curing the disease seems possible. He broods alone, surrounded by looming hands representing political pressures. He decides that although diagnosis and politics are complicated, he must still treat the patient. Resolving himself, he begins outlining his priorities. Back at the academy, Lich has officially been appointed as an honorary professor, and he curtly tells a rookie student not to talk to him outside of practice. Lich sighs that he cannot refuse since Ray signed the appointment. He inwardly complains that he wanted to study beside Ray, then someone timidly calls out to him. Still scary, he reminds the rookie that he forbade casual talk, but the student explains Ray specifically summoned him. Lich dashes off at high speed toward Ray. Arriving, he bursts into the room asking if Ray called for him, and Ray casually tells him to greet someone. Ray introduces Zeke, who will watch over Lich while Ray is away. Lich grumbles about being surveilled and asks what Ray means by being away. Ray says he must leave the academy and hands Lich a document. Ray explains that the parchment contains most of the lesson content, and orders Lich to study it and then teach the students during his absence, shocking Lich. Lich protests that he came to assist Ray directly, but Ray scolds him for talking back. Zeke admonishes Lich, stressing how important the academy is to the Holy Saint and that Lich should be grateful for such a role. When Lich asks who Zeke is to interfere, Zeke reveals he is Triga Zeke, head of one of the 3 noble families serving the Holy Saint. Ray retorts that as a former 7th class mage and tower master turned sword master he is not a nobody, but privately worries about the situation. Lich vows earnestly to carry out Ray's command and insists surveillance is unnecessary. Zeke enthusiastically promises the Holy Saint that he will carefully monitor this sly man and report his every move. Ray cuts off their bickering, wondering why they are so flippant when not for his presence. Ray notes to himself that the church has assigned a guard to him. Time passes as the sun sets over an elaborate cathedral complex. At the Holy Kingdom, Ray enters a room calling for Ariel. He sees Ariel asleep at her desk and thinks she looks cute. He observes her fatigue and realizes she has been pushing herself despite saying she was fine. Ariel, half awake, recounts that ever since arriving in the Holy Kingdom after the war she has started many projects, and everything has been hectic. Ray muses aloud as he looks around the overstuffed office. Ariel wakes, realizing she fell asleep unintentionally, and Ray remarks on it. She jumps up, calling to Ray, and he thanks her for all the hard work while he was away. She is confused by his words and asks where all the piled parchments have gone. Ray calmly says he handled them. She stares at him in disbelief. A shot of the desk reveals huge stacks of neatly completed documents and tied scrolls, proving his claim. Ariel insists that amount should have taken at least a week and accuses him of rushing, while Ray simply tells her to check. After reading, she is stunned that his work is perfect. Ray says he wishes he could help more but lacks time. She notes there is nothing left to do and excuses herself. A maid informs Ray that the carriage for his journey is ready. He realizes it is already time to depart. Over a night view of Lishan's palace, Ray thinks it would be disastrous if the Emperor died before he can act. Inside the Imperial bedroom, someone sitting by the Emperor's bed comments that not everyone wants their father to recover. The speaker, identified as Gale de Lishan the Third Prince, believes the others only care about inheriting their father's position. Gale clasps his unconscious father's hand, saying he asked the Holy Kingdom to send a saint and urging his father to get up and restore order. Another man tells Gale to leave, saying the Emperor needs rest. Gale replies that he was just about to leave and that as a brother he could not leave all the care to the other man. This second prince, Luke de Lishan, reassures Gale and tells him to entrust their father's matters to him from now on. Gale reluctantly agrees and prepares to go. As he leaves, he vows he will not let their father die. Alone, Luke watches the dark sky and asks his brother not to get involved in the upcoming ugly succession struggle. A bright day view of the Lishan Empire establishes Ray's destination. Ray, dressed in saintly robes, happily announces their arrival. Standing before Lishan's enormous palace, he marvels at the scale befitting the continent's most powerful nation. A young man steps forward and welcomes Ray to the city of Lessian. He introduces himself as Count Opal, Ray's guide, and Ray introduces himself as the saint. The Count apologetically says he knows Ray is tired but asks him to move right away. Ray agrees. Ray says there is no time to lose, and the grateful Count leads him toward the palace. Reaching an ornate door, the Count tells Ray this is the place and asks him to enter, which Ray thanks him for. As Ray steps inside, he notices a foul decomposing smell. He sees the Emperor on the bed and is appalled that they have not even kept him clean while hiding his condition. Ray approaches the sleeping Emperor, preparing to examine his condition. Feeling the emperor's leg, Ray realizes something unusual. He concludes that the emperor's muscles are severely stiff due to long-term immobility. The stiffness is so advanced he cannot stretch any part of the body, though he notes this alone cannot give a full diagnosis. Ray mentally reviews possible causes of muscle stiffness and focuses on problems with consciousness. He recalls medical stages of impaired consciousness from alertness down to coma, noting such disorders accompany acute illness. He thinks recovery follows those stages in reverse and, not knowing where the emperor lies on that spectrum, refuses to guess the diagnosis. Ray considers spinal strain or similar conditions but realizes they usually do not affect consciousness, so complications or another cause must exist, then notices something. He discovers a large bruise and recognizes it as a contusion. Shocked, he tears open more clothing to check further. He finds multiple bruises across the emperor's torso indicating widespread contusions. Ray silently absorbs what he has seen. The next day dawns over the imperial palace. Ray reasons that the emperor may be in prolonged shock from internal bleeding combined with muscle tears. He notes that the bruises are too severe to be from simple stiffness and must have been caused by external force. Ray worries about getting drawn into political intrigue as he thinks, when someone knocks asking if the saint is inside. He opens the door to meet Luke de Lessian, who introduces himself as the second prince. Ray, identifying himself as Saint Ray, asks Luke's business. Luke says he heard Ray visited the emperor last night. Luke asks about the emperor's current condition. Ray answers that nothing definitive is known yet and treatment will take time, which Luke accepts. Luke then tensely asks if the emperor's illness might be due to poisoning. Ray firmly denies that possibility. Relieved, Luke says he will entrust the emperor's care fully to Ray and takes his leave. After he goes, Ray inwardly admits that poisoning would indeed be a realistic concern. Ray thinks he should return to devise a treatment plan when he overhears someone nearby exclaiming about losing. A woman with a fan says she wanted to be the first to greet him. She introduces herself as Luciella de Lessian, third princess of the empire. Ray, irritated by constant visits, guesses she wants news of the emperor and introduces himself again as Saint Ray. Instead, she flirts that she is more interested in him, prompting Ray to say he is more curious about her. Luciella giggles that he is as handsome as rumors claim and steps closer. Ray inwardly wonders what is wrong with this immature princess but plays along verbally. He asks if that was all she came for and says he has work to do. She claims she was just teasing and asks if she offended him. She coyly asks if she is an annoyance, and Ray bluntly answers yes. Luciella is stunned by his straightforward rejection. Ray repeats that, honestly, she is a nuisance. Turning away, he tells her not to approach him unless she has business, saying he is too busy treating the emperor. Offended, she fumes that he dared ignore her, a princess. Enraged, she vows to show him he is not as great as he thinks. Outside the palace window, unseen figures watch her from a distance. A masked woman, part of Ray's hidden entourage, silently observes. Using hand signals, she and a partner discuss that this princess will likely cause trouble for the saint and suggest eliminating her preemptively. The partner advises waiting until the immature princess actually acts, reminding them that Ray told them not to intervene openly. A third masked ally agrees they should hold back for now and simply monitor events. Yet one of them raises a hand to add a condition. They decide that if any member of the imperial family seriously plots something or attempts to harm the saint, they will act. One ally's eye glows with resolve. A sharp hand gesture seals their deadly agreement. Luciella, surrounded by eerie eyes, orders that these troublesome watchers be eliminated immediately. Ray narrates that the Lycian Empire formally requested the Holy Empire to send him, the saint. He reasons that if matters were serious enough to summon a saint, the Empire must have already exhausted all other medical and magical means, including divine magic. Since even divine magic failed to cure the Emperor, Ray concludes the illness is more complicated than external wounds or simple internal injuries. Re-examining the problem at the Emperor's bedside, Ray deduces that common muscular strain would have healed by divine magic and therefore the true cause must be an autoimmune disorder. The narrative introduces stiff person syndrome affecting the Emperor. Ray explains that stiff person syndrome is an autoimmune disease where the immune system causes severe muscle strain. He recalls that even the princess's disease could not be fully cured by divine power, so the Emperor's case also defies normal healing. Ray wonders why the Emperor is unconscious and stiffening so fast. Noticing the Emperor's torso, Ray sees that his bruises have worsened. He remembers that overly stiff muscles must be handled gently because spasms can easily tear and bruise them. Judging the injuries excessive, Ray concludes someone roughly forced the Emperor's rigid muscles to move. He deduces that this rough handling tore skeletal muscles, caused internal bleeding, and shock-induced unconsciousness. Ray decides a laparotomy is needed to stop the internal bleeding and locks the room. He sterilizes the surroundings with divine power to prevent infection before surgery. As he cuts with the divine scalpel, Ray notes that the Emperor will feel pain upon waking. Examining the opened abdomen, he confirms there is no peritonitis and no massive bleeding. After stitching the wound, Ray notes a bowel obstruction likely linked to muscle stiffness and plans to monitor it. With the emergency surgery over, he turns his attention back to treating the stiff person syndrome itself. Ray admits the syndrome will be difficult to cure. Elsewhere in a dungeon, a subordinate named Hong Yong begins a report. Hong Yong explains that political infighting over sovereignty is intense in the Lessian imperial court. He outlines the line of succession: first Prince Jared, then second Prince Luke. He adds that third Princess Luciella backs the first prince while first Princess Eliza supports the second prince. Reporting on other royals, Han Yong notes the rest are less prominent, though the second princess is a powerful mage who shows no interest in the throne. Another agent reveals that the fourth prince is already dead, surprising the others. They discuss that the fourth prince may have been a casualty of the succession struggle, and that the fifth prince was dragged into it. Their investigation suggests the killer is likely within the imperial family, probably the first or second prince. Asked about Luciella's movements, a small masked agent says she has done nothing yet but will be watched along with the first prince. The commander assigns Hong Yong responsibility for guarding Ray, to which everyone agrees. She orders Hong Yong and So Yong to stay in Lesia while the rest of the team returns to the Holy Empire, startling Hong Yong. She explains that Ray currently needs their information gathering and danger detection skills most. She formally places Ray's safety in the hands of Hong Yong and So Yong and grants them discretionary authority in emergencies. As she departs in smoke, she instructs Hyuk Yong to delve deeper into imperial family secrets, noting there is much still hidden. Hong Yong agrees and says he will keep watching the princess and report to this spot nightly. Outside the palace, Ray tells his group to split up. A servant informs Ray that the imperial family is waiting for him in the lobby. Ray thinks the summons was expected but is still abrupt. Deciding it is a good chance to familiarize himself with them, Ray agrees to go meet the royals. Ray and the maid walk down the ornate hallway toward the lobby. The maid leads Ray to a door and invites him to enter. Inside, the assembled imperial family waits at a long table. Seeing how many children the emperor has, Ray muses that the man must have had impressive stamina. Ray recognizes familiar faces like Luke and the immature young princess from past encounters. He notes that aside from those he knows, the others present give him a bad feeling. Entering the audience room, Ray wonders what they intend by calling him there. He recalls that noble etiquette requires lower-ranked people to address higher-ranked ones first. Since a prince or princess ranks just below a saint, Ray knows they should technically greet him first. Their refusal to follow etiquette seems meant either to test him or to humiliate him. Ray concludes they are trying openly to insult him and sighs in annoyance. One royal finally speaks, rudely comparing him to a lowly dog for not greeting them. The princes and princesses erupt in anger, calling Ray's remark outrageous and extremely rude. Ray retorts that he did not come here by choice. He tells them that if they plan to treat him like this, he would rather end the meeting, prompting shocked protests. As he turns away, he thinks their behavior reflects poorly on the Lessian imperial family's upbringing. He separates that insult from his medical duty and focuses on needing medicines, wondering if they possess chamomile. Later, when someone knocks, Ray asks who it is. The second princess Selena introduces herself politely to Ray. She apologizes sincerely for the lobby incident. She says she has more to explain and asks to come inside and speak further. In a private room, she starts describing the lobby incident. Ray confirms that it was triggered by tensions over succession, and Selena admits this is true. She explains that greeting him first would have signaled which faction submitted to Ray, matching what Ray heard from his messengers. Selena takes responsibility and offers her help in anything Ray needs from the royal family. She then requests that Ray continue treating the emperor despite the trouble. Ray replies that he intended to do so anyway, relieving her. Selena excuses herself for work but tells Ray to call on her if he requires anything else. Watching her leave, Ray thinks that at least this princess seems capable. He resolves to focus on the emperor's treatment first and deal with the rest of the family later, remembering that he never forgets those who wrong him. A few days pass at the imperial palace. Ray finally assembles the rare ingredients, noting how difficult they were to find. He recalls that discovering chamomile after hours of searching was practically a miracle. Using divine power, he instantly dries the chamomile. Ray begins compounding the medicine by pulverizing the dried herbs and squeezing some ingredients for concentrate. He mixes in water to form the drug into pills. He reasons that concentrated blueberry antioxidants will act like medicine, and despite some mineral loss from boiling, enough vitamin C remains to lower the emperor's cortisol levels. With bleeding controlled, he expects the emperor's shock to improve, and the medication should relax the man's muscles so physical therapy can begin. Ray decides to give the medicine as soon as the emperor wakes. The emperor lies asleep, his condition stabilized. He slowly regains consciousness. Upon waking, the emperor feels as if his entire body is being crushed. He realizes he has been lying there unable to speak or move. The sound of a door opening signals someone entering his room. Ray approaches with water and notes the emperor is awake. The emperor wonders who this unfamiliar man is. Ray introduces himself as Ray, a saint summoned from the Holy Kingdom, and the emperor recalls hearing of him. Ray drops a pill into a glass of water. He explains that it is a medicine similar to potions mercenaries use. Feeding the emperor, he instructs him to take it 4 times a day. While the emperor notes Ray seems to be treating without using divine power but decides to trust him. Ray thinks the natural drug may be weaker but should be free of side effects. However, he knows one more issue still bothers him. Using divine magic, Ray cleans the emperor's body and surroundings. He finds it suspicious that the emperor has been left unwashed despite so many palace maids. Ray concludes someone must have blocked maid access to the emperor, implying an internal plot. Considering motives, he thinks the first prince gains nothing from harming an already sick emperor, whereas for the second prince the risk would be huge. If the second prince is tied to the internal bleeding and maid restriction, Ray realizes the man could face the death penalty. Ray forces himself to stop overthinking and focus on treatment. He decides his only concern should be curing the emperor, not who inherits the empire. Ray confidently promises the emperor he will cure him, though the emperor wonders if he can trust such an odd healer. A week later, events move to a new day at the palace. Ray notes that during this week the emperor's condition has improved significantly. The emperor still cannot talk but can now move his head and slowly chew food. Ray observes that the recovery rate is rising and considers increasing the medicine dose to speed muscle relaxation. As he walks, deciding to raise the dosage, he suddenly senses a strong murderous aura. He wonders if assassins are again targeting the emperor but then realizes the killing intent is directed at him. He grimly concludes that he himself is the target. Ray summons So-young, who promptly answers. He orders her to leave one attacker alive and eliminate the rest, and she agrees. So-young swiftly slaughters the assassins. Ray praises her and binds the sole survivor with divine chains. He tells the captive to answer questions by blinking and asks first if the imperial family sent him. Realizing the captive is a trained assassin, Ray studies him closely. So-young volunteers to handle the interrogation. A burst of holy light fills the palace as she begins. The next morning, the castle stands peaceful under blue skies. Suddenly an explosion rocks part of the structure. Amid the rubble, Ray demands that the third princess be brought to him immediately, threatening consequences if they refuse. Brandishing a sphere of explosive divine power, Ray shouts that he will blow up the entire castle if they do not comply. Alarmed officials ask what is happening as Ray yells for them to bring the third princess. When they hesitate, saying she is eating, Ray furiously repeats that she must come even if she is at a meal. To emphasize his demand, Ray triggers another controlled explosion, forcing officials to agree to summon her at once. The first and second princes arrive at the commotion and demand to know what Ray is doing. Ray tells them assassins targeted him last night, sarcastically calling it Lesia's hospitality, shocking them. Luke asks if that is really true. Ray implies he would not make such claims without cause. The emperor, hearing of the matter, remains silent, withholding judgment. The first prince bows deeply before Ray and apologizes. He assures Ray the apology is sincere and promises that the imperial family will help find the true culprit. He insists that, regardless of who is responsible, the blame lies with the imperial family, and he accepts any punishment for endangering the saint. Ray notes that although the prince once looked down on him, he is now behaving like a proper royal. Ray orders that the third princess be brought because he considers her the mastermind. The princes read the document Ray presents, recognize Luciella's handwriting, and order her summoned without delay. Ray smugly accepts their obedience. Guards drag a furious Luciella in as she protests and struggles. The princes confront her, asking if she truly tried to harm the saint and calling her ungrateful and crazy. Luciella feigns ignorance, demanding to know what they mean. Ray hands back the assassination document to her, saying it belongs to her. Luciella panics internally, wondering how Ray obtained this proof, while narration notes that Hyuk-young and So-young helped. Out loud she claims she never wrote it, and insists someone forged her handwriting, prompting Ray to demand who. Ray glares and asks if she took his earlier leniency as weakness. He unleashes a huge surge of blue mana toward her. Observing the display, the princes marvel at Ray's power and recall rumors he once fought a necromancer. Ray coldly asks if Lesia seeks war with the Holy Empire rather than help, implying their misconduct could be casus belli. The first prince warns that Ray is overreacting and insists Lesia would never wish to antagonize the Holy Empire. Ray counters that a Lesian princess has attempted to assassinate an important figure of the Holy Empire, questioning how they can still claim they do not want war. The first prince angrily orders Luciella to apologize immediately, reminding her they stand before soldiers. Instead she screams that a princess should not have to bow, only to be slapped hard across the face. The emperor, now watching, condemns her shameless behavior and asks if this is what he raised her to be. Luciella, clutching her cheek, grudgingly offers a formal apology to Ray. The first prince proposes settling the issue through discussion and invites everyone to talk it out, which Ray agrees to. Ray demands that all princes and princesses be summoned to the lobby again. To stress his seriousness, he detonates another explosion outside the palace. Ray warns that if they show the same dismissive attitude as before, he will not let the matter end with mere blasts. Narration states that afterward the entire imperial family assembled in the lobby. They listened to the full account, offered Ray somewhat perfunctory apologies, and Ray accepted while moving the conversation to compensation. Ray demands two things as recompense: closer diplomatic ties and active trade between the Lesian Empire and the Holy Empire. The proposal, which could double Holy Empire trade revenue without disadvantaging Lesia, leaves the imperial family seriously considering it. The Holy Empire and the Lesian Empire finalize a deal where Lesia pays a large portion of unprofitable returns as so-called compensation. In the ornate palace, nobles remark that the empire has gained more than expected and wonder if they should thank the third princess. Ray thinks it is time the emperor's body should be able to move and considers going to check on him. The scene shifts to the emperor's luxurious bedroom. Emperor George wakes in agony, clutching his chest and noting that the pain remains. He reflects that thanks to Ray's medicine he can at least move a little despite the lingering pain. The door to his room opens. Ray enters, cheerfully noting the emperor is doing better than expected and asking if he can speak. The emperor, still weak, thanks Ray. Ray tells him not to worry and asks him to try moving so they can see his current condition. Observing lingering bruises, Ray comments that although they last longer than normal it is acceptable. The emperor silently studies Ray. Narration explains that around the time Emperor George regained consciousness, other events were unfolding. In a dark room, a hooded figure approaches the Emperor's bed and calls him father. The Emperor, lying in bed, recognizes the voice with confusion. Kneeling, the hooded visitor apologizes repeatedly to his father. Suddenly a powerful blow or attack slams into the Emperor as he lies in bed. In shock and pain, the Emperor wonders what is happening while the attacker again apologizes to him. The assailant's clenched fist finishes the brutal strike. In the darkened room, the attacker continues to murmur apologies to his father amid the sound of blows. Bleeding from the mouth, the Emperor weakly asks why this is happening to him. The hooded figure's hands glow with magic as he once more addresses his father. Crying, the hooded prince begs his father never to forgive him for what he is doing. Narration recounts that at Lesia's request Rei went there to treat their critically ill emperor. Rei discovered the emperor suffered from stiff person syndrome, yet one mystery remained unresolved. The emperor's body was covered with unexplained bruises. Rei realized the injuries clearly came from an insider but chose to focus on treatment for now. Meanwhile, the 7 messengers, investigating to protect Rei, uncovered a vicious power struggle in the imperial family. The main contenders, Princes Jared and Luke, were so ruthless they even killed siblings in their battle for power. After various incidents, when the emperor finally regained consciousness, someone came to visit his bedroom. Echoes of the words "I am sorry, father" filled the chamber. The hooded prince's earlier plea not to be forgiven is recalled. A few days later, the palace bells toll. Mourners gather on the palace grounds as a ceremony is about to begin. A funeral is held for Prince Ian de Lesian, the 5th prince of the empire. Rei considers the entire situation in Lesia to be outrageous. He laments that such chaos erupts precisely while he is in the empire. One of the masked messengers reports that their investigation shows Prince Luke was the first to move. Rei is surprised Luke was involved and hears how Luke quietly undermined Ian's policies and reputation. Cornered, the 5th prince tried to hire assassins to poison Jared or Luke. In response, Jared and Luke reinforced their guards and in turn began hiring assassins to kill other imperial relatives. The violence escalated for a week until Ian's guards were found unconscious and Ian himself discovered dead with a cleanly pierced throat. Rei asks who killed Ian but is told every imperial family member has an alibi. However, investigation shows Jared and Luke were absent from their supposed locations, suggesting fabricated alibis. Rei reasons that no outside assassin group in Lesia could quietly defeat royal guards and that only a widely trusted insider could move freely enough to kill Ian. He recalls that Luke's mana was almost on par with the Sword Master and concludes Luke likely carried out the killing personally. Rei instructs Hyukyong and So Young that he still needs more from them. He orders them to gather further information on the imperial power struggle, especially scandals and corruption that could tarnish the imperial dignity. Watching the castle, Rei thinks the dirtier the secrets they uncover, the better. The next day, agonized cries echo through the palace. The emperor suddenly manages to sit up from bed, shouting in effort. Rei happily praises this as impressive progress. The emperor responds enthusiastically to the encouragement. Later, Rei watches him sleep and murmurs in satisfaction. When the emperor begins to groan, Rei tells him he understands but that he must repeat the exercise. Rei notes that the anthocyanin-based medicine is working and the emperor's muscle stiffness has improved far more than he feared. Suddenly Rei senses something unusual and snaps to alertness. He detects that someone is approaching the room. Rei casts a sleep spell, instantly putting the emperor back into slumber. Prince Jared opens the door, remarking that Rei is inside. Jared greets Rei politely and asks how he has been, while Rei replies that he is fine thanks to Jared. Rei confirms to himself that the emperor is fully asleep and then casually mentions he heard about the 5th prince's so-called accident. Jared says the imperial family is ashamed and suggests Ian died in a carriage mishap. He elaborates that it was apparently caused by a flock of wyverns that also attacked nearby villages, and Rei notes that a wyvern nest indeed exists behind the empire. Rei reflects skeptically that the story claims Ian left the palace for a change of pace and was coincidentally attacked by wyverns at the perfect time. Internally considering this excuse pathetic, Rei listens as Jared asks after the emperor's condition. Rei answers that the emperor should be waking soon, which Jared calls good news. Jared offers his help with anything Rei might need, and Rei jokes that bringing peace would be ideal. Jared repeats the word peace with a strained laugh, saying it will come naturally. As Jared prepares to leave, he asks Rei to take good care of the emperor, and Rei promises to do so. Just before going, Jared calls Rei again. He warns Rei not to pry too deeply into the affairs of the imperial family. After he leaves, Rei interprets the warning as a sign Jared is planning something. Rei smirks mischievously to himself. He vows that the imperial schemers will not get their way. Rei reflects scornfully on Jared's claim that peace will occur naturally and resolves instead to forcibly impose peace on the empire. A few days later pass in the palace. Rei notes that events are progressing exactly as he anticipated. The messengers return and kneel, presenting scrolls and reports detailing corrupt acts by the imperial family. Rei picks up one of the scrolls. Reading the contents, he curses at how utterly depraved the imperial nobles are. The documents show the Merchants Guild bribed the 1st prince in exchange for trading monopolies. They also reveal that the 2nd prince is in an incestuous relationship with the 1st princess, and that he has long ignored her many corrupt deeds. Rei summons Hyukyong and So Young to give further instructions. He orders them to return the incriminating parchments to their respective owners, prompting a concern that the culprits might retaliate to silence the threat. Ray explains that the culprits will not act rashly because someone unknown now holds detailed knowledge of their most sensitive weaknesses. He decides that before those nobles can move again, he will complete the Emperor's healing. Soon after, the Emperor calls to Ray. Now able to dress himself, the Emperor marvels at his own recovery and credits Ray for it. He then comments that he heard the royal family was in turmoil while he lay bedridden, and Ray confirms it has indeed been chaotic. The Emperor is disturbed to hear this. Resolving to confront the situation, he says he must meet his children. He asks Ray to stand beside him during the audience with his offspring, which surprises Ray. The Emperor explains that Ray healed him yet refused any reward, and praises Ray's character, patriotism, and modesty as exemplary. Comparing Ray's virtues with his children's behavior, he ruefully admits he has raised his own heirs poorly and agrees it is time to correct them. He confesses that he spoiled the children while raising them alone without their mother, and worries whether they will accept his scolding. Ray offers to help him deal with them. The Emperor's full recovery is announced across the empire. The royal family gathers in the throne room to congratulate George on his restored health. The first princess begins to speak up with a hesitant but. She questions why the saint is seated near the throne, and the Emperor answers that he personally asked Ray to sit there. The Emperor tells everyone that Ray worked hardest for his recovery and begins to contrast Ray's behavior with that of his children. Turning to his heirs, he declares they have committed unforgivable acts and asks if they know what he is referring to, which leaves them sweating. He states bluntly that he means the death of the fifth prince. He explains that although they hid it as an accident, he now knows Ian died because of their internal struggle, shocking the royal children. He furiously asks how they could plot to kill their own siblings when he always urged them to remain friendly. From the throne, Ray denounces their obsession with power as inhuman, saying they are no better than beasts. Jared accuses Ray of overstepping and being disrespectful to the imperial family in front of them. Ray retorts mockingly, asking if they are so sheltered they do not understand how the world works. He then challenges them, asking what they intend to do about it, and whether they truly believe they could beat him in a duel. Evidence of their misdeeds is produced in the form of scrolls dumped before them. Ray points out that these are the very stolen parchments that mysteriously reappeared and urges the Emperor to read them as well. The Emperor announces that the parchments detail how his children slandered, harmed, and ultimately killed each other, and laments the corruption of his imperial house. He notes that only second Princess Selena stands apart, having committed no corruption or scandals. Overwhelmed, the Emperor sits with his head in hand, unable to believe his children's betrayal. He sentences all of them except Selena to 3 years of probation. He declares he will accept no objections and that anyone who refuses the punishment must leave the imperial family. In shock, the princes realize 3 years of enforced inactivity will effectively remove them from the line of succession, and the Emperor orders everyone to go. Ray observes that living as if dead for 3 years will end their chances at the throne and feels justice is served. As Luke turns to leave, George calls him back, asking if he has anything to say to his father. George then directly asks Luke why he did what he did. He assures Luke he only wishes to understand his motives and tells him to answer honestly. Luke steels himself to explain. He confesses that his actions were driven by matters involving the third prince. Luke reveals he wanted the third prince to be the next emperor. He argues that while he and Jared think only of the empire's practical benefit, the third prince truly cares for the people and ministers and would be a wise king. Luke explains that Jared and Ian were consumed by power, so in that environment the third prince could never ascend the throne. He decided it would be better to remove the shameful candidates than to let those who were tearing each other apart inherit the crown. George asks if this is even why Luke attacked him. Later, during a festival-laden city scene, the coming succession competition is discussed, and George is reminded that the crown prince is usually chosen after it, with Jared expected to win. Ray summarizes that Luke assaulted his own father to prevent Jared from being crowned and asks George to impose a heavy punishment. Luke accepts any penalty. George sighs that he understands and admits he also bears blame for failing to control his children. He clarifies that understanding Luke does not equal forgiving him and postpones final judgment, ordering Luke to leave for now. After Luke departs, George sighs deeply. He grumbles that he thought his children were mature but realizes they are still like kids. Ray gently remarks that all parents feel that way and advises George to pay closer attention to them despite the probation. George muses internally that Ray is a fascinating youth whose words cut deep and who is unexpectedly appealing. The Emperor reflects that although Ray seemed rude at first, his depth and perspective impress him. He also thinks of Ray's overwhelming strength and admits he does not want to send him back to the Holy Empire. With a wry smile, he begins saying that if such trouble occurs again, he jokes that he will simply request Ray's help from the Holy Empire once more. Laughing, he immediately assures Ray he was only joking, while Ray is relieved yet mentally calls him a troublesome old man. As evening falls, George calls out to Ray again. He asks what Ray thinks of the second princess, picturing her as a pure and untainted girl. Ray replies that Selena surpasses her siblings and, more importantly, possesses unwavering resolve in everything she does. George then reveals his real intent, asking what Ray thinks of taking Selena as his bride. Ray politely declines, saying he has no plans for marriage and believes she would not want such an arrangement either, though he appreciates the thought. George accepts the answer with mild regret. He then asks if, in that case, Ray would consider taking part in the coming succession competition. Narration closes on the Gleaming Palace as the Festival of Martial Excellence, which doubles as the succession competition, is introduced. The emperor explains that the empire hosts a grand martial and military tournament every 3 years with generous rewards, surprising Ray. Narration describes the empire's triennial festival of martial excellence, where many competitions are held. The festival's contests range from major events such as swordsmanship and magic. The narration adds that smaller contests include scholarship, debates, and archery. Ray asks if he can join every contest, but is told he may enter only 3 and must use only swords in swordsmanship and only magic in the magic contest. The emperor says the festival is in 2 weeks, normally requires preliminaries, but he will place Ray directly into the finals. Ray agrees and decides to enter the swordsmanship and magic contests, surprising his host. The emperor rushes off to arrange Ray's entry and tells him to rest and prepare, while Ray thanks him. Ray reflects that he might have been coaxed into joining, but the rewards and fun make it worthwhile. He then decides it is time to check on the situation in the Holy Empire. Ray prepares a crystal ball, a mana-powered device for long-distance visual communication. He recalls leaving a paired crystal ball with Zeke and infuses mana to contact him. The crystal ball activates. Instead of Zeke, a cheerful girl appears in the crystal ball and greets Ray, startling him. Ray wonders why she has the crystal ball he left with Zeke, and she answers that she took it because she asked for it. Ray updates her that he has successfully healed the emperor, and she says she expected nothing less. Ray asks how things are in the Holy Empire, and she replies that life is usual though the academy is still troublesome. Concerned, Ray presses for details, but she assures him there are no major problems and that he is respected as a teacher. She then admits that Ray has been picking fights with other academies, criticizing their low standards. Ray sighs that he will have to stay longer than planned even though the emperor's treatment is finished. She comments that the imperial succession struggle is worse than she imagined. She tells Ray that, since he is already involved and handling things well, he can take his time for the sake of relations between the Holy Empire and the Lessian Empire, and Ray agrees. She mentions that nearly a year has passed since Ray came to the Holy Empire, which surprises him. She says time flies and that once he returns he will travel to various kingdoms as a saint, beginning full saintly duties. Ray grumbles that calling his efforts mere adjustment time is unfair, but she insists he should rest as much as possible while in the Empire. She reassures him that she remains in the Holy Empire handling matters while they say goodbye and end the call. Ray mulls over the idea of starting official saint activities. 2 weeks later, the festive city sky is lit with magical effects as the tournament begins. Ray marvels that the Empire uses magical devices to light the sky, while his companion notes, he is a magician himself. His companion laughs, saying magical devices feel different from ordinary magic. Ray asks if something is funny, and the companion says he was remembering their first meeting. The companion admits that at first Ray seemed scary, recalling an intimidating impression. He quickly adds that he no longer feels that way, especially since Ray is personally guiding him today. The companion points out the swordsmanship arena and the adjacent, larger magic arena where the contests will be held. Ray notices a shabby structure nearby and jokes it looks worse than a doghouse, learning it is the archery arena. The companion explains that archery has declined in popularity, drawing few spectators or participants, and the arena survives almost by miracle. Ray thinks it is understandable that no one wants to compete in such a poor venue. A guide informs the saint that the preliminary matches are starting, and Ray agrees to go inside. Combatants face each other in the Colosseum for the swordsmanship preliminaries. 2 fighters rush toward each other and engage with sword and twin axes. Ray and his companion watch the impressive bout in amazement. One fighter wins decisively, raising his sword as the other falls. As the sun sets, someone asks Ray what he thought of the preliminaries. Ray answers that the matches were high level and that the finals will be exciting. Hearing distant music, Ray's attention is drawn to it. His companion identifies the source as a minstrel and asks if Ray wants to watch before dinner, and Ray agrees. Ray sees a hooded musician playing a string instrument and focuses on the instrument itself. Recognizing it, he realizes the musician is playing something like a violin. When asked if he knows the instrument, Ray says it reminds him of a similar one and evokes old memories. Ray enjoys the beautiful performance and feels a bit nostalgic. The 2 saints walk along while the music continues behind them. As the piece ends, the musician quietly thanks them. Ray's companion comments on how wonderful the performance was. The hooded musician approaches Ray and addresses him politely, prompting him to ask if something is wrong. She brings up what Ray said earlier upon seeing her instrument. She recalls that he specifically called it a violin. She confronts Ray directly, confirming that he used the word violin, and he admits that he did. She asks how he knew the instrument's name, and Ray internally realizes this woman recognizes that term from the modern world. Ray wonders if she might also be a reincarnated person, but outwardly claims he read about it in a book. Activating her eyes of truth, she flatly states he is lying. Ray discerns from her traits that she is a half-elf, a mixed descendant of elf and human. Ray offers a trade, promising to tell her the truth if she explains where the instrument came from and how she knows about it. She explains that the instrument is a keepsake handcrafted by her grandmother, who taught her to play it. Ray thinks it is impossible her grandmother created a violin-like instrument by coincidence, and prompts her to share more. She agrees but first asks Ray to explain where he saw such an instrument, and how he knows it. Ray claims he once watched someone play it, learned its name as violin then, and remembered it. She studies him silently, testing the truthfulness of his words with her ability. Ray notes to himself that it is not entirely a lie since he indeed learned it in his previous life from a music teacher, and insists aloud that this is the truth. Feeling awkward for pressing him so hard, she apologizes, and Ray says it is fine since he questioned her just as much. Ray then asks her to tell him more about her grandmother, and she starts considering where to begin. She describes her grandmother as unique, brilliant, and full of knowledge foreign to this world. She recalls that one day her grandmother built something called a bicycle and rode it for fun, shocking her. Ray realizes that both violin and bicycle share modern names and concludes her grandmother must be another reincarnated person like him. She remembers her grandmother often saying she was not originally from this world and explains that this is why she searches for someone who knows about that other world. Curious, she asks Ray who the violin player he mentioned was. Ray evasively says he no longer remembers that person's name or residence. She laughs that he and she are in similar situations, both chasing fragmentary clues. She bids them farewell, saying it was nice meeting them and thanking them for listening. As she departs, she remarks that she has a feeling they will meet again. The scene shifts to the empty, sunset-colored streets of the city after her departure. Ray's companion notes Ray seems in a good mood, assuming he enjoyed the conversation, and Ray deflects the comment. Ray internally agrees that knowing another person tied to the modern world is reassuring. He reflects that he feels a little less lonely now despite saying it is unimportant. Ray concludes that what truly matters is the life he leads now and suggests they head back. On the day of the festival's final round, the narration sets the scene at the Colosseum as Ray is asked how he feels. Ray says he feels fine, and the Emperor notes the finals will draw a much larger audience. The Emperor reminds him that the finals rules are difficult and asks if he understands the upcoming team battle format. A diagram explains that the finals begin with one-on-one duels until someone attains 3 victories. Then the 4th match becomes a 5-on-5 team battle under the finals rules. Ray recalls Selena's advice that teamwork and communication are crucial. The Emperor wishes Ray good luck, and Ray thanks him before heading out. An official calls Ray to follow him to the arena. The official eyes him and seems to notice something odd. He nervously asks if Ray plans to go without a sword, prompting Ray to realize he forgot to bring one. Ray spots a wooden stick on the ground. He casually picks up the stick, deciding it will suffice, and walks on as the official is left confused. Another official shouts for all participants to prepare for their match. A strong oar-wielding swordsman named Horus is introduced as Ray's opponent. Ray steps into the arena opposite Horus, holding only the wooden stick. Horus glares at Ray, mentally scoffing at him. Horus assumes Ray is disrespecting him by appearing unprepared and wonders if he is being looked down upon. Ray pretends the stick is a treasured heirloom wooden sword to justify using it. Horus is moved by the story, apologizes for his earlier attitude, and the narration notes Ray's lie works perfectly. The referee warns both fighters that any lethal blow will cause instant disqualification, and Ray thinks he should come better prepared next time. The referee signals the beginning of the match. Ray instantly vanishes from sight with tremendous speed. Horus panics that Ray has disappeared, then realizes Ray is suddenly behind him. Ray strikes, sending Horus flying with a powerful aura-infused blow. The spectators stare in shock at the overwhelming one-hit victory. The referee declares the match over while Ray nonchalantly notes it was as easy as expected. Elsewhere, a damaged section of wall is shown. 2 masked onlookers recognize Ray's movement as the same stealth technique their covert group uses and praise the Saint's skill. Ray's clean sweep of 3 wins in an instant makes him the talk of the Empire. At dinner, the Emperor marvels that Ray even won his first match using only a stick, which Ray modestly attributes to aura training. They say the magic tournament was also a spectacle, as Ray beat his opponent before they could cast, without relying on magic himself. During the meal, someone asks about the Empress and concubine's absence. They are told the Empress and concubines died long ago in a carriage accident caused by wyverns. The Emperor tensely adds that a wyvern nest nearby has caused frequent accidents. The questioner apologizes for bringing up painful memories, but the Emperor says the tragedy happened over 20 years ago. Ray quietly reacts with suspicion. He thinks to himself about the claim that accidents happen frequently. Time jumps to the day of the team battle in a forested, mountainous area. Ray, wearing a red armband, rests on a log and notes that he is on the red team as he recalls the team battle rules. The narration explains that each team consists of both swordsmen and mages. Each side is given a flag, and the objective is to steal the enemy's flag and return it to one's base. The team that collects the most flags wins, and the individual who contributes most is recognized as the final winner. Ray thinks the format seems too easy if all he has to do is bring back flags. His teammates wonder why Ray sits alone instead of joining their strategy meeting and remind each other he is a magic swordsman. They recount that in the magic tournament Ray simply punched out his opponent and scared the rest into surrender without magic. One teammate scoffs that any swordsman could beat a mage barehanded, while another warns he underestimates how strange Ray really is. They remark that Ray cancelled all his opponent's magic then punched them, an unbelievable feat. Another teammate complains that because Ray participates in both tournaments, their team only has 4 active members but resolves to follow their plan anyway. The leader instructs Ray's group to take the front, while the others trail behind to seize any flag opportunities, and they rush off. Ray realizes they simply whispered a plan and left him behind, wondering if he is supposed to defend the flag alone. He recalls the mention of wyverns and starts thinking about that problem. Ray decides that since he came this far to heal the Emperor, He should also solve the wyvern issue to deepen the Empire's debt to him. Half-jokingly, he wonders if he should just drop a meteor on the wyverns, when someone approaches and greets him. 3 blue team members appear, mocking that his teammates abandoned him, and Ray replies that he alone is enough to guard the flag. They demand he hand over the flag, doubting he can stop all 3, while Ray casually questions that assumption. Ray deduces they must have brought their flag with them, and notes there is no way they would leave it unguarded. He points out the mage hiding in the rear carrying the small, portable flag, complimenting the tactic as within the rules. Frustrated, the enemy leader orders everyone to attack Ray at once. A blue aura wave slams into them, eliciting cries of pain. Ray stands with an aura sword formed from his stick, remarking that they made it easy by coming to him. One enemy mage casts multiple fireballs at Ray. Ray, glowing ominously, says it is time to grab the flag. The enemies recoil in terror at his overwhelming power. A loud sound effect over the forest signals the brief but decisive clash. Later, the defeated enemies grumble that the attack was a complete waste of time. On their way back, they wonder why there was no flag at Ray's base and decide to treat the encounter as scouting before hurrying back. Ray's teammates see smoke rising from their base, realize even he cannot defend the flag alone, and rush back in panic. One teammate frantically searches the bushes, shouting to Ray about his condition and the flag. Ray casually says he managed to capture one enemy flag thanks to his luck. His returning teammates are shocked he did it alone and sense the battle is turning. They conclude the match will be easier to win than expected. Narration explains that thanks to Ray's exploits, the red team easily wins the game. Ray is honored as the tournament's final winner, though he privately finds the ending anticlimactic. Later, Ray happily notes his prize is decent for his effort when an Imperial official calls out to him. The official asks if he enjoyed the martial festival, while Ray grumbles that the prize is so small it will barely cover one meal. The official suggests Ray tour the Empire's sites, and Ray agrees since he already has something to do. The official asks what Ray plans, and Ray just chuckles mysteriously. Ray confidently says the official will like his plan. The next day, the scene shifts to a mountainous forest region. Ray climbs high into the mountains, senses dense mana, and concludes he has reached a wyvern nest. He finds a glowing hexagonal barrier at the entrance, and wonders if this is the way in. Studying the complex magic runes of the unguarded barrier, Ray deduces the wyverns must be high-ranking intelligent beings. Activating his magic-enhanced eyes, he analyzes the barrier and decides it is complicated but manageable. Ray cheerfully decides to crush the entire barrier so the wyverns will have to come out and meet him. Narration explains wyverns are an intelligent race that values strength and excels at magic. It adds that they prefer hot, humid locations, so their nests are usually found in such places. Working in the sweltering heat, Ray complains the task is exhausting. After 30 minutes dismantling layer upon layer of magic circles, Ray thinks something ought to appear soon. A telepathic voice suddenly calls him human, startling Ray. A red wyvern swoops down and asks if Ray is the one who destroyed their magic circle. Realizing the wyvern is speaking telepathically, Ray says he came specifically to talk. Ray explains he wants to discuss their nest and politely asks if they could move it elsewhere. The wyvern replies that moving the nest is not its decision to make. It adds that their magic circles are now too fragile for it to leave, asking if Ray understands. Ray reluctantly says he does. Ray then proposes an alternative solution and begins casting new magic. Astonished, the wyvern sees Ray rapidly reconstructing the barrier crystals and realizes he is a prepared expert in magic circles. Ray insists he is completely serious and has long planned this approach. Moments later he announces he is finished setting up his new magic. Impressed by the large magic circle he created so quickly, the wyvern stops calling him an intruder and agrees to talk. The wyvern offers to take Ray to its village but warns that wyverns only respect strength and cannot guarantee his safety. Ray accepts. The wyvern agrees and prepares to fly to the village as Ray watches in awe. Ray realizes the wyvern intends to travel alone, leaving him to make his own way there. Ray appears determined as he begins running toward the distant wyvern village. While Ray trudges through the forest, he grouses that the wyvern did not even offer him a ride. Night falls over a secluded mountain village lit by torchlight. Arriving on foot, Ray jokes with his wyvern guide, who notes Ray is no mage yet an impressive runner, while another wyvern nearby smells a human. Alarmed guards land and angrily question why a human has been brought into their village. Ray's guide explains that the human came to talk and that it personally decided to lead him inside, so the guards tell him the visitor is now his responsibility. The guide adopts a humanoid form, revealing a horned young man. In this form, he invites Ray to enter the village, surprising Ray that wyverns can take human shape. Ray mentally analyzes this ability, wondering how close wyverns are to humans, when a telepathic voice suddenly calls out to him again. Another wyvern, distant from Ray, remarks that he must be weak if he still cannot sense mana after coming so far. A second telepathic message offers Ray help if someone is after him, and Ray realizes he has located its source. The speaker then invites Ray to its home for a proper conversation, and Ray cheerfully agrees. The narrative shows the full wyvern village nestled among rocky cliffs. Entering the settlement, Ray observes that it feels archaic and reminiscent of ancient civilizations compared to human villages. He notes with interest that the wyverns live entirely in human form and even construct houses like humans. Overhearing telepathic chatter, someone calls Ray a half-breed with disdain. Various wyverns sense a human smell, panic about an intruder, and admit feeling tempted by his presence while asking if he is dangerous. Ray, who merely came to talk, looks uncomfortable as his guide tells him not to mind the curious voices. The guide points out his own modest house and leads Ray toward it. Ray reflects that wyverns care little about outward appearances as he is invited inside. Tea and snacks are set out, and the host signals that serious discussion can now begin. Ray repeats that wyverns are rare and asks again if they could relocate their nest elsewhere, but the host reminds him that decision is not hers alone. Ray then asks to meet a wyvern with true authority, and the host says it might be possible under certain conditions. She explains that wyverns strictly uphold survival of the fittest and an eye for an eye law. Ray observes that her combative nature reflects a racial trait and agrees to her terms. He suddenly restrains her with a spell called Hold, binding her in glowing chains. Shocked to realize Ray is the stronger mage, she acknowledges his superior power as he casually agrees. Accepting defeat, she agrees to go see the leader as Ray cancels the spell. On the way out, she shyly asks for his name, and he introduces himself as Ray while she gives her true name, Karnata. Karnata vows to challenge Ray again someday, and he nonchalantly agrees. Ray confirms they are now headed to the wyvern leader, and Karnata says they will speak with the Lord. Ray learns that if he convinces the Lord to move, the entire clan will obey without question. Karnata explains the Lord is the clan's strongest wyvern and that their hierarchy is entirely power-based, which Ray finds convenient. They finally arrive, and Karnata announces they are at the Lord's dwelling, startling Ray. Ray mentally comments on how shabby and old-fashioned the Lord's house looks as Karnata senses the Lord's presence inside. Karnata waits silently, wondering if the Lord is sending them a message. A voice from within remarks with interest that a human wishes to meet it. The wyvern lord, in a female human form, steps out and demands to know what is happening, while Ray wonders if she is really their leader. Inside, she tells Ray he is a strange man. She senses that Ray's mana feels very unusual and questions him about it. Ray is shocked she recognized his unique mana vessels when even Era could not. The Lord decides to be more cautious and invites Ray to continue their discussion indoors. Ray agrees, and the scene shifts to the starry sky above the village. In her simple home, the Lord tells Ray to sit wherever he feels comfortable, while he thinks nowhere looks comfortable. Ray remarks that unlike most wyverns she is speaking verbally, and she replies that she prefers it to telepathy, which gives her headaches. Pouring tea, she says Karnata told her Ray wants the wyverns to move. She calmly asks why he wants them to relocate. Ray explains that civilian casualties around the area have become too high because people are either attacked by wyverns or harmed by their magic. The Lord laughs that she understands but says such harm is natural, as the strong dominate the weak just as humans do. Ray admits she is not wrong but says that rule merely states the strong should govern, implying alternatives exist. She concludes that by his logic they should simply drive him out by force. Surrounded by blue flames, the Lord agrees somewhat and fully unleashes her power. Ray, also engulfed in mana, insists the strongest should rule and pointedly asks how she detected his unusual mana. She says it was only a guess, noting she could not feel any mana inside his body and therefore assumed his mana was unique. Ray looks up in fear as her power swells. Transforming into her giant blue wyvern form, she towers over him, and he notes both her size and her powerful mana crystal. Ray recognizes that the jewel embedded in her claw is the same type used in Cecily's eyes and that it is a dense mana crystal. The wyvern admits Ray is gathering a surprising amount of mana but claims it is still insufficient to defeat her. Ray smiles and asks what she thinks of his next move. He then executes a sudden technique that shocks her. Ray begins forcibly draining the wyvern lord's mana, surrounding himself with swirling blue energy as she panics. Outside, other wyverns look on in astonishment at the raging mana inside the house. The spectacle manifests as a titanic rock storm and psychokinesis spell above the village. Ray adds enormous firepower, forming a colossal fireball while calmly controlling it. The wyvern lord, watching, can only think that his power is amazing. She retaliates with a barrage of high-speed magical beams, insisting he still cannot beat her. Ray's counterattack detonates spectacularly in the sky. Back on the ground, he shouts in alarm, realizing the blast might endanger the village. Wyverns cry out in fear and flee as flames rain down, with some yelling to run. Ray begs the Lord to stop before she burns everything, while she admits his spell was stronger than expected and he keeps shouting at her. Ray suddenly notices something critical, eyes widening. He sees a wyvern child running terrified through the danger zone. Karnata rushes out, conjures an air hand and shield spell to block falling debris and protect the child. The elder wyvern reacts in shock to this display of concern. Ray checks that the child is unhurt, while the Lord silently watches. She then strikes the child hard on the head. Outraged, Ray yells at her for hitting a child who almost died and calls her behavior shameful. The trembling child cries that wyverns do not need anyone's protection. The Lord snarls back that the boy would be better off dead than saved by a half-breed. She tells Ray that unlike weak human society, their world culls and destroys the weak. She declares that only the strong deserve to live and warns Ray not to insult that pride. Turning to the boy, she demands his name, and he timidly answers that it is Kurad. She coldly announces, as Wyvern Lord, that Kurad is exiled from the village, shocking Ray. She then acknowledges Ray's strength, agrees to consider his relocation request, and tells him he must now leave. Ray worries he is responsible for Kurad's punishment, and insists it is unfair, asking her to rescind the banishment. The Lord rebukes him for overstepping, saying this is an internal matter of their kind. Ray's mana swirls as he reminds her of her own doctrine that the strong should rule. She scoffs that if he is forming meteorites again, she will simply destroy them, calling it a waste of mana. Her expression shifts as she senses his gathering power. Ray forms 3 huge flaming meteorites overhead and says he is not calling her way wrong. He clarifies he does not wish to change their beliefs but asks her, as leader, to reconsider this specific decision. The Lord falls silent, visibly shaken by his words and power. Hearing Aira's name, she suddenly recognizes him and calls out in surprise. She asks if he knows Aira, and Ray confirms he has known her for a long time and asks if the Lord is curious. She begins narrating that wyverns settled here only about 400 years ago, and once peacefully shared the same mountain range with elves. She recalls meeting Aira often as fellow clan leaders in the Celia Mountains and becoming close friends. Then human slave traders appeared, and one sly trader exploited their lax vigilance to secretly capture both elves and wyverns. Taking advantage of them, the trader hunted members of both races for slaves. Eventually the elves and wyverns uncovered his scheme and joined forces in battle to rescue their kin. During the Age of Sorcery, when humans were stronger, they still managed to defeat the trader and reclaim their people, though they suffered many casualties. The Lord explains that loss made her realize their races had grown lazy and complacent, facing an uncertain future without a clear identity. She and Aira then decided as race leaders to separate, after which wyverns avoided close ties with any other race and embraced solitary strength. She says she has no regrets about that decision, though she admits her time with Aira was enjoyable, and they were very close. Ray's words now make her realize she nearly repeated past mistakes, and she thanks him for making her reconsider, saying he may greet Aira for her. In a lighter tone, she asks what Ray's relationship with Aira is, confessing she first thought he was Aira's son because of their resemblance but decided that was impossible. She changes the subject to negotiating their relocation and tells Ray he has become a respected human among wyverns. Jokingly, she adds she cannot ignore a request from Aira's lover, while Ray protests that they are just friends. The story cuts back to the imperial capital, showing the grand palace at night. Inside a luxurious hall, nobles gather at a banquet where it is announced that the saint will depart the empire tomorrow. The emperor toasts, hoping everyone will remember the saint's service to the empire. Ray, now in formal attire, asks why such extravagance is necessary, and the emperor says it is the least they can do as the saint prepares to leave. Ray thanks him for the rare feast and hints there is something else he wants to say. He produces a magic contract written by the Wyvern Lord, explaining it guarantees the empire's safety from wyvern attacks as long as they do not strike first. The emperor is stunned that Ray has already secured this treaty with the Wyvern Lord, while Ray calmly confirms it is finished. A noble, overwhelmed by gratitude, gushes that the saint seems like a divine being. The noble thanks the saint for a favor beyond his duty and vows never to forget it, while the saint dryly thinks he probably will. Princess Selena approaches and notes she has heard the saint will be departing tomorrow. The saint confirms it is time for him to leave, and Selena thanks him for everything. When he asks what she is thanking him for, Selena insists he is a benefactor of the empire. Selena hesitates, gathering her thoughts in silence. She explains she was a prodigy famed as the youngest 6th circle magician and, uninterested in imperial politics, devoted herself solely to magic. Because of that focus, she ignored imperial affairs while her siblings were left to face them. Reflecting on the saint's selfless service despite being an outsider, she feels ashamed that a royal like her has done nothing. She admits she feared the chaos and hid behind magic as an excuse to look away. Selena now resolves to face things head-on and declares she will enter the struggle and claim the throne. Apologizing for the long speech, she says she wanted him to know her decision. He thanks her for her courage and assures her the empire will not forget him. The saint smiles and tells Selena he believes she will succeed. Encouraged, Selena beams as he urges her to keep doing her best. That night, someone shouts an affirming yes over the view of the imperial palace. Inside, ornate doors stand closed as tension builds. Someone curses in rage as something slams into the floor. A furious man pounds his fist, ranting that the saint ruined his scheme and that the throne should already be his despite a 3-year probation. Hooded conspirators complain that Princess Eliza's bribery has swung nobles toward Prince Luke and that the probation makes Luke's succession almost certain. First Prince Jared de Lessian, distraught, asks what they can do as he refuses to watch events slip away. A cloaked advisor says he has an idea involving wyverns, which Jared urges him to explain. The advisor proposes provoking the wyverns so they attack the empire. Jared realizes such an attack would draw all imperial forces to the capital. The advisor concludes that in the resulting chaos they can spark a revolution. He argues they will take few losses because the wyverns will also be attacking, so they must strike quickly before the empire can fully prepare. Jared agrees and entrusts the advisor with organizing the troops, which the man readily accepts. Jared orders him to secretly raise and equip a hidden army, which the advisor says he knows exactly how to do. Later, Jared, eyes glowing with malice, tells his followers to immediately attack the wyverns to coincide with the saint leaving the empire. The next day, a herald announces that the saint's carriage is ready. The saint, preparing to return to the Holy Kingdom after a long time, walks toward departure. He thinks that once back home he will head straight out on his formal pilgrimage. Before he can leave, explosions and smoke rise from the city, making him wonder what trouble has started now. At the gates, an imperial commander denounces the wyverns for attacking the empire and threatens them. Wyvern warriors angrily retort that humans attack them first and insult the commander. A calm, authoritative voice interrupts, demanding to be taken to the emperor. The wyvern leader, wreathed in mana, says she wants to speak with the emperor and warns that if he refuses, the empire will meet its end. Terrified imperial soldiers say they cannot comply, preferring death on the spot to disobeying orders. The wyvern leader coldly asks if that is really their answer. She declares she will show them how foolish their actions were and vows to avenge her slain kin with their blood as she unleashes her magic. The saint rushes in, protesting that this attack breaks their contract. The wyvern leader counters that the contract held only until humans attacked them first. She explains that high circle mages assaulted their lair the previous night with powerful spells. She points out that only the empire has forces capable of such an attack. The saint inwardly agrees that her accusation is plausible and that only the empire could have fielded such mages. He recalls that Lilith swore their pact with a mana oath, meaning she would have died if she lied, so her claim of being attacked must be true. Concluding that only influential Imperials could order such mages, he tells Lilith to stop her assault for the moment. Lilith refuses, saying she cannot overlook the slaughter of her people, but the saint urges her not to harm innocents. He promises to find every person behind the attack and hand them over to her. Lilith says she cannot easily trust a human's words under these circumstances. The saint offers to swear his promise on his own mana. Lilith notes how bold that is, knowing the consequences if someone of his power breaks such an oath, and he tells her to wait until morning. After agreeing to withdraw for now, he asks Sir Gregory for help. He orders Gregory to have the emperor gather all the nobles of the empire immediately. The scene shifts to the palace as the nobles assemble. Seeing that most nobles have arrived, the saint prepares to speak. He reminds them they all know the city was devastated by a wyvern attack. He bluntly orders each noble house to record its entire private military strength without omission. Outraged nobles protest that even a saint has no right to demand this information. They argue that imperial matters should be handled solely by the empire and tell him to stay out. Annoyed, the saint says he does not care what happens to the empire and is happy to leave if they want. The emperor chastises him for such words and angrily tells him to depart at once. Gregory explodes at the nobles instead, ordering them to obey the saint or face total erasure of their records and protections. Afterwards, Gregory tearfully begs the saint to reconsider leaving, but the saint curtly refuses. Gregory, furious at the nobles' ingratitude, vows to punish them and rushes to demand their apologies, which they hastily give. The nobles grovel, begging the saint to stay as long as he wants, while he inwardly calls them cowards. The saint muses that he had wanted to help out of loyalty, but now feels no such desire. Panicked nobles ask what they must do to win his help. He answers with a single demand for money. Elaborating, he orders each family to hand over 3/10 of its entire wealth. When they complain such a demand is too much, he cheerfully prepares to leave again. Fearing his departure, they hurriedly agreed to pay as a sign of apology. The nobles then praise his boldness while he internally calls them shameless and orders them to hurry and submit the records. A short time later, they present the compiled lists of their private soldiers. Reviewing them, the saint notes that most nobles secretly command enough troops to form a small country. Realizing the data is too messy to pinpoint one culprit, he feigns disappointment at not finding who ordered the wyvern attack. Gregory objects that after all this the saint still cannot identify the mastermind, and the saint dryly comments on the empire's deep corruption. He produces what appears to be a mana contract ensuring the wyvern lord will grant a request and proposes using it for forgiveness. While others admire the supposed contract, the saint thinks to himself it is actually just a fake paper covered in mana scribbles. The narrator clarifies that the contract is indeed forged, prepared beforehand for this ruse. Anxious nobles wonder what happens next, worried about the wyverns they have dragged into the mess. The saint, reasoning privately, concludes the only ones who would benefit from attacking the wyverns are Royal and his noble allies, specifically the desperate first prince. He considers how to turn his strong suspicion into certainty, and prepares a plan. He tells the emperor to simply listen and do exactly as he instructs. The saint begins putting his scheme into motion. The emperor silently absorbs his words, startled. The emperor then announces that, thanks to the saint, matters are settled and that he will now make an important declaration. He proclaims that the coronation ceremony for the crown prince who will succeed him will be held the next morning. Elsewhere that night, someone rants that the saint continues to interfere with his ambitions. Jared, meeting secretly with his agents, fumes that he had not expected the saint to wield the wyvern lord's contract and worries about the sudden appointment of a crown prince. His advisor urges haste and suggests calling in the strike team again, realizing the prince is planning something reckless. Jared confirms they will indeed attack the Wyvern Mountains once more. Hidden observers remark that Jared is now too desperate to think clearly. One masked ally orders that the saint be informed while he continues to watch Jared's movements. The saint, anticipating such a move, waits near the wyvern territory that night. He arrives at the mountains, muttering that Jared was foolish to provoke the wyverns again. Lilith appears and asks if he has already identified the masterminds. He answers not yet, explaining he came to warn her that the culprits will soon come to the wyverns on their own. He tells her that since the attackers are returning, they must lie in wait and strike as soon as they sense mana. He adds that once those attackers are captured, the remaining conspirators in the Empire can be exposed and urges her to reconsider attacking the Empire. When she doubts he has done so much already, He reminds her of his mana pledge and insists he is not lying. She wonders what benefit he gains from all this effort and half-jokes that perhaps he truly is a saint. The saint decides it is time to draw the conspirators out into the open. Back in the imperial palace, nobles complain that the saint is overstepping by summoning the royal family whenever he wishes. Princess Luciella rails against his arrogance, while Selena warns her to mind her words. Selena defends the saint as the empire's savior and urges Luciella to show proper gratitude and courtesy. Luciella privately resents Selena's sudden concern for the imperial family, while Jared broods in the background. Jared anxiously wonders why the saint has summoned them and what he is planning. The saint greets the gathered royals, confirming that all 6 of them are present. One prince asks why they were called. The saint assures him the reason is important. He reveals that one of them ordered the original attack on the wyverns and that a second assault has just been made. Shocked, the royals protest at the idea that someone from the imperial family is responsible. Jared panics internally, realizing that if caught he will certainly be executed, but convinces himself there is still no evidence. The saint addresses Jared's thoughts aloud, saying he must believe that denying everything will keep him safe. Smiling coldly, the saint announces he actually has solid evidence. All the noble soldiers who attacked the wyvern lair have been captured and can be made to confess with mind magic. He then paints a vivid picture of how public resentment would force the empire to parade the conspirators' severed heads to calm the people. Offering an alternative, the saint proposes that the guilty party confess to him and try to resolve the matter honorably. He explains that by confessing their sins in God's name, they can reduce their guilt, and admits he also enjoys the idea of the empire owing him a huge favor. He simplifies the offer. He gains credit, while the traitor avoids public execution. Crumbling under pressure, Jared abruptly shouts that he is the one who did it. He formally confesses that, as first prince, he ordered the attack on the wyvern lair and begs for mercy, while the saint calls it a good decision. The saint cheerfully bids him farewell, saying there is no divine mercy but he wishes him peace in the afterlife. Horrified, Jared protests, realizing the saint's earlier words implied death rather than leniency. The saint coolly states he had been lying about mercy, having only wanted a confession. He then admits he never had concrete evidence, and thanks Jared for confessing, leaving the prince stunned. With the truth revealed, the saint steps aside and tells others to handle the matter since it now concerns only the empire. As armed guard sees Jared, he yells that the saint is a shameless liar for deceiving him. The saint blithely denies any shame while being informed that all rebellious nobles are in custody and asked what to do with them. He remains silent a moment, prompting the knight to call to him uncertainly. Finally, he says judgment belongs to the emperor, reiterating that the empire must decide its own fate. He reflects that he is simply an outsider from the Holy Empire, and that his long stay in Lessian has now ended. In the aftermath, the emperor executes everyone involved in the rebellion. To repay Ray's tremendous help, the emperor grants the Holy Empire diplomatic advantages and rewards Ray personally with noble titles and land. Unaware of these rewards at first, Ray travels on by carriage and only learns of them later. During the journey, he receives an abrupt official request from the empire, grumbling that it will delay him further. Speaking through a crystal ball, he complains that the pilgrimage schedule is already set but insists he can always leave later. His contact insists it is not that simple and explains that the pilgrimage period is strictly fixed. Ray is shocked to learn that delaying would only compress the schedule and make the journey harder. Realizing this, he immediately decides to hurry back at once. His contact is left stunned by his sudden change of attitude. Ray stuffs the crystal ball away as she frets over what he is doing with it. He leaps from the carriage, saying an urgent matter has come up and telling the driver to follow at a slower pace. Ray sprints off down the road toward his new destination, leaving his handler dizzy and flustered. As the sun sets over the Holy Empire's capital, he arrives earlier than expected, saying he hurried because he heard the pilgrimage preparations were complete. His attendants report they will depart the next morning, and he asks Hong Yong for an update on the Holy Empire's situation. Hong Yong reports that, outside the wealthy city of Salonika, most regions face financial hardship, leading their lords to raise taxes to fund monster hunting forces. The saint objects that the capital already sent support funds, concluding that many lords are embezzling the money. He orders Hong Yong to compile a full list of embezzlers to punish after the pilgrimage. When he asks about the academy, he learns Zeke has just requested contact through the crystal ball and tells them to connect him. Zeke appears in the crystal ball, excitedly shouting for the saint and is asked whether everything at the academy is fine. Another subordinate urgently reports that she has been monitoring events as ordered and now cries out for her lord's attention, hinting that new trouble is brewing. The man excitedly tells the saint he has read all the books and parchments she left, praising their depth and accuracy and asking how she knows so much. When another man yells at them for interrupting, the woman ignores him, vows to devote herself to the saint, and begs to be taught everything. The purple-haired man angrily attacks the other, insisting he wants to learn even more from the saint than his rival. Back in the room, the white-haired man ends the chaotic magical call with the sphere, telling the attendant to disconnect it. A masked woman bids the saint to take care while she is away and is told to have a safe trip and cheer up. As the pilgrimage carriage travels through the forest, someone inside happily remarks on the beautiful weather. The saint hesitantly responds, seeming uneasy despite agreeing. Inside the carriage, two women chat cheerfully, one saying the trip feels like a picnic and asking why the other is there. The nun explains that families serving the church take turns joining each pilgrimage and that this time it is hers, but questions why the girl is riding in their carriage. The girl says traveling alone is lonely, while the saint tells her to return to her own carriage later because this one is already crowded. Ariel protests, proudly showing that she prepared something special, leaving the saint surprised. She reveals fancy snacks and tea she personally made for the journey. When offered tea, Ariel says she feels nauseous, and the saint also declines, but the other girl insists and offers it to him. She begs him to try her tea at least once, promising to get off if it tastes bad, and he reluctantly agrees. The saint takes a sip of the tea and is stunned by its awful taste. The girl eagerly asks if it is delicious, smiling expectantly. After tasting, she herself looks dejected, sensing the truth. She sits alone in another carriage, clearly depressed as it rocks along. The saint privately complains that the tea tasted disgusting and assumes Ariel now understands that too. Outside, the knight asks if this terrible tea is why the saint refused it, and the saint replies someone had to tell the girl the truth. Cleaning the foul taste from his mouth with magic, the saint remarks that such incidents at least keep the dull pilgrimage from being only napping. He reflects that the pilgrimage mostly consists of riding carriages around villages while priests and clergy do most of the actual work. Learning the saint mainly comes along for show, he grumbles that his presence is just to create a public image. Their discussion is interrupted when someone suddenly jumps in front of the carriage, prompting them to look outside. A desperate father blocks the road, sobbing and begging the holy priest to urgently heal his gravely ill child. A knight reassures him that their god will watch over them and instructs a priest to treat the child. The priest uses healing magic on the unconscious child, but something seems wrong. He admits his holy magic is ineffective and advises the father to give up, thinking the condition is too severe. The father pleads not to be dismissed, saying they have waited for the pilgrimage, but the priest is told to step aside. The saint approaches and offers to examine the child himself. The father tearfully thanks him for personally treating his child, while the saint begins his own assessment. Observing brittle hair, swollen skin, and extreme emaciation, the saint notes signs of severe malnutrition without body fat. He asks if the illness appeared suddenly, and learns it has been progressing gradually. Concluding it is protein deficiency and that magic failed because it is not a disease, he orders the captain to prepare a meat-focused meal for the family. The grateful father asks why food is the remedy, and the saint explains that eating plenty of meat regularly will restore the child's health. When told they cannot often afford meat, the saint suggests using beans instead as a cheaper protein source. He lists different beans that can replace regular meals to improve the child's condition, though some meat is still needed occasionally. Ariel chimes in, urging the parents to overextend themselves if necessary for the child's sake and saying she can now heal the edema. Using holy magic, she removes the swelling from the child's body, astonishing the father. The father repeatedly thanks them, vowing never to forget their kindness, while Ariel modestly calls it their duty. Afterward they resume their journey, deciding to head to Celia Royal Castle. The procession of ornate carriages travels through the forest toward the kingdom. Inside a carriage, the saint sits thinking deeply about what just happened. Ariel notices his pensive mood and asks what he is contemplating. He asks Ariel how much money they currently have available for use. She calculates that they hold about 20 platinum coins, and he asks if that is really all. He adds his personal savings to reach around 27 coins, which he says should be plenty. Suspicious, Ariel asks why he needs so much, and what he plans to do with it. Smiling, the saint bluntly asks her to lend him money. Shocked, she demands to know his intentions, and he explains that the kingdom of Celia is facing a severe financial crisis. He elaborates that because of this crisis many people, like the malnourished villagers they saw, are starving to death. Convinced helping them aligns with divine will, Ariel agrees to assist, and he promises to repay her after returning to the Holy Empire. She then generously says repayment is unnecessary, surprising him that she would give away such a large sum without hesitation. Proudly reminding him that she too is a saintess, narration notes the pilgrimage party's arrival in the kingdom of Celia. Under orders from the saints, the clergy gather ingredients from various regions and cook simple meals for the hungry. For those on the brink of starvation, these meals feel like life-saving rain on parched ground. Looking at Celia's grand castle, someone wonders what the king of Celia is planning. The king welcomes them, praising their help to his suffering people and announcing a banquet that evening to honor the pilgrimage. He tells them to relax and enjoy themselves at the celebration. Walking away, the saint and Ariel remark that the king preparing a banquet is unusual and suspect he wants something from the Holy Empire. Since the pilgrimage tasks here are finished, they realize they now have free time, and the saint considers heading out for a bit. Asked if he will visit his family, he says something like that and asks about Ariel's plans. She says she will just relax with Fia and suggests he visit the capital instead of staying cooped up. He replies that after being swamped with work every day, this quiet time is already enough and he just wants proper rest. Ariel then quietly asks if, since becoming a saint, he has ever wanted to abandon everything and run away. Gazing out over the castle grounds, she muses about throwing all their duties away. They share a silent moment, either quite answering the heavy question. At last the saint affirms that of course such thoughts cross one's mind. Inwardly he rants that God keeps demanding tasks, granting only a tiny bit of divine power while working them to the bone. He realizes this complaint is probably what Ariel truly wanted to voice, given she has served as a saint longer than he has. He sympathizes that all the taboos must be hard on her, yet notes that healing the sick or using national funds to help people still feels rewarding. He adds that at such times he is glad to be a saint and heads off, wondering if only he feels that way. Ariel smiles warmly, saying she feels the same and quietly thanking Ray for his words. Ray reaches his childhood home after a long time away. Guessing it is lunchtime, he decides to sneak in with a stealth technique to surprise his parents. As he steps inside quietly, the floorboard creaks under his boot. Suddenly a plate hurtles toward him with great force from inside. Ray is struck hard by the flying dish and cries out in pain. More plates are thrown at him, and he frantically yells for them to stop. His parents realize it is Ray, exclaim his name in surprise, and stop attacking. His mother rushes over and hugs him joyfully while his father scolds him for moving so silently, and Ray explains he dropped by during his pilgrimage. They excitedly invite him to join them for lunch, and he agrees. His father tells him to go upstairs for a surprise before they eat. Ray wonders what awaits him upstairs. Upon seeing it, he gasps in astonishment. He finds a baby peacefully sleeping among flowers, and someone asks if he is surprised. His father explains Ray now has a younger sibling and keeps asking if he is surprised, which Ray finds annoying. Using magic to check, Ray notes the huge 16-year age gap and idly wonders if that explains his parents' doting behavior. Looking at the baby, he thinks she is incredibly cute. His mother remarks how adorable the baby is and reminds him he was once that small too as the infant grabs his finger. The baby suddenly cries loudly in anger at being poked, and Ray realizes he upset her. His father laughs that she is tiny but assertive, just like Ray was as a baby, confirming their strong sibling resemblance. Their mother enters, calls the baby Sia, and tells them lunch is ready, while Ray repeats her name to himself. Ray bids Sia a temporary farewell before heading down. His father asks how things were in the Holy Empire and whether anything interesting happened. Ray, thinking back on recent events, says quite a lot actually occurred. Over a lavish meal, he confirms it was a very eventful trip. His parents say they are proud and relieved he looks healthy. Then his father says there is something he has long been curious about. Ray bluntly asks if their family is ordinary, implying he senses something unusual. They feign confusion, but internally he reveals he has long suspected something since childhood. A flashback shows his mother using high-level magic, revealing she is a powerful mage. Another memory shows his father wielding sword master-level sword skills. Ray asks why such strong people live in a remote area instead of in the wider world. His parents exchange glances and say the day has finally come to reveal the truth. His father solemnly announces that their family carries the bloodline of the ancient heroes. Ray repeats the phrase in disbelief, and his father suggests going outside to demonstrate. In the yard, Ray wonders what they plan to show him. His father calmly releases an overwhelming wave of mana. He simultaneously conjures powerful fire and water spells. He adds a huge stone projectile as well. Ray realizes his father is performing a triple incantation of different elements. He is stunned that his father knows magic at all and that his mana eclipses anyone Ray has met. A massive sword strike carves the ground, further displaying their power. Sword aura fills the area in dense overlapping slashes, terrifying Ray. His mother appears wielding an aura-covered blade, proving she is also an advanced-level sword master. Ray exclaims that both his parents are magic swordsmen, and his mother prepares to share an old tale. She explains that since ancient times saints with strong divine power could communicate God's will, and, alongside a superior race, protect the world. However, that greater race mysteriously vanished, creating a serious problem. During the War of Magic, a necromancer-led army attacked humanity, and the saint alone could not resolve it, ending the magical era 3 centuries ago. At that time the gods chose 12 promising humans, blessed them, and with these 12 heroes defeated the necromancer before they themselves disappeared. She reveals that their family descends from those heroes, inheriting blessings that grant vast talent and lifespans up to 500 years. Ray asks if other hero blood families exist, and she confirms there are more. She warns Ray not to get too involved with them, saying she and his father fled that joyless place where people live like the dead. She understands his curiosity but stresses those people are dangerous, explaining why they kept the truth from him until now. He reluctantly agrees. Ray reflects on the incredible lifespan and all-around talent their bloodline grants. The next day he says goodbye, with his parents fussing over his safety and promising to rush over if he is bullied, while he promises to visit again. He narrates that his parents urged him to show no interest in the hero bloodline, yet he reasons that if their talents cover every field, they must also excel in medicine, and wonders what they might know with such long lives. Determined, he decides he needs to learn more about the heroes. Running through the forest toward town, he realizes he has already reached the woods and decides to visit a certain person while nearby. A familiar voice chides him for arriving late. He meets the elf Era, who teases that he only thought to visit her after coming all this way. Pouting, she asks why she had to show herself first, saying she was about to leave anyway. Ray asks how she knew he was on his way, and she hints it relates to the pendant she gave him. She reminds him she promised always to stay by his side, and he is shocked to learn the trinket has that ability. She clarifies the magic only triggers in 2 cases and does not reveal his every action, the first case being when he is in danger. She blushes and adds the second trigger is when he thinks about her. Era recalls he once told Lilith they were only friends and resolves to work harder to change that. Embarrassed but accepting their current relationship, Ray changes the subject and asks if she knows anything about heroes. Era explains that heroes are humans who receive 2 blessings from the goddess Prayas, whom humans worship, and Ray, unfamiliar with the name, questions it. He confirms she said 2 blessings, and she describes the first as the blessing of potential that lets one grow stronger with little effort. The second is the blessing of ability transfer, allowing bearers to gain power and experience by killing each other, which Ray finds horrifying. She says humanity views it as a blessing because it let them win the war against monsters, then asks why he is interested. He answers that he was told he is their descendant. Aira is stunned into silence by this revelation. Recovering, she claims it is nothing and concludes that his unusual strength comes from that lineage. She mentions knowing a village on the western continent where such descendants live and suggests he might visit someday. Ray happily says he has wanted to see it. Realizing he must be busy, she suggests ending their talk for now and continuing it after he returns from the Holy Empire, and he agrees. She assures him they have plenty of time, and he promises to come back. After he leaves, Aira worries to herself that Ray's becoming a saint might be connected to this bloodline. Watching him disappear into the forest, she hopes she is overthinking and that her fears are unfounded. A grand holy building and a carriage set the scene for a departing pilgrimage. A female knight scolds the white-haired saint for arriving late, and he casually excuses himself since it has been a while since he was home. The nun explains that preparations are complete and urges him onto the carriage, adding that their next pilgrimage destination is the western continent's holy empire of Prayas. As they board, he asks if Prayas is another country, and she confirms it is a holy empire like Gaia. Narration explains that the holy empire of Prayas worships the goddess of hardships and trials, and believers deepen their faith through continual ordeals. The nun tells him that Prayas' goddess has never chosen a saint, and thus the country keeps a low profile, unlike Gaia whose goddess leaves matters to humans, prompting him to wonder why they must visit. She explains that Prayas' goddess is a sister to Gaia, so their churches are like family and need no special reason to visit each other, which he accepts. The saint thinks to himself that going to the western continent is fitting for his own plans. Their carriage travels through a forest as the journey toward the western continent begins. On the second day of travel, he asks if visiting Prayas will end the pilgrimage, and she answers that it likely will conclude comfortably. Inside the carriage, he says that since they are already heading west, there is another place he would like to visit, and she asks where. He nervously asks if she knows about the hero bloodline. After hearing his story, she exclaims in disbelief that he is both a hero created by Prayas' goddess and a saint chosen by Gaia, while he admits he also finds it unbelievable. She then questions why he wants to find other heroes, briefly suspecting absurd motives, and presses him to explain. He finally reveals that the place he wants to visit is the Academy of Medicine, leaving her confused. He clarifies with a sigh that he wants to enroll all the heroes there and turn them into doctors, which she remarks is very typical of him. When the carriage stops, someone announces their arrival and suggests they continue the conversation later. Stepping out, the saint looks around the new location in mild surprise. Seeing the bustling harbor, he notes it is a fine port, and his companion praises its constant beauty before suggesting they board their ship. As he gazes at the sea, he briefly admires its beauty before the narrative hints that this peaceful thought will not last. The narration states that the pilgrimage party from Gaia sailed for 15 days across the sea. After landing, they continue by carriage for 3 days through forests. They finally arrive at the Holy Empire of Prayas, marked by a large temple-like structure. Entering Prayas, the saint complains about how long the journey took and says he is already exhausted, while his companion warns that it is bad to be tired so soon. Narration reiterates that the goddess Prayas presides over adversity and trials, and her followers regard such struggles as virtuous. The nun from Prayas warns the visiting saint that he should brace himself for what lies ahead. As the heavy door opens, he anxiously wonders what he must prepare for, while a voice inside welcomes them. Masked priestesses greet the visiting saints respectfully, and say they will guide them onward. Thinking he might finally rest, the saint is interrupted as the Prayas attendant interjects that something else must come first. The Prayas priestesses insist that despite the traveler's fatigue, they must first offer prayers to goddess Prayas and ask everyone to kneel. The Gaia saint is shocked that they are made to kneel and pray immediately, but sees his own companion compliantly kneeling and wonders at her resigned attitude. As they pray, a Prayas priest internally curses the situation but formally gives thanks that Gaia's saints have arrived. The leading priestess prays for vigilance, growth through hardship, and for everyone to advance firmly in their pilgrimage. The Gaia saint reluctantly joins the prayer, asking that they gain enlightenment through the hardships they will endure with the saints of Prayas. After prayers, the Prayas attendants say they will guide the group to an annex with adjacent guest rooms, while the Gaia saint quietly asks Irie what is meant by enduring hardships together with the saints. Irie explains that originally Gaia did not need to visit Prayas, since both are holy empires and not obligated to help one another during pilgrimage, implying this exchange is more symbolic. She adds that the visit is merely an exchange to honor the sister goddesses, meant to build mutual understanding of each other's teachings. Overwhelmed, the Gaia saint declares he wants to quit and leave, but Irie grabs him and insists he cannot abandon her. She angrily reminds him how much she has helped him so far and demands he not leave her alone, and he concedes he cannot argue with that. He reluctantly agrees to continue but asks what specific hardships they will have to undergo, prompting Irie to think about possible trials. Irie lists severe practices common in Prayas, such as fasting, confinement in darkness, or exposure to boiling springs, and says their hardships will be of that nature. Hearing this, the saint internally admits he desperately wants to run away. The next day they reach a bleak forest, where a Praya's guide indicates they have arrived at the site of their ordeal. The guide explains that for the next week the saints must survive only on what the forest provides and are forbidden from using divine powers. After wishing them adversity and hardship, the Praya's attendants leave, and the Gaia saint finds their farewell extremely irritating. Irie notes that this first hardship is relatively easy and reminds him they did something similar during their baptism, suggesting they start foraging. The saint asks Irie to search the surroundings for drinkable water, and she agrees. 2 hours later she reports with a sigh that there is no water anywhere, and says they will have to endure thirst. She then notices something surprising as she looks at what the saint has done. On a flat rock he has prepared a surprisingly appetizing meal from forest ingredients, and she marvels at how he managed such good food. He shows her a comfortable leaf bed and explains how to use a heated stone beneath it to stay warm while sleeping. Amazed, Irie gushes that he seems capable of anything, while he calculates that food moisture will suffice for a week's hydration and invites her to eat. Narration states that thanks to his resourcefulness, the two of them endure their supposed hardship quite comfortably. A week later, a dirted Praya's priest returns to retrieve them, acknowledging that they have endured the trial. The priest is shocked when he sees how well they seem to have fared. The Gaia pair cheerfully say the week was not difficult at all, leading the suspicious priest to wonder if they secretly hoarded food. Accepting their success, Praya's staff promised to escort them to VIP rooms. In his luxurious room, the saint thinks that it is time to begin investigating what he came for. He quietly calls to hidden guards outside his room, who answer his summons. He orders them to investigate the hero bloodline throughout the Western continent, and report every detail they uncover, and they accept the mission. He reflects that regardless of the god's original purpose for heroes, that does not matter to him. With a calculating smile, he thinks that as long as he can use the heroes for his own goals, their origin is irrelevant. His true objective is revealed as he imagines using the heroes to spread medicine across the entire continent. A month after arriving in Praya's, he wonders aloud to Irie what they should do next. Frustrated by Praya's extreme trials, he mutters that at this rate he might erase the holy empire of Praya's from the map. Irie calls the ordeals absurd and, for once, feels grateful to be a saint of the more lenient Gaia. She says they must still endure as saints and set an example, since others are also suffering through the trials. While he looks drained, he suddenly declares he cannot stand it anymore and heads out, prompting Irie to ask where he is going. With a confident grin, he tells her to wait and see, implying he has a plan. Soon he has procured large baskets of food ingredients and meat, clearly preparing to cook in defiance of the hardship rules. Irie is stunned at the quantity of ingredients, but he explains that everyone, not just they two, needs to eat and he intends to share the food. As he lights a magical fire to cook, Irie worries about them being caught, but he tells her to trust him. Carefully controlling the flames so nothing else burns, he calls Irie to assist him. He instructs her to cut the vegetables and stir-fry them despite her inexperience, reassuring her to follow his directions. Time passes with the bustling sounds of cooking as they work together. They finish a large pot of special porridge made by Ray with Irie's help. Irie tastes it, finds it delicious to the point of tears, while he heads off to distribute portions to others. A few days later, Praya's clergy whisper that something is odd. Head priest Felgi notes that though everyone should be enduring hardship, the people from Gaia all look unusually healthy and energetic. Another priest suggests that as saints it is natural they handle trials well, but agrees they do seem different from Praya's own followers. Felgi insists that not only the saints but all Gaia pilgrims are thriving, concluding suspiciously that the two saints must be doing something. Considering how to verify his suspicions, Felgi decides that for the final ordeal they should accompany the Gaia saints to observe them, which is scheduled at the Hefria Mountains. Someone voices concern because a powerful monster lord has recently appeared in those mountains. They settle on a plan to send the saints to the east and west sides of the mountains while Praya's forces conduct a monster subjugation in the south. Felgi agrees to organize and inform everyone about this arrangement. Shortly afterward, he suddenly clutches his chest in pain and collapses, alarming his fellow priest. The other priest hastily casts a healing spell on Felgi. Felgi thanks him but notes grimly that his mysterious illness is not improving and even seems to be worsening. Asked about his family, Felgi reveals that his young daughter has the same condition and that regular treatments have not helped her either. A memory shows his wife caring anxiously for their bedridden daughter, as he laments not knowing the disease's cause and seeing his family suffer. Another priest suggests asking Gaia's saints for treatment, but Felgi rejects the idea as unacceptable for a servant of Praya's to rely on another god's grace. The colleague argues that since Gaia and Praya's are sister deities it should not matter, but Felgi stubbornly insists that what is forbidden remains forbidden. The colleague sighs that Felgi is too stubborn. Later, as the final mountain ordeal begins, the Gaia saint complains about returning to the mountains, while Irie urges him to endure since it is the last trial. Narration explains that because many from Gaia are participating, the original sanctuary is too small, so groups are split into 3 teams, Irie East, Ray West, and others South. At the mountain, a Praya's guide tells Ray he may set out, and Ray confirms that these mountains are indeed a monster habitat. The guide admits they are but assures him Praya's holy knights will protect them, and Ray notices that many knights have been assigned to the southern team. Ray comments that the southern group seems to have far more people than his area. The guide explains that the larger force is a subjugation team tasked with dealing with the monster lord that has taken root in the south. Commanders state that the assembled knights should be enough but ask to be informed immediately if problems arise in the south, suspecting potential danger. Ray agrees, though he privately admits he has a bad feeling about the situation. His premonition is confirmed when a cry announces a sudden monster ambush. A snarling green monster charges into battle swinging a bloody axe. Priya's priests hurriedly cast blessing and protection spells over their allies. Amid the battle, knights shout that there are far more monsters than expected and fear being wiped out, calling for reinforcements. Felgi panics when communication magic fails and no messenger can break through the monster army, wondering what is happening as he hears screams for help. As he flees, a gigantic shadow looms over a priest and someone shouts that the monster lord has appeared. The enormous troll-like monster swings its weapon with lethal force, blood flying everywhere. The narrative identifies the towering troll as the monster lord and notes a sinister horn-like object protruding from its chest. Felgi recognizes that the energy emanating from the horn is dark power and staggers, wounded. He feels the pain in his chest intensify and someone yells for the head priest to retreat. Felgi, bleeding, tells his fellow priest it is too late for him and urges him to escape, but the man refuses to abandon him. The massive troll looms over them menacingly as Felgi despairs. With blood on his lips, Felgi weakly calls out to his goddess Prias. Suddenly a powerful woman enveloped in blue energy appears, slicing at the monster while telling it not to make noise because her husband is sleeping. The mysterious dark elf woman calmly scolds the monster for disobeying like a noisy child as her blue magic crackles. The story then rewinds to 30 minutes before the invasion, when Ray senses that his bad premonition is likely to come true. Using mana sensing magic directed southward, he detects a large, unexpectedly strong concentration of monsters and acknowledges that spreading his mana that way was a wise precaution. Realizing the threat is severe, he decides he must hurry toward the south. There he encounters the same dark elf woman and is surprised to find an elf, while she corrects him that she is specifically a dark elf. After she saves one of the fleeing Priya's priests, he thanks her profusely, but she says she did not act for gratitude. She points out Felgi lying unconscious nearby, prompting the priest to cry out in alarm for him. The priest once again casts a healing spell on Felgi, trying to save him. Felgi, still in agony, wonders why the healing is ineffective and worries that his divine power may be too weak. Another priest shouts in desperation, asking if any priest still has divine power left. At that moment, Ray arrives and tells them to step aside. The priests are shocked to see the saint himself approach, and Ray calmly says he will examine Felgi. Ray begins a detailed magical examination of Felgi's bare chest. Using medical insight, he diagnoses chest pain and breathing difficulty as a bilateral pneumothorax with swollen pleural cavities at the lung apices. Concluding there is no alternative, he decides to perform a bilateral thoracotomy by cutting both sides of the chest and inducing controlled inflammation to close the lung holes. He plans the procedure, stating he will first cut through muscles and pleura for a clear surgical view, while the watching priests react in alarm. Ray also asks the dark elf for assistance, and she recognizes that his knowledge resembles that of high elves. Intrigued, she wonders why a human possesses high elven medical knowledge as she prepares to help. Ray is pleased she agrees to cooperate and suggests they move to an appropriate location. He selects a flat boulder as an improvised operating table, deciding it will suffice. Ray gathers divine power in his hand, preparing to use it alongside magic during the surgery. The dark elf admires the barrier-like spell he casts, which infuses the stone's surface with protective blue energy. Ray thanks her and asks her to fetch a clean piece of cloth for the operation, while priests anxiously ask what they should do. He checks that the assistants have at least witnessed death before, gauging their readiness for witnessing surgery. He tells one priest that their preparations are enough and instructs him how to hold the cloth once it arrives. Narration explains that such a thoracotomy normally requires multiple specialists, emphasizing how extraordinary it is for a single physician to attempt it. Ray reflects wryly that he is about to perform this complex surgery alone while giving step-by-step instructions, then turns as the dark elf returns with the cloth. She hands over the best cloth she could find, and he decides it is small but usable and thanks her. With magic, Ray purifies the makeshift operating area and patient, surrounding them with a green aura labeled clean. He warns everyone not to be shocked by his actions, assuring them that if they follow his directions he can definitely save Felgi, and they agree to trust him. Ray uses a spell to ensure adequate anesthesia, putting Felgi into a deep sleep before cutting. He makes a precise incision into the chest wall to begin the operation. He narrates that he is cutting through subcutaneous tissue and muscle, while the assisting priest looks on in horrified amazement. Using magic as a cautery tool, Ray applies controlled heat to stop bleeding, confident this will replace normal surgical equipment. Acknowledging he has no X-ray, Ray decides he must cut through the ribs themselves to properly access and treat the damaged lungs. Ray orders someone to hold open the incision he made, shocking the priests. A priest panics that doing so will kill the high priest and says he cannot do it. Ray thinks there is no time to waste, then volunteers to do it himself. The high elf woman offers to hold and spread the opening as Ray requested. Ray carefully instructs her where and how to lift the flesh without touching organs, which she finds easy. He tells her to keep it up and conserve strength, and she agrees. Examining the chest, Ray notes the lung is compressed and searches for the hole, then senses something unusual. He realizes the lung tissue has been corroded by demonic energy. Ray decides to first expel the demonic energy. Relieved it is only a small amount, and activates his mana. He recalls that an pneumothorax is caused by a lung hole letting air escape and collect in the pleural space. He remembers that before closing the chest, a chest tube is normally needed to drain air and fluid and reinflate the lung. Instead, he plans to circulate mana through the body so the gas and demonic energy are expelled together. After the lung re-expands, Ray prepares to perform pleurodesis to complete the treatment. Ray calls out to the priests. He asks Ariel, whose divine power has partly recovered, to heal the patient, accepting reality. Shortly after, the exhausted priests report the treatment finished, and Ray praises them for even fixing the bones. Ray turns to thank the High Elf for her help. He sees she has already left, and is surprised. Ray regrets not being able to properly thank her. The narrative notes that a human familiar with a High Elf saved a life using a strange method. The High Elf, intrigued, finds the event very interesting. She departs, saying she now has a story to tell her husband. The injured priest Feltzi begins to wake up. He slowly opens his eyes. Ray greets the now awake Feltzi, who cries out and addresses him as Saint. Feltzi apologizes for his earlier rudeness, but Ray tells him to forget it, and insists they hurry down in case of more monsters. Feltzi agrees to inform everyone while Ray says he will go to the still alert Western Front and meet later at the castle. Once calmer, Feltzi asks the priest what happened while he was unconscious. The priest explains that the saint cut open Feltzi's chest to save him, something that would normally kill an ordinary person. Another priest checks if Feltzi feels okay. Feltzi notes the chronic tightness in his chest is gone. Feltzi reflects that he has received immense grace from the saint. Narration states that Ray returned to the west of the Hefrian Mountains, reported the southern situation, and the leaderless monsters were easily wiped out by holy knights. The final ordeal ends, and back at the castle someone begins reporting to the saint about the hero's lineage. Two masked elite guards, Jeokyeong and Soyoung, start by explaining that the hidden family is secretive and little is known about them. They say the relevant information was hidden in the Praya's Holy Kingdom's royal library, and summarize 3 points about the Cursed Ones, their origin, and likely locations. The report continues that these Cursed Ones were born from an ancient war and created by the goddess Prayas herself, which Ray notes differs from what he had heard. Ray asks where exactly the place is, and the guard tells him to look at the map. The guard points to a location inferred from the data, which surprises Ray. They realize the indicated spot lies in the middle of the ocean, according to the map. The guard explains that violent waves made the area unapproachable and uncharted, though nearby islands suggested an unrecorded island might exist there. Ray thinks the matter is more troublesome than expected. He acknowledges that having the hero's lineage and being a saint cannot be ignored, and since they do not know the target's strength, they must prepare carefully. A contingency plan is introduced involving Saint Ariel, who asks if she is really being asked to go to this possibly non-existent island of heroes. Ray begs her dramatically, calling her the most beautiful woman in the Holy Kingdom, but she initially refuses. She asks if Ray ever really needs others' help. He insists that because the person is of the hero's lineage, even he might not be able to handle them alone. Ray declares that if he dies, Ariel will revive him, placing his life in her hands. Ariel asks if he truly trusts her with his life. Ray answers that he absolutely does and that there is no one else he can rely on for this mission. Touched, Ariel wonders how she could refuse after that and agrees to accompany him. Ray excitedly confirms she cannot back out and asks how they will explain both saints leaving. Ariel demands a good excuse. Ray blithely says they will claim the goddess revealed they must find the hero's lineage and fulfill the Holy Kingdom's will, stunning Ariel. He inwardly admits he is just using the goddess's name as an excuse, prompting Ariel to call him a scammer. Ariel protests that a saint should not invoke the goddess that way, but Ray argues that since it benefits the Holy Kingdom, the goddess would understand. She concedes for the sake of the kingdom, while Ray casually says they will simply leave the troops behind. To her shock, Ariel anxiously questions logistics like getting a ship and navigation. Ray says they will get a ship on site and learn navigation there. She yells that he is insane and unprepared, while he tells her to just be ready by morning so they can leave early. Ray explains they must arrive when currents are calm, estimating 3 weeks before the route closes and giant waves return. Ariel despairingly orders the Holy Knights to head back and tells Ray to rest, clearly dreading the journey. The next day at the dock, Ray calls Ariel over and asks if she is ready. She wonders what preparations she could have made. She instead asks how they will get a ship, and Ray says he has already arranged it. Ariel is dismayed by the small boat Ray procured, but he claims its size is ideal because larger ships are easily wrecked. Ray says he will reinforce the boat with magic, and while Ariel asks if he knows how to sail, a cloaked figure approaches them. Jeokyeong and Soyoung volunteer, saying they can sail and will get them there safely. Ariel introduces them as members of the Tane family. Ray notes that having 4 people is better than 2, even if they end up underwater, and she tells him not to jinx it. Ray strengthens the boat with magic and announces it is time to depart. Meanwhile, on a distant beach, a priest proclaims that a sacred duel will begin in accordance with the goddess Prya's will. The duel is declared underway. 2 combatants clash fiercely with glowing swords. The female fighter comments that her opponent seems intent on killing her. The male fighter replies that he must fight that seriously if he wants to survive. He raises his sword for a powerful overhead strike, alarming her. Realizing she is about to lose, she panics. She suddenly sees that he has stabbed himself instead, using a technique called haze, shocking her. She cries out in disbelief as he collapses, saying he is glad. He smiles through blood, happy to give his life to her. His sacrifice releases a surge of blue energy around her as she kneels. Back at sea, narration states that Rei's group set out to find the hero's lineage, and contrary to their fears, the sea route has been smooth on day 2, with Rei saying they are almost there. Ariel points out the sea is as calm as a lake despite its reputation for rough waves, and Rei senses that the calmness is suspicious. Jeokyeong remarks that the current feels strangely twisted, and Soyoung agrees. Rei proposes checking further ahead with his magic sight. He is stunned when he sees a churning wall of violent waves ahead. Rei concludes the path ahead looks nearly impossible and that even enhancement magic might not help. Ariel panics, asking what they should do, and someone replies there is still a way. The suggested plan is simply to rush through as fast as possible, which Ariel vehemently rejects. Ariel demands a magical solution like flying over the danger. Rei says he cannot, then casually wonders if he should try freezing the sea. He casts a freezing spell that turns the surrounding waves and sea surface into solid ice. They confirm the frozen surface is solid enough to walk on. Rei notes that strong waves will shatter thin ice, so they must move very quickly before it breaks apart. Considering they cannot abandon a supply-laden ship, Soyoung suggests returning to land to make a new plan, which Ariel thinks might be best. Before they can decide, another massive wave slams into their ship, making everyone yell. Jeokyeong shouts that the ship is unsailable in these conditions, and Rei wonders how the sea turned so insane so suddenly. Ariel orders everyone to hold on as she prepares to push through with magic. Rei unleashes a powerful blast to drive the ship forward through the chaos while the crew screams. Ariel frantically asks if they are really okay and realizes this deadly region explains why the map showed nothing here. Rei feels the waves hammering them like cannon fire and admits they cannot hold up much longer even with magical shielding. Someone yells that a gigantic wave is coming straight at them from ahead. Jeokyeong and Soyoung leap from the ship, saying to leave it to them, and charge the oncoming wall of water. The two assassins slice the towering wave apart with synchronized attacks, protecting the ship. Rei praises them as the legendary shadows of the Holy Kingdom, while they modestly say he flatters them. Rei tells everyone to search carefully because the map indicates the island should be nearby. Ariel looks around uncertainly. Water begins leaking into the ship, and someone shouts that it is starting to leak. Rei curses that they still cannot see the island and orders them to patch the leak and bail water. He adds that if the ship cannot last, they will use their emergency plan, which Ariel interprets as running across the ice shards. Rei says they have no choice but to use all their strength, instructing them to point the bow forward. As he steels himself, something catches his eye. He spots an island suddenly emerging ahead. Rei orders everyone to grab their belongings as he prepares another freezing spell. He creates a vast frozen field, forming a solid ice pathway from the ship toward the island. Rei and the others sprint over the cracking ice toward land, with him shouting for them to follow. Elsewhere on the island, a bored guard yawns. 2 guards complain that no one could possibly reach this place alive, only to hear a distant scream. They look around, puzzled by the unexpected scream. Rei comes charging across the shattered ice toward them, startling them as an intruder. The island's alarm is raised as the group approaches. Rei finally steps onto the sandy shore. Exhausted but relieved, Rei and Ariel confirm they have reached solid land. 2 island warriors confront them, demanding to know where they came from. One of the warriors internally wonders how these people managed to arrive here. Sensing their mana, Ariel states that they came from the mainland. Rei casually explains they traveled by boat and ran the rest of the way, which the warrior dismisses as a joke. The warrior asks their purpose. His companion suddenly notices a familiar aura in Rei. The two become excited, surrounding Rei and marveling that he seems similar to them, confusing him. They happily accept him as one of their own and suggest discussing details back at their base. A harsher voice calls Rei's companions weaklings and threatens to get rid of them immediately. That speaker warns Rei not to die on the land of heroes and says he will throw Rei's corpse into the sea. Ariel angrily asks what he said, while Rei intervenes, calling her and the others friends who came due to circumstances and asking that they not be harmed. The stern warrior accepts them as friends but warns that any intrusion will not be tolerated, and Rei thanks him. He then offers to guide them, and the group silently prepares to follow. Rei quietly observes the situation. Ariel nervously feels that, whatever happens next, something serious is going to unfold on this island. The narration emphasizes that no matter what, major events are about to happen here. As they walk through the Golden Forest, Rei and a warrior chat about barely surviving the sea crossing. The warriors, amazed Rei looks fine after such a crossing, eagerly ask about the outside world and where they are headed. One proudly says they are going to their territory, Sanha, and points out that they have arrived. Rei looks over the impressive hidden settlement nestled among the trees. He notes that the community seems very well organized and is asked why the gate guards are here instead of on duty. A young woman, addressed as Elder, appears and asks who this newcomer is. One guard explains that he was already seeking her and that Rei claims to share their lineage and came from across the sea, which she initially dismisses as nonsense. Rei internally notes that the place really smells like his homeland user, though slightly different, and the others also remark on its refreshing scent. The elder decides that Rei should follow her home to talk while ordering the other two to return to their posts, despite their wish to stay. She reminds them they will be punished if they skip guard duty, so they reluctantly head back. Alone with Rei, she asks his name and he introduces himself as Rei. She responds that it is nice to meet him and introduces herself as Hale before suggesting they move on. Later at her house, Hale observes that Ray looks exactly like the two warriors who brought him. She correctly guesses that he is the son of Sane and Ale. Ray confirms this, and Hale muses that the child has returned to the place his parents once fled, finding it ironic. She asks why he came and whether his parents told him about this place, suggesting he might just be a troublemaker driven by curiosity. Ray admits curiosity played a part. He adds that there is another reason for his visit. Ray says he thinks it is wasteful for so many heroes' talents to be confined and wasted here, shocking Hale. He declares his goal is to lead the entire hero's lineage out into the world and help them all become true heroes. Hale laughs and calls the boy amusing, recognizing him as truly his parents' child. She explains that Manhwa obeys its own rules and that their lineage's destiny is to create a unified divine being according to God's will. Ray is told no one will heed a fugitive's child, urged to leave the island quickly, and he repeats the idea of creating a unified divine being in thought. Ray learns that battles at set times double as rituals meant to approach the unified divine being, and his arrival makes him valuable prey. Hale reveals he is the child of close friends who fled this fate, and she cannot let him die here. She invites Ray to stay at her place for now and promises to help him leave the island, which he praises as kindness. Hale says anyone who knew his parents would help, goes to silence the men who recognized him, and warns Ray not to stand out meanwhile. Ray thinks that if everyone shares Hale's respect for the rules, changing the island will be difficult. Wondering how to change their minds, Ray is distracted by an unexpected knock and a voice. A voice at the window asks to talk, and Ray wonders if someone has come looking for him. Ray asks the unseen visitor what is going on, and confirms she came from beyond the sea. The unseen person desperately begs Ray to get her off the island, shocking him. She pleads that even a means to cross the sea would suffice, and Ray says he will step outside to speak with her. Outside, a woman introduces herself as Hayes, and Ray narrates that she begins telling her story. Hayes recounts losing her closest person in the ritual, and because of that, coming to resent her own lineage. Ray learns that other young people also resent the island system and have begun questioning the ritual. A thought comes to Ray and he decides he can handle the situation. A few hours later, exhausted trainees complain about harsh training and talk about needing drinks. They notice a masked person approaching in the forest and react with confusion. The masked person loudly curses being born on the island and laments not being born outside. He declares they are not livestock, refuses a life trapped on the island for centuries, and shouts that he wants to escape. Ray, disguised in a mask, notes that others share this desire and talks with them about curiosity for the outside world, deciding they are aligned. Ray plans to provoke the youth, planting desire for the outside world so their doubts become resentment against the system, and this prediction proves correct. He gives disguises to Soyoung and Jeokyeong so they can act as additional masked agitators alongside him. One masked Ray exclaims that wasting away on the island squanders his youth. Another Ray masked persona shouts that he wants to go outside and fantasizes about delicious food out there. Rumors of the masked figure spread rapidly through the village as his antics draw attention. Soon 3 masked figures roam, loudly spreading rule-breaking ideas that excite the bored, overtrained youth as a form of entertainment. Not long after, copycat masked groups race around the island, further confusing authorities. Individual masked people openly admit they also want to leave the island. Others respond that they feel the same, reinforcing a shared desire to escape. More masked voices laugh and call for everyone to go outside together. The anonymous masked chatter makes the island feel like an online anonymous forum of secret opinions. In the Elders' Hall, someone angrily slams the table, asking what is happening as masked intruders spread strange ideologies across the island. A flustered instructor says the masked people move too skillfully to catch immediately. Hale notes their numbers suddenly exploded, suspects a mastermind, and wonders if the newcomer boy is behind it. A shadowed elder decides that if even instructors cannot handle it, he will personally intervene, shocking his subordinate. The powerful elder condemns causing a disturbance in a sacred place and orders the others to lead him to the culprits, so he can punish them. Meanwhile, the masked youths shout about leaving together and mock the idea of heroes as rumors continue spreading at night. Watching the uproar from a hillside, Ray decides they have stirred things enough and expects the authorities to move soon. Ray notes that Jeokyeong has probably gone ahead to escort the saint, plans to finish his part here, and then join them. A sudden flash of divine-looking light explodes nearby, startling Ray. A powerful attack slams into the ground next to him, signaling the elder's arrival. The elder praises Ray's quick reactions and skill after that first clash. Ray, hiding behind a mask and wielding a glowing sword, thinks the elder arrived faster than expected and even found his hiding spot. Sensing the elder's overwhelming strength, Ray judges him strong, but the elder dismisses him as limited and was only curious about his true power. Ray fights back with his glowing sword but admits he cannot read the elder's sword trajectory. The elder's blow lands and badly injures Ray, drawing blood. Advancing with his blazing sword, the elder declares that disturbing the hero's land is a grave crime. Ray, wounded but defiant, swings again and challenges the elder to meet his end. Other masked allies rush in, clashing swords with the elder in a chaotic melee. One ally asks Ray if he is okay and why he would help him. Ray answers that masked people should stick together, says even the elder cannot identify him, and urges the elder to surrender now if he plans to resist. The elder mockingly calls Ray a prankster, vows to rip off his mask, and Ray retorts that doing so will not be easy. The elder boasts that, regardless of shared lineage, His experience conducting many rituals makes him far stronger. They exchange another violent series of blows, with both Ray and the Elder grunting in pain. Ray admits fighting the Elder is too much, then begs his allies to escape while they still can. The Elder coldly declares that everyone who opposes the Central will be executed here. He screams that they will be executed, eyes crazed with fanaticism. A huge fiery explosion erupts, shocking onlookers. A voice asks if he intends to kill his own kin as well. Ray appears, calling the Elder wicked and warning him not to touch his comrades anymore. The Elder realizes Ray is the one behind everything and asks how many people he has killed to gain such strength. Ray flatly answers that he has killed none. Ray clarifies that he refuses to become stronger by killing others, which the Elder calls impossible. Ray argues that sacrifices to gain power are limited and that even blessed humans remain human. The Elder cannot believe an outcast child wields such power, while Ray tiredly asks him to stop talking nonsense and instead take Ray along to discuss matters. The Elder reluctantly agrees and tells Ray to follow, as Ray asks for a moment. Ray praises the injured masked ally for doing well and tells him to complete his treatment properly. The ally admits he has no excuse. Ray reassures him he did enough and confirms the ally knows his next steps, then suggests they leave. Ray tells a still worried companion to stop complaining and come along. Night falls on a torchlit house where the next confrontation will occur. Standing before gathered islanders in flames, Ray remarks that he is practically begging for death by what he is about to do. Facing the Elder, Ray says all this commotion is to take everyone outside the island. Some elders ask what he plans to do outside, and Ray replies that his real aim is saving people. The Elder condemns Ray as naive and unable to see the bigger picture, accusing him of being caught up in trivialities. Ray counters that living peacefully like penned livestock is unacceptable and that even animals know when to escape. He credits the Elder for at least having courage to come this far. The Elder warns that bravery without judgment leads to death. Ray smiles and offers to test how well he can defend himself. Hale steps between them, urging reason and questioning the point of fighting here, making the Elder back down with a grunt. Hale quietly asks Ray if he truly believes he can get them all off the island, and he admits it will be hard but insists they should try. Before deciding, Ray asks if the reason they want to leave is war, clarifies that he needs the hero's lineage's learning ability rather than their force. The Elder shouts that more than anything he wants to rescue everyone from this cruel island. Another Elder recites their doctrine about sacred destiny from the goddess, while Ray quotes scripture about unity and oneness. Ray continues quoting, arguing that many deaths merging into one still only amount to another death, and that neither past nor future can change each other. Hale realizes Ray is reciting what sounds like their goddess's holy scripture and is stunned that he knows it. Ray explains that this passage directly challenges their entire way of life, while irritated elders accuse him of trying to overturn the hierarchy by twisting scripture. He questions whether their brutal competitions and life-stealing rituals are really the goddess's will. Ray unleashes an overwhelming burst of golden power that shocks everyone. Bathed in that light, elders recognize it as divine power and begin to accept that things must change. Ray, as a supposed saint of the goddess Gaia, proclaims the goddess's will to the blessed beneficiaries. He declares that the clan must stop the ritual and that everyone must leave the island. Elsewhere, attendants tell a saintess that the time predicted by the saint is approaching. The anxious saintess says she is ready but asks what exactly is going to happen. Her masked escort notes that the phenomenon they see is the saint's power and says it is time for them to move. Ray, glowing, senses that the real events are finally beginning. Onlookers nervously ask if Ray truly is a saint as they witness his radiance. Though they doubt such overwhelming divine power could be fake, some still struggle to accept that this is truly the goddess's will. Ray ends his warning, vows to take them away even by force, and claims that doing so is the goddess's will, while narration notes this is a lie. Elders say the issue demands careful deliberation and wonder what their chief will decide. Hale explains that the chief is the great elder who leads their lineage, and that such a decision cannot be made without him. Ray asks where the chief is. She points to a sealed chamber where the chief has been in seclusion for 3 years and says entry is forbidden until he emerges. As someone warns not to disturb the chief, Ray abruptly moves toward the chamber, startling the elder. Ray is uneasy that no one has seen the chief in 3 years and suspects something is wrong. He uses his blue power to slice open the sealed room, shocking witnesses. Ray furiously demands how they could call this closed-door training, berating them for leaving someone locked up so long. Inside, they find the chief collapsed, and Ray insists that no one could be fine after 3 years even with food and water. Others shout that the chief has fainted. Ray thinks he expected this outcome. The elders angrily demand that the supposed saint hurry up and heal the chief instead of just examining his body, which Ray calls crazy. Ray counters that saints are not omnipotent, explains that even priests must know a patient's condition before treatment, and asks if they think divine power alone fixes everything. Frustrated, Ray yells if he should just stop doing anything, while an elder stammers in reply. Hale admits they were reckless, explaining that concern for the chief's health made them overreact. Ray repeats that the islanders are ignorant of outside healing practices, and asks him to forgive their behavior since it was out of ignorance. In narration, Ray reflects that Hale's closeness to his parents and her motherly kindness keep him from snapping at her. He grudgingly agrees that, since Hale asked, he will look more into the chief's condition and update them, and she thanks him. Ray examines the chief's body with blue mana and notes nothing physically strange, concluding that confirms his suspicion. He inspects the chief's inner mana pathways and sees that they are badly disrupted. Hale brightens when Ray says they can heal the chief after determining the cause. Ray agrees but asks them to cordon off the area so no one else can approach during the healing. He adds that the treatment will take several days and asks them to keep everyone away. Hale agrees, though another elder protests. Hale turns cold and orders the others to leave the chamber. Outside, an elder insists Ray must be able to heal the chief, and Ray quietly makes one more request of Hale. Ray tells Hale not to disturb him under any circumstances during the treatment unless she wants all three of them to die together. A day later, people fret outside, wondering if it is safe to leave things like this so long. Some doubt leaving the chief to an outsider, but others reassure them that Elder Hale is present. Maerd decides he cannot just wait and heads to see the situation for himself. Inside the cave, Ray explains that the chief's mana path is twisted in a complex way but believes it can be untangled gradually, though others think remaking mana paths is impossible. He confidently says not to worry, claiming he has already fixed worse before. Ray kneels over the chief and begins channeling blue mana directly into him. Watching, Hale senses the chief's spirit returning and marvels at Ray's technique of untangling a twisted mana path. Outside, someone calls to Hale asking how things are going. Maerd appears, saying he came because he was worried and asking about the chief's condition. Hale wearily asks why he is there, then repeats that the saint diagnosed the chief's mana path as tangled, shocking him. She tells him to speak quietly because the saint is concentrating, but Maerd angrily argues that such an important matter should first be discussed among the elders and criticizes her. Hale defends Ray's knowledge of mana, saying he understands it better than they do, while another elder dismissively says no more explanation is needed. Maerd suddenly charges forward, shouting and announcing that the Elder Council will be taking the chief away. His hand grabs Ray's shoulder mid-treatment, startling Ray. The interference causes sharp backlash. Ray cries out in agony as his body convulses. Hale rushes to catch the collapsing Ray, shaking him and shouting for him to wake up. Narration explains that injecting mana into the tangled path demanded intense concentration, and that Maerd's interruption caused a violent clash that severely harmed Ray. The same backlash strikes the chief, who begins bleeding as well. Maerd rages that Ray dared to touch the chief's mana path and vows he will never be forgiven for what he has done. Ray reveals that, despite everything, the treatment of the mana path is already complete. Maerd thinks that if he does not kill Ray now, he never will be able to. Gripping his glowing sword, he decides Ray is a dangerous nuisance to the lineage and resolves to strike while Ray is weakened. He lunges with a killing blow, stabbing the exhausted Ray in the chest. Hale is horrified as she witnesses the sudden attack. Maerd, sweating nervously, begins to speak Ray's name. Ray faces them with blood streaming from his eyes and collapses as Hale screams his name. Later, Ray tells the saintess to rest safely in the room for now, which she anxiously agrees to while asking about the future. He instructs her to meet him in about 2 days when he unleashes divine power again. As night falls and they travel, someone calls out to Jeokyeon to wait a moment, signaling another development. The masked escort senses Ray's divine power nearby and urges the girl to move faster. The girl reassures herself that since it is Ray, there should not be a big problem as the escort says their destination is right ahead. A glowing swordsman appears at the center, threatening the intruders for daring to come this far. The escort judges the enemy to be a strong sword master and offers to hold them off so the saintess can act. Someone suddenly dashes forward. The girl leaps into battle, telling the escort to hurry away while she fights the glowing swordsman. The swordsman recognizes Hayes and accuses him of rebelling against the center, but Hayes yells that he will risk anything to break the cursed cycle of fate. Hayes declares that the glowing sword and power he wields come from the Glane he inherited and from the will of all sacrificed in the ritual. Hayes orders everyone to escape while he holds the enemies, and the escort calls Jeokyeon to follow him. Inside the core room, someone shouts for Ray to regain consciousness. In the past, Hale and Maerd argue, Hale calling Maerd a mad traitor while Maerd insists Hale is wrong for entrusting the patriarch to a traitor's child. Hale, furious, vows Maerd will be sent to central trial and held responsible for this betrayal. Hale disowns Maerd from the clan and attacks with overwhelming force. Maerd realizes Hale's power is far greater than expected and decides he must flee or be absorbed. Hale shouts Ray's name mid-battle, startling Maerd. A huge shockwave erupts elsewhere. Jeokyeon and the escort arrive at the core, calling out and being recognized as Ray's allies. They find Ray lying on the ground bleeding heavily. Jeokyeon anxiously asks how long Ray has been like this and learns it has been 2 or 3 minutes. She decides that is enough time and begins her spell. Jeokyeon unleashes an enormous burst of divine power. Observers realize her power is far beyond that of an ordinary saintess. Jeokyeon invokes a high-level miracle, resurrection, over Ray. Holy light engulfs Ray's body. Jeokyeon calls for Ray to wake, and he begins to stir. Standing again, Ray jokes that she made it just in time while Jeokyeon laughs that the timing was perfect. Hale wonders where his killer has gone, and is told the enemy escaped while Ray's friends arrived. Hale apologizes for failing to stop the attacker, but Ray says even he could not have blocked such a surprise strike. Ray says they can hunt the enemy down slowly and reminds Hale that the waterways will soon close, then suggests they finish matters quickly. Before that, Ray slaps another companion awake, telling the sleepyhead to get up. As Ray keeps hitting him, the resurrected spirit chief begins to wake and Hale begs Ray to stop. Hale checks on the now revived chief spirit. The chief is surprised to be awake again and deduces someone reconstructed his mana road, and Hale introduces Ray as the one responsible. The chief asks if Ray saved him. Ray says he only repaired the mana road and wants to discuss something more important. Ray remarks that someone as strong as the chief should not be poor at mana control and asks how this happened, but the chief instead orders Hale to convene the Council of Elders. The chief explains that he did not truly come here for secluded training but for another reason. He reveals he sensed the ancient magic circle collapsing rather than came for training. Hale is shocked that the sturdy ancestral magic circle could fail, while the chief admits he wondered the same. The chief says he came to the court to investigate, found the circle damaged by interference, and began urgent repairs using training as a pretext, only to walk into a trap. He explains that when he connected his mana road to the circle, a dark, evil foreign force invaded his pathways. Ray recalls such a dark evil power, and the chief says he circulated all his mana to expel it, twisting his mana road in the process. The chief narrates that the surrounding seas were once calm but gradually became rough until ships could not sail. He believes the full collapse of the magic circle started then, and that whoever tampered with it planned to render him powerless and drown the island, turning everyone into corpses. Someone protests that no one on this land could do such a thing, while the chief says there are many mysteries but first another matter is urgent. He declares that everyone must evacuate the island. Elsewhere, a battered Maerd marvels at Hale's strength. Maerd reflects that both Hale and Ray possess terrifying power, and convinces himself that killing them was the right way to protect the island. Accepting Hale's wrath as inevitable, Maerd focuses on persuading the elders when sudden mana begins to surge within him. Ecstatic, he realizes the power of the one he killed is at last being absorbed into him. The absorbed power erupts from Maerd in a massive blue vortex. Laughing maniacally, Maerd revels in the explosive blue energy. He praises his newfound might as a blessing of the goddess. Maerd believes that with this power no one on the island can oppose him, and that once he devours everything he will become something greater. He proclaims his ambition to become a singular deity. Later, villagers on the burning shoreline call to their saint, Ray, for instructions while working. Ray, overwhelmed by constant calls of saint, yells that he will respond one at a time as narration notes. 4 days have passed since saving the spirit chief. Under the chief's leadership, the clan proceeds with a migration plan off the island. They start building ships but discover that even protected vessels cannot withstand the currents. All human and material resources, even treasured swords, are sacrificed to continue constructing stronger ships. Some conservative elders, however, oppose the plan and insist on remaining on the island even if it sinks. Their reasoning is that they serve the goddess Frias and cannot follow Gaia's saint if it seems to conflict with Frias's will. Ray thinks these elders are irrational since, without a direct revelation from Frias, they would rather die than leave. The chief notes the shipbuilder's impressive speed and says the rest can be reinforced by magic. Then Ray asks again about the escaped Maerd. Jeokyeong reports Maerd is hiding so well that even water spirits cannot locate him, which Ray finds suspicious. Ray notes that Maerd's strong presence should be noticeable and reminds Jeokyeong that the waterways will soon close. She answers that as long as they depart within 2 days they should be fine, and Ray agrees to inform the water spirits. Jeokyeong asks if they will abandon those who refuse to leave. Ray doubts the elders will listen despite the chief's efforts. Ray shrugs that people who would rather die than leave cannot be forced, while Jeokyeong questions if that is an appropriate attitude for a saint. Suddenly a loud rumble interrupts them, startling both. Ray senses the island's mana becoming unstable and fears the magic circle may have collapsed. He decides to personally check the core of the magic circle immediately. At the core, elders cry blasphemy as the spirit chief shatters the ancestral crystal. The chief asks if this destruction clarifies their choice, while the elders accuse him of insanity for destroying Frias's precious legacy. He replies that he already told them the core became irreparable 3 years ago, and that the island's sinking is inevitable. The elders shout that this cannot be and demand to know why the core was damaged, but the chief says he does not know. He insists that letting everyone die with the island is not the goddess's will and urges them to leave together. Maerd appears, warning everyone not to be deceived and accusing the chief of betraying them by colluding with Gaia's saint. The elders, shocked, question whether the chief has truly betrayed the clan. Maerd claims the chief destroyed the magic circle on purpose so that when they all die their power will be absorbed by him. The chief dryly notes how much Maerd has changed, while Maerd laughs that killing and absorbing the saint has made him this way. Maerd acknowledges Ray and Jeokyeong somehow came back to life but boasts that after absorbing their power he is still stronger and will defeat them again. He says first priority is to execute the traitorous chief, though the chief states he has no intention of fighting Maerd. The chief tries to calm everyone and talk things through, but the others draw their swords around him. Later, recalling this, the chief resigns himself that this violent road was Maerd's choice. Outside, Ray grumbles that the chief promised to persuade them peacefully, and wonders what he is actually doing. Ray then senses Maerd's overwhelming mana. He sees a massive blue explosion near the building and reacts in alarm. Ray rushes inside shouting for the chief. Inside he finds the elders lying dead as blue smoke clears around Maerd. Maerd remarks that he meant to come after Ray but Ray arrived first, saving him the trouble. Ray, aghast, realizes from Maerd's words and aura that Maerd now holds absurd power. Ray notes the dense mana around Maerd's glowing sword and recognizes it as connected to his own. Ray deduces that the goddess's power transfer blessing completed during that short span and the chief urges Ray to leave because it is dangerous. As they move outside, The chief quickly explains that when he destroyed the court to convince the elders, Merd framed him and slaughtered them amid the confusion. Now empowered, Merd says Ray will soon end up like the dead elders thanks to that same power. The chief suggests retreating, but Ray resolves to face Merd himself. Ray confronts Merd, pointing out that the Mana Lord's ownership has changed. Merd admits the transition was painful at first but laughs it off, while Ray suggests he could use such strength for something good. Merd laughs that their purpose is indeed grand. Then he reveals his plan to wipe out everyone on the island and later absorb Ray's parents in Billow Village to achieve unified divinity. Ray realizes Merd knows about Billow Village, meaning the experience transfer includes memories. Alarmed, Ray starts to say something when Merd focuses on him. Ray asks Merd if he even knows what a is. Merd fumbles, trying to recall what that means. Suddenly Ray strikes, causing Merd agony as foreign memories flood him. Ray notes the transfer takes time to complete. Merd is horrified that Ray's current strength still is not his full power, while Ray calmly confirms he had sensed a slight mana difference. Ray explains he spent their conversation gauging how fast Merd's new Mana Lord absorbs ambient mana. He reasons that even a special Mana Lord has limits, and that by forcing infinite mana into it he can overheat and melt it. Merd panics, realizing what Ray intends. Ray confirms he is using the technique Mana Press and begins compressing overwhelming mana onto Merd. The compressed mana detonates in a blinding explosion. A colossal blue beam shoots skyward from the island. Afterwards Ray exhales in relief amid lingering mana. He reflects that because the Mana Lord came from Merd, the backlash also affects him. New memories suddenly surge into Ray's mind. He recognizes them as memories concerning the Spirit Clan chief. Later, on the evacuation ship, someone orders the sails lowered as they battle fierce winds. Ray commands the crew to use magic to reinforce the straining sails, right after defeating Merd. Narration explains that though the waves worsened after the core's destruction, the newly built ship was sturdier than their original vessel. Ray repeatedly casts strengthening magic on the ship's structure. He then uses psychokinesis to levitate and steady the entire ship. Ray warns everyone to hold on tight as he prepares an improvised maneuver, alarming the crew. He blasts the ship forward with explosive force. Using methods possible only with such a large vessel, Ray propels them rapidly through the stormy sea while many passengers retch. A few days later, the exhausted but hopeful passengers celebrate. They joyfully see a port town and marvel that they have finally reached the outside world. Jeokyeong and Ray note with relief that they managed to bring everyone safely thanks to Ariel's help. Ariel demands a big treat as payment, and Ray jokes he will make someone else pay the bill. The Spirit Clan representative thanks Hayes and Jeokyeong for bringing them to this new land. Looking at the port city, he says leaving the island makes him feel capable of anything, even if he does not yet know why Ray brought them here. Ray assures him there is a good reason and tells him to look forward to it. As their ship approaches the dock, a guard shouts for them to halt. The guard declares unauthorized ships may not dock and orders them to turn back. One of Ray's companions wonders why so many ragged people are arriving and asks what they should do now that they are being told to leave. Another worries they might have to fight immediately, but Ray says he will handle negotiations. Ray jumps down and asks where authorization is obtained. The guard explains only the Holy Kingdom of Frias can grant it. Ray calmly presents a badge and asks the guard to pass on their request to use the port. The guard is stunned to see it is the High Priest's silver badge and orders the temple to be contacted at once. Shortly afterward, the guards grovel in apology and ask if the Holy One will forgive their offense. Ray just asks if they may enter. The flustered guard insists on escorting them personally, citing the High Priest's order to treat Ray with utmost care. Jeokyeong observes that High Priest believes must be repaying Ray's earlier kindness. Ray happily accepts the hospitality offer and suggests they go enjoy it. They are treated to a lavish banquet hall filled with food. Someone raises several mugs high to start the celebration. Ray and Jeokyeong cheerfully drink with everyone in the grand hall. Later, clan members thank Ray for bringing them to their new residence, and he says he is glad everyone followed. The chief asks how it feels to have left the cramped island, and Ray admits they are still adjusting. The chief says they naturally would not yet understand how this new world works but promises to help them adapt, and Ray asks him to explain more. Ray addresses the Spirit Clan, telling them they are capable of anything and that he wants them to learn medicine so they can heal the world. When the chief wonders why they need medicine instead of magic, Ray explains that not everyone can benefit from magic, so this new art is necessary. In this world only 1 in 10 people can use magic, so non-mages must rely on rare free healing from the Holy Kingdom's priests or pay for costly healing magic. Healing magic typically costs 30 silver coins, about a commoner's monthly living expenses, making it unaffordable for most. Ray explains that with their learning abilities they can quickly become doctors, spread medical knowledge, and create a world where everyone has access to healthcare, which is his goal. His grandfather thinks Ray is indeed worthy of being called the Holy One chosen by Gaia. Ray tells them they will study medicine at an institution called the Academy, on the eastern continent, 2 weeks away by ship. He plans to teach the group general knowledge and basic medical skills during the voyage, confident that 2 weeks is enough for their talented tribe. Ray's grandfather agrees to Ray's intentions, will inform the tribe, and thanks him for taking care of them. Ray adds that to reach the academy they must pass through Cilia, his hometown where his family lives. His grandfather asks if Ray really does not want to see his mother on the way. The grandfather wonders if Merd's memories inside Ray are affecting his feelings. He assumes Ray already knows he was a bad father to Maynard. In a chibi aside, he admits that if he saw Maynard's foolish father again, he would not be able to hold back his anger. Ray confesses that being able to meet his family now feels strange and that he needs more time. He says even without meeting them he can tell they raised a good child, so they must be doing well. Ray notes there is plenty of time, but one thing is clear. He believes the mother he remembers would definitely want to meet Ray. Ray tells his grandfather to just say when he is ready to meet her. The grandfather is quietly moved. He promises that he will let Ray know when he is ready. Narration states that Ray, his group, and 200 heroic bloodlines set off toward the Holy Kingdom. At the Holy Kingdom, a grand cathedral greets him as the saint. A nun apologizes for having to report an issue to Ray immediately upon his return. She begins by reporting on the mission he ordered. She worked with Hong Young to eliminate corrupt noble families, but they suffered heavy losses. Ray reacts that this is serious and asks her to continue. She admits she used Belcroix family assets for this private matter without his explicit order. Ray enthusiastically praises her, calling her the ideal Duchess of Belcroix, while she modestly says she is embarrassed. She brings up another topic concerning the people Ray brought with him. Hearing they possess the heroic bloodline, she says it is surprising but warns they must act cautiously. She explains that the saint's influence is now the strongest in the holy nation, and bringing in the heroic bloodlines is like adding a private army under his command. She adds that even aside from this, the power of noble families has already been greatly weakened because of him, so nobles will see this as a huge threat. Ray asks what else she has to report. Another official reports that the medical academy has only 10 enrollment slots left, and currently cannot take 200 new students. Ray immediately proposes solving this by buying nearby private land and expanding the academy, ordering that the process begin. Narration shows Ray starting to purchase land and vacant buildings around the academy. Merchants initially reluctant to sell agree once they hear the premium price he offers. On the actual transaction day, one merchant nervously announces they can no longer sell the land. The nun reminds him they already offered 1.7 times market price and can even raise it, but the merchant insists price is not the issue. Ray is told that rumors about the group he brought are already spreading among the nobles. The merchant explains that, though he wants to sell as a citizen saved by Ray, border nobles have already blocked all uphill roads to stop the sale. He fears that if they anger those nobles, there will be consequences. Narration explains that border nobles are ancient landholders granted frontier territories at Gaia's founding and have long controlled the nation's defenses and regional power. They also wield significant influence in the holy nation's overall political sphere. The merchant apologizes, saying he must protect his large family, and Ray grudgingly accepts. Ray sums up the issue as simply needing to resolve the uphill road monopoly, though the nun notes that road is tightly controlled by the border nobles. Ray tells them to just prepare the land sale documents and seals, promising a good price once the blockade problem is solved. The nun asks Ray what his plan is. He says he will first talk directly with the border nobles. She explains Ray has never met them in the capital because they are conservative families who rarely leave their frontier lands unless something serious happens. She adds that although they belong to the holy nation, they act almost like an autonomous territory and ignore the central hierarchy. Ray complains about the hassle of visiting every house, but she says the central and border nobles are tightly connected. She advises that negotiating with the representative Klein family should bring the others in line. The nun offers to handle the matter, but Ray decides it will be faster if he goes himself. Ray remarks that the talks will be hard because the border nobles are stubborn and proud, then says he has another request for Euclid. Ray later arrives at the imposing Klein mansion at sunset, and is formally welcomed as the saint. A maid named Shibi greets him at the door and escorts him inside. Inside the lavish interior, she apologizes that the host is busy with a prearranged schedule and cannot greet him immediately. Ray accepts that the landlord is very busy and thanks her, asking to be called if he needs anything. Ray privately notes he arrived exactly at the agreed time, and hopes his suspicion is wrong. An hour passes with Ray waiting alone. 2 hours pass, with Ray now slumped in his chair. 3 hours later he is certain they are deliberately mocking him. A servant finally appears to say the Lord is ready and offers to guide Ray. As Ray enters, a voice comments it is surprising he came all this way. A stylish noble introduces himself as Count Spaya, head of the Klein family, and greets Ray. Ray politely greets Count Spaya and immediately asks him to lift the blockade on the uphill road. Spaya laughs at Ray's bluntness and agrees that he himself prefers direct talk. He then just as directly refuses, saying unblocking the route is impossible. Ray asks if the refusal is because he is buying land around the academy, and Spaya confirms that is one reason, noting it is unusual for a saint to wield so much political influence. Spaya reiterates that a saint intervening in politics at this level is unprecedented. He adds that while it is unusual for them to block the route, such measures are not unheard of for frontier nobles. Spaya tells Ray it is uncomfortable seeing him try to resolve this alone, implying the border nobles dislike his political involvement. He explains that border nobles value autonomy and independence, and see a politically active saint as a threat, even though they respect his honor. Ray summarizes that helping him offers no benefit to them, making Spaya laugh at his directness. Spaya says they will only lift the blockade if they receive appropriate compensation. Outside view and conversation lead to his concrete demand. Spaya asks for 1,000 platinum coins as payment, claiming that will be enough. Ray is shocked at the amount, but Spaya insists he is serious. Spaya argues the fee is not excessive because the uphill road is a major trade artery worth that much, even more than most kingdoms' treasuries. He claims Ray can easily afford it, and that, relative to Ray's influence, it is a small sum. Ray counters that even then he doubts they would honor the agreement. Spaya admits that even if he got the money, he still would not negotiate. Ray angrily asks why he is making such absurd demands then. Spaya says it is to show how serious the matter is, since lifting the blockade involves the honor and interests of all border nobles. Ray points out that the ongoing blockade harms not only merchants but all citizens, yet Spaya replies that their elite's interests matter more than the suffering of commoners. Ray criticizes this view, saying citizens are the foundation of the nation, but Spaya dismisses that as exaggeration and calls the affected people a temporary, insignificant group. Spaya concludes that the trade blockade will continue until Ray makes what he considers a wiser decision. Ray, thinking he had not planned to go this far, tells Spaya he will consider it. Internally, Ray vows to find a way to completely crush the border nobles. Sometime later, narration says the holy nation's economy rapidly begins collapsing because its trade routes remain blocked. Food and agricultural prices skyrocket, businesses close, and citizens cannot obtain essential goods. Starving people turn to crime, causing public safety to deteriorate sharply. The poorest in the outskirts suffer first while central nobles are initially insulated, though over time everyone is affected. Back at the cathedral, someone is amazed the border nobles actually went so far. Ray tells the Pope that he acted rashly but will now handle the problem himself, and the Pope asks after Ray's well-being. The Pope assures him the crisis is not Ray's fault but a flaw in the holy nation's current system. Ray says the immediate fire must be quenched by opening the treasury and offers to support the Pope in any way. After leaving, Ray thanks the Pope and departs. Outside, Yahello informs him that everything he requested is prepared. Ray confirms that even Zeke has agreed to help and suggests they depart at once. With a determined smile, Ray says that to catch a tiger one must enter its den, indicating he will confront the problem directly. At night in a frontier town, Ray goes to a shabby merchant's office. He asks the man if he is Huffman, startling him. Ray bluntly tells Huffman he looks run down, prompting the merchant to grumble about his troubles and try to send Ray away. Ray drops a heavy pouch of gold on the table, stunning Huffman. Ray proposes that they work together. Huffman replies that a merchant lives on trust and cannot accept any job just for money. He loudly insists he will not agree simply because a stranger threw money at him. Ray then recites Huffman's background, a Devon noble-born trader who left his family firm, founded his own company 7 years ago, and built it from nothing. He continues, saying Huffman was the first independent trader dealing with foreign kingdoms in the Holy Nation, beat noble-backed competitors, and pioneered new routes. Ray admires Huffman's quick decisions, negotiation skills, broad outlook, and risk management under harsh conditions. On that basis, Ray says he is offering Huffman a chance. He asks if Huffman does not miss the thriving company he once had and whether he wants to revive it. Huffman argues that even if he works with Ray, the current crisis has swept everything away and he has nothing left to sell. Ray asks, what if they supplied exclusive goods and used alternative trade routes instead? Huffman protests that areas outside existing routes are full of monsters, but Ray brushes that aside as no problem. Huffman, exasperated, drags Ray outside to see what he means. Huffman sees Ray's besteared allies moving. Outside, orc-like residents are busily unloading crates, astonishing Huffman. Ray explains he already got the residents' permission and their help. Huffman can only ask why orcs are involved. Ray shows crates full of magical tools and rare magic stones, calling them the merchandise for their new trading company. Huffman recognizes them as high-end tools from the Velacruz family and stones from the exclusive Trey mine. He is shocked that an ordinary person could acquire such items and demands to know how Ray got them. Ray then pointedly asks if, after seeing this, Huffman is willing to work together. Overwhelmed, Huffman feels this is an unbelievable yet irresistible opportunity. He concludes that no merchant could afford to pass up such a chance. Fired up, Huffman pledges to work himself to the bone for the trading company master and is told to register the company the next day. Huffman eagerly asks what they should name the company. Ray thinks for a moment. He decides on a name. The new enterprise is established as the Salvation Trading Company. 1 month later, at the company's base, laughter echoes as their success becomes apparent. Huffman delights in mountains of coins as narration explains that, by using special Sure family resources, Salvation Trading Company has begun successful trade with neighboring countries via new routes. Thanks to Huffman's commercial skills, they sell to many nations and quickly build a strong foundation. Ray praises Huffman's achievements and says he did not expect such profits. Huffman modestly credits the excellent goods, while Ray asks how others are reacting. Huffman reports that individual merchants are very enthusiastic and show strong interest in the new trade route. Dreaming of charging fees for route usage, Huffman imagines huge profits, but Ray says there will be no tolls. When Huffman protests, Ray explains that the route's purpose is to counter the existing blockade and that charging fees would make them no better than the border nobles. Huffman realizes his mistake, and Ray instructs him to announce that the Salvation route is free to use as long as users meet certain conditions. Those conditions require companies using the route to carry designated food items and sell them below price caps set by Salvation Trading Company. Ray adds they will also purchase large amounts of food and store it in regional warehouses instead of reselling it. These warehouses will serve as emergency relief centers distributing food directly to people who cannot afford it. Huffman worries that border nobles will not sit idle, but Ray says the relief system will become a basis for the people's economic independence. Ray clarifies that Salvation Trading Company aims not just at donations but at helping people become economically self-reliant. Huffman realizes that if tenant farmers gain independence, the power base of the border nobles will be shaken. Ray plans to start by giving free relief supplies, then later provide land so farmers can manage production and distribution themselves. If those farmers can trade their crops through Salvation Trading Company, they will gain the means to support themselves, the first step toward independence. Ray assures Huffman that these charitable activities will not reduce his personal share of profits. Huffman admits he first sought money but now, understanding the merchant's code, vows to act with a sense of duty. Ray laughs that he chose the right partner, and Huffman promises to draft detailed plans and implement Ray's ideas. Narration concludes that Huffman builds the relief warehouses into agricultural support centers, supplying farmers with tools and seeds so they can cultivate their own fields. Advisory groups of veteran farmers are organized to share efficient cultivation and distribution methods in each village, building a mutual growth network with Salvation Trading Company. Sometime later in town, someone checks that all residents in need have received supplies. A staff member enthusiastically invites villagers to attend a farming techniques workshop the next day. Huffman observes the bustling town and thinks that everything is progressing according to his plan. He reflects that in this caste-bound region, commoners are gaining autonomy, and at this pace the whole nation will soon prosper on the new commercial foundation. Huffman recalls how the trading master's high-quality goods and holy aura convinced nobles that he must be the rumored saint. Huffman muses that the master avoids acting openly, perhaps to keep his identity as the saint hidden. He then notices armored knights of the border nobles arriving in the square holding what looks like a proclamation. Townspeople gather around the posted document, shocked and asking what it says. Reading it, Huffman is horrified by the contents. He rushes to the trading company building, shouting for the master. Inside, Ray calmly asks why Huffman is in such a hurry, and Huffman blurts out that the border nobles are involved. Huffman reports that the nobles have suddenly reopened the old trade routes. Ray reacts mildly, prompting Huffman to continue explaining. The knights publicly declare that because monsters make the old routes unsafe, they are closing them again for the people's safety. The proclamation further claims the border lords selflessly risked themselves to clear monsters and are now announcing the roads safe once more. It then denounces Salvation Trading Company's route as unsafe, poorly managed, and unable to guarantee protection from monsters, shocking Huffman. The knights add accusations that Salvation's imported food and resources are defective and uninspected, which Huffman internally rejects as blatant lies. Worried citizens start wondering if the low prices mean Salvation's food was unsafe and repeat the claim that the company uses uncontrolled, dangerous routes just for profit. The knight concludes by riling the crowd, insisting that this harmful group must be expelled from the community. Back at the office, Huffman bitterly explains that this is the propaganda being spread, while Ray reacts with a chuckle. Ray bursts into loud laughter, leaving Huffman aghast that he can laugh at a time like this. Huffman frets that since the border nobles themselves are pushing the smear campaign, all their efforts might be ruined. He suggests Ray personally reassure everyone that the trade routes are safe, but Ray casually says they do not need to respond at all. When Huffman protests, Ray asks whether people who have tasted freedom will really accept returning to the old oppressive system. Ray explains that the territory's people have learned to trade for themselves, gained economic independence, and discovered the power of choice. He notes that although the nobles' propaganda sows fear, his reforms already gave people the chance to overcome that fear. Ray adds that even if some return to the old ways, it will simply be another lesson, so they only need to maintain the current situation without counterattacking. He then turns to Huffman with a serious air, preparing to raise another matter. Elsewhere, a knight realizes the crowd is not convinced by the accusations and wonders who they think they are fooling. In the square, residents loudly defend Salvation, saying the food tasted fine, saved them from starvation, and that no monsters ever appeared on that route. They angrily recall how the nobles ignored them when they were suffering. The crowd concludes that the nobles are lying in order to exploit them. Hearing of this reaction, a noble who plotted the smear campaign is left sweating in shock. Ray reflects that true freedom is something that shines only when people protect it themselves. He and Huffman clink teacups, reaffirming their partnership. Narration explains that despite the nobles' propaganda, those who opposed them, remembering how they shouted back, the narrator highlights the determined townspeople. These people accelerate farming and commerce in their communities, actively strengthening their independence. As this rapid change unfolds, the border nobles grow anxious and soon bow their heads, coming to apologize for their actions. They offer to assist actively with regional development, hoping to repair relations. Ray answers that Salvation Trading Company was founded to help people become self-reliant, and if nobles truly join that path it will be ideal. With a suddenly intimidating smile, he says that since they will be active, he looks forward to seeing how much support they will really provide. Intimidated, the nobles end up signing an agreement not to interfere with local economic independence. The treaty also binds them to make substantial regular donations to Salvation's charity fund. That night Ray jokes with Huffman that perhaps they could have squeezed more from the nobles. Huffman remarks they surrendered more easily than expected, while Ray notes that even proud nobles cannot ignore financial incentives. Huffman consoles himself that revitalizing the local economy will benefit the nobles too, so their bowing now is actually wise. He gushes over Ray's foresight and predicts Salvation will become the continent's largest trading group, while Ray says he will rely on Huffman for that. Ray lightly acknowledges the compliment and says that with Huffman's skills, building a great trading group is fully possible. Huffman suddenly senses from Ray's tone that he is planning to leave. Ray confirms it plainly, stating his intention to depart from the Holy Kingdom. Huffman shouts in shock at hearing Ray will leave the Holy Kingdom. Ray says circumstances give him no choice, even as Huffman tries to protest. Huffman admits he cannot grasp Ray's higher thoughts but trusts he must have his reasons. He says everyone in the Holy Kingdom will feel Ray's absence deeply. Ray agrees but points out the recent events show people can walk their own paths. Ray says he believes in people's strength to overcome hardships by themselves and choose their own ways. He adds that he trusts Huffman in particular, which makes it easier for him to leave. Ray tells Huffman that with his knowledge, credibility, and the company's reputation, forming a major trading group is quite feasible and asks him to take responsibility. Huffman recalls being an outcast from Devon who struggled alone in the Holy Kingdom's ruthless merchant world until the trade route was blocked and chaos began. He remembers Ray appearing back then, initially seeming like an odd youngster but soon revealing himself as a capable, noble saint who offered Huffman a chance. Huffman reasons that if someone like Ray trusts him again with such an important role, he must live up to it. He resolves internally that he has no choice now but to succeed. Huffman passionately vows to turn Salvation Trading Company into the greatest trading group in the world. He tells Ray that doing so is the best way to repay the opportunity he was given and promises Ray will never regret entrusting him with the company. Ray smiles quietly, clearly pleased by Huffman's determination. Later under the night sky, Ray silently thanks Huffman as he prepares to move on. At the royal capital, someone praises Ray for the outstanding job he has done. Over tea, they commend him for freeing a territory's people from their oppressive border noble and recognize Salvation Trading Company as his work. They then ask what he wanted to discuss, and Ray says he has something important to say. Ray tells them he plans to leave the Holy Kingdom. His companions react with confusion, and Ray explains that his presence has unbalanced power in the kingdom. He elaborates that his authority has overshadowed the central nobles and heroic bloodlines, causing misunderstandings, so for their sake and the kingdom's, he believes departing is right. He adds that he has pondered this decision since long before, and that his pilgrimage only confirmed it. Ray points out that they both know how, for many villagers, a local doctor can matter more than Gaia's saint, which is why they train doctors at the academy. They note that it will take time before each medical student becomes a full doctor, but Ray's ally cuts off further objections. One friend warns that the position of saint is granted by God and not easily abandoned, yet Ray insists he will make it possible. Another worries no one knows what might happen if he stops being the saint, but Ray says he would not consider leaving if he feared that. Ray accepts any consequences that may follow, prompting his friend to remark that he is truly himself. She reflects that he is still the strong, stubborn person she first met, hard to compromise with yet always pushing in the right direction. She confesses she has always admired that about him even though she struggles with his decision. Overwhelmed, she exclaims that his reasoning still frustrates her. She recalls how she has always stayed by his side since he arrived in the Holy Kingdom, and wishes she could do more to comfort him now. Realizing her feelings, Ray gently prepares to leave, and she says she understands and will step away. Turning her back, she bids him farewell as saint. Ray watches her wordlessly, processing the parting. At dusk at the academy, someone asks if he is really leaving. Ray tells his students and colleagues that although parting will be hard, he will surely return someday. Sister Era pledges that they will continue his work and uphold his will until he comes back. Another ally insists that Ray must eventually return. Representatives of the Dine family swear that, as his shadow, they will also pursue his will to the very end. A young man from the heroic bloodlines promises to follow the Lord's command completely, just as the three families do. Another supporter says he will remain for now but will rush to Ray's side whenever summoned, and Ray thanks him. Ray silently reflects that countless things have happened over these few years. He remembers how unexpectedly he became a saint and how intense every moment has been since. He concludes that even the hardships were meaningful experiences. With that resolve, he shoulders his pack and sets off. Narration states that the saint vanished from the Holy Kingdom and the world began walking a new path. Sometime later, Ray in disguise visits an adventurers guild and thinks this request board has good jobs. Inside the busy guild, someone else comments that they would like more profitable quests like the recent one. Adventurers notice a cloaked figure entering the guild hall. The newcomer's boots stride across the floor toward the board. Under a hood and mask, Ray examines the board, drawing murmurs. He plucks one request notice from the wall. At the counter, he asks to accept that request, and the clerk notes it is reserved for healers. The clerk asks to see his healer credentials. Ray reveals a card bearing the healer emblem, shocking the clerk. After confirming it, the clerk apologizes and explains that many people were injured in a monster sweep, requesting Ray hurry to join priests in the village. As Ray turns to leave, a curious adventurer watches him go. The adventurer asks the clerk who the stranger was, guessing he is an outsider. He is surprised that a healer would switch guilds and wonders aloud if that is normal. Narration defines the profession of healer as someone trained in healing science who treats people. It explains that healers are ranked into 3 tiers, with rank 3 having basic medical knowledge and rank 2 authorized to command priests and lead treatment. Rank 1 healers, a rare group, combine mana and healing arts to rapidly treat severe cases. All healer ranks are considered high level. Rank 1 healers even hold authority to issue evacuation or, in dire epidemics, purge orders for villages, giving them great power. Back at the guild, the clerk refuses to reveal details about Ray, reminding others that the guild keeps such information private and they should not pry. The nosy adventurer grumbles that the clerk is no fun, while the clerk notes that Ray is actually a rank 2 healer. Watching from outside, Ray observes that it is unusual for an academy-trained elite like that adventurer to take such requests here. Ray then travels along a riverside path toward his new assignment. He walks alone through the forest, his large pack marking him as a wandering healer. A familiar voice asks if he is leaving now, causing him to pause. Fi, the elf guardian of the Gramo Forest, greets him, noting that exactly 5 years have passed. As they walk, she says the Holy Kingdom has prospered and people's awareness has grown, just as he had hoped. She adds that although healers are still too few and will need another decade to mature, from an elf's perspective humanity's progress is astonishing and even a bit frightening. She reminds him that everyone is waiting for him at tomorrow's village-wide medical checkup, which he confirms he will attend. Narration states that it has been 5 years since Ray left the Holy Kingdom, and that during this time the continent has entered a new era. Medicine has been refined and expanded under the banner of healing science through the heroic Bloodline Academy. Unlike instant holy magic, healing science lets trained healers track and eliminate disease causes, treat conditions holy magic cannot, and has become mandatory study for priests. Even the Adventurers Guild now requires recruiting healers, though Ray notes there is still a large gap between demand and supply. He observes that healers have become so valuable that commoners can barely hope for treatment. Frustrated, Ray wonders if the Academy's purpose was really to create healers that only the rich can hire. Just then Shia, a cheerful girl in a purple dress, runs up happily, greeting him earlier than usual. Ray pats her head and asks about her day, and she proudly says she practiced magic, and wants help with sword practice. He gladly agrees to train her, and they walk off hand in hand. Shia then jealously asks if he met the pretty elf lady that day. When he nervously asks how she knows, she says she cannot smell the elf scent on him and presses if he will see Fia tomorrow. Ray inwardly grumbles about sharp-nosed races while Shia gleefully celebrates that he probably will. Ray muses that Shia seems oddly obsessed with his connection to Ira. Later at their house yard, Ray proposes they start a light sparring session. He allows Shia to use mana as usual, though she warns she has grown much stronger. Smiling, Ray assures her it is fine. Shia steps into a glowing mana circle to begin. Empowered by mana, she charges with her practice sword, asking him to take care of her during the match. Ray notes with satisfaction that her mana has grown powerful, perhaps thanks to his design of the mana road, and tells her she is always welcome. She unleashes a fierce strike, the scene flashing with speed lines. Their clash sends blue mana arcs whipping through the air as Ray easily parries her attacks. Shia spots what she thinks is an opening and swings again. Ray disarms her cleanly, sending the wooden sword tumbling into the sky. The sword plants itself in the ground, and Shia marvels at how he did that without using mana while he explains that balance of power is what matters in swordsmanship. Shia laments that she is still far behind him, but Ray reassures her that at only 9 years old she has plenty of room to grow stronger. The girl laughs as someone pats her head and explains that the person she spoke of is even stronger than she is. Later she hesitantly calls out to her older brother. Ray recalls her asking if he truly cannot use mana anymore, thinking that much has changed since he left the Holy Kingdom. He answers that he really cannot, noting that this loss of mana is the biggest change. He narrates that there is no longer any mana flowing within his body as he faces the glowing girl. In the elf village of Grendel Forest, an elf worries about an illness, and Ray reassures them that medicine will make the patient recover. After treating the last sick child, an elf thanks Ray as he wipes his brow. High Elf Era appears, asks if the work is done, and thanks Ray for always caring for the children. Era says she helps the children because she likes it, then anxiously asks how the elder is doing and hears they must prepare themselves. Era reflects that even after so much time together it is always hard to say farewell to someone close. Ray thinks he could extend the elder's life a bit with healing techniques but doubts she would want that. Era explains that for elves, living out one's life and returning to mana is natural and an honorable end, so the elder would not want her life prolonged. She tells Ray not to worry too much, saying she is prepared for the elder's passing even if it still troubles her. Era then asks if Ray's body still cannot accept mana, and he admits he has tried but it never works. She wonders aloud if Ray's condition is the will of the Supreme God. Ray recalls that on the night he left the Holy Kingdom he had a strange dream in a white foggy place. In the dream a divine message commanded him not to defy that will. He saw a radiant, bound figure and understood the words telepathically despite hearing no voice. The sensation reminds him of wyvern telepathy and of a mysterious event at the sea. Ray bitterly notes that while he was a saint the gods ignored him, yet now that he has quit they seek him out. The divine being, Gaia, tells him he is under a blessing and warns of consequences if he keeps resisting that will. Ray dismisses the so-called blessing as mere air purification power, and is told his attitude has not changed. He insists becoming and quitting sainthood were his own choices, prompting the being to respond. The divine presence declares it will take that power away, shocking Ray. As light engulfs him, Ray cries out in confusion, asking what it is doing. The being begins stripping power from him, while he protests weakly. His vision distorts and fades as the process completes. Ray narrates that after waking from the dream he could no longer accept holy power or even mana from the air. Era listens and then tells Ray that he still needs strength, while he claims he can manage his body as is. She counters that it is not enough and asks if he knows what the special force called causality power is. Era explains that throughout his life he has felt the will of gods, the flow of mana, and the balance of forces whose movements cause reactions, a phenomenon called causality power. She says it is no coincidence he was always at the center of that great flow, recalling past battles. Because he has been deeply influenced by causality power, she warns, its inertia will keep sweeping him into major events. Era adds that although he has been lucky so far, he must be prepared for the dangers that influence will bring. She reminds him that when his life was endangered on the Isle of Heroes, her mark magic failed to warn her, likely blocked by an even greater force. Era admits she would like to keep Ray by her side at all times for safety, but as a high elf she cannot, and with his mana road gone his lost blessing cannot be recreated. She then reveals there is a way to handle mana without a mana road, surprising Ray. Before she can elaborate, an elf rushes in calling Era urgently, and Ray learns something has happened. They are told the Elder is at death's door, and both Ray and Era hurry off in shock. The scene shifts to the Elder's elevated house in the elf village. Inside, Era anxiously asks the Elder about the dying elf's condition. The Elder gently says it is time for the old elf to return to Mana's embrace. Ray is stunned that the once youthful-seeming Elder has suddenly become frail, while Era hopes the Elder has no lingering regrets after centuries of life. The Elder replies that she has almost no regrets, hinting only one concern remains. She confesses her only worry is leaving Era behind again, feeling unsettled about abandoning her. Era smiles through tears, calling that worry unnecessary now that Era has Ray at her side. The Elder says she should depart soon and cannot keep those waiting outside for her too long. She addresses Era fondly as their beautiful star and dearest friend, asking if all preparations for the ceremony are complete. Era, eyes moist, confirms that everything is ready. Era begins channeling mana over the Elder's body, starting the ritual. A powerful blue magic circle expands to envelop the room as the ceremony proceeds. Era solemnly intones that a body born of mana must rightfully return to mana. She continues that the body becomes earth while the Elders will remain in their hearts as she leads the ancient sacred ceremony. Era prays that nature take back this child of mana as the Elder's body glows. The Elder smiles peacefully, saying it has been a joy as her form dissolves into light. Ray and Era quietly watch the shining particles drift toward the window. Overwhelmed, Era collapses to her knees. Ray gently kneels beside her, offering silent support as she grieves. Later, Ray arrives in the devastated Seren village wearing a mask and comments on the fierce battle that took place. He observes the ruined village and confirms he has reached Seren. A soldier questions who Ray is and warns him not to wander around recklessly. Ray shows his Healer's Guild badge, explaining he came on a request, and the soldier is relieved to see a healer. A young cleric explains that the situation is bad. With only apprentice clerics and no official priests, they cannot treat all the injured. Another soldier adds that after a recent extermination mission even the guild and army are struggling, so they will have to rely on themselves. Ray decides the exhausted apprentice clerics must rest and asks the soldiers to gather everyone else because there is a lot of work to do. When asked what he plans with the gathered troops, Ray says the soldiers will not handle mana but instead sort the wounded. He instructs them to separate those needing immediate treatment from those who can wait, and to mark the severely injured with white cloths so he can focus on them. The commanding soldier agrees and hurries off to implement Ray's triage plan. Half a day later, Ray is shown quickly suturing a long wound. He finishes bandaging a patient's leg. The astonished soldier marvels at Ray's speed and notes he treated all the injured, while Ray checks on a patient's condition. The grateful soldier says he feels much better and admits that while he expected simple healing magic, Ray's medical techniques work well too. Another soldier scolds him for his casual tone toward their life-saving healer, but Ray laughs it off and says it is fine. Ray remarks that it is strange how the monsters around Seren suddenly increased, and the locals admit they do not know why. The villagers speculate that the surge may be caused by dampirs, half-vampires rumored to be involved. They explain dampirs have appeared recently, enslaving monsters and likely causing the increased attacks, and they warn Ray to be careful. Ray thanks them and repeats the word damper to himself thoughtfully. Elsewhere that night, someone in the forest curses an unexpected attack. Two uniformed girls, both dampirs, stagger away wounded. One complains that she warned them not to approach humans, while the other hopes human healing might cure their disease and make them purebloods. They stop so the injured girl can address her heavy bleeding despite the nearby goblin settlement. Deciding they have no choice, they halt to prevent the wound from worsening, and the injured girl apologizes. Suddenly they notice goblins approaching and curse their luck. Ray appears, realizing that dripping blood has been provoking goblin attacks. He studies the girls and notes they themselves are safe for now. Examining the wound, Ray sees the thigh has been completely pierced and wonders if a human caused such an injury. He says first aid is needed and rummages in his bag while one girl protests because she does not know who he is. Ray calmly introduces himself as a healer who only intends to apply medicine, surprising her. When she anxiously asks what he is about to use, Ray answers that it is medicine he made himself to help the wound heal quickly. She still doubts him and asks if he is really a healer, prompting him to joke about showing his badge while she insists that is not the issue. She starts to ask him about a certain disease when a goblin suddenly leaps at her from behind. Before it can strike, something kills the goblin with a blow to the head. Ray reacts, preparing to address the next threat. More goblins crawl toward them out of the darkness. Ray notes they arrived faster than he expected and decides they must be dealt with first as the girl offers to help. He tells her there are too many enemies and orders her to escape with her companions while she worries about his safety. Ray says he will buy time so she can find real reinforcements, acknowledging the three of them cannot defeat the horde alone, and she reluctantly agrees. He steels himself as the fight begins. Ray charges in with his dagger, slashing through goblins despite lacking mana. He shouts for the girls to run immediately. As they flee, one promises not to let him die and to return with help. Ray, exhausted, narrows his eyes as the battle drags on. Seeing that goblins, kobolds, and even ogres are gathering, he wonders if he can handle this without mana. He tightens his grip on the dagger, resolved to keep fighting. Ray continues mowing down monsters, his blade and robe splattered with blood. After killing roughly 300, he notes that the enemy numbers still have not decreased. Shadowy monsters advance with glowing eyes, and Ray realizes he is being overwhelmed. He thinks that if he flees now, he will survive, but he knows that if he retreats, Seren village will be attacked, and he cannot allow that. Ray is then struck brutally in the chest and badly wounded. The impact sends him tumbling across the ground. Bleeding and dizzy, Ray thinks for the first time that he might truly die here. At that moment, a gigantic blue magic circle appears overhead. Era arrives in a surge of power, furious that lowly creatures dare harm her companion so soon after she lost the elder. She gestures, readying a spell. Her magic detonates among the monsters in a blinding explosion. Multiple blasts obliterate the horde as she moves through them. A healing spell called Recovery bathes Ray, closing his wounds. Era smiles and gently tells him they should go home. Her magic circle fades as she prepares to teleport them away. Ray later wakes up in bed, groggy but alive. Era leans over him, relieved he is awake but clearly worried. She scolds him, saying if she had not noticed in time the situation could have been disastrous, and he apologizes for getting surrounded. He asks what happened to the monsters, and Era casually says she wiped them all out. She then chides him for overexerting himself for Seren's sake and tells him to value his own life more, while he promises to be more careful. Era speculates that such a large organized monster attack must be directed by someone, perhaps the same kind of manipulator behind events in the Holy Kingdom. She explains that a monster tamer might be strategically using monsters' hostility to weaken territories, and that a small kingdom could fall in under 10 years under such attacks. Ray notes that Era would never ignore such a threat but points out his body is still too weak to move freely. Era responds that they should try the mana control method she mentioned earlier. She brings him to a secluded ruin she has long used, where no one else comes. Ray comments on how spacious the place is, and she confirms it is her private training ground. She asks whether he can still sense mana despite losing his mana rod, and he says he can sense but not use it. Era says that means he is naturally sensitive and can learn quickly. Since everything is made of mana and magic is just manipulating it, he has potential. She elaborates that actions, thoughts, and will are themselves a kind of magic, so all living beings unconsciously use mana. However, she adds, the tiny mana flow from normal movements is weak, and stronger phenomena require greater mana flow, ideally directed consciously. She tells Ray that instead of a mana rod he can use his mind itself to control mana like higher races do, a secret method she thinks he can handle. Based on what she has seen of him, Era sincerely believes this is possible for Ray. Ray blushes, clearly moved by her confidence in him. Era begins by pointing out a wither tree branch and says she will show him something first. She commands the dead branch to live, channeling mana into it. The branch sprouts fresh green shoots, revived by her magic. She explains that mana is everything and shapes all phenomena. With training he will be able to manifest effects using only thought. Ray repeats the idea that everything is mana as he prepares to start full training. For his first exercise, Era gives him a potted white flower and tells him to make it grow. Ray protests that the flower already looks fully grown, but Era says thoughts, intent, and desire are also mana and that if he truly wishes it, magic will occur. She instructs him to align his faint mana with his desire to nurture the flower so it will grow on its own, and he agrees to try. Ray focuses on the bloom and quietly wills it to grow. When nothing changes, he awkwardly asks the flower to grow again. Era teasingly chants for the flower to grow as well and then asks if Ray can feel mana stirring in his mind. Ray, uncertain, wonders if he can really accomplish this, while Era reassures him that she sensed a faint response. She encourages him to be patient, saying first attempts are always hard, and Ray resolves to keep trying. A few days later Ray collapses by the potted flower, frustrated that he still cannot feel any mana. Ray laments that theory would be easier than sensing, so Era decides she must use a harsh method on him. Era resolves to switch to an alternative training method. Determined to improve, Ray eagerly agrees to whatever training Era proposes. Ray finds himself tied up with rope and confused about what is happening. A heavy rock tied to the same rope is revealed as part of the training setup. Era anxiously admits she did not want to use this method on Ray. She explains she will throw him into the valley, believing survival instinct will awaken his senses despite his protests. Era lectures that at the brink of death the will to live and mana both intensify, letting beings surpass their limits. She adds that if Ray truly wants to survive, sensing mana will become easier. Era reassures Ray that though this is extreme she will not let him die, since her own master taught her this way. Ray blushes, oddly pleased by her concern. She clarifies she will only push him to the edge of death before rescuing him, leaving Ray speechless. Era pushes him off, beginning the training for real. Ray plummets toward the valley below, screaming while bound to the rock. The rock and Ray crash into the water at the base of the waterfall. Ray sinks deep, tied to the stone on the lakebed. Narration notes that this is already the 5th day of Ray's mana sensing training in the valley. Despite enduring this ordeal repeatedly, he still cannot perceive the mana of the heart. Underwater, Ray suddenly feels something new and realizes mana is finally appearing. Later on land, Ray identifies that the valley is magically enchanted, and Era admits it amplifies fear to heighten survival instinct. Ray observes that the spell makes him feel he will die before he can think of living, and Era says overcoming that panic will turn his desires into mana. Era tells him not to cling obsessively to mana, but simply to feel strong desire and let it naturally gather. Back underwater, Ray recognizes the crushing pressure and fear of death bearing down on him. In his mind he visualizes death looming over his tiny, weighted body. He recalls Era's words and urges himself to overcome the terror. He strives to maximize his will to survive, causing mana to spark around his bound body. The spectral skull of fear begins to dissipate. Ray jolts awake on the surface, gasping while Era notes he has regained consciousness. Era anxiously asks whether he felt mana this time, and Ray affirms that he did. She is amazed he succeeded on only the 5th attempt, while Ray admits the sensation is still unclear. Determined, Ray insists on repeating the trial once more. He is thrown in again, the water erupting with a splash. Ray resurfaces gasping from another near drowning. Still fired up, he immediately asks Era to let him try again. Another plunge into the valley pool marks yet another repetition of the training. Exhausted and panting, Ray nevertheless begs for one more round. Era decides to stop for the day since it is late and asks whether he has made progress. Ray says he is still unsure, and Era explains that thinking of anything but death in such moments is incredibly difficult, noting it took her a month to escape this valley. She encourages him that with his current mindset he will leave sooner than she did, as reflection will strengthen his mind and will if he does not give up. About 20 days after arriving, he continues falling into the water as part of training. Ray narrates that repeatedly falling in did not increase mana at once, but his intense recurring thoughts gradually transformed into clearer mana and strength. Thanks to that growing sensation, his fear begins to fade. He realizes that the fear of death underwater no longer scares him at all. Ray feels his mind clearer than ever, with distractions gone so he can focus entirely on a single desire. As he sinks, he releases his breath and fully commits to using that focused will. A powerful surge of mana erupts around him, concentrating near his bound torso. Above, Era notices a bright blue explosion of mana from the valley. Bathed in the blue light, she smiles in wonder at what Ray has achieved. Ray's glowing silhouette rises in the waterfall's radiance before her. Ray floats calmly in the light, eyes shining with mana. Suspended within the waterfall's pillar of light, he quietly declares his success. The next day, Era explains that once mana can be sensed, moving it is easy and the next step is developing willpower. She defines willpower as controlling the mana in all living things and nature with one's thoughts. Era further explains that willpower normally strengthens over time as one accumulates thoughts, prompting Ray to ask if that just means thinking a lot. She laughs and says normally he would realize it himself, but hints that the key is unifying mind, body, and mana into one. Ray puzzles over this unity as she offers to demonstrate. She thanks him for the fruit and begins using magic as an example. Era makes fruit on a tree rustle and fall using her will and mana. Holding an apple, she says the desire to pick it is mind and the act of grabbing the branch is the body. She explains that the will in the mind stirs mana and that magic using thought or word of power works by aligning mind, body, and mana. Ray interprets this as needing to become like mana itself, and Era agrees that approaching mana's essence is key. She adds that if he can use word of power, his willpower will grow naturally. Ray accepts the challenge. Ray enthusiastically declares he will try, and Era chuckles at his energetic attitude. Meanwhile at the royal castle of Cilia, the king is informed that the princess has arrived. King Cilia welcomes his daughter Celestia into the throne room. Celestia asks if he truly considered her earlier request, then bitterly wonders if she ever had a choice. Distressed, she repeats that he intends to marry her to the saint. The king insists the saint is someone the kingdom must secure at all costs. His advisors note that since the saint left the holy nation over 5 years ago and is from Cilia originally, they have an opportunity to act. They decide to send people to confirm rumors that the saint has recently visited his hometown Bilo village. The king muses that ordinary incentives may not sway the saint, but deep human bonds are harder to sever. If they tie him to the royal family through marriage, leaving will be difficult. He therefore proposes sending Princess Celestia herself and asks the court for their opinion. Narration introduces Celestia Vasilia, famed as the kingdom's most beautiful and talented woman and the king's only daughter. It explains that despite countless suitors she has rejected all, and she feels disappointed in her father for arranging a political marriage. Celestia resents being ordered to wed a man she has never even met. She visits Viscount Gade's remote estate and politely thanks him for receiving her on short notice. Celestia explains that the king has told him the purpose of her visit and asks for his help locating the saint, which he gladly promises as a loyal subject. Gade thanks her and offers to guide her to a private room to rest from her journey. Celestia thinks that her personal visit proves how serious the royal family is about this marriage. Gade reflects that if the plan works his estate prospers, but if it fails they will be blamed. He also sees this as a chance to properly apologize for the past. Back at the training grounds, Ray contemplates Era's concept of unity. Sitting on a rock, he reflects that magic uses formulas and mana. He analyzes how it stirs mana in the imagination and wonders how to convert formulas into mental will and bodily action. Deciding there is only one way forward, Ray chooses to tackle the problem head-on. From afar, Era watches Ray head toward a stream, curious about what he plans to do. She assumes he is going to rest by the stream and finds it unusual that he might take a break. Ray walks along the water's edge, and Era notes he has trained non-stop for 3 months, so a breather would be understandable. She thinks back to her own early struggles with incantations, realizing Ray has reached in months what took her years and that his current level is already remarkable. Cheerfully, Era decides she should go encourage him. Suddenly she senses a sharp surge of power and looks on in shock. She realizes the power she feels is true willpower flowing from Ray. Ray stands before the stream and speaks the word of power, commanding the water to split. The water only ripples slightly, and he falls silent, believing he has failed. Standing in the stream, he complains aloud that he failed again and needs to start over. He focuses intensely, preparing to try once more. As he stands in the water, something changes and he senses a reaction. Watching from the trees, Era is stunned that Ray has already awakened incantations, a talent she finds unbelievable. She observes that the water's flow was indeed disturbed for a moment, and recognizes it as genuine incantation manifestation. Ray notes that using willpower demands enormous concentration and that a single cast leaves beginners mentally exhausted. He closes his eyes and steadies himself for another attempt. Ray again utters the command for the water to split while extending his hand. He repeats the word more firmly, channeling will, mind, and body into the gesture. His eyes glow blue as the word of power fully resonates. The stream erupts and parts violently, confirming his success. Era watches, amazed that he has nearly mastered the technique after only a dozen attempts. She recalls her late master's words about the joy of having a good disciple. Her master had wished Era would one day have a disciple of her own to share that joy with. Era now feels she finally understands those words as she looks fondly at Ray. The next day she tells Ray he is ready to try growing a flower with magic, and he agrees. Ray uses word of power to make the potted white flower bloom and grow. Era admits it is unbelievable even when she sees it that he learned incantations in under half a year, and Ray cheerfully asks what comes next. She laughs at his enthusiasm and says they will now finish the basics. Era clarifies that the physically demanding stage is over and the rest focuses on sharpening his mind, which relieves Ray. She then reveals the new mental training will involve carving stones at the bottom of the valley stream to improve both willpower and precision. Ray is shocked to realize this still means going back underwater. He finds himself roped to the rock yet again, confused how this counts as non-physical training. The massive stone is hauled toward the valley, ready for another drop. Era insists that since carving will be done with his mind, not hands, it is not truly physical labor, despite his protest. Ray jokes he might grow gills at this rate and asks what he should carve. Era says to pick something meaningful to him. Smiling, Ray agrees that this sounds good. Era enthusiastically grabs his hand and urges him to start right away. Flustered by the sudden handholding, Era cries out in embarrassment. Ray is tossed into the water again to begin his underwater carving practice. Focused, Ray prepares his next word of power for carving. He commands the rock to be cut and blasts it with concentrated magic. Over time, Ray sculpts a shining statue of Era from the stone. A month later the finished statue impresses both of them, and Ray explains he has spent that time carving Era with word magic. He narrates that at first carving at the valley bottom was hard, but once his willpower formed it grew rapidly, and he adapted through continual training. Now using willpower feels natural as he casually refines the statue's details. Era remarks that it has been less than half a year and he already surpassed her expectations and talent, with only time needed for further growth. She thanks Ray for all his hard work and admits his past dangers made her anxious, telling him to view her concern as selfishness. Ray teases that she is embarrassed, and Era shyly says she wants to give a gift to such a devoted student. When Ray excitedly asks what the gift is, she tells him to follow her a short distance. She leads him to a tranquil hilltop grave marked by a cross. Era explains the place belongs to the teacher who taught her magic. She recounts that her teacher once told her to give a ring to a future student, a day she never thought would arrive. Holding 2 rings, Ray remarks that Era was clearly cherished. She agrees and says her teacher crafted these rings for them to share. Era describes how the rings carry faint willpower that links teacher and student, like a seed that grows and bears fruit to continue life. She says the ring symbolizes that connection and that receiving it from her teacher filled her with joy. Era now wants to pass that joy to Ray by sharing the ring and asks if he will accept it. Ray blushes and gladly agrees to accept the ring from her. The two stand together at the grave in the glowing sunset, sealed as teacher and student through the ring. Time passes and the scene shifts to another grand estate under a bright sky. At Gade's estate, Celestia anxiously asks if the saint has returned yet, and he reassures her that news should come soon. Privately, Gade asks a servant if there is still no word, and learns the searchers have not found the saint. He orders the search enlarged with more people and a wider range, insisting they must locate the targets, and the servants rush off. Elsewhere, Ray, now masked and back in town, happily eats grilled skewers. The food stall owner greets him, saying it has been a while since Ray last visited, and Ray mentions he has been busy. Seeing many guards outside, Ray asks if something happened, and the stall keeper explains that the local lord is searching for someone. A vendor warns the masked traveler that guards are randomly interrogating people, and after thanking him, the traveler excitedly notices a food stall. 2 armored guards joyfully head over, eager to finally eat and taste the food. The masked protagonist, unsure what rank guards are, offers to pay 1 coin for food, surprising the stall owner. The 2 guards brag that their presence keeps the village crime-free and demand free skewers as thanks. The distressed stall owner is told he should be grateful they are eating his food, leaving him bewildered. The masked traveler, puzzled that bandits exist despite there being guards, openly questions the situation, alarming the vendor. Confronted by the abusing guards, the traveler is insulted for his mask, but he calmly warns them to be ready if they draw their swords. He adds that attacking him will mean risking their lives. Laughing off the warning, the 2 guards rush in to crush him. With a single punch, the masked traveler knocks 1 guard flying. The remaining guard, bleeding and furious, shouts that the attacker will pay for assaulting the lord's men, boasting of their numbers. As more armored feet surround him, someone remarks that the traveler can punch but cannot handle a crowd. Surrounded by drawn swords, the lead guard orders the traveler to kneel and apologize if he wants to live. The traveler instead tells the furious guard to kneel himself and calls everyone to attack, provoking them. Smiling under his mask, the traveler mocks them all as ridiculous. He activates a power, gives them 10 seconds to drop their weapons, and demands they disarm. Weapons suddenly clatter to the ground as if forced from their hands. 1 guard discovers he cannot move his body and screams in pain. The traveler coldly says that if they wish to live properly, they will need discipline, and prepares to punish them. Their agonized screams echo through the village. Elsewhere, a blonde noblewoman hears the distant cries and wonders about the noise. A maid reports a widespread rumor that a lone man defeated all the Viscount's soldiers, which many witnesses claim is true, astonishing the noblewoman. The noblewoman asks about the hero's appearance, and hears he wore a mask and a white robe and sounded like a man. She recalls hearing that the famous saint is a martial artist who also wears a mask and senses something unusual. Convinced the mysterious savior is the saint, she orders that he be found and treated with utmost respect. Smiling among roses, she remarks that it finally feels like progress in her plans. Back in the village, someone calls out to the masked traveler, who acknowledges their arrival. The skewer seller thanks the traveler for preventing trouble last time, and asks what the lord wants from him. The vendor explains he heard the princess is currently staying in Bilo village, which surprises the traveler. The traveler wonders if the princess's visit is why the village is full of guards and suspects a connection. As the traveler doubts his suspicion, guards approach and say they need to inspect him. The vendor panics at more guards arriving, while the traveler wonders what is happening. A guard instead politely says the lord ordered them to escort the traveler, and asks him to come along. The skewer seller nervously insists he was only selling food, but the traveler assures him the guards are after him, not the vendor. The traveler reasons that a royal princess appearing in this remote area and the lord mobilizing so many soldiers clearly means they are looking for him. Dismissing the idea as unlikely yet agreeing to go, he accepts the invitation, and the thankful guard leads him away. A carriage rolls through the lord's gate, signaling the formal summons. As a maid offers to guide him, the traveler reflects that this is the place where his current journey began. The Viscount thinks the traveler followed to prevent more guard trouble and welcomes him enthusiastically as the saint. The lord cheerfully greets him after a long time, while the traveler complains about being summoned despite being busy. The Viscount apologizes, saying they knew he was busy but had no choice and begs forgiveness for the sudden invitation. A pair of dainty shoes descend the stairs as someone important approaches. The approaching woman steels herself, thinking the masked man is exactly who she suspected. Surrounded by flowers, she formally introduces herself as Princess Celestia Vasilia and hints at a political marriage. The traveler reflects that such political offers were common when he was the saint and prepares to answer. He tells her his name is Ray, says he is no longer a saint, and asks to be addressed simply as Ray, confusing her. Internally, she is shocked and offended at what she sees as poor manners. Celestia recalls researching the saint after her father ordered her to marry him, believing him reputedly wise, refined, and kind. Above all, she is aghast that he still wears that strange mask even at their first official meeting. Outraged at his rudeness, she fumes while the lord hurriedly changes the subject and invites the saint to the prepared feast. Ray responds that the feast sounds good. The banquet table is laden with extravagant seafood and roast dishes. Ray devours bread greedily, stuffing his mouth. He slurps noodles with equal abandon, ignoring etiquette. Overjoyed, he loudly proclaims how delicious everything is, eating with childlike gusto. The Viscount laughs and urges him to eat as much as he wants as others look on in amazement. Celestia is appalled at how uncivilized he is, feeling deeply offended. A narration explains that since childhood Celestia immersed herself in books, studying every field from geography and war to commerce and strategy. Because she is especially strict about etiquette and rhetoric, she cannot tolerate Ray's behavior and regrets coming so far for someone like him. Late at night, she excuses herself to retire, while the Viscount reminds her of the grand banquet planned for the next day. She coldly agrees, still upset. Ray thanks the Viscount for the good meal, and the Viscount invites him to the next day's banquet as well. Ray agrees to attend since he is already there and thinks that should be enough involvement. Elsewhere in the palace, someone hopes the upcoming banquet will completely win over the princess's heart. The next day, a lavish ballroom fills with guests for the grand banquet. Nobles gossip that it is odd for a princess to visit such a remote place, and confirm the rumor that the king wants her to marry the saint. Celestia makes a stunning entrance in a pink gown, drawing admiration. A noble greets her respectfully, and she tries to place who he is. He introduces himself as Ite, eldest son of Count Burial, reminding her they met at a previous castle banquet, and is honored she remembers him. Surrounded by noblemen vying for attention, Celestia ignores their introductions and instead asks where the saint is. She inwardly fumes that Ray still has not arrived, amazed at his lack of etiquette, while a worried Ite asks if something is bothering her. Ite pompously offers to do anything for her, boasting of his considerable magical power as a second circle wizard. Celestia says they need not worry and admits she is only concerned that the saint has not come to the banquet yet. One noble comments that failing to attend one's own banquet is extremely impolite and assumes Ray forgot about it entirely. Celestia wonders if he truly forgot and feels upset remembering how much time she spent preparing. Ite encourages her to forget about Ray and just enjoy the banquet, joking that absent kings are often criticized. Suddenly Ray appears at the banquet hall entrance, saying they should restrain their criticism when he is present. Celestia is startled as he apologizes for being delayed by some trouble and greets everyone. She stands speechless, while Ite glowers from behind her. Ite seethes at the sight of Ray, muttering the saint's title through clenched teeth. Half an hour before the banquet, a maid had knocked on Ray's door to summon him. She informed him the banquet was about to begin, and he agreed to come soon. Seeing him still in his plain robes, she asks if he intends to attend dressed like that. She explains her father has prepared a gift of formal clothes for him. She shows him the outfit and says the Viscount really hopes he will accept it, while Ray lazily suggests just going as he is. Begging him, she says she will be scolded if he refuses and that she was ordered to ensure he changes. He reluctantly agrees to wear it and head to the hall, though he grumbles when she says she has one more request. She eagerly offers to help style him to match the outfit. He allows it but says his lateness will not be his fault, which she cheerfully accepts. Later in the ballroom, Etra from Count Burial's family introduces himself to Ray, noting that while main characters are often late, Ray was very late indeed. Hearing that Ray's tardiness was due to unforeseen trouble, Celestia realizes he was not intentionally disrespectful, though Etra subtly criticizes the frontier baron's handling of the event. Ray thanks them for the banquet and invites Celestia to visit his territory someday, promising proper hospitality, then asks who they are to atone for the baron's mistakes. Etra lectures that nobles must not offend guests and warns that any incident at such a grand banquet could disgrace all attendees. Other nobles whisper that the baron appears to have blundered, remarking that mistakes at a banquet are hard to smooth over. Ray finally cuts in, saying the matter is already settled since he himself is fine, and tells Etra to stop meddling, prompting a reluctant apology. Ite politely takes his leave from Celestia and Ray, wishing them an enjoyable time, and she responds courteously. Walking away, Ite seethes internally, clearly enraged. Shortly afterward, Celestia shyly asks Ray for a private moment, and he agrees. Out on a moonlit terrace, she notes that he has removed his mask. She asks why he hid his face until now, and he says it was simply to avoid bothersome situations. Celestia replies that it makes sense given she traveled so far by carriage just to meet him, though he says that was not what he meant. Ray asks why the Baron locked down the town just to find him, and Celestia begins to explain. She bluntly states that the lockdown was to deliver a royal marriage proposal on the king's orders, shocking Ray. Celestia confirms the proposal is for him, which Ray inwardly suspected. Ray responds that he has no intention of getting married. He points out she likely does not want a political marriage with a stranger either, and she admits that is true. He says that since they have no feelings for each other, such a marriage is meaningless and asks her to tell the king he is not interested, while she reflects on her father's devotion to Cilia. Celestia explains her father thinks Ray's exceptional abilities would be a great asset and that, as a dutiful princess, she is prepared to obey for the kingdom's sake. With tears forming, she says she must marry Ray according to her father's will. Ray asks if she is alright, and she apologizes for showing such unseemly emotion. He remarks that he has heard she is extraordinarily talented, having skipped grades and graduated early, yet she is being forced to marry because of her father's words. She resigns herself to this fate as a princess and suggests they proceed, even as a tear falls. He imagines her vowing to chase and propose to him forever if he refuses, leaving him silently exasperated. Instead, Ray says he has a different proposal for her, piquing her curiosity. He promises to maintain friendly relations with Cilia and begins outlining his idea. Ray proposes that Celestia herself become the queen of Cilia. When she doubts she could do so, he insists someone as intelligent as her can manage and offers his support if needed. He tells her he understands living by others' decisions but that real life means not letting others control you. He encourages her to choose and pave her own path so she can truly call it her life. Ray argues that since she is not marrying him anyway, gaining political power is better than gaining nothing and jokes that she now owes him a debt. Celestia silently weighs his words, her eyes shining. She then loudly declares that she, Celestia Cilia, gladly accepts his proposal and looks forward to working with him. Ray is pleasantly surprised by her enthusiastic agreement. They seal their partnership with a firm handshake under the night sky. Celestia adds that she can report to her father that the saint absolutely refused the marriage, which Ray allows. The scene shifts back to the banquet hall chandelier, signaling the return to festivity. The Viscount calls out to the saint, and Ray greets Viscount Gade. Ray learns the Viscount had been looking for him mainly to apologize properly for earlier events. When asked about Celestia, the Viscount notices the princess now laughing brightly, while she insists that nothing special is going on. The Viscount points out how radiant her face looks and suspects something happened between them, but Ray brushes it off and suggests they just get a drink. The Viscount playfully presses for details as the two men head off together. Nearby, Ite bitterly calls Ray a parasite and questions his worth, while a companion warns him to mind his words because Ray is still the saint. Ite scoffs that Ray left the Holy Kingdom and is effectively just a commoner, saying he refuses to hand the princess to such a low-born man and questions his ally's motives. His ally admits he feels similarly but sees no clear option, prompting Ite to reveal he has a special poison. The ally explains the poison spreads easily on the wind and can be sent into Ray's cup with a simple wind spell. Another conspirator promises to control the wind so they will not be caught, confidently taking on the task. Ite, burning with jealousy over Ray, taking his princess and earlier insults, vows to eliminate him cleanly. Music begins as someone strums a stringed instrument, continuing the banquet's entertainment. Walking together, Celestia and Ray comment that the banquet is delightful and praise the Viscount's efforts. Celestia asks if Ray is leaving soon. He replies that he must, since he has preparations to make to keep his promise. She vows he will not regret trusting her, and he suggests they toast together. Watching from afar, Ite inwardly urges Ray to drink, convinced the poisoned toast will kill him. A narration reveals that while Ray was away, the mage used air hand to drop poison into his cup. Ike gloats that the saint's drink is already lethally poisoned and that he will die within a few steps. As Celestia notes the glasses were swapped and claims one as hers, Ike panics. Despite his silent protest, the two raise their glasses and toast to Celia's peace and enduring trust. At the last second, Ike lunges in, knocking the poisoned glass from Celestia's hand. The glass shatters on the floor, spilling the tainted drink harmlessly. Ray demands to know what he is doing, while Ite stammers and then senses something is off. Celestia quickly identifies the liquid by its strong sour smell as a corrosive poison that would have destroyed her throat if she had drunk it. Realizing she nearly died and that Ite saved her, she thanks him for stopping her and apologizes for scolding him earlier, while he nervously insists it was nothing. A nervous noble realizes a man has just saved the princess from an attack on royalty, and worries the incident might be covered up. The noble confronts the silver-haired man, demanding to know how he recognized the cup as poisoned. The man is confused as the noble points out he was too far away to have smelled the sour poison. The noble presses him, saying he leapt in as soon as Princess Celestia lifted the cup, as if he already knew it was poisoned, and insists on an explanation. The man admits he had been staring at the saint and the princess, saw someone briefly hover a hand over the cup while they were gone, and thus suspected poison. The princess realizes a man targeted the drink and that either she or the saint could have been poisoned. She formally ends the banquet in her name and orders everyone to leave immediately. Shaken and sweating, the noble leaves the hall with the rest of the guests. The silver-haired man silently watches him go, clearly suspicious. Later, running outside and gasping, the noble thinks how close he came to being executed if anything had gone wrong. He curses the unexpected cup switch and reflects that if he had not intervened, the plot might have succeeded. Deciding to erase evidence instead of dwelling on it, he uses earth magic to dig into the ground. He drops a distinctive vial into the hole, believing this will solve his problem. A voice orders him to stop, startling him as he realizes someone has caught him in the act. The newcomer demands to know what he just buried in the ground. Seeing the silver-haired man, the noble panics inwardly while the man calmly says he saw a vial. The noble forces himself to stay calm, pretending ignorance while the man presses him further. Using magic, the silver-haired man commands the buried vial to surface, astonishing the noble. Horrified that silent magic was used, the noble hears the man say the vial reeks of the same poison from the princess's drink. The silver-haired man asks what he wants in return and says the noble should first apologize. He points out the noble tried to kill him but not the princess, acknowledging the earlier rescue and offering some leniency. He notes that public exposure would force him to pursue the princess's poisoner, which he finds troublesome, so he seems inclined to keep it quiet. Instead, he cheerfully announces he will simply beat the noble up as punishment. The noble can only stammer in disbelief. The silver-haired man brutally punches him, launching him away. The noble crashes to the ground, crying out in pain. Bleeding and sobbing, he's ordered to get up because the beating has only just begun, and he protests that he's a high noble who will have revenge. The healer retorts by asking if the noble thought he could get away with attempted murder, as the noble hastily throws up a magic shield. The healer smashes through the shield, declaring it useless, and the noble screams. As the beating continues, the noble begs for mercy in the name of the saint, but the healer says he left the Holy Kingdom long ago and keeps hitting him. The healer grins manically, promising not to kill him. The noble's face is swollen and tearful as the punishment goes on off-screen. The night sky echoes with the noble's distant screams and the sounds of blows landing. Narration explains that after the banquet, all nobles departed Viscount Gade's estate and Celestia returned to the royal palace. The Viscount effusively thanks the saint for his help and pledges his family's loyalty, while the healer narrator notes, he himself is grateful too. The healer heads off, thinking he will be back home soon. On the road he laments that trouble keeps finding him even after quitting as a saint, and wonders if it's the causality Era mentioned, just wanting a quiet life when something catches his attention. Near his home, a young man sees his father lying beaten on the ground and wonders who did it. Outside their house, Sia stands engulfed in vivid blue mana flames that shock the healer. Recognizing Sia, he watches as she happily calls out to him amid the blue aura. Back inside, someone sets down a simple meal and asks if he has been slacking off, implying concern about his condition. The family laughs about the father even losing to Sia without using aura or mana, and he proudly praises his daughter. Sia eagerly asks her older brother if her performance is good enough, seeking his approval. She reminds him he once promised to take her along on his work if she became strong and chides him for forgetting, forcing him to admit he did say that. Deciding there should be some guild requests by now, he suggests they go together, and Sia enthusiastically agrees. Arriving in Yahello village, Sia marvels at the bustling town and its tall clock tower. He points out that the large building beside the clock tower is the Adventurers Guild. As they walk, he asks if they should tour the village first, but Sia insists they can explore later. He notes it's her first time somewhere so crowded, yet she says she is more curious about his work and drags him toward the guild. Watching her, he thinks she is far too mature for her age. Inside the guild hall, people notice the masked healer's arrival. Overhearing gossip that the suspicious healer has returned and that guards were once after him, he walks in with Sia as onlookers speculate. Sia bristles at the rude comments about him hiding behind a mask and starts to speak up while he quietly calls her name in warning. He tenses awkwardly, bracing for whatever Sia will do. Sia glares silently, clearly displeased. At the request board, he looks for healer jobs and spots one that catches his eye. He is surprised that the healer job listed offers only 2 silver coins as payment. He judges the reward far too low for a healer or even a normal adventurer to accept. Deciding no one else will take it, he tears the request off the board to handle it himself. He tells Sia they are leaving, and she agrees but asks for a moment. Sia's eyes glow blue as she activates powerful magic. Blue projectiles of mana shoot off at high speed from her spell. Outside, some thugs yelp in pain as the invisible attack stings them repeatedly. Sia cheerfully returns to Ray saying she is done and urges him to go, while he scolds her for misusing the mana road he gave her. On the way to the request site outside Yahello, he reviews the symptoms listed, including coughing blood, nosebleeds, and burning pain in throat and chest. Sia clinically speculates about advanced medical conditions that could cause those symptoms, impressing Ray. He praises Sia for studying the medical books he lent her, and she proudly confirms she read them all. Calling her a smart kid, he listens as she points out the distant cabin that should be their destination but senses something odd. Ray senses mana at the cabin that feels neither human nor elven and is uneasy, though he reminds himself a patient's race should not matter. Approaching the door, he notes the mana feels familiar and introduces himself as the guild healer while knocking. The door opens and a relieved woman welcomes him inside. Ray learns the women he once saved from monsters sent the request, and they thank him for rescuing them. In flashback, they recount returning to find the monsters already slain and Ray gone, and he notes her leg has fully healed. The woman reveals they are Dampiers who heal quickly and that his medicine worked well, prompting Ray to ask why they requested a healer now. She admits they specifically needed him and set the low reward hoping his kindness would draw him. Sia scolds them for manipulating his kindness, but Ray waves it off and asks who the patient is, only to hear a weak voice say it is her. A pale young noblewoman, clearly ill, is urged by her attendant to lie down but instead thanks Ray for coming so far. Ray confirms she is the patient and asks if the pain is in her throat and chest as previously described. The attendant apologizes, explaining they lied about the symptoms to hide her true condition and asking where it actually hurts. The woman explains she sometimes cannot breathe and has terrible cyclical chest pain, and Ray probes the timing and pattern of the episodes. When asked to point to the pain, she presses her chest, suggesting it comes from deep inside, leading Ray to suspect a heart problem. Ray bluntly asks if she avoids drinking blood, implying a link between her condition and her vampire nature. Shocked she has figured out, she listens as Ray explains that a blood-dependent species needs blood to maintain bodily functions and her body is failing from long deprivation. Sia summarizes that her coronary arteries and veins likely have serious issues like clots or blockages, and Ray agrees. Ray explains her vessels are narrowing and hardening, causing pain, and she nervously asks if it is treatable. He says it can be treated but only through a difficult surgery that he must prepare for in advance. Ray warns that unlike divine healing, his methods are surgical and risky, essentially cutting her open to heal her. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the vampire domain, someone complains that succession for family head should go to the purer-blooded heir and resents interference. Tifria's brother argues that humans are mere livestock and criticizes her for protecting them. Tifria retorts that while they rely on human blood, humans are not livestock, then suddenly clutches her chest in pain. Overcome by the same heart pain, she groans while her brother coldly dismisses her suffering. He taunts that she cannot even care for herself yet tries to protect lowly beings. Despite her condition, Tifria vows to keep fighting for the inheritance until he changes his attitude toward humans. Her brother tells her to do as she likes, saying her body is already failing and he can wait for her demise while enjoying himself. Back in the cabin, Ray declares he is prepared for the risks, and the woman quietly agrees. Ray smiles and proposes attempting coronary artery bypass graft surgery on her. As he warns the procedure will be painful, she asks a favor, to choose the location in case it is her last day alive. She requests that the surgery be done at her own estate in the vampire village of Nightborn. Ray privately frets that she is thinking of dying before the operation, and also that he has not done heart surgery in a long time. He studies references on vampire biology, realizing their anatomy may differ from humans, and that he must proceed with extreme caution. He asks where she wants the surgery performed, and she answers at her Nightborn estate. Ray and Sia both try to send the other home for safety, but Sia refuses and accuses them of trying to ditch her. Ray gently insists he does not want her exposed to danger, and promises to bring her a present, so she reluctantly agrees to return home. With that settled, he agrees to follow the Dampiers to their estate. After half a day's journey into the mountains, they arrive at a hidden location that Tifria identifies as the place. A vast, luxurious mansion appears in the wilderness, and Tifria invites him inside. A servant welcomes her home, notices the human scent, and Tifria explains Ray is there to treat her. Another attendant mutters that ancestors forbade associating with humans, causing Tifria to scold her for insulting her guest. Tifria apologizes to Ray for the staff's attitude and formally begins introducing herself. She reveals her true name, Tifria Sanguis, and asks him to handle her surgery, stunning her attendants. Ray realizes she is enacting the vampire tradition of true name sharing, a serious sign of trust. Accepting the gesture, he introduces himself as Ray and pledges to ensure her swift recovery. Tifria gratefully asks if the surgery can be scheduled 2 days later because she has unfinished business. She then explains that in Nightborn, leadership goes to the one with the purest blood, so factions have formed around her and her brother, creating a succession conflict. To avoid interference with the surgery, she needs time to put pressure on the opposing faction, which Ray accepts since he also needs more time to examine her. Tifria arranges for attendants to escort Ray to his quarters in the mansion. On the way, Ray asks whether the opposing faction ever launches sudden attacks, and the attendant says not while neutral elders are present. However, the attendant worries that bringing a human healer could give their enemies a pretext to strike, prompting Ray to ask why Nightborn despise humans. She explains that most vampires simply see humans as livestock beneath them rather than truly hating them. She adds that Tifria is different, treating all lives equally and even employing a damper like her, which makes Tifria's faction smaller. Ray ponders this quietly as they continue down the hall. The next day dawns, and Ray confirms there are no major impediments to performing the surgery. He explains that if it is a coronary problem he can graft a thigh vein, which Tifria does not fully understand but is relieved by his confidence. Tifria entrusts her life to him for tomorrow's operation, while the attendant frets that she is busy preparing to meet someone. Suddenly an intruder storms in, knocking an attendant aside. Tifria's brother appears, ominously saying he can already see her dying. He calls her name sharply, making his hostile presence clear. She notes bitterly that he arrived sooner than expected and challenges him for bringing up her human guest. He turns to Ray, confirming he is the human Tifria invited, and Ray politely says it is nice to meet him while realizing this must be her older brother. The brother laughs at Ray's nerve and orders Tifria to leave so he can talk to the human alone. Ray insists he cannot allow that since he is her guest, while the brother claims he just wants to talk, not eat him. When Tifria resists, he threatens to hold her accountable for bringing a human into their domain without permission. Tifria reluctantly agrees to leave, saying she can protect herself but clearly worried. With a pained apology to Ray, she exits the room. Left alone with Ray, the brother casts a spell of silence on the area and asks what Ray wants to discuss. He coldly orders that Ray must heal Tifria no matter what and warns that failure means Ray's death. He then reassures him that success will spare his life, swearing this on his own name, Burmart. Ray, bewildered that the faction leader opposing Tifria is now demanding her survival, concludes his only job is to heal her. Accepting that healing is his role, he jokes that if he fails he may as well quit being a healer, and Burmart says he likes that resolve. As Burmart turns to leave, he casually calls Ray human again. Outside, Burmart reflects that threatening Ray's life was excessive. He then awkwardly apologizes, admitting he was agitated by other matters and may have pressured Ray too much. Ray comments that Burmart must care deeply for his sister and relates as an older brother himself, surprising Burmart. Burmart denies caring much, saying only that his sister's death would bother him. He decides not to distract Ray further before the operation and ends their talk for the day. Watching him go, Ray concludes that Burmart's family situation is extremely complicated. Elsewhere, a furious vampire brutally kills a subordinate for acting on an order only after half a year. She rages that she entrusted incompetent fools as elders, who now tremble before her. Seated on a throne, the vampire matriarch orders them to eliminate the treacherous child and absorb the opposing factions, and they hurriedly obey. Revealed in full, she declares their target is Tifria's territory, setting her daughter's domain as the destination of the coming attack. Someone arrives at a grand estate, saying they will be under its care today. Ray, a doctor, confirms everything is ready and notes that the long-awaited surgery day has come. The narration explains that Ray thoroughly prepared for the surgery by collecting needed blood from the estate's servants. Because of Tifria's past kindness, the servants eagerly donate blood, revealing how much they care for her. During preparation, Ray discovers that the Nightborn can convert any blood into a form compatible with their bodies, a unique biological trait. This ability means the Nightborn have no concept of ABO or RH blood types. Therefore, Ray can use any donated blood, a key reason Tifria's heart surgery can proceed safely with ample blood packs. As the operation begins, Ray steels himself despite unease. Burmart, Tifria's brother, asks if Ray will stay in the operating room the whole time and insists on watching. Bernhardt claims he wants to witness his foolish sister's possible last moments with his own eyes. Ray tells Bernhardt to sit quietly, then asks the anxious Tifria if she is ready as she lies on the table and agrees. Ray anesthetizes her, assuring her she will feel nothing as she drifts into unconsciousness. Bernhardt is shocked that Ray can put someone with such high blood purity to sleep so easily. Ray examines Tifria's chest, observing that nothing seems wrong externally as he makes the incision. Inspecting her heart, Ray concludes that avoiding blood consumption has caused severe coronary artery narrowing and even complete blockages. He compares this to a vampire's usual rapid healing and resolves to manually hold and operate on the heart. Ray plans a bypass, connecting the internal thoracic artery to the coronary artery to restore smoother blood flow. While working, he suddenly senses something unusual within the heart. Realizing there is demonic energy inside Tifria, he panics. Ray wonders why her heart holds demonic energy and decides he must act quickly to remove it. He activates his mana to confront the malignant force. Ray senses that the demonic energy is deeply rooted in Tifria's heart, having been there for a long time. As he interferes, previously healthy vessels begin rupturing and bleeding. Ray recognizes that moving the clinging demonic energy further damages her weakened heart, alarming Bernhardt. To stabilize things, Ray orders Bernhardt to calm down and squeeze a blood pouch to increase transfusion. Ray focuses on first sealing off the bleeding vessels with mana. He then notices Tifria's heartbeat slowing as the demonic energy resists his mana and calls for even more blood. Bernhardt agrees to help, while Ray resolves that he must purge the demonic energy before continuing the operation. Ray maintains mana activation while simultaneously sealing ruptured vessels and orders Bernhardt to keep the blood flowing. Pouring in power, Ray declares he is reaching the final step of the purification. At last he forces all demonic energy out of Tifria's body and confirms no more vessels are rupturing. He injects a sedative to ease the shock response and feels the worst part has passed. Ray calmly finishes the bypass connection, sutures, and applies antimicrobial treatment. He announces the surgery is finished, prompting Bernhardt to anxiously ask if Tifria is alright. Ray replies that while the surgery went well, he cannot promise her full recovery, which upsets Bernhardt. He explains that demonic energy had already severely damaged Tifria's heart, far more than he expected. Ray suspects Bernhardt's mother is involved and questions the mention of mother. Bernhardt curses that everything he has done was ultimately for his manipulative mother, and wonders if he has always been her pawn. Desperate, Bernhardt begs Ray to find some way to save Tifria, while Ray notes that her blood has much higher mana than the servants. Bernhardt explains that he and Tifria possess the highest blood purity among their race, helping Ray realize why ordinary transfusions did not work inside her body. Ray clarifies that for Nightborn, blood is essentially mana itself, so giving her servant's blood was like trying to fill a well with a teacup. He adds that Tifria lost too much of her own highly mana-rich blood during surgery, and such a loss causes irreversible harm despite her regeneration. The biggest problem, Ray says, is that her weakened heart can no longer circulate blood effectively, threatening her survival. Ray concludes that to save her, they must transfuse blood as pure and vital as her own so her heart can function again. Bernhardt immediately offers all of his own blood, insisting it should be enough to save his sister. Ray objects that they do not know how much Bernhardt can lose without suffering his own irreversible damage. He warns that offering blood so recklessly is akin to sacrificing his life, but Bernhardt proclaims Tifria is his light. Bernhardt is ready to die as long as she lives, and Ray says he understands those feelings. Still, Ray insists that killing one patient to save another violates his ethics, causing Bernhardt to cry out in frustration. Bernhardt begs on his knees, revealing that his whole life has been about protecting Tifria, who once saved him from their mother. Ray asks if Bernhardt's mother implanted the demonic energy, and Bernhardt believes she did, as the only Nightborn who wields such power. Bernhardt describes his mother as both his birth mother and the monstrous leader of the Nightborn, who wounded him as a child just to drink his blood. He recounts a childhood filled with abuse and a constant wish for death until someone appeared and changed his life. That savior was the young Tifria, shown as a cheerful little girl. Bernhardt recalls being indoctrinated with the belief that pure-blood Nightborn rule over all races. Under his mother's oppression, that ideology was drilled into him from a young age. She taught that the impure must be despised and forced him, knife in hand, to follow her cruel commands. Bernhardt remembers her cutting his hand to draw blood. His blood was collected into a goblet for her use. She drank it with relish. Bernhardt endured these dark days, obeying every order while she praised the taste of his blood. Then Tifria entered his life. She was born of a mother with low blood purity yet shared his pure blood father, making her an outcast from birth. When Bernhardt first met Tifria, she greeted him shyly, full of uncertainty. Their mother despised Tifria, servants avoided her, and Bernhardt initially considered her insignificant. One day, when a damper servant angered mother simply by making eye contact, she prepared to kill the man. The terrified servant begged Lady Elamore for mercy. Mother coldly rejected his pleas for forgiveness. The servant trembled in fear. As mother moved to strike, someone cried out begging her to stop. Young Tifria stepped between them, protesting that killing over eye contact was wrong. Mother insisted that her law must be followed and that punishment was inevitable for disobedient servants. Tifria then pleaded with her mother not to punish the servant, arguing anyone can make mistakes. Mother agreed only if someone else took the punishment in his place, and Tifria accepted. Tifria bravely volunteered to receive the punishment instead of the servant. Bernmart was stunned that she would go so far for a lowly damper. Confused and angry, he wondered how Tifria could be so different and felt emotions he had never known. He likens her to a small star of light that never shrank away even in the cold darkness of their home. Her compassion for the weak gave Bernmart a warmth he had never felt before. From then on he vowed to protect Tifria, enduring Mother's repeated attempts to kill her despite opportunities to escape. To keep Tifria safe, Bernmart swore loyalty to Mother, though she never truly intended to let Tifria live. Now he begs Ray again, insisting Tifria's life is worth more than his and demanding his blood be given to her. Ray finally agrees to the plan but adds a condition. He reiterates he will not sacrifice Bernmart immediately, and hopes to find another way while Tifria's heart still has time. A servant bursts in, and Bernmart angrily scolds him for entering without permission. The servant announces that Mother has arrived at the estate with a battalion of soldiers. Ray realizes the immense mana he sensed earlier came from her, and wonders why she appeared so suddenly. Bernmart orders Ray to stay with Tifria while he goes to confront Mother, but Ray volunteers to handle it himself. Bernmart warns that Mother will slaughter a human on sight, yet Ray insists he should go since Bernmart cannot defeat her, and her pure blood may be useful. Ray remarks darkly that even something vile can serve as medicine, hinting he will use Mother's blood if needed. Outside, Mother attacks the estate with overwhelming force, causing explosions and screams. A terrified servant begs for his life as a shadowy, red-eyed presence condemns him for bringing filthy blood into their midst. Mother rants that she should have eliminated Tifria and those who followed her from the start. She commands her children to massacre everyone and drink their fill. Ray counters with a blast of blue mana. His magic erupts in a massive explosion outside the estate. Ray confronts Mother, stating she is exactly the villain he expected. Mother comments on his boldness and throwing mana at her. She studies him more closely. She scoffs at Bernmart for bringing a human into her estate. She orders the elders to restrain this insolent intruder, and her followers rush to obey. Ray disperses their attack with another powerful mana burst. Mother responds by raining down a huge fire spell, Flame Strike. Ray's eyes glow as he prepares a countermeasure. He is shocked that his magic is being challenged so fiercely. Mother laughs wildly, impressed that a mere human can wield such high-level magic. Yet she declares he is still only a lowly human as her dark power engulfs him. Ray senses intense demonic energy gathering. Mother transforms into a more monstrous true form and announces she will now kill him. She unleashes a storm of demonic energy toward Ray. Ray deduces she modified her body with demonic energy, a forbidden power usually used by dark magicians and necromancers. He realizes that as a vampire using such power she is more than a mere ruler of vampires and accuses her of valuing lordship above even her children's lives. Mother mocks his arrogance and claims a human could never understand. She declares that this power was granted to her by mysterious beings and justifies her rule and sacrifices as their will. Ray questions who they are, and she claims she was chosen by ancient beings watching the world since antiquity. She boasts that only those worthy of ruling over all sacrifices receive such power. Proclaiming that the end times are near, she channels darkness into a catastrophic spell. She casts Nightfall, creating a gigantic dark sphere over the estate. The spell tears up the surroundings, demonstrating its destructive force. Ray notes she is willing to destroy her own estate while she exults in the overwhelming power. Ray calmly acknowledges her overwhelming power. He then makes a small gesture with his hand, preparing a counter. With that motion he causes the massive dark sphere to implode, shocking Mother. She stares in disbelief as the spell disintegrates in the sky. Mother realizes Ray neutralized an 8th Circle Grand spell that consumed most of her power just by clenching his fist. Horrified, she recognizes Ray as a great being, and hears him suggest that as she grew stronger, Bernmart lost more. Terrified, she thinks of fleeing while Ray calls her ambitions trash and says Bernmart was only her slave. Ray criticizes her for justifying atrocities as the cost of power and projects a terrifying vision that fills her with real fear. He agrees that everything has a price. Ray tells her it is now time to pay that price and fatally strikes her, leaving her gasping in shock. He then commands mana to gather, creating a concentrated blast enveloping her. After the battle, Tifria receives a blood transfusion from Elamur's remains and gradually recovers enough to sit up. Feeling great, Tifria thanks Ray as Bernmart happily rushes to her side and their relationship improves. Bernmart fusses over her health and the narration notes that the Nightborn factions have united behind Tifria as the next leader. Bernmart formally thanks Ray on behalf of the Nightborn, while Ray says he only did what was necessary. Ray remarks that he may have meddled too much but trusts them to handle things from here, and Bernmart promises to repay this debt someday. Bernmart and Tifria tell Ray their doors will always be open if he returns. The narration states that the once dark estate is beginning a new, brighter era. Ray's deeds become a lasting part of Nightborn history. Elsewhere, elders in a remote village discuss a worsening problem that no one has a solution for. One villager laments that 2 of his children are already affected and fears the village will be destroyed. Another explains that expensive holy water has only worsened the sick villager's condition. They worry about running out of money and losing the priest's help, feeling cornered. The gathered men despair that the situation keeps deteriorating and they have no idea what to do. On his travels, Ray, now masked, muses that he took this route as a shortcut. He notices an unmarked, out-of-the-way village and finds it suspicious. As evening falls, he decides to seek shelter there and is greeted warily by a villager. Ray notes the man's poor condition while the villager realizes Ray must be an outsider. The villager claims to be an adventurer from another village, but Ray silently observes obvious signs of illness. Ray asks about his health, and the man evasively blames poverty, prompting Ray to suspect there is more to the story. Ray diagnoses a villager as poisoned, and the man asks how Ray knew. The villager admits in secret that a priest recently came to their village. Ray hears that the priest forbade talk of the poisoning, which the villager says has become unbearable. The villager explains the village was once prosperous, then children and eventually everyone fell ill, so they kept donating to the priest for medicine. Ray questions these donations, and the villager says the priest makes holy water and trades it for their offerings. Ray asks to meet the priest, but the villager, saying he stays at the chief's house, hesitantly advises against it. The villager warns that the priest hates unexpected visitors and could cause serious trouble, making Ray suspect deeper danger. Ray thinks he understands the village's situation and decides to help while he is there. The grateful villager offers to host Ray for the night in return for his help. As they head to the house, Ray notes the so-called priest is just a wandering cleric whose treatments should have cured the villagers by now. Ray concludes something is off with a village this poisoned and decides to stay to find a cure, when he suddenly notices something. Smelling something suspicious, Ray traces it to the village well. He peers into the well to investigate. Ray is shocked by what he senses within. Time passes to sunset over the village. Ray focuses, seemingly using his abilities near the well. He confirms the well water reeks of poison and something more. Ray detects magi, a dark energy, dissolved in the well water. Puzzled, he wonders why such poison appears here and what is truly happening. Ray determines the dose is tiny but deadly over time, ensuring the villagers will eventually die if they keep drinking it. He reasons the culprit is not trying to exterminate the whole village at once but is likely a single person targeting them slowly. Ray deduces the scheme is to poison people gradually, then sell holy water as a profitable antidote, and concludes the new priest is responsible. Worried this scandal would disgrace the holy nation, Ray resolves to solve the case at any cost. A few days later, a bird carrying a stone flies, marking the passage of time. Ray observes that children and the elderly are hit hardest by the poison, while healthy adults fare better. He analyzes that the toxin is absorbed through digestion, wrecks immunity, and that the villagers' poverty and malnutrition made weaker groups sicker faster. From this he concludes proper nutrition will let them recover quickly. Ray tells everyone that, though Magi's effects are unclear, the priority is to eat well and boost immunity, and calls the villagers to gather. Villagers excitedly say the outsider has prepared a meal, speculating he hunted beasts from afar to cook it. Thankful villagers praise Ray's skills as they line up with bowls, and he urges them all to eat. Some villagers confront the chief, confused about his earlier statement. The chief apologetically asks to take the meat soup, and Ray agrees, saying the starving chief should eat too. When asked how much, Ray awkwardly clarifies he meant taking all of the soup. The villagers accuse the chief of greed, and he nervously admits he is following the priest's orders. Ray is alarmed as the chief reports the priest claimed the food might be poisoned and ordered it thrown away. Outraged villagers protest that the priest once said holy water would cure them yet now wants them to waste precious food and starve. The chief tries to calm them and asks them to endure for his sake, but they angrily stress how valuable the food is until someone interrupts. Ray confirms the bearded man is the chief and asks him to surrender the food. Ray then bluntly asks whether the chief is being threatened, causing the man to flinch. The chief hastily denies it, but his reaction makes Ray more suspicious. Resigned, the chief allows Ray to take the food, and Ray thanks him. Nearby, a family looks weary and worried as tensions rise. Ray silently watches the uneasy villagers. That night, narration notes hunger is fraying everyone's nerves. Elsewhere, a holy knight tells the priest villagers are starting to resist and reminds him the reporting deadline to the holy nation has passed. The priest says it is not time to report yet because writing it would take half a day during which villagers might revolt, and the knight agrees to delay. The priest asks about the village mood and hears that people are nearly crazed from hunger and could riot at any moment. Laughing, the priest insults the villagers for trusting an outsider and says hiring private soldiers was wise because the chief is terrified. Looking at crates of holy water bottles, he decides to stop selling since the villagers are broke, and wonders why his bosses care about such a backwater. Asked why he does not make real holy water despite its value, the priest scoffs that it is too much effort. Grinning, he confesses that with a priest's word even ordinary water can be passed off as holy water. That night Ray overhears their plan to increase poison levels in the well over the next week, realizing they intend to erase the village without leaving evidence. A shocked knight calls the priest insane, and both turn at a voice. Ray appears, questioning their motives and who the mysterious, them, orchestrating this is. He says he has heard everything and shows a coded parchment taken from a soldier, warning them not to deny it. The priest, seeing the situation is exposed, mutters there is no point hiding anything now. He lunges to kill Ray, declaring he never planned to let him live, but Ray calmly says he expected such a move. Ray states he can get the truth regardless, unnerving the knight and priest. Ray manifests a fearsome spectral power behind him. Under this power, the priest rides and Ray commands him to answer truthfully with no lies. Ray interrogates him, starting by asking whether he personally made the poison. The priest denies it, and Ray recalls the parchment's code looked familiar, prompting another question. Ray asks if the priest is connected to the group called Proxia, which horrifies him. As the priest starts to utter disjointed words, Ray senses something wrong and urges him not to continue. The priest suddenly transforms under a curse, chanting for blood. He screams a fanatical slogan about killing the goddess through mass death before self-destructing. A violent explosion shakes the building. Afterwards Ray, spattered with blood, is horrified and wonders what just happened. A recap explains that after leaving Vampire Lands, Ray found this village suffering from a mysterious illness. The summary notes, Ray discovered faint poison and magi in the well water. It recounts how he cooked food to boost immunity, only for the priest to demand it be discarded. Ray, becoming suspicious, tailed the priest to gather information. The recap ends with the priest uttering cryptic words and killing himself under a curse. Back in the present, Ray judges most villagers' poisoning mild but notes some severe cases will need more than just improved immunity. He knows poison and magi are best countered by holy water but realizes the priest's holy water was fake. Ray suddenly wonders if he might be able to create genuine holy water himself. Reasoning that everything is made of mana and that holy power repels magi, he thinks he can infuse his will and mana into the well to neutralize the poison. He acts on this idea, placing his hand in the well and attempting to create holy water. A surge of blue power erupts skyward as his spell takes effect. Narration explains that Ray's homemade holy water healed the poisoned villagers, and their symptoms vanished. Later, Ray marches away with the surviving knight bound by rope. The knight nervously follows behind, unsure of his fate. The villagers thank Ray as their savior for rescuing them. Ray downplays it and says he will personally escort the holy knight to a temple, then remembers something else to mention. The chief offers Ray a bottle found among the priest's possessions as payment, and Ray recognizes it as emotional liquor. Exposition describes emotional liquor as a unique masterpiece by brewmaster Curvin that changes taste and scent with the drinker's emotions. Ray recalls its great value among nobles, having seen it once before, and is surprised to find such a rare item here. Later, Ray addresses the captured knight. He bluntly asks if the knight plans to self-destruct like the priest, confusing the man. The knight insists he knew nothing, only joined for money, and Ray notes that if he were cursed he would already have exploded. Ray then questions him about the liquor bottle. Pressured, the knight reveals the liquor came from people called Wagem who gave it to the priest. Ray learns Wagem are likely Proxia's messengers or executioners. The knight adds that each Wagem he saw had overwhelming power and a terrifying aura. Ray thinks that in the Proxia he knew there was nothing called Wagem. Then the knight anxiously asks what will become of him. Ray says he will obviously be sent to the Holy Nation to answer for his crimes when a voice interjects, ordering him to stop. A cloaked figure demands Ray hand over what he is holding. Multiple hooded Wagem appear, and the knight recognizes them in fear. Ray confirms they are Wagem and asks if they want the emotional liquor he received as reward, refusing to give it up. The lead Wagem warns that refusing means death. The terrified knight begs Ray for help, claiming to be on his side. Before he can finish pleading, something deadly happens to him. A Wagem tells Ray he is next. Ray dodges an attack as a purple blade of power swings past. He counters with a powerful blue slash of energy. One Wagem is knocked down. The Wagem rises with a glowing purple eye, revealing inhuman resilience. Ray answers with another blue slash. A massive purple explosion erupts from the clash. Ray analyzes that his strike hit the cervical spine perfectly. Yet the Wagem shows no normal spinal reaction, convincing Ray it is not a normal human. Another Wagem warns his comrades that Ray is strong and suggests they all attack together. Ray decides to end it here and powers up. He releases an intense blue aura that engulfs the area. Using a spell called Hold, Ray conjures glowing chains. The chains bind a Wagem tightly, leaving him struggling. Ray reasons that Wagem are probably cursed to self-destruct if they reveal secrets, and instead orders the captive to deliver a warning from him to their masters. He tells the bound Wagem to pass that message along, and then dismisses him. As the Wagem departs through a portal, Ray watches. The Wagem suddenly explodes under a curse, shocking Ray. Ray realizes the curse triggers not only on revealing information but also on being tracked, foiling his attempt to follow them. Examining the remains, he feels uneasy about something strange he senses. Looking closer, he sees the Wagem bodies are hollow constructs filled with liquid magi rather than human organs. The strong scent coming from the remains strikes him as familiar. He identifies the smell as matching emotional liquor. In another city, business discussion notes customs fees have risen on the northern route. Inside a shop, someone observes that despite higher fees, profit margins remain acceptable. Hardman Carlson, head of a powerful merchant guild, decides that profit is fine and continues his meal. Hardman orders subordinates to halt shipments of faulty magic tools and file complaints, insisting his guild never deals in defective goods. He declares that trust matters more than deadlines and suggests sending the defective items to the Academy's magical engineering department for training use. Ray arrives at Hardman's office, and they warmly greet each other, Ray saying he is no longer a saint. Hardman happily notes how long it has been and that his guild has grown, while Ray compliments his success. Hardman credits the Grand Guild Master and asks Ray's purpose, and Ray says he needs a favor as he opens his bag. Ray shows the emotional liquor bottle and asks if Hardman recognizes it. Hardman calls it an appraisal elixir. Ray asks Hardman to trace distribution routes of such elixirs over the past 3 years. Hardman says it is feasible, but notes there have been no records in the last year. When Ray presses, Hardman explains the master artisan Curvin disappeared, so production and distribution ceased. Something clicks for Hardman, who reacts in surprise. Ray urges him to check every record, including unofficial channels and private sales from the last year, hinting there is more to the story. Hardman acknowledges the gravity of what happened and agrees the Holy Kingdom may be involved in something they cannot ignore. He promises to use all his information networks, and narration says he immediately begins investigating. The narration details how Hardman's network spans exchanges, ports, smuggling routes and noble events across the continent. At his order, staff scour archives, ledgers and distribution records to track the elixir's trail. Ray, satisfied that intel is underway, turns his attention to learning more about the mysterious Wagem constructs. He studies a broken Wagem body, noting it is machine-like with no blood vessels, spinal cord or organs. He concludes Wagem are non-living shells powered by an appraisal elixir that is actually concentrated dark mana. Holding a piece, Ray wonders if this is what people call black magic. He then imagines the horror of injecting dark mana into living humans to make biological weapons. Looking again at the once poisoned well, he speculates that the trace toxins in the water may be connected to such a plan. Ray stops himself, deciding not to jump to conclusions yet. He resolves first to keep analyzing the Wagem body in detail to better understand this new threat. A few days later, someone rushes in to report to the Grand Guild Master that they have located the target. The investigator explains that as predicted, the distribution route for a certain item changed a year ago, shifting from limited noble trade. He reports that recent deliveries now all go to Gaia temples across the continent, shocking Ray. The report continues that appraisal elixirs have long been used ceremonially, so nothing seemed out at first, but a problem has emerged. The issue is that wherever these elixirs recently appeared, unknown monsters have shown up and begun attacking civilians. Furthermore, items belonging to Gaia priests were found on the subdued monsters, causing several nations to blame the Holy Kingdom despite no proven link. Ray concludes that the connection between appraisal elixirs and monsters is no coincidence, and that Proxia is engineering chaos centered on the Holy Kingdom. Ray orders Hardman to purchase any newly distributed elixirs through the guild at his own expense. He instructs Hardman to avoid direct conflicts if tensions rise and leaves the rest to him, while Hardman asks what Ray himself will do. Ray states his intention to go personally to the papal court. The scene shifts to the Grand Papal City. At the papal court, Bishop Eclei asks for an update on the recent monster appearance incidents. A subordinate reports that local temples are trying to contain the situation and negotiate compensation, but the matter is close to becoming an international issue. Eclei notes that some countries are already reviewing their treaties with the Holy Kingdom and asks if any proof ties the priests to the monsters. He is told there is still no such information, but he is sure some deliberate scheme is underway against the Holy Kingdom. A voice announces that Proxia has returned, startling those present. Ray appears, and Eclei greets him warmly after a long absence. Eclei confirms Ray has returned and asks what he meant about Proxia's return, so Ray hands him the investigation results. Reading the document, Eclei struggles to believe Proxia is truly behind it and learns that its agents are infiltrating temples across the continent, isolating the Holy Kingdom and turning it into the continent's enemy. Ray insists they cannot delay and that it is time to declare a holy war. News of these revelations spreads, prompting shocked reactions elsewhere in the Grand Palace. House head Trezek exclaims in disbelief that the saint has returned. Members of the Dane house discuss that Ray went straight to the papal court, suspecting something serious is happening. Trey wants to immediately find Ray and offer help, but Euclid urges him not to act rashly. Euclid reasons that since the saint is acting in secret they should avoid hindering him, and is introduced as Valakra house head. Trey reluctantly agrees to wait until the saint calls for them, seconded by Hong Young. So Young suddenly raises another matter. She wonders aloud whether the saintess knows what is going on. The saintess Ariel is shown in her room, gazing silently out the window. At an emergency ecclesiastical assembly, Eclei reminds everyone of the recent mutant incidents. He explains that because of them the Holy Kingdom is being blamed by many countries and some have even annulled the Temple Pact, so he has gathered them to plan countermeasures. He notes that mutants bearing priestly items have turned suspicion into certainty for outsiders, meaning someone is framing the Holy Kingdom. Amid murmurs about the culprit, Ray identifies the hostile faction as Proxia. Ray then explains to the assembly what hidden swords are, describing them as inhuman biological weapons that only resemble humans and lack normal organs and nervous systems. He reveals that sensory liquor was used as the key ingredient to manufacture hidden swords, repurposing a rare brew that reacts to drinkers' emotions. Ray details how demonic energy mixed into this liquor, when injected into humans, rides and settles with their emotions, turning their bodies into material suited for dark magic rituals. He continues that Proxia bribed temple insiders to manipulate distribution channels, disguise the liquor as ceremonial wine, and those who drank it mutated into Proxia puppets called hidden swords. As a result, each nation's temples appeared to be the source of the monsters and the Holy Kingdom was blamed for its priests, an intentional operation by Proxia to isolate the Holy Kingdom as the enemy of the continent. Shocked clergy ask how Proxia could still exist and how Ray learned all this, prompting him to say that explanation is also important. Ray recounts that while traveling as a healer he passed through a remote village suffering from a mysterious illness and found the well tainted with poison and demonic energy. There he uncovered a corrupt priest extorting villagers with fake holy water. When that priest mentioned Proxia, a curse made him self-destruct. Later, while escorting a suspicious holy knight, Ray's group was ambushed by bizarre beings who turned out to be the very hidden swords he just described. Ray presents part of a hidden sword shell as evidence, warning that Proxia currently threatens both the Holy Kingdom and the entire continent, and that they must respond without delay. A noble asks what kind of response Ray means. Eclei, following Ray's proposal, formally declares a holy war against Proxia to uncover the full extent of their scheme. Some nobles react in disbelief at hearing Proxia's name again, but acknowledge that simply declaring a holy war will not restore the Holy Kingdom's shaken prestige. They reason that although the Saints' return prevents military disadvantage, the Holy Kingdom now lacks diplomatic influence, and will need cooperation from neighboring nations to eradicate Proxia. A new voice volunteers to take responsibility. Ariel declares she will personally tour the temples and royal courts of other countries, explain the situation, and restore the Holy Kingdom's standing, astonishing the assembly. Ray, pleased, calls out Ariel's name and thinks her involvement is the best possible solution. The assembly agrees to entrust diplomatic efforts to the Saintess. Eclei closes the emergency assembly. As Ariel leaves the hall, someone calls out to her. She turns, recognizing Ray. Ray awkwardly thanks her for stepping forward first. Ariel responds that she only did her duty, observes that the situation must be grave if it brought him back despite how he left, and says she simply did her best in her own way. She tells Ray that each of them must fulfill their respective roles from where they stand. Ray is briefly speechless. He then agrees that she is right. They end the exchange by telling each other to take care, with Ray quietly agreeing. Ariel resumes walking away down the corridor. Ray calls for the Divine Guard and asks if Hong Young is present. Hong Young appears, apologizes for the delay, and welcomes Ray back, and he replies that it is good to see her. Ray confirms Hong Young understands the situation and orders her to gather the three families for a task he has in mind. He also instructs that the fastest Divine Guard unit be assigned to escort Ariel, and that he be informed immediately if anything happens. The story cuts to a dark underground stone facility. Inside lie corpses or bodies on benches, hinting at experiments. Hooded figures there discuss the news that the Holy Kingdom has declared a holy war, mocking it as desperate flailing. They insist the holy war will change nothing because many Gaia-named temples already harbor Proxia's seeds, while they perform a ritual on a restrained man. Asked about the Holy Kingdom's next move, one cultist answers that the Saintess will travel the nations as an envoy. A cult leader acknowledges Ariel's great influence as the Holy Kingdom's face and says the course of action is obvious. He declares that Saintess Ariel should be made the first sacrifice. Another warns not to underestimate Ariel, who is sword master class and can heal even the dead, but admits they witnessed her strength in the last war. The cult notes that ordinary hidden swords will not suffice against her or her army. Their leader orders subordinates to bring him the item called the bone. He remarks that to hunt a tiger they need a blade worthy of it, implying the bone will provide such power. The bone is produced and laid on a red cloth before him, and he eagerly tells them to hand it over. Dark incantations begin as a cultist channels power through the bone. The ritual continues with ominous chanting over a shrouded form. They use the bone in a full resurrection-like ritual, infusing a bandaged woman's body with dark energy. The leader exults that the time of the dead has come and calls for the world to fall into corruption and reject the light. A purple shard shatters with explosive force during the ritual. A blinding burst of purple energy fills the chamber. The cultist laughs, announcing that what they have created is something extraordinary. A resurrected, bandaged female demon emerges, described as the very flesh of the demons everyone fears. The scene shifts to a bright exterior of another city. Inside a room there, someone reports that everyone has assembled. Eucla Wood thanks Ray for summoning the three houses. Trey, near tears, says they have been waiting for this audience. Ray greets them, saying it has been a while since they were together. He explains that because the Holy Kingdom has declared holy war against Proxia, he has specific missions for each of them. Trey and Eucla Wood pledge to obey any command and do their utmost. Ray assigns Eucla Wood to use the Belcroy intelligence network to monitor Proxia's movements in real time and report even the smallest change. He orders the Divine Guard to hunt down any remaining Proxia agents hiding within the Holy Kingdom. Lastly, Ray tells Trey that he will accompany him personally, which Trey accepts with delighted enthusiasm. Ray explains that suspicious goods are being smuggled through the northern border trade gateway, with the location raising particular suspicion of sensory liquor. He says that while they are not certain, circumstances strongly suggest this is a hidden sword production site, so they must confirm and shut it down themselves. Trey loudly affirms he will follow Ray anywhere, and Ray tells everyone to move out while counting on the rest to fulfill their roles. Night falls over a forested area, setting the stage for their operation. Cloaked Ray and Trey move through the forest as Ray senses something clearly. He detects the same residual demonic energy he felt on a hidden sword shell and in the sensory liquor, emanating from an underground entrance. Realizing they have found the right place, Trey offers to go in first, but Ray tells him to wait. A small ominous light appears at the doorway, signaling danger. Ray shouts for Zeke to step back as something attacks from the darkness. A twisted wolf-like creature lunges, but Ray counters with a glowing blue strike. His attack blasts through the beast, killing it. Trey asks if the attacker was a monster, and Ray answers that it does not quite seem like an ordinary one. Examining the corpse, Ray judges it to be a dog or animal modified by the same methods as hidden swords, essentially a kind of magic beast. He decides they must investigate further inside despite the threat. A whole pack of red-eyed wolves emerges from the forest toward them. Ray wonders if this is the animal's territory, while Trey points out that something else is approaching as well. Larger monstrous hounds appear among them, adding to the threat. Ray notes that the creatures move as if under an enchantment. He realizes with alarm that they are being magically controlled. Trey volunteers to handle the enemies himself, and charges forward despite Ray's warning to wait. Ray calls his attention to something happening at the corpse they left behind. They see other wolves devouring the slain magic beast, drawn specifically to what is seeping from its body. Ray senses a disturbing growling power as the contamination spreads. He understands that animals are attracted to the monster's corpse, eat it, and in turn become monsters themselves. Feeling a much stronger demonic energy from deeper in the facility, Ray concludes that if left alone hundreds of magic beasts will pour out, and urges Zeke to press inside immediately. At that moment a hooded proxy occultist appears, commenting that unwelcome guests have found their way there. Ray demands to know who he is, but the cultist dismisses the question as irrelevant. The cultist, surrounded by his altered beasts, declares that Ray and Zeke are standing before his toys. Ray identifies him as a monster tamer, and Zeke again offers to handle the fight alone. Ray agrees and entrusts the battle to Zeke, who vows to finish quickly and rejoin him. The tamer smugly observes Zeke's confidence. Zeke draws a radiant golden sword, regretting only that Ray will not see his prowess. Meanwhile, Ariel's ornate carriage travels along a forest road on her diplomatic journey. Inside, Ariel reflects that she did not have to treat Ray so coldly in the past. She admits she does not fully understand why she became so angry and distant toward him. She recognizes she was indeed mad at him, but while he was gone she never truly hated or blamed him. Clenching her fist, she wonders if she really understood and forgave his actions as she believed. She recalls that seeing his face again after 7 years brought all her buried emotions rushing back. Looking out the carriage window, she reaches an internal conclusion about those feelings. Ariel realizes she still has feelings for Ray. Her eyes glow softly in the sunlight as this realization settles. The carriage arrives at the kingdom of Prial, and Ariel is informed of their arrival. She steps down from the carriage to begin her diplomatic mission. Bathed in holy light, Ariel presents herself with calm determination. Back in the underground facility, Ray remarks that things would have gone badly if he had not come. He is surprised by the size of the hidden lab, which is filled with corpses, ritual circles, and large specimen tanks. He notes the many types of beasts and monsters contained there. Some have already reached full demonic transformation and attack him as he advances. While fighting, Ray senses that the magical circuits in the facility are nearly identical to those he felt from a previous enemy named Wajim. He also realizes that these particular creatures show no trace of sensory liquor, indicating a different method of creation. Ray deduces that this lab is not unique and that similar facilities likely exist across the continent for mass-producing such monsters. He wishes he could fully understand the core mechanism used to create them. After probing the dark circuits and failing to analyze them, he concludes that dark magic circuits cannot be deciphered directly. Ray decides on an alternative approach, beginning a powerful blue magic technique that envelopes him. Simultaneously, Zeke unleashes his own blazing sword technique against the monster tamer's forces. The cloaked enemy praises Trey Zeke's quick monster suppression and sword aura, but Trey warns this is no time to relax. Trey points his glowing sword at the cloaked figure and declares him the next target. The masked foe identifies Tracy. Zeke, noting he only recently became a master yet has grown remarkably. The enemy decides to warm up after a long time, loosening his cloak as he prepares to fight. Seeing this, Trey is shocked and senses something unusual. Trey realizes the so-called monster tamer is actually a high-level sword master, who begins introducing himself. A powerful slash tears through the ground as the duel truly starts. In the clash, the masked man announces he is Proxia's monster-controlling fifth seat while striking Trey. He further reveals he is one of 6 executives of the Black Chamber, specifically the fifth seat. Their auras collide violently as Trey and the fifth seat exchange overwhelming sword blows. Trey confirms the opponent is a Proxia executive, and the man answers vaguely then insists on ending the chatter. The fifth seat, now astride a flying beast, calls for another round as he swoops toward Trey. Trey counters aggressively, meeting the descending enemy with a blazing attack. During their rapid exchanges, Trey thinks the enemy is too fast and difficult to read. Trey is wounded and realizes the opponent is not only quick but extraordinarily strong. Observing the beast-like, unrefined sword style, Trey endures the taunts that his efforts are disappointing and hears the foe urge him to hurry up. Trey, undeterred, offers to show his full power and begins sheathing his blade. He then manifests a pure aura sword, prompting the enemy to mockingly ask if that will change anything. The two charge at each other again, sword auras clashing as the fifth seat claims Trey's new tactic is pointless. The fifth seat suddenly notices Trey's sword aura flickering in and out, confusing his perception. Using the vanishing aura technique, Trey slips past and slashes the enemy as they cross paths. The fifth seat, impressed, comments on Trey's disappearing sword as Trey processes what just happened. Though bleeding from the chest, the masked fifth seat marvels that only someone like him could have survived Trey's vanishing sword. Trey is certain he struck a killing blow yet sees the foe still standing and is bewildered. He then spots something unnatural writhing inside the enemy's cut flesh. A sudden blast erupts nearby, startling Trey. Elsewhere, Zeke's silver-haired lord notes that the masked swordsman is quite a formidable opponent. Reunited, they discuss the fight. The lord asks if anything was gained, and the fifth seat answers it only fueled his desire to crush them. A Proxia member laughs, pleased at the hatred, but warns they must hurry since their preparations are almost complete. Another hooded Proxia mage confirms their preparations are nearly done while channeling ominous power. A vast artifact-based magic circle activates on the ground, leaving Trey's side wondering what it is. The Proxia third seat tells the fifth seat it is time to go, and they both prepare to teleport away. Trey's lord identifies the circle as an artifact-driven teleportation portal and tries to dispel it. He fails, finding the formula too complex, while the fifth seat cheerfully says he looks forward to their next meeting as he vanishes. Trey rushes to his lord, calling out, after the enemy's escape. Trey apologizes for failing to finish the fifth seat in one blow, but his lord says it was impossible to kill such an opponent with a simple slash. They recall the foes calling each other third seat and fifth seat, and reason that Proxia combines monster taming, sword mastery, and teleportation, making even their remnants terrifying. Concluding they must act quickly, the Lord tells Zeke to accompany him and asks where he plans to go. He explains they need intelligence from the Academy about the lab they just discovered. The Lord declares their next destination is the Academy. The scene shifts to the Academy's grand building under a clear sky. Inside, a long-haired professor works in a library. A student calls out to the professor about some material he was shown earlier. The stern professor refuses conversation outside office hours, but the excited student begs because he needs the material urgently. Another frantic student runs and shouting for Professor Rabenhar, making the professor think everyone is acting crazy, then announces Professor Ray has arrived. Rabenhar sprints off at full speed through the hall. He arrives before Lord Ray, asking why he has come, and Ray says he has a question. Rabenhar, honored, agrees to answer anything, and Ray suggests they move elsewhere to talk. They relocate to a classroom and begin working at the board. Ray shows Rabenhar a magic formula he saw, prompting the professor's shocked reaction. Rabenhar identifies it as a heavily modified dark magic formula and asks where Ray encountered it. He says interpreting it is normally hard but not for him because it is based on a variation he himself created, stunning Ray. Rabenhar reminds Ray that although beneath him, he is still a lich, leading Ray to begrudgingly accept it. Ray then cheerfully tells Rabenhar to prepare for a beating. Rabenhar reacts in alarm, not understanding at first. A series of comedic off-screen blows later, Rabenhar screams in pain somewhere outside. Battered and bandaged, he laments his pathetic past self and regrets being born. Back to business, Ray asks if there is any way to stop monster production across the continent. Rabenhar doubts such a thing exists and sighs. However, Rabenhar asserts he can at least create a magic tool that instantly neutralizes the monster-making formula, and Ray notes that locating the labs becomes the priority. Ray asks how long making the tool will take. Rabenhar says decoding the formula is the only time-consuming part. Ray produces Rabenhar's ornate book and asks if he recognizes it, revealing it as a life vessel. Shocked, Rabenhar explains he thought his life vessel was lost and realizes Ray had it. Ray explains this vessel holds a lich's life, memories, and existential structure. Realizing that, Ray begins to question what a vessel of life implies. A comedic sequence shows Ray punching Rabenhar in the chest through their shared link, causing mirrored pain. The chain reaction continues with more punches, repeatedly hurting Rabenhar via the vessel. Eventually Rabenhar begs Ray to stop, saying he has been hit enough. Ray points out only Rabenhar can undo the life vessel's powerful seals and orders him to open it. Rabenhar chants complex spells, unlocking the heavily warded tome. The life vessel opens, revealing pages of arcane diagrams and notes. Ray happily prepares to read its contents. He discovers the book largely contains dark magic of all levels and learns it is a secret lich tome handed down from Rabenhar's master. Ray notes the final page is blank. Rabenhar admits he does not know why. Rabenhar recalls the legend that only a mage at the absolute peak can read the last page, likely an intention of the first lich. Ray confirms there is no greater hidden magic inside, while Rabenhar suggests it is still an excellent opportunity to study dark magic, but Ray declines. Ray returns the life vessel, telling Rabenhar not to lose it again. Rabenhar, clutching it tearfully, thanks him, while Ray says he had no use for it anyway. Later, Trey visits Ray's study and announces his arrival. Ray and Rabenhar trade insults about each other's smell before Ray asks Trey how the heroes responded to his message. Trey reports the heroes were eager for action and welcomed the chance to stretch their limbs. Ray is pleased their power issue is solved and asks for news from Ceylonia. He hears that more suspected labs have been found in Balakrua and orders the data compiled. Ray says the magic tool is urgently needed and offers to help make it faster, to which Rabenhar agrees. Looking outside the academy, Ray wonders how Iriel is doing. The scene shifts to Iriel meeting with Duke Dallas, who thanks her for understanding the situation regarding his daughter. A narrator clarifies that since the Saintess herself came to explain, all misunderstandings were cleared with Dallas, Duke of Prio. Dallas acknowledges Proxia as a continental threat and pledges to cooperate with Iriel to overcome the crisis. After exchanging formal courtesies and blessings, Dallas invites Iriel to stay for a banquet in her honor. Iriel politely declines, saying she lacks time, but Dallas insists because he has an urgent question. He reveals his request. The King of Prio is gravely ill. Dallas details the illness's progression from a cough to burning fever and an unending coma despite divine magic. Iriel asks how long this has gone on and learns it has been about 3 months, explaining the king's absence from public events. Resolving that she must handle this personally, Ariel agrees to help, delighting Dallas. She humbly attributes her actions to following the will of Gaia and tells him to thank the goddess's compassion instead. Ariel asks where the king is staying. Dallas explains he is hidden in a nearby annex and offers to escort her there by carriage. A masked, blonde assassin watches them leave from the trees. The observer, presumably the Blood Shadow, silently monitors their movements from a branch. Ariel and Dallas proceed toward the annex, unaware of being watched. Approaching the annex, Ariel is surprised that even intermediate-level holy magic has not cured the king. Oryx C. Sibarden, captain of Gaia's Holy Knights, speculates it must be a very serious illness. Gillis C. Carnal, head of House Carnal, suggests medically that it resembles tuberculous meningitis. Gillis explains inflammation is hard to treat with normal healing magic but believes Ariel's holy power can cure it, earning praise from Oryx. They remark that it is rare for two sea families to be summoned together, which shows how serious the situation is. Oryx notes that Ariel is so strong she usually needs no escorts, and is considered unprecedented among saintesses. Gillis agrees, recalling he has not seen her for nearly 10 years and that she remains as composed and sharp as ever. He remembers seeing Ariel in his Night Order days when she still appeared like an ordinary girl her age. Oryx hastily clarifies he does not mean her current self is worse, praising her sharpness and decisiveness, while Gillis teases him for over-explaining. Oryx insists he truly admires her, and Gillis remarks they might get along well, which Gillis accepts as a compliment. Dallas shows Ariel into the king's private chamber. Begging for her help, he asks her to save the king with her divine grace, and she agrees. Ariel enters and quietly surveys the room. She sees the king lying in bed, clearly in serious condition. Introducing herself formally, Ariel greets the king as the Saintess of Gaia. The king, alarmed upon learning the Saintess is present, urges her to leave immediately for her own safety. Confused, Ariel asks what he means just as dark energy begins to stir. A massive dark magic circle erupts around her inside the chamber, shocking her. Realizing it is dark magic, Ariel hears someone gloat that she has fallen into a trap. Dallas reveals his betrayal, laughing that she has walked straight into it. He confesses that Proxia approached him with an offer to make him king if he trapped the Saintess here. Ariel condemns him as a traitor, insisting such a magic circle cannot restrain her. She acknowledges the Magi is strong but claims it cannot affect a Saintess, though a voice warns her to think about her subordinates. The villain points out the curse affects everyone in the annex, not just this room, horrifying Ariel. A view of the building shows the entire annex wrapped in a gigantic curse circle. Dallas adds that the curse will only grow stronger with time, meaning Ariel's allies are in danger as well. Boasting of his own protective spell against the curse, Dallas tells her to sit and die slowly as the Magi consumes her. Suddenly Gillis appears, criticizing the Duke for such a cheap trap. He casts bind, chaining Dallas with glowing restraints. Oryx and Ariel rush in. Oryx checks on the Saintess while Dallas struggles, unable to break the chains. Furious, Oryx vows to execute the traitor, but Ariel tells him to stand down. She warns that killing a foreign duke would cause diplomatic turmoil and instead focuses on the cursed priests and knights outside, saying they must act fast. Oryx urges Ariel to escape, but Dallas mocks them, revealing a barrier spell seals the annex so they will all die inside. Ariel asks Gillis whether he can dispel the magic circle. Gillis examines it and says the complex formula will take time, and he is unsure he can finish before the Magi intensifies. Ariel resolves to spread her holy power over the whole area to block the Magi. She explains that doing so demands all her focus and will prevent her from using her power elsewhere, astonishing her companions. Ariel instructs Gillis to dismantle the circle as quickly as possible, and orders Oryx to protect them while she works. She prepares herself, inhaling deeply. Kneeling in prayer, Ariel activates Holy Field, flooding the chamber with brilliant divine light. Her holy power erupts outward, enveloping the entire annex in radiant energy. Gillis marvels at the overwhelming holy power and asks Oryx to guard them while he works on the circle. Oryx accepts, vowing to handle their defense. Night falls over the academy as time passes. Ray finishes processing a huge pile of blue gems for their anti-monster tools, astonishing Ravenhau with his speed. Ray says that once the lab's locations are confirmed, they will dispatch a strike team, just as Trey bursts in calling for him. A subordinate informs Ray that the Blood Shadow has appeared and insists he come at once. Outside, the Blood Shadow staggers and badly wounded and reports that the Saint is in danger. Ray is shocked at her condition and demands to know what happened. She urges him to go to Prio immediately. Realizing Prio is involved, Ray fears the worst. A simultaneous scene shows Ariel still in intense prayer within the glowing holy field, as Ray cries out her name. Meanwhile, cloaked Proxia figures move at the perimeter of the glowing annex. The Proxia agents gaze at the annex bathed in Ariel's holy light, witnessing the clash between curse and divine power. In the rain by a church, someone anxiously calls out to Blood Shadow, who weakly answers the holy person. Seeing Blood Shadow wounded, the blonde man demands to know what happened, and she vows to report everything. Blood Shadow begins her report, saying it all started after the Saintess held a meeting in Prio. A royal carriage arrives at a grand estate in Prio. Watching from the forest, Blood Shadow notes this is the annex, and that rumors say Prio's king has suddenly grown worse, despite no health intel for years. She wonders how such information could have been hidden in a small nation like Prio. Finding the situation suspicious, she decides she must report back to her homeland. She activates a crystal communication orb. The orb suddenly cracks apart, shocking her. She realizes magical interference in the annex is blocking signal reception and worries it may be a trap. She suspects Proxia has already infiltrated Prio, realizes the Saintess is in danger, and decides to escape and contact her. A hidden enemy notices her presence, calling her a rat. A bandaged man in a hood confronts her, demanding to know who sent her, and she recognizes his group. Sensing magi from them, Blood Shadow realizes what they are and listens as the bandaged man offers to guess her affiliation. He deduces she is neither with the Saintess nor certain other groups, then suddenly claims to know who she is. He correctly identifies her as Dane, startling her. Dane remarks that he knows a lot about them, and he replies he researched them despite their secrecy. She responds that she understands. Dane responds by unleashing a blazing sword attack at the bandaged man. A cloaked ally of his darts in with great speed. Dane boasts that he can cut his foes down instantly. He turns away, thinking he should return. Maniacal laughter erupts behind him, shocking Dane. The bandaged man praises Dane's speed and skill, while Dane is bewildered because he was sure he struck him. The bandaged man tells him to examine his own body, leaving Dane confused. Dane is engulfed by his own explosive slash. Reeling, Dane realizes his own attack has somehow rebounded onto him. He stares in horrified realization. A hooded figure radiating ominous purple magi appears, stunning Dane. Dane pulls out a round device. He triggers it, releasing a massive cloud of smoke to cover his escape. Later, he reports that the aura he sensed was not ordinary magi but something far more ominous and evil. He adds that the enemies ignored him when he fled and seemed focused solely on the Saintess, prompting his lord to rush off with Zeke. Another man asks to join the rescue party. The blonde lord is surprised but listens as the man says he wants to redeem himself and help. The man also says this abnormal magi intrigues him. The lord agrees there is no problem and orders an immediate departure. The scene shifts to the annex bathed in magical light. Inside, Gillis notes that the magi is growing stronger. He worries that if the Saintess keeps exerting holy power to suppress it, she will not survive. A crash in the corridor alerts a knight. The knight tells Gillis that something is coming and that he will handle it. This something is revealed as an advanced magic circle the Saintess is suppressing purely with holy power. The bandaged necromancer appears in the annex corridor, praising Saintess Ariel as the greatest saint for managing this. The knight demands to know if they are from Proxia. The bandaged man introduces himself as Proxia's necromancer, second seat of the Black Chamber. He introduces his horned companion as Proxia's executor, the fourth seat. He says the third presence has no real name. He explains that one could call that presence an angel of death who returns people to mana. The knight is shocked at the term angel of death. He retorts that they do not resemble angels at all, prompting the necromancer to remark that the knight is unusually bold. The executor volunteers to take on the knight so the necromancer can conserve strength. He draws a glowing purple sword, saying he simply wants to test something. He unleashes a sweeping slash down the hallway. The purple attack explodes violently against the knight's shield. The executor is impressed, realizing the shield's title Sanctum Barrier is deserved. He notes that the barrier can even block his sword aura. The knight slams the shield down, declaring that beyond this point none shall pass. He fully declares that no enemy will take a single step forward. A narration introduces the House of Sabardin, one of Gaia's oldest holy knight families, devoted attendants of the Saintess. It explains that Sabardin has inherited the Guardian's will for generations, always defending Gaia's front lines. Among them, Oryx C. Sabardin, called the Sanctum's Barrier, stands at the pinnacle of the family's honor. The necromancer and executor acknowledge that Oryx's defense lives up to his reputation. They describe his shield, Sephir, as an absolute defense relic beyond their power to break. The necromancer says that despite this, the Saintess is fated to become a blood key to awaken the gate, while Oryx defiantly urges them to try breaking through. The necromancer states that the length of Oryx's resistance is irrelevant. He chants dark incantations to escalate his magic. The Angel of Death woman begins channeling ominous power through a mystical seal on her head. Her power reinforces the annex's dark magic circle from afar. Gillis realizes the parts of the magic circle he dispelled are reappearing. Gillis asks Oryx if he is okay, and Oryx replies he is but senses a problem. Oryx realizes the necromancer has activated something together with the eerie woman. Gillis deduces the necromancer aims for a war of attrition. Gillis reasons that he can repeatedly analyze and dispel the reconstructed magic faster each time, and that their dark arts must have limits. He concludes their attrition strategy is pointless, since the Saintess's holy power will outlast their magic, and the necromancer muses about Gillis's consecrated body technique. Gillis's technique is explained as divine power at the fingertips reacting to irregular magic, allowing him to trace its core and dispel it. Gillis is then advised by an unseen voice to stop dispelling the circle, but he stubbornly refuses. The Angel of Death woman laughs that fast or slow, Gillis will die regardless. She strains under the process while the necromancer chants more demonic words. She finally screams as the demonic seal fully manifests. A negative image shows Oryx and Gillis suddenly overwhelmed by this sinister surge. Gillis clutches his chest in alarm. Dark magi crackles over Gillis's hand. He is horrified that his own holy power is turning into magi, realizing what that implies. The Saintess collapses on the floor, unconscious. Oryx demands to know what the necromancer has done, and the necromancer boasts that not even the greatest Saintess can resist demonic power. The necromancer reveals the girl accompanying him carries demonic power etched into her flesh. He names her demonic ability as the power of reversal. Gillis frantically calls to the collapsed saintess, and is told that her immense divine power has been converted into magi within her body. The necromancer explains she is already deeply corrupted and that the magi she had been suppressing is now surging again. Auric realizes they are trapped without holy power or escape routes, and shouts for Gillis to leave the barrier to him. Auric runs off to hold the line and begs Gillis to focus on protecting the saintess, despite Gillis's concern for him. Gillis hesitates, but Auric insists that their mission is to safeguard the saintess above all. Auric reminds him that Gillis knows better than anyone. He smiles, declaring he will show just how unbreakable his shield is. Gillis silently resolves himself. He closes his eyes, accepting what must be done. Gillis apologetically lifts the saintess in his arms. He escapes through a window with her. Meanwhile, the necromancer notes that she is effectively as good as dead and that the annex is surrounded. Auric's stamina will eventually fail even with absolute defense. The necromancer muses that the power of reversal twists the world's mechanisms, yet Sephir remains unaffected. He points out that reversal cannot influence Auric's shield and questions what that truly means, while Auric replies that he seems to know something. Auric says he can guess at least one thing. He concludes that Sephir is not actually a holy relic of Gaia. The necromancer explains that what resides in Sephir is not a blessing but an ancient will that guarded the world before it had a name and never left this land. Auric reasons that because this will does not follow normal flows of cause and effect, reversal cannot touch it, and asks how the necromancer likes that theory. The necromancer admits Auric knows a lot. Auric agrees the shield is imbued with that will. He declares that House Sabardin has inherited this will and will stand against evil to defend the divine. The necromancer tells Auric to give it his best shot, planning to claim Sephir once Auric falls, but then senses something amiss. He notices the magi around them behaving unexpectedly. Elsewhere, the long-haired ally chants his own counterspells. His magic starts disrupting the territory-wide circle from outside. Roth and his companions arrive before the annex under the fading barrier's glow. A cosmic narration begins, stating that in the beginning there were 3 nights. It explains that the first night was the primordial darkness before creation, and the second night was when that darkness engulfed the world and brought collapse. It mentions a forgotten third night that no one remembers. During that third night, a single undying heart remained, formless and soundless, clinging only to existence. Alone for ages, the heart began a silent dream, longing for someone to call to it in an empty field. It waited first for sky, then for wind, until it forgot the very name it was waiting for. One day faint voices entered its dream, and the heart embraced those words as though hearing its lost name again. In response, the heart awoke and became light. That small light quietly spread across the world. It melted the world's snow. Flowers bloomed. Finally a baby smiled. A woman finishes the tale, saying the once lonely heart became light and lived happily with everyone. A young girl named Ariel excitedly asks if the heart is the goddess, and the woman playfully returns the question. Ariel insists it must be the goddess who melted the snow and made flowers bloom, while the woman says anyone can make people happy. She tells Ariel that she too can bring happiness. Ariel pledges to become a light for others, even if not as great as the goddess, and to make everyone happy. The woman urges her never to forget that feeling so she can become the warmest light of all. Back in the present, the saintess regains consciousness as someone calls to her. Gillis desperately asks if she is alright while she reels from the vivid childhood dream. Confused, she starts to recall what happened, but pain stops her and Gillis warns her not to use divine power. He explains her body is heavily eroded by dark mana and using holy power now would destroy her. Gillis says he has given her emergency treatment, but insists they must reach the Holy Kingdom. He notes that, for some reason, the territory's barrier has been deactivated and they must flee while they can. The saintess immediately worries about Auric. She is horrified at the thought he was left behind, but Gillis insists her safety must come first. Gillis grimly asks her not to waste Auric's sacrifice. The saintess is left speechless and shaken. Meanwhile, Roth's group senses that widespread dark mana makes it hard to locate things, though a few spots of especially strong mana stand out. One such surge comes from the forest opposite their approach, suggesting something powerful is entering the territory. Another strong source is sensed at the top floor of the annex, where they believe the saintess to be, mixed with something more than dark mana. From that room, Roth specifically senses an intense willpower. He assigns his subordinate to investigate the opposite side while the rest hurry toward the annex. Inside, Auric stands behind Sephir, breathing heavily but still holding the barrier. The necromancer laughs that Auric cannot block the dark mana everywhere and cues the executor to move. The executor draws his weapon, promising to finish Auric in a single strike and asking for last words. Auric replies that even if he disappears from this land, he declares that the will to protect will never vanish. A powerful attack is unleashed, streaking toward its target. A purple energy-coated blade charges with power. The horned assassin unleashes a massive purple strike toward Ray. The white-robed saint steps in front of Ray and raises a glowing blue barrier. The saint activates a spell called Bind with a burst of blue light from his hand. Blue chains appear and tightly restrain the masked, horned attacker, shocking him. While bound, the attacker sees the saint sprinting away through the hall. The saint dashes forward, fists wreathed in blue energy, preparing a decisive punch. A blindfolded cultist is stunned that their powerful executor fell so easily and worries about the saint's reversal ability. The blindfolded cultist focuses one eye through his bandages as he notices something. A long-haired man recognizes Ray and reacts with surprise. The blindfolded cultist flies into a rage, screaming Ravenhar's name. The long-haired man studies the cultist and begins to recognize him. He bluntly asks the blindfolded man who he is. Elsewhere at night, Gillis suggests that the saintess rest for a bit. Gillis asks if the saintess is alright while inwardly noting her stamina is fading faster than expected. The saintess apologizes for being a burden, but Gillis insists that protecting her is his family's duty. Gillis explains that his house and the other guardian houses follow an ancient duty to protect saints, tracing back to sky and wind that once pursued the light. The saintess says their justice is simply following those traces, then quietly asks if that justice has ever felt heavy to him. Gillis admits duty and justice are not always right but says balance is maintained because some people bear that weight. The saintess falls silent, troubled by his words. She begins to confess something to Gillis, but he hushes her so he can focus. Gillis casts Conceal, surrounding them in a swirling field that hides their presence. From afar someone senses movement in the forest, and notes that something is approaching. A purple-haired man, Zeke, senses it and looks around alertly. Gillis and the saintess spot Zeke and realize if he is here, others from Trey House must be involved. The saintess assumes the newcomers are allies and wants to join them, but Gillis warily tells her to wait. Footsteps approach as someone notes there is another person arriving. A masked, cloaked woman appears and greets Zeke of Trey as an old opponent. Zeke recognizes her as the monster tamer and prepares for battle. The masked woman taunts him about taking another hit from her blade while he mocks her overconfidence. She says they will likely cross blades again since they seek the same objective, while Zeke feigns ignorance. She reveals they are both looking for the saintess, which shocks Zeke. Zeke declares he must stop her, but she says she is too busy now for a one-on-one fight. Colored crystals float around Zeke, alarming him. The crystals detonate in a massive series of explosions. A gray-haired, masked cultist emerges from the smoke, complaining about how troublesome Zeke has been. The gray-haired cultist tells the monster tamer they should quickly defeat Zeke and then find the saintess. Seeing Zeke under attack, the saintess insists they must help him, but Gillis orders her to stay hidden while he goes. Gillis reminds her she must not interfere under any circumstances. Zeke now fights the monster tamer directly, slashing through her summoned beasts and blasts. A powerful golden slash arcs across the battlefield. The gray-haired cultist raises a large purple summoning circle with crystals spinning around it. Zeke calls out the cowardice of their 2-on-1 attack before noticing someone else's arrival. Gillis reveals himself as Zeke of the Trey family and offers to join the fight, to Zeke's relief. The monster tamer infers that Gillis's presence means the saintess is nearby, though she cannot sense her. The gray-haired cultist suddenly announces that she has located the saintess. Gillis wonders if the enemies contacted someone else. Zeke vows they still will not see the saintess. The gray-haired cultist laughs and orders her monsters to attack so they can test Zeke and Gillis. In the past, the blindfolded cultist rants at Ravenhar, furious that Dayron does not recognize him and accusing him of betraying Proxia. Back in that memory, Dayron is confused by the name, while Ravenhar recalls the scar he gave him. Dayron narrows his eyes as realization begins to surface. A bandaged, pink-haired woman shambles into view, and Dayron suddenly recognizes what she is. He nervously asks if Ravenhar created the demonic construct they are seeing. Dayron then happily basks in Ravenhar's praise for his masterpiece. Ravenhar clinically analyzes the construct's demonic quality, admiring its energy, skin, and hair. He realizes the core embedded in its chest is actually a demon's bone. Ravenhar enthusiastically praises Darren's acquisition of such a rare material, and Dayron is overwhelmed that Ravenhar uses his name. Ravenhar's ally reminds him there is no time for fanboying. Ravenhar cheerfully says he will finish things and then join him. The ally checks on Oric's condition, asking if he can still move after spending so much energy. The ally tells Oric he has done enough and should rest, while he searches for Iriel, feeling the man's strong willpower. He worries more about Iriel's safety than anything else. The scene shifts to an ancient overgrown temple filled with statues and altars. Two robed women walk through, remarking that 50 years have passed and that this time is different. The darker elf woman explains that the altar is absorbing mana too quickly and driving away the caretakers. The lighter elf attributes this disturbance to magi spreading through the world. She volunteers to handle the problem personally. They approach a gigantic blue crystal sealed on a stone pedestal, calling it a troublesome object. Elsewhere, an unseen speaker says they did not expect interference here. Ravenhar confronts two cultists in a hall, saying someone blessed by Proxia should not betray its ideals and that their master would grieve. He notes that the very fact they created such a child means the appointed time is near, bluntly adding he doubted they could succeed without him. Ravenhar begrudgingly praises their passion for making a tool that can draw out demonic power but says prophecy foretold outside help. The prophecy is shown, foretelling a crimson second moon, an evil star, a reawakened gate, and the apocalyptic battlefield that will devour all light. Dayron proudly says the last remaining demon corpse from that place let him craft his masterpiece. Ravenhar snidely claims he would have produced something far better. He criticizes Darren's construct as a mere generic undead despite using the bone, calling it disappointing. Dayron angrily insists that is the pinnacle of necromancy, while Ravenhar smiles and asks if he wants proof otherwise. Ravenhar offers to tweak the body a little, while Dayron refuses to let anyone tamper with his creation. Ravenhar insists that a small change could make it truly perfect. He tempts Dayron by asking if he is not curious to see true necromantic perfection achieved by Ravenhar. Dayron, unable to resist, admits he is indeed curious. Narration concedes that Ravenhar is the foremost necromancer, having reached Lich level. Dayron realizes inheriting knowledge from such a master would be an irresistible temptation for any mage. Still, his pride makes him hesitate as he fumes internally. Ravenhar tells Dayron he understands the forbidden system better than anyone and urges him to trust him and take his hand. Dayron is deeply moved that Ravenhar would say such a thing and begins to accept joining him. Ravenhar promises that together they can reach a never-before-seen truth. Dayron happily succumbs to his thirst for knowledge and decides to follow Ravenhar. In the present, a purple light flares from Ravenhar's room, signaling his involvement. Zeke clashes violently with the monster tamer while explosions erupt around them. Gillis unleashes multicolored slashes at the gray-haired cultist, who counters with her own magic. The gray-haired cultist tells the monster tamer there is no more reason to stall, and that she will open the gate. She activates a huge purple magic circle in the sky, initiating the gate. A horde of monsters, led by a massive spectral beast, pours out of the portal. Gillis realizes they teleported a vast number of monsters at once, and wonders how long they planned for this. The monster tamer commands the summoned army to tear their enemies apart. A blue attack suddenly slices through the summoning magic. The portal collapses in huge explosions, annihilating the monsters. Shocked, the gray-haired cultist yells that their monsters are gone and accuses someone of closing the teleport gate. The saint once again casts bind, blue light flaring from his hands. The blue chains imprison both the monster tamer and the gray-haired cultist, who cannot believe he deciphered the circle after seeing it once. She stares at him in awe, demanding to know what kind of brain he has. Zeke and Gillis greet their Lord Ray, who immediately asks where Ariel is. Ariel steps out, touched that Ray truly came to rescue her. The gray-haired cultist smirks ominously despite being bound. She bursts into hysterical laughter while wrapped in chains. Ray demands to know what she finds so funny. She replies that they are already too late. She tells him to simply watch the birth of a new demon king, which horrifies him. A dark voice congratulates the third and fifth seats on their success. The sane voice declares the awaited moment has arrived as Ariel senses something and gasps. A dark blade of power impales Ariel through the chest. Zeke and Gillis stare in horror as a monologue about becoming demon king and bearing the world's pain echoes. The hooded mastermind holds the bleeding Ariel, saying that in him all things will become meaningless. Ray can only whisper a shocked denial. He sprints toward them, screaming Ariel's name. The mastermind proclaims that Ariel's blood will overturn the world's order as it rises skyward in red streams. He vows that the power will be bestowed upon him, while Ray desperately cries out to Ariel. The blood-borne power condenses into a massive red sphere in the sky. That blazing sphere envelopes the mastermind, as followers shout to the first seat. The chained cultists cheerfully congratulate their leader on obtaining demonic power. A new voice coldly orders them not to call her that. The transformed figure introduces herself as Burial, the first demon king of this world. Close up, Burial repeats her name with a fawn-toothed smile. She again declares herself the world's first demon king while floating above the battlefield. The two bound cultists ecstatically beg the demon king to use them as the foundation of her new world. Burial laughs and asks if they are ready, to which they eagerly agree. The gray-haired cultist offers her demonic, glyph-inscribed body entirely for Burial's dominion. The masked monster tamer likewise offers his demonic body as nourishment for her rule. Burial delights in such devoted subjects, and announces she will sacrifice them to turn this land into her domain. The two cultists grin madly in anticipation of being used. A violent ritual begins as crimson magic and tendrils swirl around Burial. The red sphere and swirling runes intensify, preparing a devastating transformation. Ray cradles the wounded Ariel, begging her to stay conscious as she weakly says this is not the time for him to worry. She urges him to stop Burial before it is too late, even as he protests. Ariel admits it is already too late for her and Ray frantically asks her to use holy magic. The demonic blade lodged in her side continues to corrupt her wound. Ray realizes the demonic erosion is spreading too quickly and that it is blocking her holy power. Ariel agrees, saying the blade-shaped demonic energy has completely sealed her holy abilities. Ray desperately insists he can still undo it, but Ariel tells him they both know there is no hope. As he silently stares at the red sphere overhead, she tells him it is alright because she is merely returning to the goddess's embrace. She softly asks if he remembers when they first met. Ray recalls leading an army to the elf village to take her away as a saintess. She reflects that back then she cared only about fulfilling the goddess's will. She says that single-minded duty left no room for anything else in her life. Remembering happier days with Ray, she explains that meeting him slowly changed her and made her feel like her old self again. She says being with him let her meet people, experience new things, and genuinely enjoy life. Because of that, she can no longer calmly accept this as divine will. Through tears, Ariel confesses that dying now is unbearably painful and frightening. She admits there is something she desperately wants to say before she dies, even if the forbidden constraint punishes her for it, while Ray begs her not to give up. Ariel starts to speak, managing only a faint as she looks at him. Ray looks up at the sky, where fiery streaks fall like shooting stars, wondering what is descending. In the Empire, a superstition says sharing a shooting star with someone guarantees a peaceful death. As fiery streaks fill the sky, A man calls to Iriel, sensing they share the same thought. Iriel quietly addresses Ray, preparing to reveal her feelings. Smiling, Iriel tells Ray she is genuinely glad to have met him. Regretting becoming a saintess, Iriel reaches for Ray while he tries to stop her. Bathed in golden light, Iriel laments not meeting him under normal circumstances as Ray begs her not to act. While dissolving into light, Iriel tearfully bids Ray farewell. Golden fragments fall as Ray kneels alone, reaching toward where she vanished. His hand clenches, showing his grief hardening into resolve. The fist tightens further, signaling his fury. Elsewhere, a demon queenly figure declares that everything is now prepared. A massive blue vortex of power begins to form. The vortex erupts into a catastrophic burst of energy. Ray, engulfed in blue power and laughing madly, is overtaken by rage. The demon remarks that he looks enraged while Ray says he has one question. Ray demands to know her motive, asking if she simply wants dominion, while she mocks that a human could never grasp her grand design. She explains that everything moves according to a higher will. She reveals the world's decree that the saintess becomes a sacrifice, birthing the first demon king, calling it the natural law of the world. Ray rejects that so-called law with contempt. He declares that even if it were true, such rules must be overturned. Consumed by wrath and blue mana, Ray vows to annihilate every being behind this fate. His power condenses into a gigantic sphere of destructive energy. The unleashed attack devastates the surrounding land and forest. The energy sphere shatters into countless blazing fragments. Ray stands beneath the floating, cracking blue meteor he controls. The overcharged meteor whirls as it is hurled forward. Watching from afar, Zeke wonders if this overwhelming but strange power is really the saint's meteor. He senses the energy and notes that, unlike the saint's pure mana, this feels different. He realizes the meteor's power resembles demonic energy. A companion warns Zeke to retreat or be caught in the coming blast. The demon queen is impressed by Ray's unexpected level of power. She cautions that he is misusing that power and will burn out his body, while Ray asks if those are really her final words. Amused, she admits she could stop the spell but will not bother. She boasts that when this body became the demon king she had already permeated the world, claiming her flesh is disposable, and she cannot truly be killed. Ray swears to hunt her down wherever she exists in the world, killing her repeatedly. As the meteor looms overhead, she laughs that even if he fails, they will meet again soon. Light engulfs her face as the attack descends. The meteor slams down with overwhelming blue force. Afterward, Ray stands silently amid the lingering light and mist. He stares into the night sky in wordless reflection. Narration explains that the Holy Nation and neighboring countries waged fierce battles together against Phryxia's armies. By destroying the laboratories that created Phryxia's blade beasts, the Holy War finally seemed to be nearing its end. At the same time, the Holy Nation holds an ongoing memorial for Iriel. The grand, noble-filled ceremony shows how deeply she was revered and how important she was to the Holy Nation. Clergy remark that Iriel's death is not an end and speak of her returning to the goddess's embrace. A strategizing priest explains that losing Iriel, one of their strongest pillars, means they must prepare for harsher enemy assaults. The high priest vows merciless retribution against those who defied the goddess and orders all forces strengthened. The high priest checks on Ray, who outwardly says he is fine as narration notes how he has been since Iriel's death. Ray thinks that regardless of the condition of his incantation vessel, his mana no longer flows as it once did. He reflects that forcing his mana now causes pain and that being unable to fight at full strength is a serious problem. Concluding he will need help, Ray clutches his chest. In an ancient elven sanctuary, someone hopes the problem with the central artifact is not serious. A dark-skinned high elf munching fruit notes that if the device breaks, no one will be able to repair it. Her companion says that if the structure collapses, horrific beings will pour into their world and even thinking about it is tiring. Looking at the chained crystal, she says it seems stable for now but doubts how long this fragile piece will last. They ponder who originally restored the artifact and built the mana circuit altar, speculating it might have been some great being or god. One elf observes that the altar's complex magical construction is best left untouched, but admits it will not last forever and must eventually be replaced. Two elven figures complain they cannot maintain it alone forever, yet acknowledge that their allies, though slow and independent, will keep their elven honor and arrive. The white-haired elf decides to leave the task to the others and go rest, when she suddenly hears Ray's telepathic call through their mark. She is surprised that Ray contacted her first and listens as he says he wants to ask about the speech spirit and come meet her. Ray replies that he is glad to hear from her but explains he has already left his village on business and will need 2 months, stressing the request is urgent. Era silently absorbs this news, her expression thoughtful. Her dark-skinned companion remarks that Ray sounds different and listens as he tells Era to come to the dark elf forest south of Cilia, beyond a river. Era thanks him, saying she relies on him a lot and will head out immediately, while he tells her there is no need for thanks and that he will wait. Back in the sanctuary, her friend is stunned and anxious after overhearing their plan. The dark elf protests in disbelief that Era is really calling a human into this place. She reminds Era that the altar is off-limits to anyone not officially recognized but concedes that recognition only needs approval from both elf and dark elf representatives, who are both present. Still suspicious, she recalls that a human nearly blew up the altar once and insists bringing another is absurd, while Era pleads that if she cannot trust him, she should at least trust Era herself. Era assures her that Rei is not the kind of person who would commit such a deed. The Dark Elf admits he does not seem that type and understands why Era vouches for him. She reveals she met him earlier while collecting stories for her so-called husband, calling him an interesting human, and reluctantly agrees this exception will be only once. In a chibi aside, the Dark Elf warns that she will never permit this again if it happens, while Era apologizes for the difficult favor. The Dark Elf adds one condition and Era asks what it is. She explains that since the sanctuary is sacred, any human entering must show proper respect. She says she will prepare what he must wear and tells Era to inform him. Later, Rei wanders through the night forest, grumbling that Era's forest is hard to find. He notes that dark elves are rare and recalls only seeing them once on the western continent, when a distant scream interrupts his thoughts. He spots a group of people collapse near a wrecked wagon. Realizing they are surrounded by trolls, he assesses the danger. Deciding he has no choice, Rei prepares to intervene. He activates his blue fear-based power, energy flaring around him. Meanwhile, a noble family travels by carriage, and a younger man asks his master if their family legend is true. The master recalls the tale that when golden meteors fall, a great being will descend into the forest of stars to guide them, dismissing it as an old story. The older man scolds the younger not to jinx this moment, saying their ancestors long for it, and they cannot let their family decline further. He explains that is why they rushed out at night, and prays the legend is real so their family can be revived. Near their destination, they decide to rest and confirm that the forest of stars means the dark elves' forest. They worry that to meet the great being they must enter the forest, yet doubt the dark elves, known to be hostile, will admit humans. The daughter optimistically insists they should try something since they have come this far, unaware of a lurking monster behind her. A troll roars and attacks, throwing their camp into chaos. Surrounded by many trolls, the servants urge their lady to flee while they hold the beasts off. One servant bravely confronts a charging troll about to strike him. Rei suddenly commands the monsters to stop. His fear magic manifests as a gigantic spectral skull towering over the trolls. The trolls are overwhelmed, frothing and frozen in terror. The family stares as the orcs stand immobilized, recognizing the power as something belonging only to the absolutes. They identify Rei's ability as the absolute power known as fear. They thank their mysterious savior, while he warns that the forest is dangerous and tells them to leave quickly. The daughter excitedly asks if he is the legendary great being. Bowing, she declares that their family came to serve him and begs him to lead them, leaving Rei confused. Rei, already busy, refuses the misunderstanding and swiftly departs, telling them they have the wrong person. Disappointed, the daughter wonders if it is not yet time, or if they were mistaken. She argues that no ordinary human could wield fear and that his silver hair and timely rescue prove he is the great being. The siblings enthusiastically conclude he must be the white dragon and decide to return home to change their family crest. While narration notes, Rei has no idea of this. Elsewhere, Rei walks on, unaware of the future consequences, and senses a strange flow of mana nearby. A dark elf warrior appears, orders him to halt, and asks if he is the human summoned by Lady Era. Rei assumes he has come to escort him. The warrior confirms this and tells Rei to follow. Entering the dark elf forest, Rei thinks it looks ordinary as his guide points out the house where he will stay. The warrior warns him not to act recklessly in the village despite Era's backing, and Rei agrees. Meanwhile, another elf asks the guard where Era is and hears that the high elves are at the altar in the sanctuary. Rei says he wants to head there immediately because of the urgency, but the dark elf scoffs that he cannot enter the sanctuary dressed as he is. Rei remembers Era's earlier instruction that upon reaching the village he must don their traditional garments and complete a ritual before meeting her. Using magic to clean himself, Rei asks if that level of purity is enough and whether his clothes are inside the house, but is told it still is not sufficient. The elf explains he must bathe in the forest's pure aura at dawn and then change clothes before approaching the altar, which Rei finds troublesome. He is told to rest until the proper time, reflecting that as the first human allowed into the elves' sacred place he must show proper respect. Inside, Rei sees the elaborate leaf-shaped outfit prepared on the bed and steels himself. He silently processes what he is about to wear. Looking over the room and the outfit on the bed, Rei questions if that really counts as clothes. The next day, under a clear sky, someone remarks that Rei's appearance is not bad. Rei appears almost naked in the leaf outfit as elves say he now qualifies to enter the sanctuary, while he stands speechless. Syrian greets him as the human who has arrived, and Rei recognizes her as Lady Syrian. He realizes the dark elf he met before was actually a high elf, and she returns his greeting. Syrian comments that humans grow quickly and says the traditional outfit suits him so well that with pointed ears he could pass as an elf, and Rei awkwardly thanks her. She welcomes him, saying Era will be happy, then leads him toward the altar and orders the barrier dispelled. A green portal opens, revealing the hidden ruins of the altar. Syrian tells Rei to enter, while he marvels at the sophisticated barrier spell that concealed even the site's true form. Walking inside, she warns that unauthorized beings are forbidden from using mana within the altar, and Rei asks what exactly the altar is. She begins by asking if he knows of the war between celestials and demons, which he identifies as the Heaven Demon War. She explains that the altar is a magical device created after that war to repair rifts between realms and prevent dimensional intrusions. She adds that many unknown monsters have crossed over for centuries and still do so today. Rei infers that the altar must be malfunctioning. Syrian confirms this, saying she and Era are stuck maintaining it while waiting for late arriving comrades. Arriving at the inner chamber, Syrian calls out that Era's human has arrived. Era turns, blushing and anxious, and greets Ray. Ray, embarrassed in his outfit, asks if Era is alright because she looks pale, and she claims she is fine but hesitant. She stares at the precariously placed leaf covering him in silence. Flustered, Era admits the traditional attire actually suits him. Ray stands mortified while Syrian dryly remarks what a touching reunion it is. Ray studies the glowing crystal altar that seems to be absorbing all the surrounding mana. Seeing how drained Era is, Syrian says that is why she needs Ray's help. She notes that his own condition is abnormal too, given the damage to his incantation vessel. Era suddenly embraces Ray, startling him. She gently suggests he may have suffered something his heart could not bear. Ray reassures her that together they will find a solution, and she thanks him. Syrian cuts in, saying this is no time for affection and reminding them of the situation. She apologetically asks Ray, despite his condition, to assist, implying he must help supply mana to the altar. She clarifies they only need his support until the others arrive, while Era confirms she can continue and asks him for another favor. Ray readily agrees to anything she asks. Era requests that while she channels mana he place his hand on her back and observe its flow. Ray does as instructed, touching her back as she pours mana into the altar. The altar's violent mana surges into Ray, shocking him. Overwhelmed, he wonders how a mere device can have such a brutal mana flow, while Era asks if he now understands what a monstrous construct it is. Syrian criticizes the unknown creator for designing such an unstable, inefficient pillar of dimensions, speculating there must have been a reason it was made this way because otherwise the design makes no sense. Ray senses the overwhelming mana pressure behind him and is warned that channeling it requires perfect control or his body could explode. Ray tells Era he will take over supplying mana despite her concern, claiming mana control is his specialty. Confidently smiling, Ray urges Era to rest while he handles the mana flow. Hours later, Ray is utterly exhausted and panting from maintaining the mana supply. Syrian observes that Ray's endurance with the altar's power proves he is no ordinary human, as Era claimed. Syrian admits she had opposed letting a human near the altar but now thanks Ray, introducing herself and agreeing to work with him as he introduces himself as Ray. Syrian lays out temporary living rules for Ray in the sanctuary, and he says there is something important he must discuss regarding the plan. When Ray asks for information about the altar, Syrian initially refuses, thinking he wants to run away, but he clarifies he only seeks knowledge. Ray specifies he needs details on the altar's mana flow and requests any records or blueprints of the magic circle. Syrian laughs that the altar was made during the ancient Heaven Demon War, so no blueprints exist anymore. She concedes they can at least share what they have deduced about the altar's mana flow. Syrian asks what Ray intends to do with that knowledge and he answers that he plans to repair the altar. Shocked, Syrian calls the idea ridiculous and dangerous without blueprints, but Ray says he will draw a new blueprint from the mana flow analysis she and Era provide. Syrian demands Era support her protest, but Era is collapsed on the ground, too drained to respond. After explaining everything they've learned so far, Syrian is startled by Ray's reaction. Ray says that if they can grasp the mana flow more precisely, they can infer the altar's structure, as he sketches a glowing circular diagram. Syrian is amazed that Ray's drawing clearly depicts the altar's overall structure like a blueprint. She reluctantly agrees to cooperate, warning that the slightest mistake could annihilate the entire dimension, and Ray asks her to explain everything carefully. Era weakly offers to help explain as well, but Syrian tells her to focus on recovering since she can barely move. Furious that Syrian will be tutoring Ray, Era vows to give him her own intense mana flow lesson later. Hours pass as Syrian teaches Ray how mana circulates inside the altar. Together they determine there are about 9 primary mana flow points, making the altar far more complex than any known magical device. They note that from each point fine mana branches intertwine with thicker core lines, so a single misstep could be disastrous, and wish they understood the main line's roles. Syrian explains that directly entering the mana stream is the best but most dangerous way to understand those lines, prompting Ray to wonder if he should attempt it. As Syrian scolds Ray for even considering touching the lines, the altar suddenly begins to shake. The central crystal erupts with blinding energy, stunning everyone. Energy lashes out from the altar, heralding the return of a phenomenon. Syrian realizes a dimensional crack is reappearing above the altar. She casts the spell Air Hand to seize the crack. Syrian explains that a mana surge from the altar tore open a dimensional fissure, and she tries to compress it with an enormous spectral hand. Ray hears an eerie sound from the crack that mesmerizes him. He finds the sound echoing in his head with an addictive resonance that draws his mind. Someone warns Ray not to listen or the sound will corrupt his mind, snapping him back to awareness. Ray thrusts out his hand, commanding the sound to be silenced as he attacks the crack. The ominous noise continues and Syrian exclaims that her magic is failing against the fissure. Era appears, declaring they must seal the crack. She unleashes a massive burst of power, ordering the fissure to vanish from the dimension. Her attack succeeds in closing it, and Ray shouts Era's name in concern as she falls. Syrian again uses Air Hand to catch the falling Era. Later, Syrian teasingly asks Ray how it felt to meet a being from another dimension face to face. Ray, still shaken and silent, struggles to respond. He notes his mind is still reeling as he looks at the now quiet crystal altar. Night falls over the forest surrounding the elves' sanctuary. At a starry waterfall, someone bathes alone beneath the cascade. Ray is bathing there, trying to relax after the ordeal. A disembodied voice casually mentions that the monster he fought earlier was only of low rank, unsettling him. Syrian recounts that such monsters once besieged the temple for a day, in mental time, slain adventurers lying outside as evidence. She explains to Ray that small dimensional cracks like before can be erased as Era did, but that only works for minor mana streams. Syrian warns that mistakes with major mana flows could have catastrophic consequences for the world, and Ray admits he must be more cautious. They decide to alternate supplying mana into the altar for analysis, slowly mapping its structure. Over time they discover 5 major mana lines and believe that if they locate more, repairing the altar may be achievable. While bathing again, Ray reflects that tracing deeper lines is getting harder and that he lacks the stamina to supply mana continuously. He laments his slow mana recovery and wishes he could repair his damaged mana vessel when he hears movement nearby. A cheerful voice remarks on finding a guest in such a place. The newcomer, having heard from Syrian about a human aiding the altar, asks if Ray is that human, and Ray confirms while asking who they are. The elf apologizes for the late introduction. He introduces himself enthusiastically as Hyprian, a high elf summoned by Syrian and Era to inspect the altar. Ray privately thinks Hyprian is extremely energetic as they exchange greetings and Hyprian praises Ray's name. Hyprian gushes that Ray's looks and physique match his fine name. He continues to admire Ray's strong, well-built body and asks if Ray came alone to the altar. Hyprian explains that another elf went straight to the sanctuary and more high elves will soon arrive from their nearby village. Ray wonders why Hyprian did not go directly there, and Hyprian says he came first to purify himself in the sacred spring out of respect for tradition. Hyprian proclaims their meeting at the spring to be a fated, romantic encounter. He declares that they should deepen this cross-racial bond through a primal connection, clearly alarming Ray. Embarrassed, Ray hurriedly ends his bath and tries to flee as Hyprian laughs and calls his shyness adorable. The night sky echoes with Hyprian's loud cries from the spring. Back at the sanctuary, Era grows impatient that Ray is taking so long and Syrian senses that someone else has arrived. A small high elf named Surt appears, greeting Era after a long time. Syrian questions the unfamiliar Surt, confirming he was assigned to a village near Devon and asking if he came alone. Surt says he came with Hyprian. Surt adds that Hyprian insisted on bathing first and told him not to wait, which makes Era suddenly realize what that implies. Horrified that the romantic maniac is alone with Ray, Era tries to rush off, but Syrian reminds her the altar still needs attention. Syrian assures her that Ray is no ordinary human and can manage, then turns to instruct Surt and ask for his help at the sanctuary. Surt nervously confirms Ray is the human Era brought and begins to voice his unease. He admits that as a high elf he feels it is wrong to entrust the sacred altar to a human. Surt explains that humans relinquished their claim to the altar long ago, so high elves have guarded it ever since as a core tradition. Syrian acknowledges that allowing a human inside already breaks tradition, but says Ray's aid is essential given the current crisis. Surt counters that for elves, tradition embodies their bond with ancestors and that mishandling the mana they inherited would be unforgivable. Syrian argues they must be realistic, warning that clinging to tradition while the altar runs wild would flood the world with monsters. She ends the debate for now, saying such a decision cannot rest on just the 3 of them. Era states that she and Syrian support Ray's involvement and pointedly asks Surt if he truly values tradition above all else. Surt stammers that although he respects tradition, he is not blindly stubborn. He says they know too little about Ray to involve him lightly and declares himself opposed for the moment. Era notes the vote stands 2-1. They decide to wait for more high elves and count only the opinions of the next 2 to arrive because of the urgency. Era proclaims that if the majority later agrees, then by her authority, as guardian of the high elves she will grant Ray permission to walk the altar's path. Surt and Syrian react with surprise to the extent of Era's commitment. Syrian exclaims that Era is going very far for Ray. Hyprian bursts in, thrilled by what he perceives as Era's romantic devotion to the human. Syrian asks why Hyprian came alone and where Ray is. He jokes that he tried to bond with Ray and the human ran away. Hyprian passionately praises Ray as a shy but splendid person whose aura impressed him, prompting Era to ask Syrian's assessment. Syrian, who overheard the discussion while arriving, quickly supports the idea of the handsome Mr. Ray helping, though Era guesses that is not her true stance. To everyone's shock, Hyprian loudly declares that despite his praise he formally opposes letting Ray handle the altar. Night deepens over the forest as Ray walks alone, reflecting on how unsettlingly strange Hyprian was. Having escaped and changed back into his normal clothes, Ray mutters that the high elf scared him. He realizes he has wandered far from the sanctuary and suddenly notices the smell of cooking meat. Ray finds the scent unusual for an elf village and wonders who is grilling meat nearby. He approaches and spots a lone figure by a campfire in the woods. The figure is a calm elf woman roasting meat over the flames. The campfire crackles brightly, illuminating the clearing. Watching from a distance, Ray wonders if the person by the fire is another high elf sent to help the altar. He notes how unusual it is to see an elf grilling meat as the woman notices his presence. The elf realizes Ray is human and asks why a human is here. He hesitantly starts to answer. She kindly offers to share her meal if he is hungry, and Ray bashfully asks if that is really okay. She insists there is more than she can eat alone, so Ray accepts her invitation. While they eat, she remarks that humans must take care with meals and asks why he has been neglecting them. Ray explains that being among elves makes meat eating awkward and wonders if elves can even eat meat. She laughs that elves appreciate good food and can hardly savor cuisine without meat, challenging his assumptions. The elf muses that although avoiding harm to nature is admirable, truly living with nature without any killing is impossible. Ray responds with a philosophical line about slaughter and coexistence both being parts of nature and harmony, echoing the Confucian doctrine of balance. She recognizes his reference to the doctrine of the mean and is startled. Curious, she asks where he learned those words, and Ray awkwardly admits he spoke without thinking. She then asks if he has met a half-elf violinist, which shocks Ray. Ray recalls that the violinist treasured an instrument inherited from her grandmother. Realizing the connection, Ray exclaims that the elf before him must be that grandmother, as she laughs at the coincidence. She confirms she is a reincarnator like Ray and introduces herself as Elisa. After hearing Ray's story, Elisa marvels that he comes from so far in the future and that two reincarnators could meet here. Ray learns that Elisa originally lived in 1890s Korea as a Confucian scholar working at a machine factory before dying in an engine explosion and being reborn as an elf. Elisa changes the subject to the altar, saying she has heard of his role and assumes he is a remarkable human, prompting Ray to admit there are complications. He explains that his incantation vessel is unstable, surprising Elisa, who infers he can use incantations. Elisa says she is not an incantation user and cannot repair him directly, but she understands that incantations are rooted in the heart. She then expounds the teaching: when the will is fixed, the mind calms, calm brings ease, ease allows deep thought, and deep thought yields insight, likening the mind to ever-moving water that clouds when shaken and clears when still. Elisa concludes that Ray's unstable vessel reflects a mind lacking stillness, and that maintaining inner balance amid turmoil will eventually bring composure. She defines composure not as lifeless silence but as unwavering stillness within constant motion, calling it the Tao's perfect balance. Ray admits that settling one's will is difficult, and Elisa advises not to rush, saying urgent matters require a patient, indirect path. Ray refocuses on their immediate priority of fixing the altar and suggests that solving that problem step by step may reveal his way forward. Elisa agrees to return with him, but has more to say. Ray realizes that if Elisa cherished her granddaughter's keepsake, violin, the girl must still be alive. Elisa hints that something nearly killed her but glosses over the details. Back at the sanctuary, another elf asks if Elisa is also against Ray's involvement, and she enthusiastically replies that she is. She declares that for elves, tradition can outweigh even life itself in certain situations. Hyprian dramatically proclaims that the present crisis is exactly such a time, calling it a truly romantic situation, while Syrian regrets inviting him. Syrian says they must now rely on whoever arrives next, noting the nearest high elf settlement after Hyprian is Surt's village. She then remembers the dark elf forest in southeastern Devon and worries about the high elf station there. Syrian explains that the forest is ruled by Hassan, a notoriously rigid high elf who will explode with anger simply because Ray entered the sanctuary. Hyprian doubts anyone else will arrive soon unless one acts on a sudden whim, then suddenly senses a new presence entering the sanctuary. Surt reports that the new arrival is not alone, implying multiple newcomers. Outside, Hassan appears furious that a mere human has come to the sanctuary. Elisa tells Hassan to calm down, reminding him that Era and Syrian vouch for Ray, but he refuses to accept a human on mere guarantees. Ray, standing nearby, is called by Era. Era sees Elisa with Ray and is shocked she returned so quickly, asking if he came together with Elisa and Hassan. Hyprian realizes both Elisa and Hassan have arrived simultaneously and frets over whose vote should count. It is pointed out that technically neither newcomer has yet stepped inside the sanctuary proper. Syrian urgently shouts for Elisa to hurry inside. Hyprian excitedly treats it like a romantic competition and yells for Hassan to come as well. Hassan grumbles that the spectacle is undignified and hard to watch. He then berates everyone for acting frivolously in a critical situation and questions their worthiness as high elves, while Surt protests this is not the time for such scolding. Inside, someone explains to Elisa and Hassan that they were voting on allowing a human into the altar, and that Era planned to accept only the opinion of whoever arrived first. Since Elisa favors humans, her vote is expected. Elisa smiles that as a high elf she treasures something above even tradition. She suddenly dashes forward with great speed toward the sanctuary entrance. Elisa leaps past Ray in a powerful bound. She lands, sending a shockwave that knocks Ray back and makes him cough. Racing ahead, Elisa slips through the sanctuary door, securing her place as first arrival. Turning back, she declares that the value she treasures most is world peace. Elisa formally announces that, as the high elf Elisa, she supports the human Ray assisting with the altar, tipping the vote in his favor. Ray gratefully agrees to work together, while someone squeals about how romantic it sounds. The elf woman says she will help under one condition. As they walk through tall grass, someone remarks that they have come a long way. Ray, following the elf through the field, asks how far they are going. Elisa answers that they can go anywhere until he finds a place he likes, and Ray notes several days have passed since leaving the altar with her. At night near the ruins, Ray asks about the condition and Elisa points out that his mana is still not fully recovered. She says it will take a few days to recover and asks him to come somewhere with her during that time. When he worries about the altar, she reassures him that with so many high elves present there is nothing to fear. Elisa urges him to leave the altar to the elves, saying some things can only be understood by experiencing them. While walking by Day, Elisa admits she currently cannot supply mana to the altar anyway, then draws his attention to something ahead. They discover a beautiful flower field and admire its beauty. Elisa asks if he likes the flower field. Ray answers that he likes it, so Elisa cheerfully suggests they keep moving. They visit a scenic waterfall, and Elisa asks if this place suits him. Ray says he likes the waterfall spot as well, prompting her to move on again. Lying on a sunny grassy field, Elisa again asks about the place and Ray repeats that he likes it. They view a quiet lakeside forest at night, and Ray again says he likes it. They cross a barren, fiery landscape, and he still says he likes it. Even at a cliffside overgrown with hanging vines, he says he likes the place. Elisa accepts his answer and starts to lead him onward, while Ray wonders why she is showing him all these locations. She says they are almost at their destination and tells him to follow her. As she steps forward, she indicates that the moment has come. They arrive at a ruined town, and she asks if he likes this place. Ray is stunned and speechless at the devastated scene. Elisa says she dislikes this place and defines will as a mind that knows where it is going. She reminds him that she once compared the mind to water and asks what that water is like now. Walking through the ruined town, she tells him to allow his mind to waver and explains that everything he perceives is part of his life and will. She then proposes visiting one last place. Night falls over a mansion hidden in the forest. Elisa leads Ray there and announces that this is their final destination. Ray recognizes the place and reacts with shock. He recalls a cheerful woman who teased that he could not do anything without her. He remembers another woman playfully insisting that he truly liked her. He also recalls a blonde companion saying that meeting him made her very happy. Ray begins to cry as the memories well up. Tearfully, he realizes that his emotional wavering is the source of his pain. Elisa states that he is blaming himself for being unable to prevent that woman's death. She explains that life and death are unfair, with some lives and deaths lacking meaning or justice. She says what matters is the will that faces that injustice, and that although the world is unreasonable, what he protects and rebuilds is his choice. Ray weeps, admitting that the woman who died was truly good. He resolves to carry her within his will and live on together with her memory. Elisa agrees but cautions him not to let that burden become his whole world, saying even limited change from his footsteps can transform the world. Ray listens, still teary but calmer. He then smiles through his tears, visibly lighter. The two walk quietly together through the glowing forest. Back at the altar ruins, Ray asks Elisa how she knew to make that forest their last destination. She says her special eyes of truth let her see his heart reflected in his eyes. Sensing trouble inside, she tells him that the others are struggling against a monster and urges him to go in. Inside, Era, exhausted, weakly calls Ray's name while other elves lie battered. Ray asks if Era and the others are okay, and she admits the situation is dire, and they desperately need mana for the altar. Elisa asks Ray to try supplying mana himself. Ray approaches the altar crystal and reaches out his hand. As he touches it, the altar recognizes him as a new vessel. The elves outside sense an immense flow of mana surging through the altar. Mana floods the ritual grounds, radiating from the crystal. Ray judges that the amount supplied should be sufficient, and notes something more. Smiling, he announces that he has also succeeded in locating the altar's mana lines. Later he declares the restoration work complete. He shows the elves the complex mana blueprint of the altar he has deciphered. A scholar elf marvels that many high elves could not even find the mana lines despite days of effort. The elves are astonished that Ray did it all at once, and say they can now entrust the altar to him. The scholar concedes the results are amazing, even if the process was rough. A brawny elf laughs that since Ray did their job there is no problem, while another admits it feels pathetic to rely on a human. That elf insists that, precisely because it is shameful, they must properly thank the human who helped them. Era explains that Ray once overused mana and bled while searching for the lines but never stopped, and he even found a sixth line no one else could. She adds that he worked harder than anyone to prevent the world's destruction and asks if they do not want to help someone who pushes himself so far. Another high elf agrees, saying that even if they are incompetent they should not get in the way and must uphold their pride without denying their flaws. The scholar enthusiastically agrees that Ray shows there are more important things than their pride. When the strong elf threatens to use force if the scholar still opposes, the scholar relents, admitting he knows his own limits. The scholar tells Ray he will no longer interfere and will leave things in Ray's hands, while others joke about calling him Mr. Human. Ray thanks them for trusting him and begins explaining the next steps. He says that with the sixth mana line located, the 6 lines now define the altar's basic framework. Ray explains that carefully channeling mana through those lines will prevent explosions but hints there is another reason the gate opens. Pointing at the diagram, he says the 6th point overlaps the 3rd mana line and warns them to be especially cautious when supplying that line. Asked about the remaining 3 of the altar's 9 lines, Ray says they must all work together to find them. He explains that the remaining flow points lie in the altar's deep structure beyond the foundational 6. Ray says his own power cannot reach that depth and that everyone must supply mana simultaneously, prompting concern about disturbing the deep layer. He admits it is dangerous but says the altar is growing unstable and will eventually collapse if they do nothing. The elves agree they have no choice but to try. Ray suggests they rest briefly and then regroup for the attempt. As they pause, Era pulls Ray aside to talk. She apologizes for dragging him into such hardship, but he brushes it off, saying there is no need to apologize between them. Ray says he is actually glad he came since he could repair his spirit word's vessel, and Era thanks him for that sentiment. Era reflects that they have spent considerable time together. Blushing, she asks that once everything is resolved, he goes somewhere with her for a while. She clarifies that she means a trip with just the two of them, leaving Ray flustered. Later the elves prepare for another ritual at the altar, wondering if they should begin. One elf laments that he will have to keep watching their romance, while another calls the planned trip very romantic and wishes some of that energy went into the altar. Era dryly says they are in the sweet early phase and that boredom will come in a century, while another elf gushes that such long romance sounds wonderful. A younger elf excitedly asks Ray to travel with him or visit their village after Era, only for Era to angrily tell him to stay out of it. Some time later, everyone takes their positions around the altar crystal and Ray asks if they are ready. One injured elf says she cannot use mana and will cheer from the sidelines. Ray rallies the group and begins the count to start channeling mana. Mana violently surges through the altar, and Ray urges everyone to maintain this flow. The scholar is shocked at how quickly their mana is being drained, while Ray laughs that the altar is deeper than expected. Straining, Ray says he is starting to sense the deep flow and that they are nearly there. The crystal erupts with blinding light and energy. When the light fades, Ray finds himself alone at the altar and wonders what happened. He realizes that everyone else has vanished from the hall. Alarmed, he wonders if touching the deep mana line caused this as a side effect. He notes that this situation is very troubling. Elsewhere near Bayvon, travelers remark that the forest feels unnaturally quiet. The travelers discuss rumors that people have been disappearing in that area. One insists the rumors involve an unknown creature attacking travelers, which the other dismisses as impossible so close to the kingdom. A horrifying winged creature with a skull-like face swoops down, making them scream. Terrified, the men flee, shouting that the monster is real and unlike anything they have seen. A massive fireball suddenly strikes the creature. The explosion rocks the area, stunning the travelers. A robed figure remarks that he is glad he was not too late. The robed mage runs over and checks if the men are hurt. Shaken, they thank him for saving them and ask who he is. He proudly introduces his group as the Baekmyung sect, or White Radiance School. Back at the altar, Ray decides he must first understand what has happened. He recalls touching the altar to locate the mana line and sending mana deep into its structure. He remembers that just as he was about to reach the line, something abruptly burst. Now standing in the quiet hall, he hears that disturbance echoing. Analyzing the mana flow in his own stillness, he realizes that it is not everyone else who vanished. Instead, his mind has become linked to the altar's deep core. He resolves to follow the mana he feels and believes that if he can touch the line directly, he will understand. A presence informs him that a foreign will has reached this place, startling him. The voice says Ray's steps have disturbed the flow, giving him a strange but familiar sensation. He recognizes the energy as something unforgettable that he has felt before. He recalls sensing it on Hero's Island and after leaving the Holy Kingdom. Ray asks if the presence is a god, and it replies that it has no name. The presence describes itself as an echo from the end of something that once existed, a hollow shell of resonance. Ray questions its use of we, and the presence warns that unseen beings are devouring the roots of the deep. It explains that the sleeping gate is awakening and that if the flow collapses, manifested darkness will spill into the world, while Ray notes the voice sounds like many speaking as one. When Ray asks what it means, the presence says it will show him. Ray is suddenly drawn into a vision, reacting in shock. In the vision, a beast-man priest yells that the sealing stone can no longer contain the dark flow, and they will all be corrupted. Ray witnesses the altar spewing blue energy and recognizes both the altar and the dark flow as it rushes outward. He sees something emerging and cries out in realization. A gigantic purple gate erupts from the altar, larger than any before, and people scream. A mass of darkness surges from the gate. The dark wave engulfs priests, transforming them. One cloaked figure writhes on the floor, groaning. Ray sees a corrupted human roaring like a monster, and is horrified. He realizes that a human has turned into a monster. The presence explains this is a memory being transmitted from the other side. Ray asks if the other side means another dimension, and the voice warns that his own time is running short. Ray worries that if they fail to repair the altar, their world will share that fate, then asks the presence to help him locate the mana lines. The voice replies that when his will touches this place, all the flow of mana will rush into him, which immediately begins to happen. Ray screams as blue mana violently floods his body. The entire altar blazes with that overwhelming blue light. Reality and vision blend as torrents of mana surge outward into a bright landscape. Ray becomes a glowing silhouette, his features lost in the intense flow. The mana rages and pounds around him. His body and clothes begin to shatter amid the torrent. The scene ends in a colossal burst of blue light that engulfs the altar. In a cocoon of blue mana, Ray lies unconscious as power gathers around him. The mana surges violently, cracking with energy. Outside, the elves battle new monsters erupting from the gates. A shadowy giant monster screams as their attacks bombard it. While fighting, the elves panic that endless gates and unknown monsters are appearing and ask if Ray has awakened. Another elf reports that Ray is still out, but an abnormal, intense mana storm is swirling around him. The researchers fear Ray is going out of control because they tampered with the altar and say they cannot keep fighting. They observe that the new creatures have extreme magic resistance and decide they should retreat from the altar. Era refuses to move Ray because he is still linked to the altar, but another elf argues they will all die if they stay. The healer insists survival comes first and suggests they can figure things out after escaping. Era hesitates, sweating, as she considers the choice. She finally tells the others to evacuate without her, shocking them. Aira declares she will stay behind to guard the unconscious Rei. Clicking her tongue, she resigns herself to the decision. She orders everyone else to flee while she remains, and a young elf volunteers to stay and protect Rei with her. Their boisterous comrade excitedly says he will stay too, and the scholar Hassan begrudgingly agrees for the honor of the high elves. Aira is moved as she realizes her companions are all staying by Rei's side. She suddenly senses something ominous and looks up in alarm. A long, black rift opens in the sanctuary. From within, a sinister eye and pulsing waves of sound appear, and someone recognizes the same thing as before. The humming psychic noise spreads, unsettling the elves as they warn each other not to listen or lose their minds. The scholar notes there is also a strange scent in the corruption and feels his resistance slipping. A clawed hand reaches toward them as the source approaches. A bizarre, one-eyed, fluffy monster steps fully through the gate, continuing its unearthly chant. The monster sits and projects expanding waves that batter everyone's senses. Aira, overwhelmed, realizes they cannot fight this enemy. Thinking of Rei, she despairs while trying to hold on. She clasps his hand tightly. Rei's body begins to stir, bathed in clear blue light. Rei awakens, now standing and supporting Aira as mana calmly curls around them. The one-eyed monster pauses, sensing the change. Rei looks composed and fully awake, mana flowing steadily around him. He asks if Aira is alright, noting the corruption's influence has weakened, then tells her to step back. Rei smiles confidently and says he will handle the threat, radiating dense, pure mana that astonishes Aira. She realizes the mana she feels is Rei's restored. Mana Road. The one-eyed monster moves to attack as Rei advances toward it. Rei calls forth mana for a spell. He commands the monster to freeze, instantly encasing it in a massive block of ice. He follows with an order to shatter, raising his fist. The crystallized mana prison explodes, obliterating the monster and its corrupted aura. Aira observes that Rei condensed the surrounding mana into crystal and detonated it all at once. Rei himself is surprised by the destructive force he just unleashed. The elves gush over Rei's changed appearance and unbelievable power, calling it something beyond normal magic. Others quietly wonder if someone that strong can still be called human. While Rei notes the situation has finally calmed, Rei gathers everyone and says he has something important to explain about the altar. He begins by stating his conclusion. Rei reveals he absorbed all of the altar's mana into himself. He explains that the altar's core stone is now drained and functions only as decoration. The elves deduce this caused the gate's rampage and ask if that is why his mana road returned. Rei confirms and says he also accessed the altar's memories. Those memories showed another world where, after an altar failed, dark mana flooded from its gate and turned every living thing into monsters. Remembering the monster's mental attack, one elf says he heard voices from those lost beings. They recall that the voices begged to dream together forever and see only happiness, revealing the monster's tragic origin. The group agrees they all heard the same message and decide to stop dwelling on that horror and instead focus on what to do with the altar now. Rei announces his plan is to rebuild the altar. Shocked elves ask if that is possible, and Rei says that by absorbing its power he came to understand most of its structure. He explains the original altar was unstable, but with improvements based on his new knowledge they can make a safer gate. Aira notes rebuilding will require many layered magic circles and, more challenging, a new foundation to support them. They reject simply reusing the current flawed altar, since it would only offer a temporary fix. Aira thinks and says there might be one solution. She proposes asking the dwarves for help. Others point out dwarves are indeed masters of magic tools but doubt they will cooperate given the race's bad blood. Rei replies that he personally knows a dwarf he once helped, who should heed his request, though that dwarf is too busy to come build the altar himself. Rei concludes that the best option is to learn the altar-making techniques from that dwarf. His friends cheerfully push the responsibility onto their genius, Rei, and he resigns himself to going. The scholar offers to open a path for Rei and wonders what will happen before a new altar exists, and why the sanctuary is still calm despite the altar's power being gone. Elisa appears, saying she can explain the current stability. She jokes that she collapsed earlier than everyone else and only just woke up, which is why it had been so quiet. Elisa shows a projection of the altar and explains that it is fundamentally a device to fix the world's boundary. She adds that the altar at the sanctuary is just the central axis of a larger system and that, in terms of mana flows, the entire sanctuary itself functions as one giant artifact. Because of that vast structure's inertia, the system has not collapsed yet, but she warns that everything will soon fail. Elisa clarifies this collapse will be triggered if the new central axis, meaning Rei who absorbed the altar's mana, leaves the sanctuary. The others realize that since Rei took all the mana, his departure for the dwarves' village would doom the place even temporarily. They speculate that a substitute, reference point, might hold the system together in his absence. Elisa narrates that this reference must be a being close to the natural order, able to move between worlds yet remain in the physical realm. She identifies such a being as a spirit. The scholar protests that spirit handling methods no longer exist, but Elisa turns to Rei and prepares to give him something. She hands Rei an ancient magic tome and says it allows the summoning of spirits. The others marvel at the book's rarity while Rei quietly agrees to attempt using it. Opening the tome, Rei feels a distinct will emanating from it. He begins reciting the spell inscribed in the book. Gigantic blue magic circles manifest over the sanctuary. A fierce whirlwind forms at the altar's center. The elves brace themselves against the wind, wondering if the summoning worked, and spot a figure within it. Translucent feet appear above the altar. A large, horned spirit with a muscular body materializes, delighted to have reached a new intermediate world. One elf excitedly gushes that he has only ever read about spirits, and never seen one in person. The spirit looks around and wonders who summoned him. Seeing the elves, he dismissively labels them ordinary high elves common to intermediate realms. His gaze falls on Era, sensing notable mana from her, while Ray stands beside her. Judging Ray's human form, the spirit senses no mana and arrogantly calls him all show and no substance. Ray is confused, and the spirit states that although they can see him, none of them are worthy to contract with him. When Ray tries to clarify that they only need temporary help, the spirit cuts him off, saying listening is a waste of time. Declaring he will leave, the spirit starts to withdraw. Ray and the elves watch as he begins dissolving, and comment that he has already left. They remark that the spirit's attitude is extremely prickly, concluding he must be a high-ranking one. Era doubts such an uncooperative being can help them, but Ray calmly prepares to summon him again, saying that part is easy. He repeats the summoning, and another powerful whirlwind appears. The spirit is forced back into the sanctuary, and is surprised Ray had enough mana to call him twice. He grudgingly admits that feat is impressive and mistakenly credits Era for it. When Ray tries to say he is the summoner, the spirit shouts at the manaless brat to be quiet. The spirit rants that he will not form a contract and that Ray is unworthy, raising his voice in arrogant refusal. Ray attempts to explain again as the spirit begins to vanish, ignoring him. Growing irritated, Ray goes silent, deciding that negotiation is pointless. He says that since the spirit keeps leaving, they will simply prevent his escape, mentioning a binding method he saw in the book. Ray jams a blood-smeared branch into the floor as part of the binding. He prepares himself mentally, placing his bleeding finger to his lips. Ray lets blood drip from his finger, enacting the spell's requirement. The blood-soaked branch glows and stabilizes, becoming the spirit's anchor. The spirit is yanked back a third time, impressed by Ray's persistence and the mana used. Ray tells him he is the real summoner, and that he still has no intention of making a formal contract. Pointing at the branch, Ray orders the spirit to listen and give up on leaving until he has heard him out. The spirit scoffs that no one can stop him from leaving, then abruptly realizes something is wrong. Panicking when he cannot return to his realm, the spirit demands to know what is happening. Elisa calmly notes the effect comes from the binding engraving Ray used. She explains that the spell tethers a summoned spirit to physical substances from this dimension, like the blood-stained wood. Era restates that living things and their components, such as blood and wood, are the most substantial anchors in this technique. Furious, the spirit roars at Ray for daring to bind him. He lunges in rage, vowing not to be chained to the intermediate realm by an insolent brat. The enraged spirit tries to attack Ray to teach him a lesson. Ray simply punches him in the face, stunning him. Looming over the dazed spirit, Ray says he had wanted to handle things politely, leaving the spirit wondering if he really was just hit. Ray mocks that spirits supposedly closest to nature act no better than beasts. Smiling darkly, Ray notes that unruly beasts are always corrected by a certain treatment. As he cracks his knuckles, the terrified spirit begins to cry. His anguished wails echo outside, shaking the ruins. Bruised and weeping, the spirit begs Big Brother Ray for forgiveness. He tearfully agrees to any contract Ray wants as long as the beating stops, and Ray asks instead if the spirit can temporarily reactivate the artifact. The spirit studies the altar and says that, with some mana and his power, he can get the dimension-controlling artifact working for now. However, he explains that as a temporarily summoned, weakened spirit he cannot fully use his power unless Ray makes a proper contract with him. Ray complains the spirit could have said so earlier instead of causing trouble, while the now submissive spirit apologizes. Ray tells him to explain the contract terms, and the chastened spirit reluctantly agrees. The scene shifts to a dusty riverside town where people cough in worsening conditions. Inside, the dwarf armor craftsman Hobo worries about a friend's health. The dwarf artifact craftsman Durf replies that his sickness was inevitable. Durf admits he accepted this fate long ago, but is troubled because he still has an unfinished task. Hobo notes Durf has not let the matter go, and Durf insists he must complete what he began with his own hands. Later, Durf falls silent, troubled by his worsening condition. Coughing blood into a cloth, he realizes he has less time left than he thought. On his desk lie detailed schematics and notes for a complex magic circle artifact he has yet to complete.